This is Cade Bishop, broadcasting on 105.9 FM, if anyone can still hear me. It's just past 3:12 in the morning. The temperature outside reads 72, but it feels colder than that in here. Not because the heat's off, though it is, but because something about the air has changed. It's heavy. Still. Dead, almost. To get these broadcasts in your inbox, subscribe for free using the first link in the description or pinned comment. The wind turbine's running just enough to keep the transmitter alive. The batteries I rigged from an old solar array are kicking in now and then, but the signal's not strong. If you're more than 10, maybe 15 miles out from downtown Carson, I doubt you're getting me clear. Maybe you just hear static. Maybe you don't hear anything at all. But I'm here. This is the Carson Public Radio booth, what's left of it. Most of the gear is either fried or fading. The light overhead buzzes when it feels like it. The backup generator hums like a dying bee. But I still have this mic. I still have a voice. And I think that counts for something. If you're out there, if you're listening, then that means you're still alive. And that makes two of us. I don't really know how to start this. There wasn't a playbook. There wasn't a plan. There was just this light. And then the silence. I've been on the air for 15 years. This booth has seen everything from tornado warnings to midnight jazz sets to middle school science fairs. But I've never felt this kind of dread before. It started 2 nights ago, around 11:48 p.m. I was finishing up a late-night segment, a rerun, jazz classics mostly. The soundboard blinked out for a moment. Thought it was just a breaker. Then I noticed my phone wouldn't turn on. Not even the emergency backup I kept taped under the desk. The laptops were dead. The monitors, black. The lights outside the booth, all of them, flickered and stayed off. At first, I thought it was just a localized outage. Then I looked outside. Everything was glowing. Not like a fire, not like neon or LED. The sky was just wrong. Like someone turned up the contrast on the stars until they bled into each other. And then, just when my brain started to understand that something wasn't right, it hit. A white flash, no noise, no heat, just light. Like the universe blinked. And then the screams started. Phones stopped ringing, cars locked up mid-intersection. Some just sat there, engine dead, headlights frozen in place like open eyes that forgot how to blink. And the people inside? Some were fine. Others, I don't know how to say this. They didn't bleed. They didn't burn. They just broke. Like puppets whose strings got yanked too hard. One guy right outside the studio glass was trying to call someone. I saw his mouth moving. Then his eyes just rolled back, and he dropped. No warning. No twitch. Just dead. And then came the silence. It wasn't like before. It was deeper, thicker. No dogs barking, no sirens, no hum of street lamps. Just stillness. Even the bugs shut up. I didn't know what had happened. Still don't. But a few hours after, I managed to get the shortwave receiver working. It's old, analog, built in the 70s. Survived the EMP, if that's what it was. And I picked up something. Weak signals, scattered frequencies. A few words, maybe. Radiation spike, atmospheric breach, gamma. Gamma. I didn't know much about gamma rays before this. Still don't know nearly enough. But I remembered my friend Marcus. He used to be a physicist. Worked at Lawrence Livermore, then retired out here in Carson when his wife passed. Smart guy. Paranoid as hell. kept a Faraday cage in his basement. Thought the government was monitoring his emails. Turns out he might have had a point. I walked to his house the morning after the flash. 12 blocks. The streets were mostly empty. Some cars still sat idling until they choked out. Others were crashed into lampposts. I passed by the corner store, windows smashed, nothing taken. The shelves were still stocked. I guess panic hadn't caught up yet. When I got to Marcus's place, the front door was hanging open. He was in the basement, huddled under his workbench with an old Geiger counter and a reel-to-reel recorder. Said he saw the flash too. Said it was the burst, gamma radiation from a dying star. Said they warned about this for decades, but nobody thought it would happen in our lifetime, and especially not aimed straight at Earth. He said it doesn't burn you, not at first. Doesn't give you time to run. Just fries your DNA. Just enough to start unraveling everything inside. And it wasn't over. He said the burst wasn't just light. It was a signal. Something embedded in it. Patterns. Code. Said if someone, or something, wanted to sterilize a planet without touching the ground, that's how you'd start. I asked him what he meant. He said it wasn't natural. I've been thinking about that ever since. It's been 2 days now. The power grid is mostly down. Emergency broadcasts went silent sometime yesterday afternoon. No FEMA, no state troopers, no National Guard. We are alone. I tried dialing every station frequency I could think of. I tried the no AA bands, the old HAM lines. I picked up one voice on 760 AM out of Phoenix. A woman named Teresa. Said she was at a fire station with a few dozen survivors. She was begging for someone to tell her what was happening. The line cut before I could respond. Static. That's all there is now. So I'm staying on the air as long as I can. I've got 2 days' worth of canned food, some backup water filters, and this microphone. I'll keep broadcasting every hour, on the hour. If you hear this, write it down. Repeat it. Keep the words moving. If you're in the Carson area and you're still alive, tune your receiver to 105.9 FM. If you've got a CB or ham rig, switch to channel 12. I'll be scanning every half hour. Leave a message. Tell me where you are. Tell me who's left. We're not going to survive this if we don't talk to each other. And if this really is the end, if that flash was the first knock, then let's not go out silent. This is Cade Bishop, still breathing in the dark, still talking through the static. You're not alone. Not yet. It's just after 5:17 a.m. now. I haven't slept. The sun should be up by now, but it's not. There's this haze, this thin gray film that's been sitting in the air since the flash, like someone smeared ash across the sky and forgot to clean it up. No birds yet, no wind, just the quiet hum of wires that no longer carry power, and the occasional creak of buildings settling in on themselves. I boiled some rainwater earlier. The rooftop barrels I set up last year caught enough to keep me going for a bit. It tasted like rust and dust, but at least it didn't kill me. Yet. If you're out there, I want to start giving out tips. Things that are helping me stay alive. At least for now. I don't know how long the food will last, but if you're lucky enough to be near a garden store, grab seeds. Anything that'll grow fast, radishes, beans, squash. If you have old hand tools, clean them, oil them. Modern gear's mostly fried. Motors don't hum anymore. Anything with a chip is gone. So go analog. Wind up flashlights, manual pumps, buckets and rope. If it doesn't have a brain, it's useful again. If you're near Carson, there's a warehouse on 9th and Bridge. Used to be a military surplus outlet. Most of the gear inside was old school. Canvas packs, EAS hand-cranked radios. I checked it yesterday, half picked through, but a lot left. Just be careful. Saw movement in the back. Could have been a raccoon. Could have been something else. I've been hearing stories. I got a call an hour ago, barely a whisper through the static, from someone named Joel in northern Nevada. He said he was with his wife and 2 kids in a storm cellar outside of Ely. He said they saw the sky ripple. That was the word he used. Ripple. Like heat rising off pavement, but stretched across the stars. He said they'd been trying to reach family in Salt Lake, but the lines are down. No cell towers, no internet. They've been listening for voices, for anything. I asked him if he'd seen anyone else. He paused, said there was a man 2 nights ago, wandering the outskirts of their farm. No flashlight, no bag, just walking barefoot down the gravel road with his arms limp at his sides. Joel called out. The man didn't turn, didn't even flinch, just kept walking until he disappeared into the fog. I didn't know what to say. Neither did he. Then the signal dropped. So here we are, somewhere between remembering how things used to be and trying not to think about what's coming next. Marcus, my physicist friend, he came back last night, knocked on the booth's rear door, scared the hell out of me. He was soaked, said he'd been out scanning with a handheld spectrometer, something about residual ionization. His words, not mine. He said the particles in the atmosphere were changing. He said he doesn't think this was just a single burst. He thinks there's more coming. He showed me his notes, scratchy lines and radio plots I couldn't make sense of, but the look in his eyes was enough. He's not scared of much. But last night, he looked like a man trying not to scream. He said the patterns are pulsing, like a heartbeat, like something alive. He stayed for a few hours, drank half a thermos of rainwater, muttered equations to himself, then said he had to go back. He's trying to reach someone, a former colleague in Pasadena, someone who used to work on deep space monitoring arrays. If she's still alive, maybe she knows what's coming. He didn't say goodbye, just nodded and slipped into the dark. That's how people are moving now, like ghosts. I keep thinking about that flash, how quiet it was, how it wasn't fire or thunder or any of the things we were told to expect at the end. Just light, cold, merciless light. And what came after? The electronics were the first to go. Anything with a circuit board, fried. Cars, phones, elevators. Then the grids buckled. Transformers popped like fireworks. Hospitals lost power. Some had backup, most didn't. Then the people started vanishing. Some collapsed instantly. Others just wandered, like Joel's stranger. I think about my sister sometimes. She lived in Chicago. We haven't spoken in months, not since Mom's funeral. I wonder if she saw it too. If she was up late, maybe reading on the porch. Maybe she thought it was just lightning. Maybe she never even had time to stand up. I don't know why that hurts more than anything else. Not knowing. If you're listening, if you still have family out there, don't wait. Don't assume someone else will reach out. Write letters, leave chalk signs, talk into the silence, because silence is what's killing us. I got another message this morning, scrawled on the glass of the old bus stop across from the courthouse. Someone used soot and water to write it. Carson River Bridge. Sunset. Bring water. No weapons. That's all it said. I don't know who wrote it. I don't know if it's a trap. But if you're nearby, and you're brave, maybe it's a chance. A lot of people still don't trust each other. And that's fair. The looting started yesterday. Some of the bigger stores got hit. People were grabbing diapers, water, anything they could carry. But I also saw something else. I saw a kid, maybe 11, give up his only flashlight to help a woman find her husband in the parking lot. Just handed it over without thinking. Didn't even wait for a thank you. That stuck with me. Even now, when everything's burning down, there's still some light. I've started marking the hours by hand, tallying on the side wall. Day 2 since the sky broke. Still standing. Still talking. If you're alive, send something back. A word. A whisper. Anything. We're still a people if we keep speaking. This is Cade Bishop on 105.9 FM, broadcasting on backup solar from Carson, Nevada. I'll be back in an hour. Stay sharp, stay human, stay awake. It's just after 7:04 a.m. now. I watched the sky try to lighten, but it couldn't. There's this sickly bronze tint bleeding through the clouds, like someone poured motor oil over the sun and left it to rot. It's morning, but it feels like dusk. Cold dusk. That strange kind of cold that doesn't bite your skin. It just sinks in, low and steady, like a weight pressing on your bones. I tried stepping outside a little while ago, just to get some air, but the smell hit me the second I opened the door. It's not rot exactly. Not yet, but it's metallic, like rust and ozone, like the inside of an old TV after it's been on too long. Something about the atmosphere isn't right. The ground feels brittle underfoot, dusty but damp. I stepped in a puddle that didn't ripple. It just clung, like oil. Maybe it's in my head. I don't know. About 20 minutes ago, someone came by the front entrance. Didn't knock, didn't say anything. Just stood there, just a shadow on the other side of the frosted glass. I couldn't make out the face, couldn't tell if they were even breathing. They stood there for about a minute, then walked off. I didn't follow. I don't have much to defend myself with. Just a crowbar I pulled out of the shed, and a flare gun with one shot left. That's all that survived the blast, and I don't think either would do much against someone who doesn't blink. If you're listening, and I hope to God someone is, I want to talk about what's happening on a larger scale. Not just here in Carson, not just Nevada, but beyond. I've been logging frequencies. Every hour I scan the dial. Analog, shortwave, emergency bands. I keep a notebook with the timestamps. So far, I've caught fragments from the following. A repeat loop out of Denver, FEMA alert tone, then silence. An SOS transmission from someone named Eliza in Cheyenne. She mentioned sky tremors. Her voice cut out mid-sentence. A man sounded older, broadcasting from a church basement in Tulsa. He kept repeating the phrase, "The pulse is not done." Then just static. They're not consistent. Sometimes they bleed through the noise like ghosts. Sometimes they vanish mid-word. But they're real, which means there are still voices out there. Marcus said the gamma burst didn't just hit once. He said it's part of a stream, a pulse moving through space, like waves on a shoreline, each one crashing harder than the last. He said the first wave fried the satellites. That's why everything above ground went first. Then the power grids, the planes, the phones, anything with silicon inside. And that maybe something else rode in with it. He didn't say what that meant, just looked at me with that same tired stare. I keep thinking about the guy I saw walking downtown yesterday. He wasn't bleeding. He wasn't limping. He was clean in a weird way, like untouched. But his eyes, they weren't right. They were wide. Too wide. Not blinking. He walked straight down the center of 3rd Street without turning once, even when a streetlight collapsed a few feet away. Just kept moving. Not fast. Not slow. Just like he was following something no one else could see. I didn't call out. I didn't move. I just watched. And he disappeared around the bend by the high school. I haven't seen him since. Anyway, that's why I stay behind this booth most of the day. Safer in here, even if it's lonely. Even if the silence is worse than the dark. Earlier, I got a voice message from someone in Bellingham, Washington. Didn't catch a name. The signal was rough. But they said the shoreline looks wrong. They said the tides are off. That the ocean pulls back in strange ways. Too far, too fast. And that the birds are gone. Completely. They said the air tastes like copper, and the trees are turning black from the inside. If you're in that area, get inland. Just in case. Don't wait. Back here, I've got enough battery power to make it through the day if the sun doesn't vanish entirely behind the muck. I've been drying strips of old meat jerky near the back vents. Not the healthiest, but it's food. Water's the bigger concern. I've been boiling it, but I'm starting to see film on the surface. Could be chemicals from the rooftops, or something worse. If you're near any kind of natural spring or well, protect it, bury it, hide it. People will get desperate soon. I've already heard shouting from the north side of Carson. People fighting over a sack of flour outside an abandoned diner. This isn't how it ends. It's how it unravels. A little at a time. Quiet. Rotten. Alone. I'm trying not to slip into despair. I really am. But I'm tired. I've been awake for almost 2 days. Sleep won't come. Every time I close my eyes, I see that flash again, like it's burned into the back of my skull. I hear the way the world held its breath after. The second everything we trusted fell apart. No warning, no sirens, just light. And then the dark. And now, we talk through that dark. I'm going to take a short break, just to heat some water and try to rest my voice. If you're still there, I'll be back in 30. Keep the dial on 105.9 FM. If I go silent, it means the grid finally gave out. But I've got the crank charger. I'll come back. One way or another. Don't give up on the voice. Not yet. This is Cade Bishop from the last radio tower, still humming in the Nevada quiet. Still here. Still trying. Still hoping. It's 8:41 a.m. now. I can't feel my fingers. Not because of the cold. It's not even that cold. But because I haven't stopped gripping this mic since the last broadcast ended. I guess I'm scared if I let go. Everything else will let go too. That the tower will fall. The batteries will drain. The silence will crawl in and smother whatever's left of me. I found an old analog watch in the drawer behind the mixer panel. It's still ticking. Still marking time like it matters. I've started writing in it with a pencil. Little notes, names, places. The word pulse comes up more than I want it to. I keep thinking about Marcus. He said the gamma burst carried something more than just radiation. He thinks the signal was encoded, structured, that it wasn't just a wave, it was a message. But a message from where? And to who? He's not back yet. He said he was going to make contact with someone in the hills. An old observatory outside of Tonopah. Said the equipment up there was buried deep enough to maybe survive the initial surge. I begged him not to go alone. He didn't listen. Said it was his responsibility. That was 12 hours ago. No word. I hope he made it. God, I hope someone's still studying this, still mapping it. Even if we're falling apart, someone's got to be out there trying to understand it, right? I think that's what scares me more than anything. That maybe no one is. That the last scientists fell silent days ago, and all we've got left now is rumors and guesswork from old men like Marcus and stubborn voices like mine. Earlier today, I picked up a brief signal out of Tucson. A young voice, maybe 20. A guy named Rami. He said the air was glowing at night. Not in a natural way. He said it looked like the sky had veins. Pale green, pulsing, stretching across the horizon. He said his sister had stopped speaking after the flash. Not catatonic. Just quiet. Like something inside her gave up. She sits on the porch and watches the sky all day without blinking. Won't eat. Won't sleep. Rami's scared she saw something in the light that the rest of us missed. Then, the line went dead. The more I listen to these voices, when they come, the more I think this is bigger than we thought. Not just a mass failure. Not just physics. Something changed in us. Not all at once. Not everywhere. But slowly. Quietly. I think some people are fading. Like their minds are unraveling, thread by thread. There's a guy I used to know here in Carson, Danny Mays. Used to run the community center. Solid guy. Loved old movies. Used to host trivia nights. I saw him last night wandering the alley behind the station. No shoes. No coat. Just walking in circles, muttering the same word. Over and over. Clocks. That's all he said. Just clocks, clocks, clocks. I tried to call out to him. He didn't stop, just kept walking, like Joel's stranger in Nevada, like something inside was gone or turned inward. I keep thinking maybe it's the radiation, or maybe it's something deeper. What if that flash didn't just break our machines? What if it's breaking us? There's a crack in the sky out west. I can see it from the roof. A streak of dark, like a burn mark across the clouds. It shifts every day, moves lower, like it's falling toward the ground. Maybe it's nothing, or maybe it's where this ends. If you're listening, I need you to start writing down what you see. Every detail, every strange thing. Paintings that seem wrong. Animals acting strange. People going quiet. Send those details on analog lines if you can. Use old fax machines. Leave notes at crossroads. Because if this signal is a kind of message, if the burst was intelligent, then the patterns matter. We need data, even now, even if we're afraid. Information is survival. If you can rig a power source, try to rewire an old AM transmitter. Keep it low frequency, ground it deep, shield it with anything metal, trash can lids, copper piping, whatever you've got. The more we talk, the less we vanish. I got a shortwave ping from a man in Billings, Montana. His name was Carter. Retired telecom worker. He said he's building a repeater tower from old CB equipment and car batteries. He's calling it the spine. Said if he can boost the signal far enough, we might be able to string together a low bandwidth communication line across the plains. If you're anywhere near Billings, look for the ridge northeast of the city. That's where he's building. Said he leaves a green tarp up during the day. If it's safe, approach. If not, stay back. He's old, but he's not stupid. He'll protect what's his. We have to be smart. We have to be careful. But we also have to try. Even if the grid's dead, and the sky's cracked, and the only light left is coming from inside rusted-out gas station lanterns, we have to try. I don't know how many more nights I can keep this station going. The battery banks are draining faster than they should. I think some of the panels are damaged. Maybe it's the dust. Maybe it's whatever's in the air. But I'll keep cranking this old charger by hand if I have to. I'll scream into this mic until my throat gives out. Because someone has to remember we were here. That we mattered. That we spoke. That when the light came, we didn't just vanish. We fought to be heard. This is Cade Bishop, still here, still talking. You're not alone, not as long as this signal keeps humming. It's 10:12 a.m. now. The sky just cracked again. That's the only word I have for it. Crack. I heard it before I saw it. Not thunder, not wind. It was like tearing paper, wet paper, stretched across the roof of the world. I ran up to the station's observation window, the one that faces west. There's this line splitting the sky, a deep blue vein pulsing through the orange muck. It wasn't there yesterday. It's moving. I don't know where it's going. If you're out there, if you're looking at the sky too, tell me if you see it. Tell me if it changed for you. Maybe it's all in my head. But if I'm not the only one seeing it, then we're dealing with something even bigger. Maybe it's not just space breaking. Maybe it's time. I haven't eaten since last night. My last can of beans is gone. I've got some protein bars left, maybe 3 or 4. If I ration hard, I can make it through the next 2 days. After that, I'll need to find something. Or someone. I've marked a few places on a hand-drawn map. Some old hunting cabins out near the edge of Ash Creek. There might still be supplies there. Might still be people. But I'm scared to leave this station. Because once I go quiet, who's left to speak? I think about that a lot. About what this mic means now. Before all this, radio was just noise. Background sound in a diner. Late-night chatter on someone's drive home from work. Static between pop songs. Now it's all we have. I got a transmission from Idaho last night. Clearwater County. A girl, sounded maybe 16, named Riley. She said she was alone. Said her parents died after the flash. Not burned, not injured. They just stopped talking. Sat down at the table and didn't move again. She tried to bury them in the backyard, but the ground was too hard. So she covered them with a tarp. She said she's been trying to raise chickens, but they won't eat. They just sit in the coop, staring at the wall. She asked me if this is what the end feels like. I didn't know how to answer. How do you tell a kid that, no, it's not the end, but also not lie? How do you tell anyone that? We never got warning. No sirens, no alerts, just a flash. And now silence, hunger, and the slow, aching unraveling of what we once thought was permanent. If you're keeping notes, and you should be, mark this down. Communication lines are fragile. If you're building a community, set up a daily check-in time. Choose one frequency. Leave a voice log. Even if no one responds, keep talking. It gives people a reason to hold on. Tell them where the clean water is, where the danger is, where the light still holds. I think I'm starting to feel it too. The thing Marcus warned me about. The slowness in the brain. The drag. Like gravity's heavier now. Like something's whispering just outside my hearing range. Always pulling. Always humming. Maybe it's the radiation. Maybe it's whatever's inside the signal. There's a rustling under the floorboards of the station now. I thought it was rats at first, but they'd be dead by now. Too much radiation. Too little food. No, this is slower. Like something breathing. I've blocked the stairwell to the basement. I don't want to know what's down there yet. Not until I have to. Somebody, no name given, left a note scratched into the wall of the power substation 3 blocks from here. I found it yesterday while scavenging for wires. The note said, "We were warned." The Voyager saw it first. I didn't know what that meant. But when I got back here, I remembered something Marcus said months ago, before the burst. He'd been tracking deep space readings from an old NASA archive. Said the Voyager probes had picked up faint pulses from a collapsed star. Buried in the data was a signal, repeating every 23 hours and 19 minutes. NASA dismissed it, called it a glitch. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe the flash didn't come out of nowhere. Maybe we ignored it. That's the part that breaks me a little. Not that this happened, but that maybe someone knew and didn't say a thing. The truth is, I don't know what comes next. I don't know if we're looking at extinction or transformation. I just know that people are changing. Not just physically, but in how they look at the world, how they act. Some give up, sit down, and never stand up again. Others start walking, always toward the horizon, always quiet, always empty-eyed. If you see one of them, don't follow, don't talk, don't let them see you. I don't know what they are anymore. I don't think they're completely human, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're just people with no one left to listen. I've started wearing the old station's backup headset, rigged it to an analog tape recorder. I talk into it during the blackout hours, when the batteries dip below what's needed to broadcast. I keep a log of thoughts, messages, anything I might forget. Maybe someday someone will find it. Maybe that's how we leave behind something that isn't just ash and shadows. I keep picturing a kid, decades from now, holding a cracked recorder in some rusted ruin, hearing my voice say, "You're not alone. We were here. We tried." That's the only future I can picture now. Not rebuilding, just being remembered. This is Cade Bishop, still breathing, still fighting the weight in my skull, still keeping the mic warm. If you can hear this, drink something, move your legs, take inventory, say your name out loud. Keep being a person. That's how we stay alive. It's 11:58 a.m. I don't know what day it is anymore. I've stopped counting since the sky stopped keeping time. The crack's wider now. You can see it without squinting, even through the cloud veil. It pulses every couple hours like a slow heartbeat. Blue-white flashes. No sound. But when it lights up, everything else dims. Even the thoughts in my head. It's like it wants to erase. Not destroy. Just erase. I've been keeping the windows covered. A tarp stapled over the north-facing wall. Doesn't do much, but it helps keep the feeling away. I still see it in my sleep. What little sleep I get. A wall of light creeping across the earth. Silent. Hungry. If that's the shape of death now, I don't want to meet it standing under an open sky. I went outside earlier. Briefly. Just down to the lot behind the station to dump some trash and check the rain collectors. I saw a figure again, just standing near the old van behind the dumpster. Pale, like they hadn't seen sunlight in weeks. Hands at their sides. Not shaking, not watching me. Just present, I didn't approach. I don't know if it's the same man from earlier broadcasts, the one Joel saw, the one I saw near 3rd Street. But it moved the same way, like gravity didn't apply, like the world's laws were breaking down just around them. They were gone by the time I came back with the crowbar. I checked the van. No prints, no marks in the dust, but the side mirror was turned inward, just enough to catch the door to the station. They were watching, or whatever's left of them was. I know how that sounds. I know how crazy it sounds. But if you've seen one, then you know. There's something wrong. They move like static feels. Wrong rhythm, offbeat, uncomfortable in the bones. I think the flash did something to some of us. And not all at once. Not even visibly. Like the way slow poison doesn't show up right away. It just makes everything worse. Quieter. Heavier. I've started hearing things too. When I'm quiet, like truly quiet, I swear I can hear a hum coming from the radio tower itself. Not through the speakers, not from the equipment, from the metal. A low, teeth-on-edge kind of hum. Marcus called it resonance decay. Said the gamma burst might have knocked more than satellites out of orbit. Said Earth's magnetic field is shifting, breaking down in places, spinning in others. I don't know if that's science or madness, but the hum's real. If you're picking up strange frequencies, low band, ultra shortwave, or something that sounds like it's too clear for the conditions, write it down. Record it if you can. I've started cataloging what I hear. Every 2 hours, same 5 tones. Rising, falling, then static. No words, no voices, but there's a pattern. I got a signal today from someone named Raina in Santa Fe. She said the stars are gone. Not just hidden. Gone. She hikes into the hills every night to get away from the city. Said she used to map constellations with her grandfather. Said now, there's just blank sky. Like someone cut holes in black paper but forgot to put light behind it. I didn't know what to say, because she's not wrong. I've looked too. The stars don't blink anymore. Some nights, they're just absent, like the sky's pretending. She asked me if I thought we were the only ones left. I told her no. Because I have to say no. Because if I say yes, then this is already over. Raina said she's staying put. Has a well, solar panels, a greenhouse her mom built last year. She invited anyone hearing her voice to head for Santa Fe if they're within walking distance. Said they've got room for 10 more. That's hope. That's how we survive. If you're in the area, look for the old adobe barn near Route 285. Leave a ribbon tied to the road sign if you're friendly. If you're not, don't bother going near her. We protect each other now. We have to. The world we had, the world of speed and screens and artificial lights, it's gone. Burned out in a second of brilliance. And what we've got now are fragments. Little outposts. Islands of voice in a sea of static. I keep thinking about my dad. He used to work night shifts at a transmission station back when analog was king. I remember him coming home at sunrise, tired but proud. Said, if there's one thing people never stop doing, it's listening. I hope he was right. I hope someone hears this. Even now, with the sky split and the air wrong and strangers turning into silence, I hope someone still tunes in just to know they're not crazy. That someone else is still out here trying. Because I am. Because I will. Until the batteries die, or the air runs out, or that light in the sky finally touches down. I'll be here. This is Cade Bishop, 105.9 FM, Carson. The last voice, I guess. Still fighting the dark. Still hoping. Still listening. It's just after 1:33 p.m. The light came again. About 20 minutes ago, the sky lit up like it was noon on a clean summer day. Bright, pure, and so wrong. It only lasted a few seconds, but it left this echo behind. My skin feels tight. My teeth hurt. The kind of ache that sits in the roots and hums, like the bones themselves are remembering the flash. Everything went quiet when it hit. Not just the usual silence, but deeper. The generator hiccuped. The signal flickered. Even the birds, what few were left, stopped chirping. It was like the world flinched. I crawled under the desk, like that was going to help. And when I came out, the light was gone. But there was something else. The signal I've been tracking. The hum that sometimes bleeds through the metal in the walls. It got louder. Not through the speakers. Not through the wires. Through the floor. I put my ear to the concrete. I swear it was talking. Not in words, not in a language. But something like rhythm. Repeating. Familiar. Almost like breathing. I know how that sounds. I know. But if you've been here long enough, if you've survived this long, you know that logic has started unraveling. Time bends. Memory slides. What makes sense now is whatever keeps you moving. So, I wrote it down. The rhythm. 4 beats. A pause. 3 beats. Another pause. Then 5. Maybe it means something. Maybe it's just madness. But the moment I stopped listening, I started forgetting what I heard. That scares me more than anything. This station's holding up. For now. I ran a check on the backup cells. Still at 34%. That'll get me to sunset. After that, I'll need to cycle the crank rig. Takes about 45 minutes of sweat for a 20-minute broadcast. It's stupid, inefficient, but it works. There's a kind of comfort in the grind, in the rhythm. It reminds me that I'm still here. I got a voice broadcast out of Helena, Montana, just before the flash. Man named Grayson. Sounded ex-military. Said he's holed up in an old Cold War comms bunker. Deep, reinforced, triple-layer shielding. Said the gamma burst barely touched him. He's working on a map, not just of survivors, but of frequency anomalies. He's been picking up these strange signal clusters, like echoes of other broadcasts repeating days later, scrambled, distorted. He called them aftershocks. Said they carry fragments of things that haven't happened yet, like future noise bleeding into the present. He said one of the clips he caught was me, reading a message I haven't even received yet. It said, "Don't trust the still ones. They're listening." I haven't said that. Not yet. But now I've written it in my log. I don't know what to do with that. Grayson says he's got space for 6 more people. He's been triangulating safe zones, places where the radiation levels are dropping instead of rising. He thinks whatever hit us isn't uniform. Said some places are adapting. Said the soil near Kalispell is starting to show signs of new growth. Faster than it should. Faster than anything natural. Plants that weren't there before. Said one grew from concrete. I didn't believe him. Still don't. But I wrote it down anyway. We have to write everything down. Especially the lies. Because lies are just truths that haven't found the right angle yet. I walked 3 blocks south this morning. Past the pharmacy. Past the burnt-out Civic parked sideways in the middle of 6th Street. Found a woman sitting on the curb, wrapped in a green quilt, staring at a Polaroid photo like it was the only thing left holding her together. She didn't speak, didn't even blink when I asked her name, just held out the photo. It was a picture of a man, maybe her husband, standing next to a row of sunflowers. Behind him was a sky I barely remember, blue and stupid and full of birds. I handed it back. She nodded once. I left her there. I didn't know what else to do. There's this thing nobody tells you about the end of the world. It's not fire. It's not war. It's not screams in the streets. It's stillness. People just stop. Stop moving. Stop talking. Stop being. It's not death. It's something quieter, like the last flicker of a candle before the smoke. But here's the thing. We can be louder than that, even now. Even with all of it, gamma bursts and signal ghosts and silent walkers and bones that ache with memory, we can still talk. I'll be here again in an hour. I'm going to read out names from the last few shortwave contacts I've had. If you hear yours, if you recognize someone, write it down, mark it, tape it to a wall. We're still real if we speak each other's names. This is Cade Bishop, 105.9 FM, still barely standing in the Carson quiet, still pulsing, still fighting the pull. Stay awake, stay moving, stay here. It's 2:42 p.m. The sun should be high overhead, but it's just a soft gray smear now, light with no heat, shape with no edge. The birds are gone. The insects, too. It's the kind of silence that feels personal, like the world is holding its breath just to hear if we're still making noise. I boiled rainwater an hour ago. It came out cloudy. I let it cool in a tin bowl and watched a film gather on top, like oil, but darker. I thought about drinking it anyway. Still might. My mouth feels like cotton and rust. I've been rationing salt. That's something nobody tells you to do in emergencies, but your body will betray you without it. Heat, stress, blood pressure. Salt matters. So if you've got table salt, sea salt, pickled anything, save it. Even a cracker can keep your heart steady longer than a vitamin bar. Okay, names. I promised names. If you're listening and you hear a name you know, mark it, shout it, write it on something solid. Eric Niles, north of Boise, last heard from 6:02 a.m., Mountain Time, trying to reach his mother's cabin near Cascade Lake, traveling on foot with a red mountain bike. Said his radio only works in the mornings. He sounded tired, but clear. Maya Halbrook, Fort Stockton, Texas, said she and her brother are living inside an old irrigation control shed. Their dog, Baxter, won't go outside after sundown. They saw the sky shift twice yesterday. She says the stars fell wrong. I asked what that meant. She said, they fell, but didn't land. Andre didn't give a last name. Coastal Oregon. Said the ocean talks now. Said if you stand near the cliffs long enough, the waves mimic voices you know. He hears his father's voice calling him from the surf, even though his father died last year. Sarah D. from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Her signal was fading. She said she still sees flashes under her skin when she closes her eyes. Said she hasn't seen another person in 3 days. She's drawing maps by hand, leaving them in old mailboxes, hoping someone follows the chalk marks. That's the part that gets me. Even now, even after the world ended, we're still trying to leave directions for each other. That means something. I haven't heard from Marcus. Still, it's been a day and a half since he left for Tonopah. I've swept all his usual fallback frequencies. I even checked the HAM boards he used to scribble down for fun. Nothing. I keep telling myself it's just a delay, that maybe the observatory needed repairs. Maybe he found something big and he's focused on logging it. Maybe he's not alone. But the part of me that won't stop thinking knows what kind of world he walked into. And this world eats the curious fast. I found a tape this morning, one of the old cassettes from before the surge, labeled Live Broadcast, April 7th. I don't remember recording it, but I played it anyway. Static at first, then my own voice. Calm, professional, pre-apocalypse. Then something strange. I said something I've never said before. We never should have looked at the signal twice. I said it like it was a fact, like I'd known it all along. And then the tape cut off. That scared me, deep down, because I don't remember saying that. I don't remember recording that broadcast. I've kept meticulous logs for 15 years. Nothing about an April 7th segment lines up with that content. What if the aftershocks Grayson talked about are more than echoes? What if they're folds? What if we're starting to repeat? I don't know. I don't want to know. Not yet. But if you find recordings of yourself saying things you don't remember, don't erase them. Don't throw them away. Keep them close. We may need those fragments to stitch the whole thing back together. Memory is going to matter more than food. I passed by the community center earlier, the one Danny Mays used to run, still intact, doors open, no one inside. But the walls, God, the walls, covered in drawings, pages taped up in rows, marker, crayon, charcoal, faces, maps, handprints. One sheet had a single word written over and over again in different handwriting. Waiting. I don't know what they're waiting for, but the chairs in the main hall were all facing the window, like they were expecting something to show up from the sky. I didn't stay long. I took a page with me. A charcoal sketch of a tower with its top missing. It looks like this station, except mine still stands, for now. I pinned it to the wall here, behind the mic. A reminder that everything breaks eventually. But not today. Today, we're still here. Still talking. Still trying. This is Cade Bishop, broadcasting on 105.9 FM from what's left of Carson, Nevada. If you're listening, send me something. A signal. A scrap of sound. Say your name into the air and let the wind carry it. Let the silence know you're not ready to go. Let me know you're still real. Because I need that. We all do. It's 4:05 p.m. There's a fine layer of dust settling on everything now. The mixer board, the mic cable, my wrists. I wiped it off the windowsill twice, but it keeps coming back. Like ash, but gray-green. When I touch it, it smears like pollen. I don't know where it's coming from. The wind's not moving. The sky hasn't changed. It just appears. I'm starting to think the air itself is changing. I set a glass of water outside the back door this morning, just to see. It stayed clear for a while. Then, around noon, it turned the color of weak tea. Not brown, not orange, just off. Like it soaked something up. I dumped it, not risking it. If you're still near the outskirts of Carson, and you're using rooftop collectors or barrels for rainwater, cover them. Use cloth, plastic, anything you can. Keep the water sealed and dark. This dust, it's not like regular fallout. It's slow. It creeps. And it wants in. I got a call earlier. Well, not a call. A signal. Old shortwave. cracked and broken like a cassette left in the sun. It was a child's voice. Couldn't have been more than 8 or 9. They said, "We can see the tower. We're not coming closer. The man outside has no mouth." That's all. Then silence. I rewound the tape 3 times. Same thing. "We're not coming closer. The man outside has no mouth." There's no one outside right now. I checked 3 times. But now, every time the light shifts, I find myself staring at the edge of the building, expecting to see a shadow standing too still. I don't know if that was a real transmission. I don't know if it came from a child, but it didn't sound like something made up. It sounded scared. It sounded tired. It sounded human. If you're out there and you sent that, I hear you. Stay put. Stay hidden. Don't come near the tower unless you have to. And if you do, knock twice on the northwest side window. I'll recognize the pattern. I have a crowbar and a small knife. I don't want to use either, but I will. There was another contact, too. One I haven't told you about yet. Last night, during blackout hours, I picked up a pattern on channel 17, a series of tones, short bursts, no words. At first, I thought it was interference. Then I matched the timing. Every 22 minutes and 14 seconds, the same sequence repeated. Beep, beep, pause, beep, pause, beep, beep. I wrote it down, marked it with a pencil on the wall behind the receiver. This morning, the same sequence showed up in my dreams. I was walking through an empty supermarket, shelves bare, lights flickering. That same tone kept playing from the speakers overhead, like elevator music for the end of the world. When I woke up, my teeth were grinding. I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of it means. Maybe the signal's in us now. Not just in the sky, in our blood, in the way we think, the way we dream. I haven't slept more than an hour in the last 36. Every time I do, I see people standing in rows, eyes closed, mouths open, listening to a sound I can't hear. When I wake, I'm sweating and cold. I try to stay awake, but the brain is not a machine. It wants patterns. It wants rhythm. It wants peace. And all I've got is this mic, this room, and the hum of an old tower held together by rust and luck. There's still no sign of Marcus. I hope to God he's somewhere warm, somewhere with light, somewhere where the dreams don't touch. If you're keeping a journal, and you should be, write this down. Do not trust the sky after 3 a.m. Boil water twice. Avoid mirrors after long power outages. Just trust me. If the birds come back but don't blink, leave. If you see someone standing still with their hands open to the air, do not interrupt them. Stay human. That last one is getting harder. The broadcast strength is fading. I had to manually boost the gain with copper wire I stripped from an old heater in the back room. It's not safe. The rig runs hot. I can hear it ticking, like a bomb too tired to go off. But it works. For now. I'm going to read out more names. If you hear one, if it rings any bell, even faintly, say it out loud. That's how we hold the dead. That's how we prove they were more than ash. Lana Perez, southern outskirts of Albuquerque, found shelter in an old school bus on the hill near Tramway Boulevard, keeping track of solar activity with a broken watch and her father's notes. Said the sky buzzes when she closes her eyes. Jules Okafor, Memphis, claimed to have intercepted a message from what's left of NORAD. Said the signal was brief, encrypted, but ended with the words, "Repeat sequence confirmed." He thinks it means we're in a loop, that none of this is new. Thomas Green, Eastern Wyoming. Traveling with 2 dogs. Said he saw a tree split in half without falling. Said the leaves on one side turned black. The others kept growing. No explanation. There's more. Too many to read in one go. But they're out there. You're out there. And that's enough. For now. This is Cade Bishop. Still here. Still broadcasting. Even if the world ends 10 more times, I'll be right here with a mic in my hand and hope in my chest, thin as it's gotten. Don't trust the silence. Keep making noise. We're not done yet. It's 5:31 p.m. Something's wrong with the light. It's dimmer now, but not like evening. It's dimmer in a way that makes colors look sick, like the world's running out of ink. I held my hand up to the window and my skin looked gray. No shadows, just a soft blur around everything, like reality's being smudged at the edges. I haven't seen the stars in 2 nights. They should be coming out by now, even through cloud, even through smoke. But there's nothing up there anymore. Just that long vertical scar in the sky, bent like a crack in old glass. It pulses sometimes. You feel it more than see it. A thump in the back of your head. A sound you can't hear. Like pressure in a place you didn't know existed. I used to laugh at people who said the universe was watching us. Now, I'm not so sure. I tried rewiring the backup antenna this afternoon. Climbed up the service ladder on the south side of the tower, just 20 feet off the ground, but my legs were shaking the whole time. The metal's warm to the touch, even in the cold. I don't think it's heat from the sun. I think it's something else. A charge, a residue. I wrapped a copper wire 3 times around the base mast, clipped it back into the old broadcast relay. My range might have improved. If you're picking this up outside of Nevada now, let me know. Drop a signal on 105.9 FM or channel 12 CB. 1 long beep, then silence. I'll hear you. Even if I can't answer back, I'll know you're there. I've got some news from the outside, what's left of it. A shortwave burst came through just after 4 p.m. A man from Kansas, name sounded like Derek or maybe Eric, said he was tracking seismic activity, claimed the gamma event did more than scramble electronics, claimed it shifted the magnetic alignment of something deep under the earth. He said the core's rotation is changing, slowing. He said it might not be a matter of weather or radiation or even survival anymore. He said, "It's about balance now. The planet is off kilter." Then he coughed, hard, like blood-hardened lungs kind of cough. Then silence. I haven't heard him again. If you know a Derek from Kansas who used to work in geology or emergency response, he might still be out there, somewhere under a dome of broken sky and dead soil, trying to make sense of a planet gone sideways. Let's talk about the plants. I found a patch of weeds outside the station growing along the edge of the fence. They weren't there yesterday. They sprouted in gravel. No soil, no water. Thin, sharp leaves. Pale yellow stems. When I touched one, it shivered like it had nerves. I cut it. It bled. No sap, no chlorophyll. Just a clear liquid that hissed when it hit the concrete. I've got it in a jar now. Sealed. Labeled. I don't know why I'm keeping it. Maybe the old world part of me still believes in samples. Still believes someone will want to study this someday. Still believes there's a future where someone holds it up to the light and says, "This is when the Earth started fighting back." Or maybe I'm just scared of throwing anything away now. Like every scrap of life is worth saving. Even the strange parts. Even the dangerous parts. I've started talking to myself more, not on air, just when the mic's off. I pace the station floor and say things like, "Okay, Cade, just another hour. Just one more check-in. Just stay vertical. Just don't go quiet." It helps. Not much, but enough. There's a sort of rhythm to survival now. Every morning, I check the solar readout. Every hour, I scan the bands. Every afternoon, I write one page in the black notebook. Observations, names, small truths. And every evening, I speak to you, even if you're not there. Even if this signal's just bouncing off the sky and back down into nothing, I speak anyway. Because speaking is what keeps the ghosts from settling. That's what this really is now. A world full of ghosts. People who died slow. People who disappeared fast. People who changed into something they never asked to be. And us, the ones left talking. I'm going to read one last name before I sign off for a while. I've said this name before, but I'll say it again. Marcus Hale, physicist, friend, believer in patterns. Last seen heading west toward the Tonopah Array. If you hear this, Marcus, if you're still out there, come back. I still have the notes you gave me. I've been tracking the pulses like you said. I've marked the sky where it ripples. I've logged the signals. I've kept the power going. I've kept talking. You said this might happen. Now it has. So come back. Help us make sense of it. Help us build something from the noise. This is Cade Bishop. Still breathing. Still watching the sky go soft and strange. Still here. If this is the long goodbye, we're not going quietly. It's 6:49 p.m. Sunset isn't real anymore. It's just a slow dimming, like someone's turning the world down with a knob that doesn't click. No golds, no reds, just gray giving up. I lit the last emergency candle a few minutes ago. Not because I needed the light. I've still got enough battery to run the overheads another 2 hours, but because it smells like vanilla. For a few minutes, I wanted something familiar, something soft, something from before. The flame's flickering now. It shouldn't. There's no breeze in here. All the windows are sealed. But it's bending to something I can't see. That's happening more often. Things shifting when nothing's there to move them. Shadows stretching in ways that don't match their source. Last night, I swear the hallway outside the studio was longer than it should have been. I've walked it 1,000 times. From the door to the generator bay, it's exactly 23 paces. But I counted 29, and the door wasn't where it should be. I waited. I sat on the floor. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, it was back to 23. I didn't imagine that. Something's wrong with space. Not the big, star-filled kind. The here kind. The inside kind. The part that lets us trust the shape of a room. The feel of a wall. The echo of our own voice. That's what's breaking now. Not just systems. The rules. I'm still logging everything. Every pulse. Every anomaly. Every name. Speaking of, I caught a new voice out of northern Arizona this afternoon. Came in faint, flickering like candlelight in fog. She said her name was Noelle. She's living out of a ranger station near the edge of the Coconino Forest. Said the trees aren't right anymore. That they lean when no wind blows. That they hum at night. She said her brother went out at dawn to gather firewood and came back speaking in a voice that wasn't his. He's asleep now. She's scared to wake him. She said the birds outside have started circling. Not flying away, not perching, just circling. And when she looks up, she swears they're moving in a spiral that points down. If anyone near Coconino hears this, check in. Find Noelle. Bring supplies. Don't go alone. Bring salt. Bring fire. And never look straight into the trees after dark. I don't know if any of that's true, but I believe her voice. It was steady, honest, not panicked, just worn down, like the edges of something that used to be sharp. Like all of us now. I keep thinking about those first few hours after the flash. I'd never seen so many people so confused. Not angry, not screaming, just bewildered, looking at each other like, what happens now? And then, nothing. No alarms. No broadcasts. No order. Like the chain of command just stopped existing. People waited for rescue. Waited for food drops. Waited for someone to say, this is temporary. But no one came. And slowly, the waiting became surviving. And the surviving became something else. I passed a man on 4th and Maple yesterday. He was building something from scrap. Old radios, copper wire, wood. Looked like a giant dream catcher, strung tight with circuit boards. I asked him what it was. He said, it keeps the noise away. I didn't ask what he meant. I just walked. Because sometimes it's better not to know. Sometimes what people build in the dark is the only thing keeping them from falling into it. I still sleep with the shortwave radio on. It's just static most nights. But every now and then, something slips through. A song I don't recognize. A voice with no language. A heartbeat that matches my own for a few seconds before veering off into silence. Sometimes I think that's the earth trying to talk back. Trying to figure out what we became after the light came. We're not human the way we were. That's not a loss. It's a fact. We've been altered. Not just by radiation, not just by fear, but by the silence itself, by the waiting, by the stretching of days into a kind of hollow ache. But here's the part that matters. You're still listening. I don't know who you are. I don't know how far away you are. But if my voice is in your ears, if this signal reached you, then you're not gone. And neither am I. We're still real. We're still here. And until something reaches down and pulls this tower from its rusted bones, I'll keep speaking. Because someone has to. This is Cade Bishop, 105.9 FM, Carson, Nevada, broadcasting from what's left of the world. The light may be broken, but the signal still holds. It's 8:12 p.m. The light's gone now. Fully. Not just the dimming. Not the fake sunset I've been trying to accept. It's black. So black it feels thick. Like there's weight behind it. I opened the studio door earlier to let in some air, and I swear it felt like I was staring into a room with no walls, no floor. Just void. The kind of dark that doesn't reflect, doesn't return. It just eats. And it's silent out there. No cicadas, no wind. Even the hum I used to hear in the tower's frame is gone. I tried shouting earlier, just to see. Hello? My own voice sounded wrong, like it didn't come back the way it left. I closed the door after that. Locked it. I don't think a lock means anything now, but it helps me believe in the old rules. I found an old crank lantern in the emergency drawer. It still works. The light is yellow and flickery, and when I spin the crank too fast, it screams. But I keep it close, It reminds me of campfires, of when we used to believe darkness was just a setting before it started watching. I got a whisper earlier, not a full signal, just breath over the band. I couldn't tell if it was male or female, just shallow inhales spaced evenly, about 10 seconds apart, for almost 2 minutes. Then, just as it started to loop, I swear it said my name, Cade, and then it was gone. I checked all the dials, ran diagnostics on the board. No crossover frequency, no recorded file, just static, and then silence. I haven't heard it since, but I've had chills on the back of my neck ever since. If that was you, if you sent that, I heard you. Please speak again, even if it's just a word, even if it's not mine. Tell me you're still here. Tell me the dark didn't take you. Tell me I'm not just broadcasting to the bones of a dead sky. I cracked open the floor panel earlier, the one near the transmitter's main line. There's something wrong under there. The wires are slick. The insulation's melting. Not from heat, but from something else. They feel soft, organic, and they're humming. Not like they used to. Not electrical. Like breathing. I taped them up, wrapped them in a towel, moved the console away. But now the floor's warm, even though the rest of the room is freezing. What is this? What did the burst carry? What was inside the light? I remember Marcus once said that gamma bursts are like the universe blinking too hard, that they don't just kill. They scrub, wipe clean, reset the board. But this wasn't a clean wipe. It left marks, and maybe it added something too. I'm still taking names, still logging voices, still keeping time, even though time no longer behaves. Here's what I've got in the last 4 hours. Beatrice R., near St. George, Utah. Living in a cave system mapped out by her grandfather before he passed. Claims the deeper she goes, the less the buzzing in her teeth gets. Thinks the caves shield her. Says the air's cooler down there, cleaner. Says she hasn't seen the stars since Monday and doesn't miss them. Hamza El Nouri, western outskirts of Atlanta. Still alive. Still running water filtration rigs made from busted air conditioners and charcoal. He's got 7 people with him. 1 baby. They move buildings every 3 days to stay ahead of the echo. I asked what that meant. He said, "It follows the quiet." Lucille W. from somewhere in Saskatchewan. She didn't say much, just listed names, 10 of them. All people she buried. All people who went to sleep with their eyes open. Said they didn't suffer. Said she thinks they saw something she didn't. Said she hopes she never sees it. I don't have coordinates. I don't have exact locations. But I have voices. And that's better than maps. That's better than satellites. That's better than silence. The candle burned out a few minutes ago. I'm back to the lantern now. The shadows on the wall move like they're slow dancing. Not to the rhythm of my hands. Just on their own. I try not to look at them. Because if I do, I might start seeing things that stare back. I've got a few more batteries. Enough for 1 more broadcast before I need to go out and scavenge again. Tomorrow, I'll head to the fire station. It's 2 blocks north. Last time I checked, the front was barricaded, but I know a side window that was cracked open. If I find medical kits, I'll bring them back. If I find people. God, I hope I find people. Even if they're scared. Even if they're not sure who I am. Even if they don't talk. Just seeing someone would be enough. I'll be back on the air again in 2 hours, if the power holds. if the sky doesn't drop, if my hands still work. Until then, I'll be listening to the hum, to the names, to the spaces between the static. This is Kate Bishop, still breathing, still recording, still seeing shapes in the dark and refusing to let them in. If you're out there, don't go quiet. Don't go still. Stay you. Stay here. It's 9:57 p.m. There's a low vibration in the walls now, not shaking, just this steady hum, like an old cello string plucked once and never let go. I can't tell if it's in the metal, or the concrete, or my own bones. I press my hand to the wall, and I feel it. Steady. Constant. I think it's been there since the last pulse. I tried unplugging everything, flipped every breaker, killed every line that isn't keeping this transmitter alive. Still, it's there. Deep, low, endless. I haven't slept. Haven't eaten. I'm not hungry anymore. I don't think that's a good sign. If you're still listening, and I mean really listening, can you hear it? Turn the volume up. Sit still. Let the static run. You might hear it too. It's not just noise. It's pattern, and it's growing stronger. I saw the sky break again. That's the only word I have. Break. A jagged split down the western edge of the clouds, like someone dragged a knife through thick paint. Light bled through, pale and sick and silent. Then it closed again. No thunder, no rush of air. Just open, shut, like an eye. I don't know what's behind it. I don't want to know. But it's watching. I got a burst on Channel 9 about half an hour ago. A woman from Anchorage. Didn't catch her name. She sounded breathless, like she'd been running. She said the animals stopped dying. Let me say that again. She said the animals stopped dying. She watched a deer get hit by a falling limb, crushed its ribs. It should have bled out, but it stood back up. Ribs broken, lungs punctured, just stood, staggered off into the trees. Later, she saw it again, standing still at the edge of a frozen lake. Its eyes were white. She said the trees around it bent inward, like they were listening. I don't know if I believe her, but nothing about this world feels like fiction anymore. If you're near Alaska, if you're hearing this, stay away from the forests. Stick to open ground. Keep fire close. And if you see animals that don't move when you make noise, leave. Immediately. I found a photo in the break room drawer tonight. One of the old staff shots, back when this station was more than a bunker. 6 people, smiling, holding mugs, wearing branded fleece jackets. All gone now. One of them was me. I look young in that photo. Clean. Unbent. I pinned it to the wall next to the frequency log, just to remember that I was once a part of a world that had schedules, mornings, paychecks, music at lunch. That memory hurts more than anything else, not because it's gone, but because it still exists in my mind, untouched. I haven't forgotten yet. That's how I know I'm still me. If you're out there and you're forgetting things, little things like names, smells, the color of your mother's voice, write it down. Not for you, for whoever comes next. Because this world isn't ending all at once. It's erasing, and what we remember may be the only thing that stops the dark from finishing the job. I've got 5 names left for tonight. If they mean anything to you, don't let them go quiet. Joanna S., Roanoke, Virginia. Trapped in an underground parking garage with a broken hip. 3 survivors with her. Their last flashlight died 2 days ago. They take turns sitting by the elevator shaft, hoping for a sliver of daylight. If you're nearby, look for spray-painted arrows near 6th Street. They lead to her. Leafnegard, outskirts of Minneapolis, broadcasted a message that said, "It's in the reflections now." He was using mirrored surfaces to signal across the river. He hasn't responded in 18 hours. Amara Chen, somewhere near the Nevada-Utah border, traveling with her father. Last heard building a transmitter from scavenged aircraft parts. Her voice was strong, calm. She said she still believes the sun will come back. Greg Torres, Chicago, said he's living in the subway tunnels. Says he's seen movement in the abandoned stations. Said the graffiti on the walls changes overnight. New messages in old spray paint. Ones no one remembers writing. A child unnamed. Sounded 4, maybe 5 years old. Whispered into a dead line. The light is cold now. The man in the corner doesn't move. He only breathes when I stop. That one hasn't left me. I keep seeing that child in my mind. Curled up in a closet, holding a broken walkie, waiting for a voice that never answers. If you're listening, whoever you are, I hear you. I'm here. I don't know what's coming. I don't know what the next sky split will bring. But I'll be here. With the mic open. With the signal humming. With the truth laid bare. This is Cade Bishop. Carson, Nevada. One man in a dying station. Speaking into the dark. Still fighting. Still listening. Still yours. It's 11:24 p.m. The station's lights are flickering now, not from power loss, not from grid instability, just flickering like they're unsure if they should be on. They hold for a few minutes, then blink. No pattern, no surge, just doubt. That's what it feels like in here. Not danger, not dread. Doubt. The kind that crawls under your skin and asks questions you don't want to answer. Like, are you the only one left? Or, was there ever anyone listening at all? I touched the wall again. Still warm, still humming. The air smells faintly of ozone and something else. Something old. Not rot, not mold. Like heated metal in an empty church. Like memory. I haven't left the station in 10 hours. Not since I saw the figure at the base of the tower. Tall. Still. Hands open. Not moving. No face. No clothes as far as I could tell. Just the outline of a human shape that never stepped forward. Never turned. It was still there at dusk. It's still there now. I can feel it. Not in my eyes. In the space just behind them. The part where presence registers before logic catches up. I don't think it's here for me. But I do think it's waiting. Maybe it always was. I'm burning through power too fast. The crank rig's nearly useless now. Gearbox is slipping. I managed to pull enough juice from a broken solar bank I found in a trailer 2 blocks down, but it's barely holding charge. I've rewired most of the studio lights to a single strip, just enough to see the mic. The rest is dark, and maybe that's better. Maybe it's time to let some parts of this place fade. I tuned into Channel 2 just before going live. Heard laughter. Real laughter. 2 voices. Male and female. I couldn't catch the names. Couldn't even tell what they were saying. But they were laughing. Loud. Full. Breathless. I started crying. I didn't even know I was doing it. Just hearing it. The sound of someone forgetting for a moment, even in this, broke something in me I didn't know I was still holding together. That sound is hope. Raw and stupid and undeserved, but real. If you're out there, whoever you are, thank you. You reminded me that there's still something worth saying. I got a message from Liam, somewhere north of Sacramento. Said he's traveling with a group of 8, mostly kids. He's the oldest, 28. They're walking the back roads, following downed power lines and leaving markers in chalk. Said they pass old highway signs and write poems on them. Said they're trying to remind the world it still means something. I told him I'd read one if he sent it. Here's what he left. The sky broke once and took the stars, but we still walk beneath the scars. Our feet remember, so do our hands. Even silence needs something that stands. That's from a 17-year-old named Mari. Says she wants to be a writer if the world ever steadies again. Mari, if you're listening, you already are one. Words are architecture when the buildings fall. Keep writing. I keep thinking about Marcus again. He always said the universe wasn't cruel, it was indifferent. But maybe that's wrong. Maybe it was trying to tell us something, and we never learned how to listen. Until now. Until it was too late. Or maybe it's not too late. Maybe it's just too quiet. I still get the pulses. Still feel them in my molars, in the backs of my knees. Every 93 minutes, without fail. A full body reminder that time hasn't stopped. It's just slowed, bent. I think the world's on a different track now. Not broken, just off script, and we're all improvising. Some of us freeze, some wander, some of us build weird antenna dream catchers out of trash and circuit boards and call it a religion. And some of us, like me, sit behind a mic and whisper into the night, hoping that someone, anyone, is still there to whisper back. So here's what I'll ask tonight. If you can still hear me, don't give up on words. Write them. Speak them. Carve them into trees or tape them to gas pumps or scratch them into the dirt. Tell someone what you saw, what you felt, what you miss. Because in the end, all we are is what we can pass on when everything else fails. This is Cade Bishop, 105.9 FM, beneath a sky that doesn't blink anymore. I'm tired, but I'm still here. Still noise. Still human. It's 12:58 a.m. Still no stars. I waited. I stood outside the booth for nearly an hour, just looking up. Nothing. Not even a trace of moonlight. Just the crack, thin and sharp now, like a scar healing wrong. Every so often it pulses, and every time it does, I swear I can feel my heartbeat skip, like something's syncing with it, like my body wants to match its rhythm. I'm not letting it. I stood barefoot in the gravel out back, fists clenched, saying my name out loud, over and over, like a tether. Cade Bishop, Cade Bishop, Cade Bishop. It helped. For a minute. Then I came back inside. Locked the door. There's a chill tonight that's not from the air. It's in the walls. It's in the floor. Like something's breathing beneath the concrete again. That same low warmth, but now with a pressure behind it. A pulse. A presence. I hear whispers now and then. Not voices. Not clear. More like breath that's been taught how to shape vowels. It happens right before I fall asleep. If I fall asleep. Sometimes, in that space between real and not real, I hear my mother's voice. Or what I remember of it. But twisted. Distant. Like she's speaking underwater. The first time I heard it, I smiled. The second time, I knew it wasn't her. And now I don't respond, because I think it's learning. Whatever this is, it's not just an event. It's something watching how we fall apart and trying to imitate it. I got a name tonight. Not from the signal, not from a call, but scratched into the side of the booth, on the outside, near the window I sealed up 2 weeks ago. The name is Lucian. I don't know anyone named Lucian. I haven't left this station in 2 days. No one's been in or out. And yet the name is there, written in straight, perfect lines, like it was etched with a nail or a knife. Beneath it, he's not here to hurt you, but don't follow. That's all. I didn't erase it. I didn't cover it. I just stared at it for a long time. Then I came back inside and turned the mic on. Because this, right here, is the only place where things still make sense. I had a voice come through around 11:30. Young, calm, a boy. He said he was in an abandoned laundromat in Oklahoma City. Said the washers still work if you hand crank the flywheels. Said he's been using them to clean old blankets, rags, anything he can salvage from houses no one lives in anymore. Said he left signs taped to the front door. You are clean here. He didn't leave a name, but he said if I read his message, he'd know I heard him. So kid, if you're listening, I heard you. And that matters. That matters. Because in a world where nothing feels clean anymore, your little laundromat sanctuary is proof that people still care about things that seem small. Warm cloth, fresh water, a moment to feel human again. And for anyone near Oklahoma City, if you find that building, if you see that sign, go inside. Not because it's safe, but because it's sacred. We've stopped building temples, but we can still build kindness. I'm writing again, with my hands, in a notebook, pencil on paper, real lines, real scratches. I've filled 4 of them now. Logs, names, observations, sketches. 1 page of lyrics to a song I don't remember learning. Maybe I made it up. It goes like this. The light was never coming back, so we made our own with sound. The stars went blind and left us here, but still we're reaching out. If there's a God, it's just a pulse, a whisper through the floor. But when I speak, I feel you close, and I don't need much more. I don't know what that is. But I read it out loud anyway, because somewhere out there, someone might need to hear a voice that isn't screaming, that isn't lying, that's just trying. There's a storm to the north. I can feel it in the air. Not a thunderstorm, not wind, a different kind of pressure, a soft, low shudder that rolls through the ground like a wave you can't see. If you're near the Sierras, be careful, stay inside, stay grounded. And if you see blue light without heat, don't go near it. Someone in that light called me once, and I haven't heard them again. I'll be back on air in another hour, if the signal holds. If I don't black out. If the floor doesn't swallow the rest of the wires. I'm down to 1 full battery bank. That gives me maybe 4 more sessions before I have to go out again. I'm not looking forward to it, but I will. Because someone's got to stay loud. This is Cade Bishop, broadcasting into whatever's left of the night. I see the dark. I feel it pressing in. But I still have a voice, and I'll keep using it. It's 2:11 a.m., The station's so quiet I can hear the dust settling. Little taps on the desk. Barely their ticks on the mic stand. Every so often the floor creaks. Not from weight, just temperature. Or time. Or something else. I haven't heard movement outside in hours. That figure near the tower. It's gone now. Or maybe it never was. I've started doubting what I see through the windows. The glass has a strange tint now, like it's thickening, or like it's remembering too much light. I taped cardboard over the east-facing panes. The last thing I want is to catch that sky splitting open mid-sentence. I checked the shortwave an hour ago. Picked up something faint. A man speaking French. At least I think it was French. The signal was warped, watery. His voice kept looping over itself, like he was talking through mirrors. I could only make out one clear phrase, repeated 3 times before the static swallowed him. They are inside the orbit now. What orbit? Whose orbit? I don't know. But it felt like something important. If anyone out there speaks fluent French, listen to the bands between 4.8 and 5.2 megahertz. The voice rises every 23 minutes. You'll hear him. And if you decode anything, send it back. We need each other more than ever. I still have the tape of the child's voice. I played it again tonight. Over and over. The light is cold now. The man in the corner doesn't move. He only breathes when I stop. I played it backwards. I ran it through a frequency visualizer. Nothing. No hidden signal. Just fear. Pure and simple. The kind of fear that doesn't lie. I think we're starting to understand what this is now. Not a bomb, not a virus, not a war. This is a slow overwrite, a global memory wipe. The flash wasn't the end. It was the first keystroke. And now it's rewriting the air, the land, the water, the rhythm in our heads, the rules. Marcus was right. If he's alive, God, I hope he's alive. I think he'd be scribbling formulas like mad. He once said, "The universe has a language, and gamma bursts are its punctuation marks." Maybe this one was a full stop, or a question mark, or maybe just a correction. I found something earlier in the back closet, under a pile of station t-shirts and broken CD cases. A journal, not mine. Not labeled. Just a red leather-bound notebook with frayed corners and the smell of smoke. I didn't write it, but the handwriting looks like mine. The first page says, "When the sky opened, I saw the other station, the one beneath this one, where the broadcast never ends." That's it. I flipped through the rest. Pages and pages of signal logs I don't recognize. Coordinates I've never seen. Diagrams of towers that don't match any blueprint I've ever used. But the ink is fresh, and every entry is dated for tomorrow. I'm staring at it now. It's sitting right next to the mic. I haven't written in it yet. But part of me thinks, I already did. If you're hearing this, and you found something that shouldn't exist, a photo from a time that hasn't happened, a message from a voice you've never met but still know, don't destroy it. We might be circling ourselves. And if that's true, we might need breadcrumbs, names, more of them tonight. Because the silence is winning, and this is how we push back. Kenneth Byers, southeastern Colorado, said he lives in an abandoned greenhouse, uses mirrors to redirect sunlight into the soil. He's growing beans, real ones. He sent a message saying, "The leaves tremble after midnight." Eliana Toma, near Flagstaff, broadcasted a poem every hour on the hour yesterday. The last line stuck with me. If the sky forgets us, we'll remind it with fire. A voice I don't know, possibly automated, from near the old Vancouver Radio Dome. This is the last request. If you are clean, you may return. If you are not, stay in the earth. That looped 3 times, then static. Cass, a teenager from outside Lubbock, said he's carving messages into road signs and gas pumps. Left one that said, "Mom, I'm still walking. Still me, still smiling." I cried when I read that. Still am. I don't know how long we have. Not before death. That's not the question anymore. The question is, how long do we stay real? How long until we stop recognizing our own reflections? I'm going to sleep for an hour if I can. Just 1. If I wake, I'll be back. If I don't, well, you'll know. The silence will stretch longer than usual. This is Cade Bishop. Carson, Nevada. A man behind a mic, beneath a broken sky, beneath a louder silence. Still talking. Still reaching. Still us. It's 4 a.m. I didn't sleep. I tried. I curled up under the desk, wrapped myself in the same scratchy gray blanket I've had since the first power failure. I even shut my eyes for a while, but the hum kept going. That slow, low pulse beneath the concrete. It's not loud, but it doesn't stop. You don't hear it. You feel it. In the teeth. In the chest. Like it's inside the blood. And when I doze off, even for a second, I start dreaming with my eyes open. I saw the hallway again. Only this time, it didn't end. Just kept stretching. I stood up, took 1 step forward in the dream, then 2. Then I heard myself from behind whispering, "Don't go further. You won't come back real." I woke up in the chair. Might still live. If I said anything. If you heard me during that stretch. I don't remember it. Let me know. If my voice didn't sound like me, I need to know that too. I'm not being paranoid. I'm being careful. Because whatever the burst did, whatever came through that light, it's not just hitting the grid. It's eroding the soul. Quietly. Kindly. Like a wave pulling sand away grain by grain. We're not being attacked. We're being replaced. The power's holding. Barely. I hot-wired a golf cart battery into the backup relay. Had to strip the wires with a penknife and a lighter. My fingers are still twitching from the sparks. But it worked. I've got maybe 6 hours left before I need to venture out again. I'm thinking about heading toward the reservoir. There's a service shed there, used to store emergency spillway supplies. Last I checked, the door was padlocked, but most locks don't mean much anymore. I'll leave a mark, 3 horizontal lines scraped into the steel panel near the latch. If you see it, you'll know I was there. Leave something back. Anything. A name, a date, a memory. I don't care if it's just, I was here. That's worth more than food now. I heard from someone named Isaac, Northern Michigan. Said he's built a signal triangulation setup using old radio dishes and a weather balloon. He says the burst didn't come from a known star, didn't come from a nova, didn't even come from this galaxy. He says he traced the source to a point in deep void. No stars, no matter. A coordinate that's been black on every map for the last century. He said, it's not a place, it's a subtraction. And then he laughed, software slow. The kind of laugh you make when you're sitting too close to something that breaks your understanding. I asked him what he meant. He said, it's where the map folds inward. That was the last I heard. That phrase hasn't left me. If you're hearing this, if you've seen maps shift, if landmarks are moving, if rooms stretch, log it. Don't dismiss it. It's happening to more of us now. Someone left a drawing at the church steps across the street. I found it pinned under a rock with a bent screwdriver. Charcoal on yellow paper. A hand. 5 fingers. But the palm was a spiral, not skin. And in the center, a single black dot. Beneath it, he touched my shoulder. Now I remember less. I brought it back. It's pinned to the ceiling above the console now, next to the old station logo. I don't know what I believe anymore, but I know symbols matter. They hold the weight of repetition. And repetition is what keeps us tethered. So let's do that. Let's repeat what's true until it holds. Your name matters. Your memory is yours. This world is still ours, even if it's bent. I've got more names to read. These ones came in through Morse bursts last night. Someone's still out there with a hand crank and a key tap, sending truth out 1 dot at a time. Respect. Daphne K. in Redding, California. Her message: my son is still sleeping. He hears music in the hum. He says it's piano. Victor A., Western Kansas. Tractors don't run, but the scarecrows are moving. Unknown origin, likely Southwest. She opened the mirror. The mirror didn't close. Hannah S., Baltimore suburbs. Everyone's gone. Houses are clean. Too clean. Like no one ever lived here, but I remember their names. Jackie and Ren, New Orleans. We're playing old records at full volume every night. If you're nearby, come dance with us. We don't care if you're real. That last one, it got me. Because maybe that's the point now. Maybe being real is just refusing to go silent. Maybe it's dancing in a dead city with the record needle skipping and the air tasting like smoke just to say, we were here. So here I am. One voice in the hiss, one steady signal, one rusted tower holding back the end. I'll be here again in an hour. If the wires hold. If my hands still know how to work a switch. Until then, breathe deep. Say your name. Touch your own face. Know that it's still yours. This is Cade Bishop, Carson, Nevada. Still human, still broadcasting, still remembering. It's 5:26 a.m. The dark's been holding longer than it should. I know that sounds like a strange thing to say. It's night, of course it's dark. But this isn't regular darkness. It's active, like it's pushing, filling in the cracks of places it doesn't belong, crawling into the seams of memory and peeling it loose like old wallpaper. It's been 3 hours since I saw anything outside. No wind, no insects, no twitch of curtain across the street. I think the street itself is changing now. Every time I look out the front window, the layout shifts. The sidewalk used to curve around the corner of the gas station. Now it just stops, cuts off, as if the road got tired of continuing. I scratched a mark on the windowsill at 2:42 a.m. Just a line with the knife blade. I scratched another one 5 minutes ago, right where the last one should be. They're a full inch apart. The desk hasn't moved. I haven't moved. The building hasn't moved. So either the mark moved, or something isn't obeying measurements anymore. Marcus always said when you mess with time and distance, you stop being in place and start being an event. Maybe that's what we're stuck in now. Not a world, but an unfolding. a memory rethreading itself in real time. I haven't heard a voice on the line in over 2 hours. That's the longest it's been since I started this broadcast cycle. Even the ambient pulses have gone quiet. No hum in the metal. No whisper in the wall. It feels like I'm underwater. Deep, beyond reach. I opened the tape recorder just to see if the reel had stopped. It hadn't. But the tape inside looked different. Lighter. Faded. Like it's been sun-bleached, even though it's been inside the console for weeks. I touched it. It was warm. And I swear it pulsed once under my fingertip. That's not possible. And yet, if you've seen changes like this, objects that remember what they shouldn't, or forget what they always did, please send word. Even if it's just a note through shortwave. Even if it's a single phrase. Because we're losing more than time out here. We're losing agreement. Reality only works if we all remember the same shape. And the shape is slipping. I marked another line on the wall near the backup rig. That makes 14. One for every broadcast cycle since the first silence. Some of the old marks are smearing. Not from heat. Not from water. Just fading. Like chalk that never touched the wall at all. But I remember them. I made them. And I will not let them vanish without a fight. Here are tonight's messages. What I managed to collect before the bands went quiet. Read them out loud. Let them echo off your walls. It's how we stay real. Arden and Trace. Eastern Idaho. We built a light cage. It keeps the cold glow out. If you want plans, tap twice at midnight. Theo J. Outside of Boise. Time's moving wrong. The hour feels like it's skipping backward. My dog doesn't notice, but I keep ending up where I started. Old Man Chuck, Baton Rouge. Static's been whispering, says my daughter's still alive, says I need to head west. I don't trust it, but I'm going anyway. Voice unknown, sounds like mid-Appalachia. We're underground now, not hiding, just remembering. Rock doesn't forget, neither do we. Juniper A, Las Vegas ruins. Our rooftop garden is thriving. Soil came alive after the flash. We don't ask why. We just eat. You're welcome here. That last one, Juniper, I'm writing that one down twice. Because it's proof of life. Because it's proof of choice. Because even if everything else breaks, if we can still choose kindness, still offer shelter, then we are not done yet. I'm going to try to rest, just for 20 minutes. The window won't stop humming, and the hallway keeps looking longer than it should. But I need to close my eyes. Not to escape, but to reclaim. Dreams used to be private. Now they feel like broadcasts, too. If you hear me say something strange while I'm asleep, if my voice bleeds into the signal and it doesn't sound like me, log it. Tell me. I want to know what's coming through. This is Cade Bishop. Still fighting. Still holding the mic. Even as the room tilts and the sky forgets how to end. If you're listening, hold something. A rock. A book. A memory. Anything. Just don't let go. The shape is only ours if we remember it. It's 6:52 a.m. I didn't dream. Not this time. I think whatever part of my brain used to make dreams got overwritten or shut off. I laid down on the floor with the headset still on, mic cracked open just enough to catch my breathing, and for a little while, there was nothing. No colors, no sound, no memory. Just this blank, room behind the eyes. And when I woke up, if you can even call it waking, I was already sitting up, hands on my knees, staring at the blank wall like I'd been talking to it for hours. I checked the tape. Nothing recorded, but the reel had moved. I think I spoke. I just didn't hear it. That's happening more often now. Little moments folding in on themselves, memory gaps, blackouts that feel smooth, like someone cut them with a razor and tucked the pieces neatly away. If you've experienced that, you're not alone. If your sense of before is fading faster than your sense of now, write everything down. Keep a daily log. Not digital, pen and paper. Date it, time it, tape it to the wall. Say it out loud if you have to. What's gone doesn't always come back. But what we remember, that's armor. The air this morning is still. Not calm, not quiet. Just still. The kind of stillness you feel after an explosion, when everything's holding its breath to see what's left standing. The figure by the tower hasn't returned. Or maybe it never left. I just can't see it anymore. I keep catching flickers on the edge of the glass. A tilt of shadow. A vertical smear against the wall of sky. I don't think it's watching me. I think it's waiting. I still have the red notebook. The one with my handwriting that I didn't write. I flipped ahead this morning. Most of the pages are blank. But one wasn't. Page 63. A single line in pencil. On day 19, you'll hear your name spoken by someone who isn't you. I dropped the book when I read it, because I'd just woken up, and when I opened my eyes, I heard my name, whispered, from the far corner of the room. No one was there, no microphone, no speaker, just the air. I haven't touched the notebook since, but I didn't burn it either. I think it's listening, and I think it wants me to know it's listening. I scanned the bands earlier, 12.3 megahertz, nothing. 7th of September, dead air, 4.2, brief flicker of Morse, translated to one word, reversed, then silence. I called out. Nothing came back. If you sent that, if that was you, I heard it. And I wrote it down. Because it might matter later. They all might. The whole world is a string of breadcrumbs now. And the only thing between us and the erasure is how many we can leave before the wind takes them. I have new names. 5 this time. Small voices. Honest ones. Let's carry them forward. Delaney H., Southern Illinois. Our barn collapsed last night. No wind. Just gave up. I found my brother sitting in the wreckage, smiling. Said it wasn't built for the new shape. Ravi M., Oakland. Our radio tower fell, but the signal got stronger. Not sure if that's good. Something answers now. Lena and Garrett, Amarillo. The sky plays music when we close our eyes, different each night. Tonight it was violin. Last night, a train whistle slowed way down. The twins, no names given, maybe Virginia. We write each other's dreams down before we forget. We're starting to dream the same things. Esme, age 7. Unknown location. She whispered into the mic. My teddy bear knows my name, but he never said it before the light. I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know what's real. But I know a child named Esme whispered her truth into the air, and I heard her. That's reality enough for me. I'll be heading out again in a few hours, once the light rises, if it rises. I'm aiming for the old reservoir, like I said. If I don't make it back in 12 hours and this station goes quiet, assume I'm dead or lost in a loop. Either way, someone else will need to speak. Leave the signal running. Let it buzz. Let it scream. Let it breathe. Because silence isn't neutral anymore. Silence is the invitation. I'll be back if I can. If I can't, I'll leave a mark. Somewhere. This is Cade Bishop. Still Cade. Still holding. Still remembering my own name. It's 8:19 a.m. I made it back. If you're just tuning in. If the signal's finally cutting through wherever you are. I was gone for almost 2 hours. Left the station at first light, if you can even call it that. It was more like an oily glow pushing through fog, but I could see far enough to walk. Made it all the way to the reservoir and back without being followed. I think. The walk there was quiet. Too quiet. No crunch of gravel under my boots. No chirp. No creak. Just the soft hum of tension hanging in the air like wire stretched too tight. You ever walk somewhere you know should be familiar, but every step feels like you're trespassing in a memory that isn't yours? That's what it felt like. I reached the service shed. Still locked, just like I remembered. But the metal was warm, not sun warm. There was no sun. Just warm. Like it had been touched. Opened it anyway. Crowbar to the hinge. Snapped the rust loose. Inside was dust. A few scattered tools, old rain gear, one empty water barrel, and a manila folder. Untouched. Sitting in the exact center of the floor like someone had placed it there. My name was written on it. Block letters. Pencil. All caps. Cade Bishop. No return address. No fingerprints. I checked. I brought it back here. It's on the desk now. I haven't opened it. I don't know why. I want to. Every time I reach for it, my hand gets cold. Not scared, just numb. Like part of me knows whatever's inside doesn't belong here. But I'll read it. Not yet. But I will. Soon. If anyone out there has found something like this, personal, specific, impossible, write in. Call in. Even if it's just to say you saw it. I need to know I'm not the only one being tracked. Because that's what this feels like now. Not survival. Observation. The world's become a lab. And we're the last rats that remember we're in the maze. I saw something near the edge of the water before I left. A reflection. Not mine. I looked down and there it was, standing behind me. Taller than I am. No face. Just a dark shape with arms too long and shoulders that didn't move when it breathed. Except, I turned around, and nothing was there. But the reflection stayed. Even after I looked away, it only disappeared when I stepped back. That part I haven't figured out yet. I'm writing everything down. I've used 3 pencils in the last week. 1 notebook's full. The next one's half gone. Every detail goes in. Every pulse. Every shadow. Every name. Speaking of, new transmissions came through while I was gone. I set the recorder to scan and loop while I was out. Here's what we've got. Malik D., East Texas. The trees breathe now. At night you can hear it. Roots cracking, leaves rising and falling, like lungs made of wood. Giovanni and Elsie, somewhere in central Montana. We built a circle of mirrors, not for vanity, for defense. The things that move wrong won't cross it. Unknown signal, fragmented. The countdown didn't fail. We just forgot what it was for. Mara L. outskirts of Toronto. There's a man in my backyard every night. Same man, same coat, same smile. But the fence is locked. It's always been locked. Father Jeremiah, Gulf Coast. I am still ringing the bell every morning at sunrise. One chime for every name I remember. Today I rang it 13 times. If you recognize any of those names, repeat them, speak them, write them, make a circle around them in charcoal and tape them to your wall. They matter. You matter. Even now, especially now. I haven't opened the folder, but I did turn it over. There's something written on the back. Just one line. You'll need this before the 23rd cycle. I checked the tallies on the wall. Today is the 20th. 3 more, whatever that means. I'm going to try recording an offline segment later. For the record, for whoever comes next. It won't be edited, won't be polished. Just me, saying what happened. So someone, someday, can understand how the sky broke and what we did when the light turned cold. This is Cade Bishop, back in the booth, back from the edge. Still not blinking, still broadcasting, still us. It's 9:42 a.m. The sky's doing something new. Not brighter, not darker, just thinner. Like a veil stretched too far, like we were never supposed to look this deep. There's movement behind it. Not clouds, not birds. Bigger, slower, like shapes drifting in syrup far beyond the atmosphere. I counted 3 of them. They don't flicker. They don't make sound. But they're casting shadows, and there's no sun. I don't know what that means yet. I haven't opened the folder. Still on the desk. Still waiting. Every time I try, I get this nausea. Like vertigo, but inside the chest. I keep hearing that line over and over again in my head. You'll need this before the 23rd cycle. I don't know what the 23rd cycle is, but it's coming. I felt it this morning. My reflection's gone. It didn't fade. It didn't shift. It's just not there anymore. I went into the break room, stood in front of the old mirror above the sink, turned the flashlight on, and nothing. Just the counter. Just the wall behind me. Just space where I should be. I waved my hand. Nothing. I touched my face. Still there. Still me. But the mirror doesn't agree anymore. I left it alone. Covered it with a towel. If you're experiencing something similar, reflection distortion, glass behaving wrong, mark it down. You're not crazy. You're not alone. Something in this event is targeting memory, identity, recognition. We aren't dying fast. We're being forgotten slow. I got a shortwave packet from someone calling themselves the archivist. No name, no voice, just encoded bursts. I decoded them line by line. It said, "To remember is to resist. Forgetting is the first infection. Keep speaking. Keep logging. Build redundancies in memory. You are the spine now." No idea where it came from, but it felt deliberate. Personal. I don't know who the archivist is, but they know what's happening, and they've been watching the collapse longer than I have. If you're out there, and you're hearing this, I got your message, and I'm still logging, still speaking, still keeping the spine intact. I saw a fire this morning, small one, maybe half a mile east, smoke rising clean, no noise, no ash in the wind. That's the first sign of life I've seen in days. Not a flare, not a reflection. Just fire. Someone lit it on purpose. If you're near the Carson foothills, and that fire was yours, thank you. Even if you didn't mean to be seen, you were. And sometimes that's enough. A lot of people ask me what it's like now, day to day. Here's the truth. It's quiet, not peaceful. Just quiet. Every sound feels like it matters. A door creak, a cough, the click of a lighter. The little things we used to drown out have become anchors. Each one says, "You're still here. This is still real." So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to describe the station, out loud, in detail. Every object, every corner, so it doesn't disappear, so it doesn't change when I blink. The desk is walnut veneer, chipped on the right edge, burn mark from a soldering iron. There's a coffee ring on the far left, one I never cleaned off. The microphone is matte black, old, patched with tape. The arm squeaks when I pull it close. There's a red push lamp near the edge. Doesn't work. Never did. The window behind me faces north. Glass is fogged, cracked in the corner. There's a post-it note on the frame with the words, "Don't forget to drink," in blocky green marker. My handwriting. The wall behind the mixer board is covered in paper. Maps, names, signal logs. They're starting to curl. The floor is concrete. Cold. One spot by my left boot has a rust-colored stain I can't scrub out. There's a wind-up clock nailed to the south wall. It's ticking. Even now. Even though I haven't wound it in a week. I don't know how. But it ticks. That's the station. Or what's left of it. And now that I've spoken it, it's real again. And if I forget, I'll come back here. To this tape. To these words. That's how we fight. We speak what we see, so it can't vanish. I have names. They came in last night. Voice fragments layered into a looping FM burst. Static smooth, slow rolling, like the wind learning how to whisper. These are the names it left me. Dorian, age unknown, western slope of the Rockies. There's a tunnel that's not on any map. When I walk through it, I come out 2 hours before I entered. It's how I've stayed ahead of it. Rena, near Lake Michigan. The birds came back, but they don't cast shadows anymore. Parker and Wren, Kansas Plains. We built a tower of glass bottles. It hums when the sky flickers. We sleep near it. We trust it. LEM, somewhere in the ruins of San Francisco. I climb the same building every morning. It resets. The graffiti changes. One message stays. You survived again. Jonah, Midwestern tunnels. I don't think I'm me anymore, but I still talk. So I guess that counts. I've added them to the ledger. They're real. They spoke. They pushed back. If you're out there and afraid, speak something. Even if it's just your name. Even if it's just a sound. Because silence is where this thing lives now. It swims in the hush. It feeds on it. We don't give it that. Not yet. Not while I'm still here. Not while this mic still works. This is Kate Bishop. Carson, Nevada. Tethered to a name, tethered to a desk, tethered to you. Still broadcasting. Still burning. It's 11:01 a.m. The folder is open. I waited as long as I could. I stared at it, paced around it, talked out loud like it was a stray dog I didn't trust. But in the end, I had to see. Inside, 6 pages, handwritten. No signature, no header, no date. But the handwriting matches mine. Exactly. I'm not exaggerating. Every curve, every crossed T, every messy loop in the lowercase g. It's like someone took my journal, stripped the words, and filled it with something else. Page 1 is a map, not a topographic one, just a sketched layout, circles, arrows, a tower in the center marked Station B, and something surrounding it called the Fold. No state names, no roads, just shapes. The edges of the map fade out like the paper gave up trying. Pages 2 through 5 are labeled, "If you forget." They're instructions. I'm reading them now out loud, because I need them to be real. Need you to hear them too. If you forget, write your name on your skin before you sleep. Use marker, ink, blood. Doesn't matter. You'll know who you are faster when the voices try to wear your face. Do not stare at anything reflective for longer than 10 seconds. They learn that way. They echo you before they take you. Keep sound moving. Speak. Human. Tap your fingers. Anything to interrupt the stillness. Silence is a threshold. Burn pages you don't remember writing. If they come back, burn them again. If the hallway stretches, close your eyes. Walk backward. Do not turn around. When the light pulses, count backward from 30. If you forget what number you're on, you're not alone anymore. Trust only the names you say out loud twice. Once isn't enough. 3 is too many. Don't wait for rescue. You are the rescue. Page 6 was blank, except for one thing at the bottom. This isn't the first time you've read this. I dropped the folder. I didn't even mean to. My hand just let go. Because that line, it unlocked something. A flash. Not from the sky this time. From me. I remembered a hallway I don't recognize. I remembered a door with my voice behind it, crying into static. I remembered holding a mic and saying, "We'll try again." That's all. Then it was gone. But I wrote it down. That's what I do now. I write everything down. I added a line to the wall. 20-second broadcast. Which means next is 23. Which means, whatever this is, it's almost here. Or maybe it already came. And we're the echo. That's what the archivist wrote. You are the spine now. Maybe we've looped so many times we've worn a groove in the world deep enough for memory to stick. Maybe that's why the signal still works. I'll hold on to that thought. Because hope isn't about thinking things will get better. It's about making sure something remains. I've got more names. These came through in a burst signal at 10:17 a.m. AM band. Unmodulated. Just syllables repeated over carrier tone. Decoded as Milo in the ruins of Memphis. I found a shopping cart full of clocks. They're all ticking, all set to the same time. I didn't touch them. June 5th, Colorado Highlands. I made a room out of books. It's warmer in there. The ink protects me. Carmen and Zeke, outskirts of Tucson. Our water barrel sings if we tap it at dusk. We don't ask why anymore. Unknown voice, New Jersey. I think I'm becoming static. My skin buzzes when I breathe. Rory L., somewhere south. I wrote my dreams in chalk. The rain hasn't touched them. If any of these people hear this, I've spoken your names. You exist. You persist. You matter. And if you're listening right now, wondering if you're the last, wondering if any of this means anything. It does, because you're hearing me, which means the signal survived, which means we survived, for now. I'll check back in after midday, sun permitting, batteries holding, if the hallway doesn't stretch again. I'll sign off for now with this. This is Cade Bishop, Carson, Nevada. One voice in the fold, speaking out again and again, until the world listens, or forgets me. But not yet. Not this time. It's 12:45 p.m. The shadows are moving wrong. I don't mean fast or slow. I mean they're not following anything anymore. There's no sun, no fixed light source. But I still see shapes stretch across the floor, like something passed in front of a flame that isn't there. They don't match me. They don't match anything in this room. I turned off every light, unplugged everything. Still, they move. If you're somewhere near the edge of the Great Basin and you've noticed anything similar, shadows without source, movement without direction, log it. Note the time, the position, the color. Are they still sharp-edged, or do they bleed at the edges? Mine bleed. They look like they're melting. I haven't touched the folder since this morning. It's still sitting here, wide open, its pages flat as if nothing in them should be secret. But they feel loud now, like I can hear the paper humming, like it's trying to speak through vibration. The 6th page keeps catching my eye. The last line. This isn't the first time you've read this. I keep thinking, what if I wrote it? What if every time this cycle loops, I leave something for myself? And what if the only way I make it through is by trusting me, even when I don't remember? I keep looking for cracks in my memory, fault lines, moments that feel rehearsed, and there's one that keeps echoing. The way I always say, this is Cade Bishop, Carson, Nevada. I say it like muscle memory, but I don't remember choosing to say it that way. What if I've said it 1,000 times? What if the reason I still say it now is because the voice before me always did? That scares me more than the shadows, more than the sky. Because if memory can echo without origin, how much of us is actually ours? How much of me is new? I tried making noise earlier, just to test something. I banged a metal pan against the counter. I whistled. I played the same segment of static on loop for 20 minutes. Nothing changed, except one thing. The hallway shortened. I walked it 4 times yesterday, 23 paces every time. After the noise, 18. I didn't move the walls. I measured twice. It's real. Something's listening. And it responds to rhythm. Maybe that's why the pulse exists. Maybe the hum under the floor is more than a symptom. Maybe it's the key. I'm going to try something at sunset. I'm going to loop the names, 1 per minute. Spoken clearly. Spoken with care. Just like I've been doing every day. But I'll loop them. Layer them with the pulse from the wall. With the reflection frequency I logged on day 9. I want to see what changes. If nothing does, fine. But if something does, I'll record it. Even if I don't understand it. Even if it's me speaking back. Now, names. These came in through a very faint signal around 12:03. Barely audible. I had to boost it using an old radio compressor I pulled from the archives. But they came through. Henrik S., near Duluth. I keep seeing my wife in my dreams. She's older than she ever was in life, and she doesn't recognize me. Clover, Colorado Springs. There's a shape under the lake. We don't swim anymore. We just watch it watching. Jasmine and Theo, Northwest Desert Region. We drew a line in salt across the doorway. The figure stops there. For now. Unknown. AM, bleed over. The mirror's open to somewhere else. We only look when the wind stops. Raphael. Brooklyn ruins. Every night I lose a tooth. Every morning it's back. But my mouth is getting crowded. If you're out there, if you're any of them, I heard you. We all did. We're still tethered. Still bound by voice. Even if the world won't hold shape anymore. There's something else. Something I haven't said yet. Because I'm scared it'll break the spell. But here it is. I almost didn't make it back from the reservoir. I didn't lose direction. I didn't run into anyone. I just stopped. Right in the middle of the road. And I don't remember why. For a full hour, according to my watch, I didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't breathe. Not the way I do now. I just stood. And when I came back into myself, when the noise in my head switched on again, I was already walking back. I was halfway here. No memory of turning around. No sense of time passing. And my hands were wet. But there was no water nearby. No rain. Just wet skin and that rising panic in the chest like you woke up somewhere you shouldn't be. Whatever's out there, it's not just watching anymore. It's testing. So I'll test back. At sunset, I'll run the loop. I'll call it the mirror sequence. If you hear anything unusual, voices within voices, echoes of your own name when I haven't said it, log it. We're running out of time. But we're not out yet. This is Cade Bishop. Still here. Still resisting. Still carving sound into the dark like teeth into bark. This is station 94.7 FM. Still breathing through backup. The air's thick with moisture in here, and I can't tell if that humming is the generator or the bones in my jaw vibrating from the thunder. Either way, I'm still alive. Griffin Shaw on the mic. And if you're hearing me, it means we're both still somewhere that isn't underwater yet. Drop a comment. Tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's on 9:42 p.m. Thursday. But that doesn't mean a whole lot anymore. Days are starting to bleed into each other. Hours feel like they're being chewed up and spit out by this storm. I haven't seen a break in the rain in, 6 days? 7? It's hard to tell. I tried marking the days on the glass with a Sharpie, but the windows are sweating too much, just smeared into black tears. I'm broadcasting from what used to be the Community Arts Building here in Merrow Falls, up in southern Wisconsin. 3rd floor. Windows duct-taped and tarped. Power grid's been out since Monday morning. Completely dead. We've got this old diesel generator and a makeshift antenna running through what's left of the town's ham rig. Nothing elegant, but it's enough to send this signal as far as Racine if the sky cooperates. I'm saying all this up front for anyone stumbling across this station by accident. You're not hallucinating. This isn't a prank. I'm real. This broadcast is real. And if you're still tuning in, still alive, still dry, I'd like to hear from you eventually. No pressure. Just maybe write something. Record it. Throw a bottle with a note if you have to. There's something unbearable about silence after so much noise. You know what I miss? Wind. Not this lashing, angry kind we've got now, but that soft spring wind. The kind that makes trees whisper like they're trading secrets. All we get now is roaring. And the water. Jesus, the water. It doesn't fall anymore. It slams. It hammers rooftops, floods the gutters, pounds the streets until pavement gives way like wet paper. The sirens haven't gone off in 2 days, either because the last responders ran out of gas, or because they finally gave up trying to tell people to evacuate. There's nowhere to go. Every highway out of town is underwater or collapsed. I saw a Subaru half submerged on 71. Looked like it had tried to drive across a bridge that wasn't there anymore. No people inside, just floating fast food wrappers and a child's rain boot. It wasn't always like this. We all know that. But if I had to trace it, put a pin in the timeline, it started last month. I mean, we've always had weird springs. Late snow, sudden heat waves. But this was different. The rain came and didn't stop. The rivers rose and didn't crest. We thought it would pass, like it always does, like a bad mood. But it didn't. They were calling it a stalled atmospheric river. Something about a jet stream locking in place. I'm no meteorologist, but I remember a guy named Rick Sampson, old Navy radar tech, retired here years ago. He called in on the second day of the storm, told me the pressure maps didn't make sense, said the system looked engineered, not natural, like someone pressed pause on a hurricane. He hasn't called back since. There are rumors. Always are. Military experiments. Geoengineering gone wrong. Some people blame China. Some people blame God. I don't know what I believe. But I do know that this storm, whatever it isn't acting like anything we've seen before, and nobody from the big networks is talking. NPR went dark on Monday. Cable news ran reruns of election debates until the screens froze. Then static. Then nothing. I keep checking the NOAA frequencies. It's all garbled. Half sentences. Broken data. One time I caught a fragment. Rainfall estimates exceed, and then it cut. No units, no location, just dread. We had a food drive here 2 nights ago. 20 people showed up, soaked to the bone. We pooled what we had, canned beans, powdered milk, water jugs. Someone brought a hand-crank flashlight, and I swear it was like passing around fire in the Stone Age. Grown men crying over batteries. The rain hasn't just flooded roads. It's breaking us down. Roofs are caving. Basements filled. Molds creeping up the walls. I saw a woman walking down Center Street barefoot in knee-high water, cradling a cat in a trash bag like a swaddled infant. That's where we are now. Drenched, desperate, and just trying to hold on to whatever matters. Let me tell you something honest. I'm scared. I try not to show it. I try to sound steady, but I haven't slept right in days. I wake up every 20 minutes thinking I hear the water inside the walls. Sometimes I do. Sometimes it's just the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears. I think about leaving, about walking out and trying to find higher ground. But where would I go? Even if I got 5 miles out, there's no guarantee the roads would still exist. And besides, this signal, it might be the last voice some people hear. I can't abandon that. All right, I've got an update from the eastern edge. A man named Terry, lives near Janesville, managed to get through earlier on the shortwave. Said they lost their radio tower but patched something together with copper wire and a weather balloon. He reported landslides east of town, whole hills giving way like wet sand. One took out a veterinary clinic. They barely got the animals out in time. He said he hasn't seen stars in a week. Said the clouds pulse like there's something behind them, like backlit cotton. I'll take calls later if I can stabilize the line. For now, just breathe. If you're somewhere dry, stay there. If you're near a hill, get higher. And if you've got a signal, Record your story. We need each other now more than ever. And not in some vague philosophical way. I mean it literally. We need voices, signals, coordination. Because if the rain doesn't drown us, the silence will. This is Griffin Shaw, station 94.7 FM, signing off for now. I'll be back when I can. Stay alive. It's 4:11 in the morning. I haven't slept. Not really. The roof's been moaning like an old man with bad lungs, and the rain hasn't let up once. I keep thinking maybe there'll be a break, a little lull, enough time to step outside, take a breath, look up at the sky and maybe see something besides black clouds. But no, just more water. The streets below the station look different than they did last night. That sedan on the corner? The one with the bumper sticker that says, "My kid made honor roll"? It's gone now. Either floated off or sunk beneath the flood water. In its place, a shopping cart full of soaked sleeping bags and 2 chairs just bobbing there like they belong to some underwater dining set. There's a plastic tricycle hanging off the railing of the old pharmacy. Don't know how it got up there. Maybe it floated. Maybe someone tried to use it as a raft. I keep wondering if the kid who used to ride it is still around. And if they are, I hope to hell they're dry. You ever notice how loud it gets when there's no power? Not from machines, from the air, from your own body. The building creaks like it's breathing. My heart beats louder than it should be. My stomach sounds like thunder. It's like the whole world got unplugged and now we're stuck hearing what's always been underneath. Earlier, the generator hiccuped. Gave me a full 5 seconds of pure silence. I thought I was going to throw up. I don't know what happens if that thing fails. I mean, I know technically. The signal dies. The broadcast ends. But I mean for me. What happens to me when I can't talk to anyone anymore? I think I've built my sanity around this microphone. There's a man I keep thinking about. Name's Chris. I knew him before all this. He ran the gas station just off the 14. Quiet guy, big hands, always smelled like WD-40. Last week, he stopped by during one of the few dry hours we had. He was wearing a trash bag poncho and carrying 3 red gas cans. Said he was headed north. Didn't say why. Didn't ask if I wanted to come. Just nodded at the station like he was saluting a grave and left. I think about whether he made it. Whether the water caught up to him. Whether he found anything besides more rain. We've been getting weird pulses on the shortwave bands. I caught one last night at 3:02 a.m. exactly. It was like a slow clicking, 12 beats in a row, then a pause, then again. Over and over. No voice, no call sign, nothing to trace. I recorded it, played it back. Same pattern. I don't know if it's some old system rebooting, or if someone's trying to reach out. But it was structured. It felt like code. Morse? Maybe. I've been rusty on that since the Scouts. If you're the one sending those clicks, I hear you. I don't know what you're trying to say, but I hear you. Water levels rose another 4 inches overnight. That's according to James, who's been tracking it with chalk marks outside the public library. He left a note under my door. Said the fountain out front has vanished. Not just flooded, he wrote. Gone. Like the ground swallowed it. Weird thing is, the rain's warm now. Warmer than the air. It's like standing under someone else's shower. Almost comforting, if you don't think too hard about it. But I do. I think about it all the time. About what's feeding the storm. What's keeping it alive when every natural law says it should have broken apart days ago. Here's what I know. This is no ordinary weather system. It's locked in place like it's been nailed to the continent. Storm trackers stopped trying to model it 3 days ago. They can't make the data work. The patterns are wrong. Wind directions contradict each other. Pressure zones don't match elevation. A buddy of mine who used to work at NOAA, retired now, lives out near Des Moines. He emailed me the day the storm hit. Subject line: "This isn't right." The message just said, "They knew. Months ago. Check the readings from March 12th. But I can't check them. The servers are gone. The data's offline. There's no more checking. Just memory and scraps. That's all we've got." I keep hearing people use the word unnatural to describe this, but I don't think that's even close. Unnatural implies interference. I think this storm is something worse. Something ignored for too long. Something we all felt building behind the curtain and chose not to pull it back. You want to know what broke me today? It wasn't the rain, wasn't the cold or the isolation or even the static on the line. It was the sound of children laughing. I heard it through the wall, just barely. There's an old apartment across the alley, 2nd floor. 3 windows boarded up, 1 left cracked open, and through that crack I heard giggles. Real ones, not panicked, not scared, just laughter. And for a second I thought maybe it was a recording. A TV left running, but it kept going, and it got louder. They were playing a board game by candlelight. 4 kids, I think. Maybe a parent in the back. I couldn't see much, but I could see the candlelight flicker and their silhouettes leaning in. And I just stood there with my hand on the glass, like some lonely ghost, watching people who remembered how to be human. It broke me, in the best possible way. There's still light. There's still warmth. It's small, fragile, but it's there. All right, if anyone out there is still keeping logs, here's what I've gathered from inbound messages and personal notes. Flooding has overtaken most of Route 11 from Jefferson to New Lisbon. The overpass near Oak Ridge Mall is gone. Avoid that route. Cattle from 3 separate farms were spotted loose on the edge of Rock County. If you're armed and know how to manage livestock, they might be the difference between starvation and survival for your group. Some people have been using old crank-based weather radios to pick up localized updates. If yours has a hand crank, treat it like gold. Battery power is more valuable than money now. That's not philosophy, that's reality. If you have a solar setup, even a small panel, plug it in whenever the clouds lighten. Even 5 minutes of reduced cloud density might be enough to recharge a radio or flashlight. People have reported brief thinnings in cloud cover during late mornings between 10 and 11 a.m. And if anyone still has access to books on water filtration, first aid, mechanics, read them, share them, tear out the pages and pass them around if you have to. This storm doesn't care how smart you were in school. It only cares how fast you adapt. I'll be back again around dawn. Maybe earlier if the signal holds. Until then, find each other. Light a candle. Laugh if you can. Cry if you need to. Just don't go quiet. Don't let this storm turn us all to ghosts. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM. Still here. Still human. I'm back. It's just past noon now. I waited for the rain to ease up before trying to power the transmitter again. Didn't matter. The rain never eased. It just shifted, changed shape. It's not falling now so much as it's drifting sideways, like it's confused about which direction gravity's supposed to go. That can't be right, I know. But I swear to you, when I opened the window a crack, it blew in at a 90-degree angle. soaked half the floor before I could shut it again. I moved my bedding to the opposite wall. Damp again. I think my socks have been wet for 4 straight days. I keep rotating them out, laying them near the generator's exhaust pipe for warmth, but it's no use. It's in the air now, in my bones. The walls are sweating. I didn't even know drywall could do that. There's something heavy about the humidity now, like it's picked up weight. It smells electric, like burnt copper and rot, like wires that got too hot and gave up. Maybe the building's dying. Maybe everything is. I've got an update. There's been no new broadcasts from Minneapolis since last night. I've had my dial parked on 101.9, waiting for their emergency updates. But it's just static now. They were the last official weather station north of here still reporting, still sending emergency forecasts. Yesterday, they played a recorded loop, warning people to stay off Highway 35. Something about mudslides and sinkholes opening up near the riverbanks. But that message has stopped too. Now it's just white noise. I know what that means. You do too. The station's probably down. Could be power, could be evacuation, could be worse. But when the towers fall silent, the cities go dark. That's the pattern now. Still nothing from FEMA. No new text relays. No updated contingency zones. The last FEMA contact came through a week ago, somewhere out of Missouri. I don't know if it was legitimate or just some bored signal operator bouncing ghost pings off the ionosphere, trying to pretend someone was still listening. The president hasn't spoken in 8 days. The White House site is down. And not just down, scrubbed, like someone wiped it clean. Try loading it, and you get a 404 with no branding, no headers, nothing. Just empty. There was a brief television feed out of Toronto that made its way online yesterday morning. Looked like a bootleg satellite capture. Probably an old satellite someone repurposed. It showed downtown under full lockdown, military trucks lining Queen Street, helicopters hovering above empty intersections, and people, just a few, running through the rain with what looked like battery packs strapped to their backs. I watched it 6 times. It looped. I stared at it for over an hour. I kept thinking, maybe I'd see someone I know. I didn't. But one of the trucks had markings. Not Canadian, not American either. It was white, all white, with no flag. Just a number. 07-14. No license plate. I paused it. Zoomed. Tried to read what was scrawled on the windshield. Looked like tape or marker. Just one word. Return. Return to what? I don't know if anyone else saw that broadcast. It was only up for an hour before it got pulled. Or maybe the server just failed. Either way, it's gone now. If you saw it and you recorded it, let me know. We've got to start building an archive. If nothing else, for whoever comes after us. If anyone does. I got a call earlier. Landline, not radio. That surprised me. Didn't even know the phone was still working. It was faint, full of static, but I heard her voice. Her name's Elena. She's holed up in a school just outside of Freeport, Illinois. Said they've converted the gym into a shelter. Told me they're taking in families, setting up water catch systems off the roof, using old propane tanks for heat. She sounded tired, not just sleepy, worn, like a candle that's been burning too long and is starting to melt sideways. She said they buried 3 people yesterday. Died of exposure, even indoors. She said one of them was a man who used to be a plumber. Spent his last 2 days teaching a teenager how to keep the sewage from backing up through the gym showers. She said he had a note in his pocket when he died. Said, "I didn't survive this long to be useless." That stuck with me. I told her I'd mention them on the air. that I'd say his name if she gave it. She didn't. She said he wouldn't have wanted that, just wanted the job done. So to the man in Freeport, the one who kept the sewage out of the showers, you are not useless. There are hundreds of people like him, people I'll never meet, people who are doing what they can, where they are, with what they have. It's not glorious. It's not newsworthy, but it's real. And it's what's holding this continent together right now, because the governments aren't. I heard from someone near Detroit who says the city's on self-governance now. Local police are gone, hospitals are locked. People have started forming neighborhoods into clans. They share food, block off streets, even take turns keeping watch from rooftops. One man named Rashid wrote in, said they're using fireworks to signal between blocks. Red for food, blue for danger, green for open routes. It's chaotic, but it's working. For now. I hope it holds. I really do. If anyone out there knows how to safely dry out canned food, yeah, apparently that's a thing now, please call in. Someone wrote asking if waterlogged labels mean contamination. I don't know the answer, but I know someone does. And if you've got old farming manuals, seed packets, guides to fermentation, anything that helps make life possible without power, start sharing. Not just with me, with each other, with your kids, with your neighbors. This isn't just a storm anymore. It's a slow-motion reboot. And none of the smart stuff made it through the first firewall. This is our chance to remember what people knew before they forgot how to do everything without a screen. Last night, during a lull, I found an old transistor radio in the closet. Covered in dust, battery compartment rusted out. Took me an hour to clean it. Another 30 minutes to get the tuning right. But eventually, I caught something. It was weak. Just piano music. No voice, no call letters. Just this sad, patient melody, looping on what sounded like a scratched cassette. It made my throat hurt, hearing it. Like remembering someone you thought you forgot. Maybe that's someone else broadcasting too. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe you're not either. If you can still write, pen and paper, write. Write down your name, where you are, who you're with. Tape it to a wall, nail it to a tree. If someone finds it after, they'll know that you were here, that you lived through this, that it wasn't just some erasure. Because that's what this storm wants, I think. Not just to flood the land or drown the buildings. It wants to erase us. Take the memory of what we were and soak it until it fades like ink in rain. Don't let it. Even if you have to shout into an empty room, remember yourself out loud. I'll be back again tonight, if the generator holds. I'm going to try and solder a better link into the antenna relay. If I vanish, it's not because I gave up. It's because the storm finally found a way in. Until then, hold fast, stay awake, and if it's raining where you are, and I know it is, let the sound remind you that you're still here, still breathing, still a voice in the dark. Griffin Shaw, still on 94.7 FM. For now. It's me again. I didn't plan to broadcast this soon. The plan was to wait till nightfall, conserve fuel, maybe patch up the left side window where the tarps started to sag. But I couldn't wait. Something happened about an hour ago. I was sitting by the back stairwell, drinking the last of the powdered coffee I've been rationing. No sugar, no creamer, just bitter grit and heat. I heard something down below. Not thunder, not wind. A thud. And then, a voice. I went quiet. Cut the generator. Listened. There it was again. A woman. Crying. I thought maybe I was hallucinating. That kind of thing happens. You spend too long alone, Too long listening to the same rhythm of storm and silence, your mind starts sewing shadows into shapes. But no, it wasn't in my head. She was real. She was calling out. I took the flashlight, made my way down the stairwell, slow, careful. The steps were slick with condensation and mildew. The whole stairwell stank like wet wood and rotting carpet. Third floor, empty. Second floor, still barricaded from when I tried to make it a sleeping area. First floor, lobby level, flooded. Not deep, maybe ankle high, but the tiles had buckled and something oily swirled on the surface. And then I saw her. She was standing just inside the vestibule, one arm cradling a bundle wrapped in what looked like a curtain. The other hand was banging on the inner glass door with her fist. She looked up and saw me, and she said, "Please." That was it. Just that one word. I let her in. Her name's Maya. She walked here from the north side. Said she's been moving through the city for 2 days, looking for signs of life. Found nothing but empty cars, half-looted stores, and water. So much water. She thought she saw light in one of the upper windows here, and took a chance. The bundle she was carrying? It's her son, 2 years old. His name's Eli. He's sleeping now. I cleared a space upstairs and gave them the driest blanket I had left. She hasn't said much since. Just sits beside him and watches the walls like they might crack open and pull her in. I'll keep them here as long as I can. It's strange, having someone else in the station. The air feels different, warmer, not better, just changed. I didn't realize how quiet I'd gotten, how internal, just drifting in my own head for hours at a time, talking to this microphone like it was the last heartbeat left in the world. And now, there's breath, footsteps, a baby's soft snore. I forgot how powerful it is just to hear another human breathe. All right, now for the updates. The Mississippi has broken 2 levees between Dubuque and Bellevue. Got confirmation from a man named Jordan, broadcasting from his pickup's shortwave just south of Maquoketa. He said entire neighborhoods are now ponds. Said you can hear fish flopping in the parking lots. Said his cousin's apartment building floated off its foundation and slid 2 blocks downhill before getting pinned between 2 maple trees. He also said people are starting to disappear. Not die, disappear. I asked him what he meant. He got real quiet. Then he said this: they go into the rain, and they don't come back out. I wanted to ask more, but his signal died. Not cut, not static, just gone. Disappearing. I don't like that word. We've already lost so much. People vanishing feels like something the storm would want. A storm with intention, one that doesn't just flood, it unravels. That same idea came up again in a note I got slipped under the door yesterday. No name, no return address. Just a single rain-warped index card with this handwritten in all caps. The storm isn't weather. The storm is memory loss. When you stop speaking, it takes you. I don't know who wrote that. Don't know if it's metaphor or madness. But I haven't thrown the card away. What if it's true? What if the rain erases more than homes? You think I sound crazy? Maybe I am. But I've heard enough now to start wondering. The patterns are wrong. The birds are gone. The insects are dead. No flies, no mosquitoes, no buzzing at night. Just silence and water. Constant, heavy, drowning silence. Except it's not just silence. Not really. You listen long enough, and you start to hear it. The low-frequency hum. I don't have the words for it. Not thunder. Not machines. It's deeper. like the earth's exhaling through a crack it didn't know it had. I recorded it last night. I'll play it for you tomorrow. I want to compare it to a sample Maya said she heard back in March when this all started. She says it came from the sky. Not lightning, not planes, just this deep resonance, like a moan. We don't know what we're inside of yet, but it isn't natural, and it isn't over. Okay, survival notes. I've started jotting them between broadcasts. Things that might help, even if they're obvious, because the mind stops holding things when you're in survival mode. You forget stuff you thought you'd never forget. Keep your batteries above waist level. Even if your place is dry now, you don't know what tomorrow's going to look like. Water creeps up when you sleep. Boil any rainwater you catch, even if it looks clean, especially if it looks clean. If you can, use steel wool and a 9-volt battery to start fire. Doesn't matter if your hands are wet, it'll still spark. But be careful. Do it away from fuel sources. Try to sleep in shifts if you're with a group. Trust is good. Backup is better. Write things down. Where you were, what you saw, who you were with. It might save someone's life if you're gone. And here's something important. Don't assume the worst about people. Desperation makes people strange, yes, but it also makes them generous. I've seen more acts of kindness in the last 6 days than I saw in the last 6 years. An old man giving away his last matches to a stranger. A kid pulling strangers under an awning just before a power line snapped overhead. A woman making soup out of pine needles and bouillon cubes and feeding 5 people who weren't her family. Don't lose that. Don't lose you. I'm going to try and make contact with the Hamnet Circle out west later today. They've been off and on. Last I heard, they were relaying updates from Salt Lake through a relay tower up in the hills. If I catch anything, I'll record and rebroadcast with permission. Right now, I need to check on the leak by the supply closet. The tarp, there's thinning, and I think some of my tools are starting to rust. But before I go, listen, I don't have much to offer. No rescue plan, no chopper, no map, just my voice. And I'll keep giving it until the static takes me. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM. Still here. Still me. It's 3:18 in the afternoon, or something close to it. The light outside hasn't changed in hours. That's another strange thing about this storm. There's no sun, no real day. The clouds are so thick it might as well be dusk all the time. Just a dark gray smudge from horizon to horizon, like someone painted over the sky and forgot to let it dry. Maya's upstairs with Eli. He's still sleeping. She finally talked to me this morning, really talked. Not just thanks and quiet glances. She told me how she ended up here, how she got separated from the rest of her family, how her brother tried to drive them out of the city once the rain got serious. Said they took the long route toward the highway. But the roads were jammed, people panicking, engines flooded. They ended up on foot, picking their way through shallow neighborhoods that were already chest-deep in water. They tried to head for a shelter near the high school, but the roof had collapsed, and the only people left were huddled under tents in the parking lot. No power, no food, just standing in the rain. They stayed one night. In the morning, her brother was gone. Just gone. She doesn't know if he left, got swept away, gave up, or something worse. She said she tried to follow the sound of a church bell later that night. Someone had been ringing it, probably as a signal. But the deeper she went, the quieter it got. Said the bell didn't fade. It cut out, like it hit a wall, And when she got closer, there was no church. Just a flooded intersection and the echoes of something she couldn't see. She stopped talking after that. I didn't press. I don't know how to describe it, but she has that same look I've seen in mirrors lately. Like her eyes are here, but her mind keeps touching places. It doesn't want to stay. She's alert. She's surviving. But some part of her is locked in that moment. Whatever it was, that pulled her brother away and left her walking through water with a toddler and no plan. I want to help her, but I don't know how. I've barely kept myself together. All I can do is give her shelter, heat, and whatever silence she needs. That's all we've got now, isn't it? The little things. A blanket. A dry patch of floor. A warm voice through the static. The rain just shifted again. I can hear it hammering against the north wall now. It's not random. It's rotating. Like a cyclone that never moves. I'm trying not to panic, but part of me knows what that means. This isn't just a stalled front. It's something else. A fixed spiral. A wound that won't close. I used to live for storms. When I was a kid, I'd sit by the window during every summer thunderstorm, counting the seconds between lightning and thunder. I liked the rhythm of it, the logic. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and then the boom. You knew how far away it was. You knew if it was getting closer. But this storm doesn't follow rules. There's no thunder you can track, no lightning you can measure. Just endless, aimless pressure, like the skies pressing down, trying to squeeze something out of the earth. People are starting to turn on each other. I've heard the stories. I've gotten the calls. Someone from Waukesha left a voicemail on my old community line. Didn't leave a name. Just said this. We tried to stay together, shared everything, made meals, even kept the kids inside. Then the food ran low. The batteries died. The lights never came back. And the people I trusted the most, my neighbors, they started locking doors, started hiding supplies, whispering to each other while I slept. Then there was a long pause, and she said, I think I'm safer in the rain than in that house. And she hung up. I keep playing that message back, trying to understand what she meant, how it came to that. And I think it's not just about survival. It's about fear, the kind that creeps in through the cracks, makes you see shadows in every face. We're not meant to live like this, with no light, no rhythm, no end in sight. People start unraveling. First they get quiet. Then they get suspicious. Then they forget why they ever helped each other in the first place. We can't let that happen. I don't know who's listening anymore. Maybe you're out in a cabin somewhere with a hand crank radio. Maybe you're under a bridge, huddled with strangers, passing a battery back and forth like it's the last ember in a dying fire. Maybe you're in your car, parked on some stretch of road that doesn't exist on the map anymore. Wherever you are, don't forget your name. Don't forget the names of the people beside you. Say them out loud, if you have to. Like a spell. Like a lighthouse. I'll start. Griffin Shaw, Marrow Falls, 94.7 FM. I used to run a music show here. Friday nights. Local artists. Indie folk. I still have some of the old records upstairs. The sleeves are warped from the humidity, but I keep them dry. One of them has a note on the back, scribbled in pen. Keep playing this when things get heavy. The record's called All the Light Left. It's just 6 songs, acoustic, slow, sad, but real. Real in that way only quiet music can be. If the generator holds, maybe I'll play a track tonight. Maybe we could use a little quiet. It's not all bad news today. I did get a call from a man named Hector. He's down near Springfield. Said his cousin's group managed to dig out a whole cellar behind an old hardware store. Dry space, shelving, even found a manual pump. They're turning it into a radio hub, pulling in scraps of equipment, trying to map out a new grid. Not digital, not smart, just reliable. Tubes and dials and wires. He said, "This storm can take the towers, but we'll just build lower." That gave me something. I don't know what exactly. Maybe the courage to keep this mic hot. Maybe the hope that this won't be the last voice on the air. One more thing. There's been talk, just whispers really, about something coming down from the north. Not weather, people, a caravan, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, moving together, southbound, no lights, no radios, just traveling on foot, wrapped in plastic and tarps and silence. No one knows where they're going. No one's sure if they're even real. But I've heard the story 3 times now, from 3 different places. One version says they're survivors from old research facilities. Another says they're part of some failed project. People who were exposed to something before the storm began. I don't know. I just know the rain hasn't stopped, and the static's getting louder. I need to go check the seal on the eastern window again. It's bowing inward, not from the wind, from pressure. I'll be back before dark, if the signal's strong. Until then, stay warm, stay kind, and if the rain gets too loud, listen through it. You might hear someone else whispering back. This is Griffin Shaw, still here. It's night again, I think. The clock says 9:36, but it could be lying. I don't trust the numbers anymore. They keep blinking even though I replaced the batteries yesterday. There's a kind of desperation in a blinking clock, like it's still trying to convince you time means something. The rain is louder than it's ever been. Not just steady. Angry. I've got a trash can under the ceiling leak and it's already half full. And that's with the tarp and the towels and the stack of books I used to wedge up against the wall. I don't even remember what the books were. Something about mid-century architecture. Doesn't matter. They're mulch now. Maya's asleep again. She barely eats. I gave her the last of the instant oats. She didn't thank me. Just nodded, like she's past words. She's been trying to keep Eli dry, but the poor kid's skin is starting to rash. Not from dirt or infection, just the moisture. Constant, clammy, lingering. Even our thoughts feel wet. I caught myself saying his name out loud just now. Eli. I don't know why. Maybe it's some instinct. Like if I say it enough, the walls will remember him if I don't make it. I don't know why that thought hit so hard. I'm not planning on dying. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. But I think we all carry that shadow now. It walks beside us, quietly. Waits until the generator sputters or the roof starts to sag, and then it whispers, maybe this is it. We ignore it. Until we can't. The roads are gone. I mean that literally now, not just flooded, gone. I got confirmation from 2 different sources this evening. One from La Crosse, one from Dubuque. Both said the same thing. Huge chunks of highway have collapsed into the soil. Entire overpasses twisted like wet cardboard. Trees ripped out, power poles gone, signs floating in the air like ghosts of a world that's still pretending to function. And here's something worse. The birds that used to circle when the rain first started, the ones nesting in the gaps under the eaves, They're gone too. I hadn't noticed until Maya asked me where the chirping went. I said maybe they'd just moved on, but the truth is I hadn't heard them in 3 days. The world is quieting, even inside the storm. I'm starting to think this isn't just an emergency, not just a disaster. It's a reset. Something is pressing backspace on everything we built. Got a report from someone in Minneapolis. Well, what's left of it. Name's Jason. He's a signal engineer. Or was. Said he patched into an old substation with a car battery and got limited access to a buried node. Said the system pinged back something. Wrong. Said the rain isn't just water. Said it's dense. Too dense. Like the molecules are off. He called it atmospheric thickening. Claimed it wasn't natural. That something is wrong with the chemical composition of the air itself. I asked if he thought it was weaponized. He said no. He said, I think the planet's coughing. His words, not mine. I told him I didn't understand. He said, it's like Earth is trying to spit us out. He hasn't responded since. The signal cut out 5 minutes after that call. I tried tracing it, bouncing through my low band, but there's nothing. I don't know if it was interference or if something found him. If anyone knows Jason, a signal tech, late 30s, maybe early 40s, sounds like he's smoked since birth, let me know. He knew what he was talking about. On a lighter note, and I use that word carefully, I managed to boil rainwater this morning. Actual rolling boil. Used a camping stove that someone left here last year during a volunteer weekend. Propane's almost out, but it worked. Cleaned the pot with lemon powder and salt, scrubbed it dry with part of my shirt. And for 15 minutes, I sat on the floor and drank hot water like it was the finest tea on earth. You forget how much you miss warmth, not heat, not fire, just warmth. It tasted like metal and smoke and life. If you're listening and you've got a camp stove or any sealed fuel, conserve it. Boil when you can. Share with someone. Even if it's just for tea, there's something sacred about warmth now. Another signal just came in. Weak, maybe from Canada. Hard to make out. French, maybe. I'm not fluent, but I caught one word clearly. Coupure. That means blackout. Or maybe disconnection. Either way, it lines up. We're not getting help. Not from outside. Not from above. Whatever happened out there, whatever caused this, it's too late for answers. Now it's just stories and static. I want to tell you one more thing before I shut off the generator and save power. It's not big, but it matters. When I was a kid, maybe 7 or 8, we had a rainstorm that knocked out power for a whole weekend. My mom lit candles in jars. My dad cooked soup on the grill, and we all sat on the floor and listened to the wind. I was scared, terrified even. Thought the house might blow away. But my mom put her hand on my head and said, "Storms pass." That's what they do. They come, they tear, and then they leave. But this one hasn't left. And maybe it won't. So I've changed her words in my head. Now I say, storms don't pass. We do. Through them. Around them. Sometimes just barely. We pass. Not because we're strong, but because we have no other choice. We keep walking, keep talking, keep helping, keep living, even when the ground is soaked and the sky is cracked. Even when everything smells like rust and rot and rain. We pass through. So keep going, even if it's just one foot in front of the other. Even if you're cold and hungry and soaked. Even if you're alone. Especially if you're alone. Because you're not really. Not while I'm still here. Not while this signal's still bouncing through the rain. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM. Still alive, still awake, still passing through. It's morning, I think. I'm not sure what day it is anymore. The paper calendar I was keeping upstairs got soaked last night. Wind pushed through the southern window frame, peeled the tarp back, and the rain got in. Again. Everything smells like mildew and engine grease, but the generator's still running. That counts for something. I managed to dry out 2 pages from my notebook by wrapping them in one of Maya's old shirts and laying them near the backup battery. It's not warm, exactly, but it's dry enough to fight off the mold. I've started writing down every little thing now. Times, temperatures, words I hear on the radio. Names. Especially names. Like the man who came by this morning. I didn't hear him until he knocked on the back door. He looked like a scarecrow. Thin, soaked through, shoes wrapped in plastic bags, carrying what I think used to be a military field radio in a beat-up backpack. The kind with big knobs and analog dials. Said his name was Caleb, or maybe Cale. Hard to tell with the wind screaming behind him. I let him in. I didn't even hesitate. I should have, maybe. But I didn't. He didn't ask for food, didn't ask for a bed. He just set the radio down, pulled the strap off his shoulder, and said, "We've been hearing you." From Eau Claire. Eau Claire, that's almost 200 miles away. He said they've got a group in an old municipal building, 15 people, mostly families. They've been scavenging solar panels, repurposing electric bus batteries, even built a hand-cranked repeater. Said they've been looking for stable voices. Said mine was the first that didn't loop or stutter or cut out halfway through a sentence. They called it the line, not the signal, the idea. A line of sound stretched between what's left, a lifeline, a tether. I didn't know what to say. I still don't. He didn't stay long, just wanted to pass on a list of names. I have it here. I'm going to read them, because if there's one thing we still have, it's the power to say who made it. Here we go. Samantha Triggs, age 9, loves card tricks. Gloria Patel, 71st, former nurse, has been running first aid for the shelter. Derek Liu, age 42, mechanic, can rebuild a carburetor blindfolded. Angela and Luis Serrano, couple, mid-30s, took in 2 orphans they found on the outskirts. Caroline Wu, amateur ham operator, she's been rebuilding their antenna system. Joseph Rames, 16, helps run security watches at night. Apparently can hear the rain pitch shift before the wind changes. And then Caleb, or Cale, at the end. Just a guy who walks. I'm going to keep their names safe. I'm going to speak them again every night this week. Because memory is resistance. Against this storm. Against silence. Against the unraveling. We're not dead yet. And as long as we say our names, we're still real. All right, I've got 2 more messages to share. One came in from northern Illinois, near Rockford. A woman named Imani called through on a low-watt ham rig. Her signal was full of static, but I caught most of what she said. Her group tried to build a raft 2 days ago. Not to escape. Just to check on another apartment building across the street. Said the ground there was unstable, and they saw smoke. They made it over. The building had collapsed inward. But inside, on the 2nd floor, they found a woman alive. trapped under a metal beam. She'd been rationing rainwater that leaked through a crack in the ceiling, catching it in a cracked salad bowl. Her name is Nadine. She couldn't walk, but she smiled when they pulled her out. Imani said she asked if it was still raining. When they said yes, she laughed. Just laughed. That's all she wanted to know. The second message was darker. It came from the west side, somewhere in Iowa, I think. No name, just a man breathing hard. He sounded out of breath, panicked. He said, "They came at night." From the highway, no lights, just walking, faces covered in plastic. Didn't speak, didn't stop, just walked through us like we weren't even there. Then he whispered something. I had to replay it 10 times to catch it. He said, "They don't blink." Then he screamed, and the signal died. I don't know what to make of that. Could be fear, could be exhaustion, could be real. I just know I felt something move through me when I heard his voice, like the kind of cold you don't get from weather. I checked my doors twice after that, and I haven't taken my boots off since. You know what's strange? The storm isn't letting up. We all know that. But it changes. Subtle things. The rain is heavier in the afternoons now. The thunder starts just after midnight. The wind hums in different keys depending on what part of town you're in. Some of us have started tracking it. I've started calling it the pattern. It's like the storm breathes, expands and contracts, learns. Don't ask me what I think that means. I don't know. But if this is a system, natural or not, it's not random. It's a rhythm. And if it has a rhythm, maybe we can learn it, predict it, use it. I'll try to log more of it this week. If you're doing the same, send what you've got, no matter how small. Even raindrops have fingerprints. All right, I need to rest. Maya's watching the upper level tonight. I gave her my flashlight and told her to wake me if anything shifts. Before I go, I just want to say this. If you're cold, if you're wet, if your roof is leaking and your food is low and the silence is crawling into your head, you are not forgotten. Your voice matters. Your breath matters, even if no one else is around to hear it. Keep speaking, keep naming, keep being. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM. Still here, still listening. It's somewhere past midnight. The generator's humming low again. I think it's on its last stretch. The exhaust smells sweeter than usual, which probably means the fuel's burning dirty. I'll clean the filter again in the morning, if it makes it till then. Maya's downstairs now. She couldn't sleep. Eli finally passed out around 10, but he kept coughing. Nothing sharp or wet, just a dry, wheezy sound, like he's been breathing paper dust. She's worried it's the mold. I told her we'd move him higher, closer to the vents, get more air moving. But she just shook her head and said, "There's no clean air anymore." And I didn't argue with her, because she's right. I opened the stairwell door earlier to check the lower floor, just to see if the flooding had receded. It hadn't. If anything, it's deeper. The old carpeting has gone soft, and the water's gone dark. You can smell it now. Like rot and something chemical. I don't go down there without gloves anymore. And even then, I feel like I'm touching something I'm not supposed to. There's a smell that keeps creeping into the air vents too. Like copper and mildew. Like something's old and leaking through the walls. I can't tell if it's the pipes or the storm itself. I don't know if I ever told you. This station used to be a library before the funding dried up. That was back in the 90s. The city gutted it, kept the bones, and turned it into a community space. Now it's mine. At least it feels that way. All the old wiring, the creaky vents, the forgotten stairwells. I know them better than I know most people. And lately, it's been feeling like the building is getting tired. Like it's leaning in under the weight of all this water and waiting to let go. But not yet. Not tonight. Tonight, we're still here. I got something strange through the shortwave tonight. Not a voice. Not a message. It was music. Just a low, pulsing tone. 2 notes, then a pause, then 2 more, over and over. Played on some kind of analog synth, maybe? Or a looped tape machine. I don't know. It didn't feel accidental. I listened to it for almost an hour. Tried tuning away. But the pattern followed me. Like it was moving up and down the bands, always staying just close enough to pull me back. Eventually, I turned it off. It's still in my head. If anyone else heard it, if you caught that signal, let me know. Maybe it's nothing. But the repetition felt off, not mechanical, not digital, like someone wanted it to be heard. I wonder if that's how the storm started. A message we didn't understand. Got a handwritten letter today, too. Wrapped in a sandwich bag and taped to the fire exit. It read, "You are not alone. They want us quiet, but I can still hear you." There was no signature, just a child's drawing on the back. A house, a person, and a sky full of black lines. It gave me chills. Not because it was creepy, because it felt true. We're not meant to be quiet, not like this. We're a species built to shout, to sing, to argue, to whisper in the dark. We're not made for silence. And yet that's what this storm is doing. Stretching silence out over everything, like a wet blanket smothering the last coals in a dying fire. But we still have this signal, this thread, this wire stretched from me to you. So I'll keep pulling on it. I want to tell you about someone I haven't talked about yet. Her name was Kara. She used to work at the coffee shop down on Elm. Before the storm, before everything. She had this nervous energy, always biting her thumbnail or tapping her foot while she made lattes. But she was sharp. Not just smart, sharp. She noticed things, remembered people's orders, faces, routines. Not because she had to, because she paid attention. One night, maybe a week before the rain started, I saw her standing outside after closing, just leaning against the wall, staring at the clouds. I asked her if she was all right. She didn't answer right away. Then she said, "Something's coming." I laughed, said something dumb about feeling it in the air. But she didn't laugh. She just kept looking up. I haven't seen her since the second day of the flood. If you're out there, Kara, if you made it, I'm still here, still listening. There's another note I need to share. This one's from a man named Philip near Prairie du Chien. He said they've been using road flares and pocket mirrors to signal to other groups across the river. Says it works on clear mornings when the clouds thin just enough to catch light. They flash messages in Morse code using mirror glints like old heliographs. Said it's slow, but it works. That's genius. That's human. We're not dead. We're just adapting. It's getting colder, though. The rain is still warm, but the wind isn't. I don't understand how that works. The temperature keeps dropping, but the rain stayed the same, like bathwater pouring from a broken ceiling. And there's this fog now. Not mist. Fog. Heavy. Slow. Like it's crawling through the cracks. I went outside earlier just to check the perimeter, and the visibility dropped to 3 feet within 30 seconds. I could hear water dripping from something above me, but I couldn't see it. I walked 5 paces and turned back, and the station was already swallowed. I panicked. I won't lie. I turned in a circle 3 times, tried to use the sound of the generator as a guide, took a wrong step and nearly fell into the drainage ditch behind the stairwell. I made it back inside, but my heart didn't slow for a full hour. That fog isn't natural. It doesn't roll or drift. It settles, like it's choosing where to be. If it shows up near you, don't follow it. Don't walk into it thinking you'll be able to find your way back. You won't. Wait it out. Let it pass. And if you hear anything inside it, don't answer. I haven't told Maya about that part. Not yet. She's got enough on her mind. We're running low on food again. I've got 3 cans of soup left, a bag of rice that smells like rain, and 3 protein bars I was saving for emergencies. Which I guess this is. I'll eat half of one tonight, just to keep my legs from shaking. But I'll give the rest to her and the kid. They need it more. I've stopped thinking in days now. I think in hours. Power hours, food hours, sleep hours, and between them, I think in voices. Yours, mine, anyone still speaking. So if you're out there, if you've got a working radio, a battery, a whisper, send it. Even if it's nonsense, even if all you do is scream, it matters. Because sound is the only thing the storm hasn't swallowed yet. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM. Still here, still real, still alive. It's 4:42 in the morning, and the rain sounds different. It's coming down softer now, not less, just different. Less like water from the sky, more like a wet blanket being dragged across concrete. Everything's saturated, drowned beyond repair, and now it's just lingering. That word keeps coming to me. Lingering. Like the storm isn't fighting anymore. It's just sitting here with us, settling in, waiting, like it's decided this is home now, and all we can do is learn how to live in its presence. It doesn't need to roar anymore. It doesn't need the thunder or the wind slamming against rooftops. It has patience, the kind of patience that only something old could have. I've been sitting with the mic on, not saying anything for over half an hour, just listening to the static, to the creaking in the walls, to the occasional sound of Eli coughing in the other room. I think Maya finally fell asleep sitting upright. I can see her through the door, curled into herself, like someone trying not to be seen by the world. Her arms wrapped around her stomach, like she's afraid even her own body might betray her. I want to wake her, tell her it's okay. But that would be a lie. Nothing is okay. Not anymore. And the best thing I can do, the only thing I can offer her now, is a little more time to forget where she is. This building smells like wet copper and wet plaster and wet wood and wet everything. You stop noticing it after a while, but then it hits you in waves, and you remember how much decay has crept into the walls. It's not just water damage. It's something deeper, the kind of rot that feels personal. Like the structure isn't just falling apart, it's grieving. It's tired of standing. This station was never built for this kind of weight. No structure was. Brick or steel, old or new, nothing is designed to bear the pressure of endless saturation. You can hear it when you move, the way the floorboards bow under each step, like they're apologizing for still existing. Every room echoes differently now. Every footstep sounds too sharp or too soft. Nothing is right anymore. I found mold growing on one of the microphone cables. That freaked me out more than anything else today. Moldavian. On a wire. I don't know how long it's been there, but the fact that it's growing in places where electricity runs, that tells me the line between wet and dry is gone. The storm doesn't care about boundaries. It's in the air. It's in the circuits. It's inside everything. Earlier this evening, just after sunset, if you can even call it that, since the sky never really brightened, I went up to the roof access. I hadn't checked the antenna in a few days and thought maybe I'd reposition it. Maybe I'd catch a cleaner signal from the east. I took the flashlight, a roll of duct tape, and one of those metal poles we used to hang banners from. It was hard getting the door open. So much water pressure from the outside, like the air itself was pressing against it. I had to throw my shoulder into it. When I got up there, I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. The fog was so thick, I almost dropped the flashlight trying to find the edge of the ledge. I stood there for a long time, just listening. No wind, no thunder. Just that strange silence you only get after too much noise, like the world is holding its breath. Then I heard something. A long, low rumble, not thunder, not even close. It was mechanical, I think. Distant, like something heavy rolling slowly across metal far away. It didn't move, didn't fade. It just sat there in the air, humming through my chest, like it had always been there and I was just now noticing it. I backed down the stairs after that. Didn't even check the antenna. I couldn't. My hands were shaking. Not from fear, not exactly. From something deeper. A kind of recognition. Like part of me knew that sound, knew what it meant. But the conscious part of me hasn't caught up yet. There are things happening out there that we weren't meant to witness, that we weren't supposed to survive long enough to even talk about. But here I am, still breathing, still talking. And I don't know if that's a miracle or a mistake. Maya and I talked for a while earlier, when Eli was still awake. We sat on the floor with a small lantern between us and played with him. Just simple things. Clapping games. Whispered stories. At one point, Maya reached into her jacket and pulled out a photo. Crumpled, water damaged, but still visible. It was of a woman. Long dark hair, half smile, arms around Maya in what looked like a train station. I asked who she was. Maya said, "That's my sister." She said her sister worked in shipping logistics, traveled a lot, was in Vancouver when the storm started. No one's heard from her since. Maya's been carrying that photo in her jacket since day 2. Not because she thought she'd find her, not even because it gave her hope. She said she just wanted someone else to know that she existed. Even if the picture rots, she told me, someone will remember her face. That's why I keep this signal going. It's not for news, not anymore. It's not even for guidance. It's for remembering, for memory. I think that's what the storm is eating. More than power, more than cities. It's trying to erase memory, to wash us away from each other, from ourselves, but not here, not yet, not on this frequency. If you're listening, and I know someone is, I want you to remember this. Your story matters. Your voice matters. Even if all you've done today is survive, that's enough. You've held off the erasure one more day. That means something. That's a kind of victory. All right, I'm going to try to catch an hour of sleep. Maya's keeping first watch. The door's reinforced with a metal rod from the storage closet. I don't know what I'm expecting to come through it. Not looters, not animals. Just something else. The kind of thing you feel staring through the fog when you can't even see your own feet. I'll keep the transmitter hot as long as the fuel holds out. We've got maybe 2 more days of diesel left. After that, I'll try the bike rig again. See if I can get enough voltage to pulse a basic signal. I don't care if I have to pedal through mud and darkness and rot. This voice will not go out. We're still here. I'm still here. Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM, Merrow Falls, Wisconsin. Alive. The rain woke me again. I don't know how long I was out. 20 minutes? An hour? It doesn't matter. It never matters anymore. Sleep feels like dipping in and out of someone else's dream. Shallow, uneasy, fragile as wet paper. There's no deep rest here. Just these flickers of time where your eyes close and you forget, for a few seconds, that the world has collapsed. And then the storm pulls you back. A new noise. A gust of wind. A coughing child. A silence that lasts 1 second too long. It was the silence that did it this time. You wouldn't think silence could wake you, but it can. Especially when it's all wrong. I was dreaming, I think, of walking through a mall. One of those half-abandoned ones from before all this. I could hear my own footsteps echoing off the tile. And then I realized I couldn't hear the rain. That was what snapped me back. The lack of it. My eyes opened before I could stop them. I stared at the ceiling, and for the first time in days, it was quiet. No drumming on the rooftop. No slick hiss against the glass. Just this awful thick stillness. It lasted maybe 5 minutes. No more. I counted. And then the rain came back. Harder. Heavier. It was like the storm had gone under for a breath and then returned angry. The windows rattled. The eastern wall trembled. And I swear to God, I heard something howl. Not an animal. Not the wind. Something low and wide and ancient. Like the land itself was hurting. I checked on Maya and Eli. They were both awake. Eli was clutching his blanket so tight his fingers had gone pale. Maya didn't speak. She just stared at the ceiling, lips moving. Maybe a prayer, maybe counting, maybe both. I sat with them until the worst of it passed. Gave Eli the last of my water stash. He didn't drink much, just held it like it was treasure. I don't think he understands what's happening, but he understands enough. The way kids do. They don't need full explanations. They feel it in the air, in the tension of our shoulders, in the absence of laughter. That's all the explanation they need. Earlier today, before the storm's pause, I tried to reach the Western relay again, the one Caleb told me about. Still no response. Nothing but the same pulsing static, like something's trying to speak but can't find the words. I recorded 10 minutes of it, played it back twice. There's a rhythm to it. 3 long pulses, 2 short, 1 long. It loops every 90 seconds. It's too structured to be random. I think someone's trying to reach us, and I think they're stuck. Not physically, digitally, like they're caught in the net, buried under too much signal loss, unable to break through. I'm going to keep trying to answer them. Maybe I'll start broadcasting code back. Old patterns. Long-range Morse. If they're still alive, they'll hear it. If they're still human, they'll answer. This place, this building, it's beginning to groan in ways I don't like. The north wall has started bowing inward, just slightly. You wouldn't notice it unless you were here every day like I am. But I see it. The water has pushed so far into the foundation that the whole back half of the station is sinking. slowly. I can feel it in my feet now, a tilt to the floor that wasn't there last week, like everything is leaning away from something. I don't have anywhere else to go. This is still the highest building in this quadrant of the town. Every other rooftop is compromised, collapsed, or underwater. If this place goes, I'll have to move to the water tower. There's a ladder up the side and a small platform at the top. It's not ideal. It's not even shelter, but it's elevation, it's signal, and it's hope. I think a lot about the people who used to live here, the ones who left before the bridges fell. Where did they go? Are they somewhere dry? Did they make it to higher ground? Or did they just vanish into the blur like so many others? I got a letter today. I almost missed it. It was folded and wrapped in plastic, wedged into the crack between the front door and the frame. No name. Just 4 words. Tell them I tried. That's it. That's all it said. I held it in my hand for a long time, wondering who wrote it, wondering what they meant. Did they try to help? To escape? To find someone? Or was that all they had left? To let someone know that they didn't give up? It broke something in me. Because that's what I'm afraid of. Not dying, not starving, not drowning. I'm afraid of disappearing without explanation, without story, without proof, of being one more name lost in the flood. I don't want that for me. I don't want that for Maya, or Eli, or you. So let this be the proof. I tried. I built a tower of words in a drowning world. And maybe, just maybe, someone will find it. I've been keeping a running list of what we have left. It's not much, but it helps to say it out loud. Makes it real. So here it is. 2 cans of soup. Half a bag of rice. 3 working batteries. 1 crank lantern. 1 folding knife. 2 blankets. 7 feet of duct tape. 1 soaked book of poetry. And a generator with maybe 10 hours left of fuel. That's it. That's our kingdom. But I also have this microphone. And I have my voice. And as long as that lasts, I am not nothing. Neither are you. I'm going to try sleeping again soon. Just for a little while. The air is heavy in here, like it's holding me down. But my eyes won't stop stinging, and my chest won't stop hurting. Not from sickness, from silence. If you're out there, if you're awake, say your name. Even if no one hears it, say it anyway. Say it to the walls. Say it to the storm. Say it because that's what it means to be here. This is Griffin Shaw. Still here, still trying. The rain started again about 2 hours ago. Not that it had ever really stopped, but this time it came back harder. The kind of rain that doesn't feel like droplets anymore. It's just mass. Weight. Something falling on the world with purpose, not just gravity. I stood by the window and watched it for a while. The way you might stare into a fireplace when you're trying to forget everything else. Except, this isn't fire. It doesn't warm you. It doesn't light the room. It just makes the dark wetter. I haven't eaten since yesterday morning. My stomach doesn't even growl anymore. It just sort of tightens, like it's reminding me it still exists. I've been rationing the last can of soup. Not because I think there's help coming, but because I don't know how to prepare for the absence of it. The hunger's not the hard part. It's the way you start to feel like your body is separating from you. Like it's becoming its own thing. A shell you're operating from the inside, waiting for the outside world to catch up. or end. Maya tried to get the water filter working again. She rigged together a bucket, an old charcoal bag, some fabric, and 2 plastic bottles she found in the supply closet. It worked, kind of. The filtered rainwater still smells faintly like metal, but it's better than nothing. She says she used to volunteer with a wilderness survival group in college, back before she had Eli. Back when the world still pretended everything would get easier if you followed the right steps. Finish school, find work, save money, stay dry, stay good. But no amount of planning prepared any of us for this storm, this soaking, stretching silence that's slowly eating the corners of the world. She asked me today if I believed this was the end, not in a religious way, just in a real one. Like this was it. No rebuilding, no rescue. Just the slow fade of voices until all you can hear is wind and water and memory. I told her the truth. I said I didn't know. And that's the most honest thing I've said in days. Because some part of me still believes we'll crawl out of this, muddy and half broken, but breathing. Another part of me thinks maybe this is the crawl out. Maybe the world before this was the real disaster, and now we're just seeing what happens when it finally stops pretending to function. I got another broadcast today, just after sundown. I don't know where it came from, maybe somewhere east. The voice was rough, broken, like they were speaking through a cloth or under a blanket. The signal was full of feedback, but I caught enough. They said their group had sealed themselves inside a courthouse. Second floor. Said the lower levels were flooded, the streets full of shattered glass and bloated debris. But they'd managed to hold out by wiring solar panels to the rooftop sign and pulling whatever charge they could from the cloud cover. They said the lights only came on for 5 minutes a day, but it was enough to boil water and power a radio. They asked if there was anyone else. Anyone they could talk to. Anyone who remembered music. Then they coughed, long and low, and the signal vanished. I tried calling back. Spent 2 hours rotating frequencies. Nothing. That's how it always is now. You get a whisper, a glimpse, and then it's gone. Still, it meant something. That someone's voice could make it through all this, through the fog and rain and rusting airwaves, that someone still cared enough to speak. That matters more than anything. I've been thinking about fire, not just warmth, actual fire, controlled, tended, the kind that doesn't consume a house or a town but lives in the center of a room and gives shape to the dark. I remember bonfires from when I was a kid, sitting in the woods behind my uncle's farm, wrapped in blankets, passing around sticks with marshmallows that always caught fire and turned black too fast. The way the smoke got in your eyes, the way the heat would hit your face while the wind chilled your back. Fire felt honest. It gave. It demanded. It spoke in cracks and pops and dancing shadows. I miss that. We're soaked now. Too soaked for fire. Even the matches I kept wrapped in plastic are beginning to curl. But I still think about it. Still dream about that heat. I think what I miss most is the sound of normal things. A car door slamming. A microwave beeping. Dogs barking in the distance. The clink of dishes in a sink. All those tiny background noises that make up the score of an ordinary life. Those are gone now. Replaced with water. Just water. Endless, grinding water. It isn't natural anymore. It's a personality, a presence. It presses in through walls, through pores, through memory. I said it before, and I'll say it again now. This storm doesn't feel like weather. It feels like something watching. There are patterns to the thunder, if you listen long enough. I don't mean metaphors. I mean actual patterns. repetitions, timings. Sometimes it's two short bursts, one long. Sometimes it's a deep roll that lasts for 20 seconds, and then silence. It doesn't behave like it should. Thunder isn't supposed to loop, but it does here. It loops, like a message, or a ritual, or a warning. I think the storm is trying to teach us something, or maybe it's testing to see if we're still paying attention. I don't know what the lesson is. I just know I'm still listening. Maya asked me for a book today, something to read to Eli. I gave her a half-melted copy of an old almanac. The pages are stuck together and the print is smudged, but she didn't mind. She just smiled, uncurled a few of the drier pages, and started reading in a whisper. Eli doesn't know what an almanac is. Doesn't matter. He listened anyway, eyes wide, hands tucked under his chin, like the sound of her voice was enough to keep the ceiling from falling in. And maybe it is. Maybe that's all this is now. A world held up by whispered stories and shared names. I want to believe we'll rebuild. That there'll be a day when we look back on this and call it the long rain, or the drowned season, or whatever name makes it feel survivable. But tonight, all I have is this voice, this microphone, this wet room, and this old signal, and this body that hasn't felt dry in weeks. And I still believe that's enough. Because we're still speaking. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM. Not finished yet. It's still raining. I don't even know how else to start these broadcasts anymore. It's always the same. It's still raining. As if that phrase alone could capture what this has become. It's not just weather. It's the background noise of our lives now. The texture of existence. It's not water falling from the sky. It's the sky collapsing in slow motion. We've stopped asking when it will end. That question doesn't come up in conversation anymore. Not between Maya and me. Not between the occasional signal that manages to crawl through the fog. Not even in our thoughts. Because it's too painful. Too useless. The rain isn't a visitor. It's the new atmosphere. And somewhere deep down, we've all started adjusting to the idea that it might never go away. I spent most of today patching leaks. I ran out of towels days ago. The last of the clean shirts are taped along the bottom of the southern window, trying to slow the drip. My hands are stained with old adhesive and fraying threads. I tried wrapping plastic around the top edge of the closet door, but the rain has found its way through the hinges now. I can hear it ticking down the metal in slow, rhythmic taps. It's maddening, but it's also familiar. A steady beat in a world where everything else has fallen out of sync. Eli hasn't said a word all day. He just sits near the lantern, staring at the flame like it's a screen from the old world. Maya hums to him sometimes, quiet, almost tuneless, just something to fill the air. I asked her what she was humming once, and she said, "I don't remember. I think it used to be a lullaby, or maybe just something I made up when he was a baby." She smiled like she was embarrassed, but I wasn't judging. I wanted to tell her that sound is medicine now, that every voice we still have is a kind of antidote to what's eating the world. But I didn't say that. I just sat nearby and listened. Earlier, I opened the frequency on the emergency band. I've been doing that every 6 hours, just in case someone new is scanning. You never know who might be out there, twisting dials in the dark, hoping for a voice. And today, someone answered. The voice was faint, clipped, echoing like they were broadcasting from inside a cave. They gave a name, Claire, and a location I couldn't make out. Something ridge. Could have been Stone Ridge, Maple Ridge, Oak Ridge. There are too many. But the important part wasn't the name. It was the sound of someone smiling. You could hear it in her voice. That slight warmth, like she wasn't just surviving. She was resisting. She said they had 20 people in a multi-story parking garage. Top levels only. The bottom ones had flooded early, but the upper levels stayed dry and the concrete held. They had tarps for walls and car batteries for power. She said they cook food on broken tailpipes and collect water with cracked hubcaps. She laughed when she said that. And I laughed too, because it was absurd. And human. She said they had a rule in the garage. No one eats alone. Doesn't matter if all you have is a handful of crackers or a spoonful of canned beans. You sit with someone. You talk. You look them in the eye. You witness each other. That's something we forgot how to do before all this. Back when the world was running at full speed, we forgot to sit down and share space. Now it's all we have. Now it's sacred. I told her about the radio tower we've been trying to repair, and she offered advice. Said if I could find copper wire, even just a few feet, I could spool it into a spiral and amplify the signal. I thanked her, and she said, "Don't thank me. Just stay on the line." That's become my mantra now. Stay on the line. Not because help is coming, but because being heard matters. Even if the world outside is eroding. Even if the governments have fallen silent. Even if satellites stopped tracking our movement weeks ago. Even if no one's keeping score anymore. It matters that we're still here. That we're not just fading into the static. Sometimes I wonder how far this signal actually goes. I don't have the old metrics anymore. Can't check the strength or bounce rate. Can't confirm which towers are down or which bands are still active. But I know someone's listening. Because every time I almost give up, every time a voice comes through, a crackle of sound, a letter, a knock at the door, the world answers just enough to keep me going. That's how it's been for Maya too. She told me last night, quietly, after Eli finally fell asleep, that she'd been ready to walk into the rain and not come back. That first week, before she found the station, she'd lost her shoes in the mud. Her knees were scraped. Her fingers were numb. She said she sat down in an abandoned bus and just listened to the rain on the roof for hours. Said she didn't cry, didn't pray, just sat there. Then she saw something. A trail of small rocks, carefully arranged across the floor of the bus. Not random. Placed. Like someone had been there before her. Like someone had left a message in shape and silence. She said it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. Just those stones, laid in a spiral, leading to the back exit. And something in her clicked. She stood up and kept moving. And now she's here. I keep thinking about that. About how survival isn't always some heroic act. Sometimes it's just noticing something. A pattern. A sound. A reason to keep walking. We don't talk about hope much anymore. The word feels too shiny, too heavy. But we do talk about reasons. Little ones. Shared meals. A working flashlight. A dry corner. A child's breath slowing into sleep. A stranger's voice through the static. Those are our reasons, and for now, they're enough. I'm going to try and write out some of the storm's rhythm patterns tonight. Not scientific, not precise, just my own logs. The way the thunder falls, the timing of the winds. If anyone else is doing the same, maybe we can start sharing them. Maybe eventually, someone will map it, understand it, speak its language. I don't think the storm is chaos. I think it's repetition. And repetition can be read, like a pulse, like a code. Until then, keep listening. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM, still breathing, still on the line. I've started hearing things in the walls, not animals, not bugs, something else, like air trying to move through material it doesn't belong in. It's not just creaking, not just the flexing of old wood or waterlogged plaster. It's breathing, or the memory of breathing. That's the only way I can describe it. The building sighs now, at night, when I'm half asleep and too weak to sit up fast. It exhales, long and low and careful, like it's trying not to wake me, like it's sorry for still standing. Maybe that's me projecting. Maybe it's just the wind, or my own lungs echoing in my head, folded into the hum of the generator and the drip of the ceiling. But whatever it is, it makes me feel less alone and more haunted at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't really care. Nothing makes sense anymore. Not the temperature, not the silence, not the fact that this storm keeps going without breaking, like it's fueled by something deeper than clouds and pressure. I haven't seen the sky in 16 days. Not once. No stars. No moon. No blue. Just this endless sheet of dark, like wet cement smeared across the heavens. I don't remember the shape of the sun. I don't remember what it feels like to squint from brightness. I don't remember color that isn't gray or brown or rust. Even Maya's face looks drained sometimes, like the rains leached the color out of her, like we're all becoming versions of the same soaked painting. I tried singing this morning. Don't ask me why. I just needed to. One of those old songs I used to hum in traffic when nothing on the radio hit right. A line or two came back, broken and slurred, and I followed them until my voice cracked. It didn't feel good. It didn't feel brave. It felt fragile, like dragging a match through a flooded room. I stopped before the end, not because I couldn't finish, but because I didn't want to find out if I could. Some things are better left in pieces. At least then you know they used to be whole. Maya says the storm has a memory. That's how she put it. We were sitting by the crate stove, trying to boil another half-gallon of rainwater, and she looked out the window like she was staring at something only she could see. She said, "It's not a weather system. It's an archive." I asked her what that meant, and she said, "It remembers everything it touches. Every rooftop, every footprint, every voice, and it doesn't let go." I didn't argue. I don't know how to anymore. Theories used to matter. Back when we thought there'd be press conferences and reports and weather balloons and solutions. Now it's just intuition and shared dreams. And sometimes I think she sees more than I do. She told me about a man she saw out in the open, days before she found the station. He was walking straight through the flooded street, soaked head to toe, arms loose at his sides, but not flailing, not struggling, just moving forward, like he didn't even feel the water, like he was somewhere else entirely. She said she called out to him, but he didn't respond, didn't even flinch. And when he passed beneath the broken overhang of an old diner sign, he stopped for a second, just long enough for her to think he might turn, might say something. But he didn't. He kept walking, into the fog, until he was gone. She didn't follow him, said she didn't have the nerve, and I'm glad she didn't, because I don't think he would have stopped. I don't think anything would have stopped him. We've heard stories like that from other signals. People who walk through the storm like they've been claimed by it. Not mindless, not dead, just turned, disconnected from the rhythm of the rest of us. You can spot them if you know what to look for. They never blink. They don't shelter from the wind. They don't flinch when thunder cracks right overhead. And their clothes never seem to tear, no matter how bad the weather gets. I don't know what they are. If they're still human. If they're just survivors who lost too much. If they're following some sound we can't hear. But they're out there, and the rain doesn't seem to mind them. You start to believe strange things when the old world falls away. I used to scoff at all the myths people shared online. Conspiracies, ghost stories, talk of electromagnetic anomalies and buried satellites and weather modification. Now, I'd take any of it. I'd believe any of it if it came with a plan. But this storm doesn't explain itself. It doesn't declare its goals. It just remains. And maybe that's the most terrifying thing of all. I haven't told you about the basement. I've avoided it. Not just in conversation, physically. The stairs are there. The door is there. It's always been just 10 feet away from the main hall. But I don't go down. Not anymore. The first few days after the storm started, I used it for supplies, canned goods, batteries, old station materials. It was damp, but manageable. Then the water came up, just an inch or two. Then a foot. Then more. I kept thinking it would drain, that it would find a path back into the ground. But it didn't. And now, when I stand by the top of the steps and shine my flashlight down, I can see the water just resting there, perfectly still, like glass. No ripples, no movement, just black. And it smells wrong, not just musty, not sewage, something colder, like standing over a hole in the world. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear things from down there, not voices, just little pops of air, or scratching. But I won't go down again. Whatever's under the water now, it doesn't want company. And I'm too tired to offer mine. I'm going to end this broadcast soon. Not because I want to, just because the fuel is low again. We're rationing everything now, even light, even time. But before I go, I want to say this. If you're out there, and I know at least one of you is, write something. Anything. Your name, your town, your favorite memory before all this. Write it on a wall, on a napkin, in the dirt. If you have to scream it into a tin can and bury it, do it. Because someday, someone might find it. And they'll know we were here. That we lived through the drowning. That we mattered. This storm can take our roads, and our towers, and our books. But it cannot take our voices, not if we keep using them. So use yours. This is Griffin Shaw. 94.7 FM, somewhere in what used to be Wisconsin. Still here, still watching the walls breathe. I've stopped trying to sleep in the dark. It used to feel natural, letting the lantern burn out before crawling under the blankets. Saving batteries, conserving fuel, letting night fall where it may. But not anymore. Not after last night. The dark doesn't behave the way it used to. It used to be a space, a time, a shift in the rhythm of the day. Now it's a thing, a presence. It fills the corners of the room and waits. It listens when we speak. I don't know how else to describe it. I've tried explaining it to Maya, but I can see the look in her eyes when I talk like that. Like I'm not just tired, I'm losing it. But I know what I saw. I woke up at 2:17 a.m. I remember the time because the lantern had just flickered out, and I could still read the clock's glowing hands before they faded. The silence was complete. No water dripping, no generator hum, just the absence. The heavy, thick, suffocating silence that only comes in the hours after the storm forgets how to pretend it's weather. And in that silence, I heard something move. Not footsteps, not voices, something slow, deliberate. The creak of old wood bending, not from weight, but from proximity. I didn't sit up. I didn't even breathe. I just lay there, eyes open, heart crawling up my throat, and waited. And then I saw it. A figure. Not a shadow. Not a trick of the light. A figure. Standing at the threshold of the hallway, where the broken blinds hang like wet flags. No features. No sound. Just the shape. Watching. I blinked, and it didn't vanish. I moved my hand, slow, toward the flashlight beside my bedroll. It didn't react. I flicked it on, and the beam hit the wall. Nothing there, but the wet footprints stayed. 6 of them, leading from the hallway, spaced evenly, human-sized, but wrong. Too narrow at the toe, too long at the heel, and when I reached out to touch them, the floor was dry. I haven't told Maya. I probably won't. We need our fictions now. The ones where the world still obeys basic rules, where people don't vanish from stairwells and radio signals, don't loop the same phrase for 4 straight hours with no explanation, where footprints in dry wood aren't left by things that never breathed. I'll keep the lantern on from now on. Let the batteries die if they have to. I'd rather go blind from light than silence. This morning, I finally opened the old locker near the broadcast table. I'd been ignoring it for days. Something about the rusted hinge made me think whatever was inside wouldn't help. But I was wrong. Inside was a metal lockbox, military green, marked with faded letters. I pried it open, and inside, maps. Dozens of them. Not paper, laminated, waterproof. Detailed topographic grids of the surrounding counties, elevation lines, old FEMA routes, evacuation corridors. Some marked with highlighter. Notes scribbled in permanent marker. Route compromised. Substation lost. Safe above 112 meters. Whoever left these knew something. Or maybe they tried to. I spent 2 hours laying them out, cross-referencing against what I remember. Some of the notes match the stories we've been hearing. The river towns, gone. The power grid choke points, overloaded. But there was one marking that caught my eye. It was on a ridge northwest of here. Not a town, not even a farm, just a hilltop. And next to it, someone had written 2 words, holding station. No frequency, no names, just that. I don't know what that means. I don't know who wrote it. But it gives me something. A point on the map. A maybe. And in times like these, a maybe is more valuable than any certainty. If you're listening and you're near the Black Ridge foothills, check it. See if there's a signal, a flare, a voice, anything. If you are the holding station, we're here. We're still breathing, still burning lanterns in the dark. I've started writing letters I'll never send. I keep them folded in a tin near the radio. Letters to my brother, my parents, friends from college whose numbers I couldn't remember after the towers went down. I don't write anything profound, just memories, dumb stuff, stupid moments. One of them is just about a time I slipped on a wet subway platform and spilled an entire cup of hot coffee down my jeans. I laughed about it for an hour. The guy next to me offered me his scarf. I never saw him again. That memory has no purpose. But it exists, and so do I. And as long as those letters stay dry, I stay real. We're made of stories, and without them, we go hollow. That's what the storm wants, I think. To hollow us out. Make us forget the feel of laughter. The taste of real silence. The kind that comes with peace, not dread. The names of people we haven't spoken to in years but still carry in the back pocket of our minds. So don't forget. Not just your name, theirs too. Speak them. If you have to whisper them into your sleeve or write them on a wall, do it. There's a kind of prayer in remembering, a way of pushing back against the erasure. I'll be back on the air after nightfall, assuming the battery bank holds out. I've rerouted some power from the hand crank line. It's inefficient, but it'll keep the relay hot long enough for another cycle. If you've been listening, thank you. If you haven't responded, that's okay. If you've already left this world behind and you're just a sound drifting through a broken radio, thank you for staying long enough to reach me. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM, no sleep, no light, but still speaking. I don't know what day it is. I think that's the first time I've said that out loud. I've been dancing around it, pretending the calendar still means something, pretending I'm just a little behind on counting, that the water smearing the ink and the light bulb flickering over the clock face didn't steal the numbers from me. But today, I had to admit it to myself. I sat here, hands on the desk, staring at the pages I taped up on the wall, the ones I swore I'd use to mark the passing of each day, and I realized I hadn't scratched anything new on them in 4, 5 days, maybe longer. So I just stood there and whispered, I don't know what day it is. And the room didn't argue. The storm has eaten time, eroded the idea of before and after, until there's just this gray, this wet, this heavy ache behind the eyes. The clocks still tick, but they've stopped meaning anything. What's the difference between noon and midnight when the sky doesn't change? When every sound you hear is the same, soft, drenching, constant? You start to wonder if time's even moving at all, or if we're stuck here, suspended in some swollen pocket of reality where nothing ends and nothing begins. Maya's taken to sleeping in intervals now, 90 minutes at a time. She doesn't set an alarm. She just knows. Her body jolts her awake, like it's afraid of missing something. I don't ask what. I just hand her the water bottle, nod, and let her take my spot by the heat lamp. We don't say much these days. We're past language most of the time. Everything's gestures now, looks, the small way we move a blanket closer, or share the last of a granola bar without speaking. I caught her crying once. Last night. I didn't interrupt. She thought I was asleep. She pressed her face against the wall, turned away from the room, and let it out in these short, shivering sobs. Not loud, not dramatic, just this quiet fracture in her breathing. I wanted to say something, but there was nothing useful. Nothing she didn't already know. So I stayed where I was, let her grieve whatever she needed to. And I stared at the ceiling, counting the drops of water pooling in the insulation above my head, wondering how long it would be before the rain came through again. The walls are changing. I know I've said that before, but it's worse now. They're bowing. They pulse when the wind picks up. Not visibly, at least not yet, but you can feel it, like the whole structure is exhaling just behind the drywall, and the mold spread too. It's in the outlets now. I pulled one of the faceplates off and found a thin green fuzz lining the inside like velvet. It looked alive, more alive than I've felt lately. The power banks are almost empty. The crank rig works, but it barely gives me 10 minutes of signal per hour of turning. My shoulders are shot, my wrists ache, but I keep doing it. Because silence is worse. Because if I stop speaking, the storm wins. It folds another voice into the static and keeps on swallowing. I got a fragment of a broadcast this morning. Shortwave. Someone with a thick southern drawl, coughing between every phrase. He said, "Still got folks at the silo." That's all I caught. The rest was swallowed in feedback, the kind that doesn't sound like malfunction, but interference, like something else was trying to speak over him. I tried calling back. No answer. Just the hum. I wrote it down anyway. Still got folks at the silo. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's a place. Maybe it's a warning. I don't care. I wrote it down. Because it means someone else is out there. Not just breathing. Talking. And that's something this storm can't stand. Voices. It drowns everything else, but it can't kill language. So we speak. Even if it's nonsense. Even if it's memory. Even if it's just noise pushed through a dying antenna. We speak. Today, I remembered my grandfather's watch. One of those heavy silver ones with the chain and the hinged cover. He used to wind it every morning at the exact same time, with this little grunt of satisfaction when it clicked into place. Said it kept him grounded. Said the world could go to hell, but as long as the watch ticked, he was still inside it. I don't know where that watch is now. Probably buried in some drawer in a house that no longer exists. But I remembered how it felt in my hand. The weight of it. The soft ticking sound when you held it against your ear. I closed my eyes and listened for it today. Just sat in silence, waiting for that imagined click. I didn't hear it, but I remembered how I used to. That counts for something. Maya found a box of crayons in a sealed cabinet behind the old reception desk. Eli's been drawing with them on the back of soup labels and flattened cardboard boxes. His drawings aren't what you'd expect. No sunshine, no stick figures smiling in front of a house. Just loops, circles, swirls, over and over again. Different sizes, some tight, some huge, overlapping like storm systems. Maya asked him what they were, and he said, "The loud sky." And she didn't ask again. The loud sky. That's exactly what this is, isn't it? A sky that refuses to be ignored. That presses in through the roof and walls and memory until it's all you can hear. I've begun writing notes on scraps of paper and taping them around the station. Little affirmations, warnings, reminders. One says, "You're still here." Another says, "The silence lies." A third just says, "Drink something." I'm not sure who they're for anymore. Me. Maya. Maybe someone who comes through here after we're gone. Maybe they'll find this place gutted and silent and soaked to the foundation, and they'll read those words and feel less alone for a moment. That's all we really want, isn't it? To not be alone in the end. To be remembered by someone, even if it's a stranger. I don't know how long the generator will last tonight. I'm running it on fumes and grit, but I'll keep it going as long as it takes to finish this message. So if you're listening, if you're out there somewhere beneath this endless bruised sky, trying to keep your own walls from folding in, know this. You are not the last voice. You are not forgotten. You are not the silence. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM. Still breathing, still speaking, still drawing circles in the dark. Something moved past the window last night. I didn't see it directly, just the shadow, long and slow, stretching over the curtains like a stain. I was in the middle of logging another set of storm intervals, head down, pen scratching across damp paper, and then everything just stopped. The rain didn't stop falling. The building didn't stop creaking. But I stopped. Breath, thought, everything. My body locked up in that animal way, the kind of stillness you don't learn. You inherit, the kind that comes from thousands of years of survival, telling you when not to move. And I sat there, frozen. Because whatever passed by wasn't looking for shelter. It wasn't lost. It wasn't begging for help or stumbling through the flood. It was watching. That's what made it worse. The quietness of it. The way its shape didn't lurch or falter or waver. It just moved. Like it knew exactly where it was going. Like it had passed this building before and would pass it again. I didn't get up. Not until the air in the room shifted back to normal. You can feel it when it happens. When that pressure lifts, like a weight being pulled off your lungs. But not all at once. Slowly, so you don't notice you've been suffocating. I waited until the lantern started flickering again, and then I finally moved. Just enough to reach over and wrap my hand around the radio dial. Something about the texture of that plastic, the cold of it, the familiarity. It steadied me, pulled me back. We don't talk about those things much on the broadcast. The watchers, the ones who pass through the fog without making ripples. Most people chalk it up to nerves, to sleep deprivation, to stress-induced hallucinations. But we all see them. If you've lasted this long in the rain, you've felt it too. The sense that something out there isn't running from the storm. It's part of it, molded by it, made for it. I don't know what they are. I don't need to. I just know they don't knock. And they don't speak. And I don't want to be outside when they decide they've seen enough. The rain came harder around dawn. Sheets of it, like the sky had finally found a new reason to grieve. The stairwell flooded again. The tarp I duct-taped along the doorframe finally gave up, peeling away with a wet snap. I spent an hour bailing it out with an old coffee tin, one scoop at a time, arms burning, breath fogging up the inside of my glasses. And the whole time I kept thinking, not about survival, not about plans or food or fuel. I kept thinking about the word relentless. That's what this storm is. Not violent, not monstrous, relentless. It doesn't rage, it wears. It grinds down every surface, every thought, every fiber of resolve. It doesn't need to destroy quickly. It knows how to wait. And so do I. Maya found a small mirror today. Cracked, maybe 4 inches wide. She set it up in the corner of the room, near the window, and I asked why. She said, "So I don't forget what my face looks like." Then she laughed, but not the good kind. The kind of laugh people let out when they've realized something too late. I didn't push, just nodded and handed her a wet rag to clean the glass. It's strange, isn't it? How fast we forget the shape of ourselves when no one else is looking. I used to check my reflection every morning, not out of vanity, just habit. Making sure I looked human, presentable, like someone who still belonged in the world. Now, I haven't really looked in days, maybe weeks. The mirror in the bathroom cracked from the humidity, and there's no natural light anymore. All I've got is this radio glass and the blur of my own shadow stretched across the ceiling. Maya said Eli doesn't recognize his own drawings anymore, that he looks at the ones he made last week and asks who drew them. And I don't know if that's trauma or just time folding in on itself, but either way, it scares her. Scares me too. There's a kind of erosion happening, not just to buildings or roads or signals, but to memory, to identity. And the storm is the tide, washing everything smooth. We found an old Polaroid camera in one of the drawers. No film left. Just the casing. Eli's been walking around with it like it's a toy, pretending to take pictures, clicking the shutter and saying things like, "Gotcha," or "Say cheese." And each time, Maya flinches a little, because we both know he's imitating something he doesn't remember, only something he's been told, something that belongs to a world he was almost old enough to understand. We're all ghosts now, trying to haunt the places we used to live in. I got another signal earlier today, weak, garbled, almost lost in the static. A woman's voice. No name, no location, just a sentence. She said, "If the rain stops, don't trust the sky." Then silence. That's it. Just that one line, and then gone. I played it back 20 times. There was no background noise, no beeping, no water sounds, just her voice clear and even. And I believe her, because we've all felt it, haven't we? That waiting, that coiled feeling behind the clouds. Like this storm isn't the end, just the curtain. What's behind it? I don't know, but I don't think we're meant to find out. So we keep broadcasting, keep signaling through the fog, keep reminding each other we're still real, still intact, if only in fragments. Every time I speak into this mic, I imagine the signal stretching out like a tether, a cable running through the sky, tying me to someone I'll never meet, someone crouched beside a car battery and a cracked transceiver, listening with shaking hands. If that's you, if you're there, in the dark, with your ear to the speaker and your breath caught halfway between panic and hope, know this: you are not alone. You are not forgotten. We remember you, even if we've never heard your name. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM, still transmitting, even when no one answers back. It's raining inside now. I don't mean leaks or drips or isolated patches of water sneaking through seams. I mean inside, full droplets, falling, from the ceiling, from nowhere. I stood in the center of the room for 10 straight minutes this morning, hand outstretched, catching it. It wasn't a pipe burst. It wasn't condensation. It was falling like rain. Slow, spaced, deliberate. The roof isn't caved. The seams are sealed. But still, water fell. And I stood there like a fool, soaked in my own shelter, whispering to myself that it wasn't possible, that things still had to follow rules, that gravity still mattered, that buildings were still buildings and inside meant safe. But nothing means what it used to. Not anymore. Maya saw it too. She came down the stairs while I was just standing there with my palm out and the water dripping down my wrist. She didn't say a word, just looked at me, then up at the ceiling, then at Eli, who didn't seem surprised at all. And she said, "It's finding its way in." Like the storm had grown curious, like it was tired of knocking on the walls and had started searching for the hinges. I want to believe this is just water, just nature, just a freak system grinding against the last scraps of our infrastructure. But every day, that belief gets harder to hold. Not because of the science, I can't even pretend to track that anymore, but because of the patterns. The way the wind circles twice before settling. The way the thunder doesn't roll, it counts. I'm not imagining it. I've been logging it for days now. Every boom, every pause, every return. And they repeat, down to the second. Someone, or something, is writing a rhythm into this. And I'm afraid that rhythm has a purpose. I keep thinking about the letter Maya found in the jacket pocket, the one left behind in that car just outside the west edge of town. She found it while scavenging for wire. A small, folded square of paper sealed in a Ziploc, tucked into the breast pocket of a wet coat. She didn't read it until 2 days later, when the lantern held long enough to make out the ink. It said, "They told us it wouldn't reach this far, but it did. We were told the clouds would stall, but they didn't. Now it's just us in the sky. We are not evacuating anymore. We're witnessing. If you find this, remember, the silence is not neutral. It chooses. It always has." That last line has stuck with me. I've written it out 3 times since, each time shakier than the last. The silence is not neutral. We used to think silence was safe, peaceful, a respite from the noise. But this silence, this isn't peace. This is erasure. A slow dissolving of voice and memory. A removal. You want to know what terrifies me most? Not the watchers. Not the collapsing beams. Not even the flood creeping into the stairwell again. What terrifies me is how normal this all feels now. How easy it is to adapt to horror. You forget, after enough time, that life didn't always feel like this. That there were once sounds that weren't warnings. That there was light that didn't burn cold. That there were days, actual days, divided by sunrise and sunsets, not by generator cycles and food rotations. I think we're all suffering from some kind of temporal vertigo. Every hour is the same color. Every corner holds the same weight. It's not just the world that's flooded. It's us. We're soaking in it. Soaking in it until we forget what dry even means. The last message I got tonight was from someone calling themselves Northbound 2. No name. Just that. They were whispering into the mic, like they were afraid of being overheard. Said they'd been walking the old freight line that runs east out of Monroe. Said there are encampments out there. Dozens of them. People sleeping under overpasses, clustered around rusted-out train cars, using broken radios like candles. Not talking, not shouting, just listening. Listening for this. They asked me to repeat the names again. So I will. Angela Serrano, Joseph Rames, Caroline Wu, Derek Liu, Gloria Patel, Samantha Triggs, Caleb, Kale, Nadine in Rockford, Claire at the parking garage, Jason the signal tech, the man in Freeport who taught plumbing until the end, Kara from the train station, and now Northbound 2. And you, if you're hearing this, you're on the list now. Because we remember. Because you exist. Because you haven't gone silent. I don't know how many more nights this building can take. The wall to the east is starting to bulge, and the ceiling tiles are curling like dying leaves. I've moved the radio gear onto a plastic sheet, just in case. Maya keeps saying we need to find somewhere else, somewhere higher. But there isn't anywhere higher. We're already at the top of this town. Everything above us is sky, and that's what's trying to get in. So we'll wait, we'll broadcast, we'll whisper into the water, and hope the static carries something besides goodbye. This is Griffin Shaw, 94.7 FM. If you're out there, draw circles, stack rocks, say names. Remember, we are not the silence. Not yet. This broadcast is entirely fictional. All names, characters, locations, and events are products of imagination, created only for storytelling and dramatic effect. Any similarities to real people, places, or situations are purely coincidental. The content is not meant to harm, insult, or single out any person, group, community, or belief. Listener discretion is advised. Drop a comment. Tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. I don't know why it's so satisfying to read where people are watching from at 3:39 a.m., but it is. It's 2:14 in the morning. I'm still broadcasting from what used to be the tech wing of an old college campus on the east side of Fairbanks, Alaska. Most of the building's gone quiet now, too quiet, but this room, this signal, still runs off a stripped-down backup system powered by car batteries, a wind rig, and a few lucky pieces of hardware that weren't fried when the grid collapsed. I don't know how long I'll be able to stay on air, but I'll keep talking until I can't. The temperature outside, it's 112 degrees Fahrenheit. That's not a mistake. That's not the heat index. That's the real air temperature. It's nearly pitch black too, not because the sun hasn't risen. No, we're supposed to have sun by now. It's the sky. Something's happened to it. Smoke, ash, maybe something else. No stars, no light, just this suffocating gray veil hanging over everything. There's no breeze tonight, no birds, no bugs, no engine hum from trucks trying to get ahead of the heat. Just silence and the dull ticking of this fan behind me, spinning slower every hour. If you're listening, if you're out there, I want you to know this is real. This isn't a test. This isn't a movie or some post-apocalyptic podcast stunt. Something's changed, and whatever this is, it isn't temporary. It started 6 days ago. That's when the first reports came in. Not from the usual places. No alerts from NOAA. No official warnings from any government weather bureau. Just a few strange headlines popping up online. Sudden stratospheric collapse over northern hemisphere. Unexpected solar interaction with polar vortex. Temperature spike anomalies recorded from Greenland to Manitoba. Most people didn't even read the articles. I did. At first, I thought it was just more of the usual climate panic. But this is different. The first real sign something was wrong came that night. There was a strange hum in the air, like a pressure wave rolling through. People in Anchorage said their radios buzzed like they'd been hit with a shortwave pulse. In Seattle, people said the skies shimmered like oil on water. Then came the blackout. Every major station west of the Rockies went silent. No signal, no static, no emergency broadcast tone. Just dead air. And then, the heat. I know it's ironic. I know what the title of this broadcast says, Ice Age Apocalypse, but that's exactly what makes this so goddamn terrifying. The model said it was supposed to cool. That's what the collapse of the jet stream meant, right? A sudden cooling, a global chill, the next little ice age. But it didn't happen that way. Instead, the cold air that used to swirl around the poles collapsed inward, and with it, the balance holding the rest of the planet's atmosphere in check just snapped. The stratosphere folded in on itself and shoved all that trapped heat back down to the surface like a reverse vacuum seal. Now, the cold is trapped high above us, and we're cooking down here like meat sealed under plastic wrap. I had a friend. She worked at the UAF Climate Research Center. Her name was Sarah. She called me the night it started, sounding breathless, half panicked, talking faster than I've ever heard her talk. She said, "We were wrong. We were wrong about everything." And then she started talking about something called a tropopause inversion, something about the ozone fracturing and redirecting long-wave radiation inward instead of out. I didn't really understand most of it, but I understood her voice. I'd known her for 10 years. That night was the first time she sounded like she believed we weren't going to make it. Then the line went dead. Nobody's heard from her since. Since then, We've been watching this place unravel one system at a time. On day 2, the power grid failed across most of Canada and the northern US. The backup plants couldn't hold. Something about the load balancing algorithms freaking out with the heat surges. Or maybe it was a cyber attack. Nobody said anything official. Cell networks followed within hours. The towers overheated, or the control nodes shut themselves down to avoid electrical fires. I don't know. I'm not an engineer. But what I do know is that now, 6 days later, you can't call anyone unless you've got a working ham rig, and even those are starting to fade. Hospitals, gone. Food shipments, gone. Emergency services? What emergency services? On day 4, I watched a convoy try to move through the city. 7 trucks, 4 military, 3 civilian. They were trying to evacuate the medical center, mostly elderly and critical care patients. But the asphalt on the main highway had liquefied in the heat. Tires started melting, engines failed, and then the people inside those trucks just stayed. Because there was no way to walk through the heat. You can't. You can't breathe in this kind of air without burning your lungs. I tried to get to them. I really did. But I passed out halfway across the parking lot. Woke up 5 hours later with second-degree burns on the side of my face that was exposed to the sun. I haven't left the basement level since. None of us have. That's something else. I should have said this earlier. There are 4 of us down here. Me, 2 students who were working the campus radio program when this all hit, and a janitor named Vincent. He's the one who showed us how to rig the power bank from car batteries. He doesn't talk much, but without him, we wouldn't still be alive. We've got some food, a water filter, not much else. The wind turbine on the roof gives us maybe 2 hours of radio power per night if we don't run anything else. It's enough, for now. This is the part where I wish I could tell you what to do next. Where to go. Who's in charge? Where the safe zones are. But there's nothing. Not even the usual lies from politicians. No FEMA updates. No National Guard broadcasts. No live streams from the Capitol. It's just silent. Like they left the stage and forgot to tell the rest of us the show was canceled. What we do have are the calls. Every night we get a few. Not many. And sometimes they're too broken up to hear clearly. But they're real. Real people. Real voices. Still out there. Last night we got one from a man named Danny. He said he was holed up in an old church basement in Casper, Wyoming. He said the church bell melted off its frame. He was boiling rainwater on a camping stove and trying to keep his 3 kids cool by wrapping them in wet towels. He said one of the kids was coughing blood. Said the air felt like it had weight, like it was sitting on his chest. He didn't ask for help. He just wanted someone to know they were still breathing. I think that's all any of us want now. Someone to know we're still breathing. If you're still listening, I want you to stay calm. I know how hard that is right now. I know how tempting it is to just give up. To lie back and close your eyes and pretend this isn't real. But we can't do that. Not yet. We have to stay alert. We have to be smart. Here's what we've learned so far. Keep low. The heat rises, but the air down in basements and sublevels stays a few degrees cooler. Don't run generators during the day. They'll overheat in minutes. Use them at night, and only if you've got ventilation. Don't trust the sky. Whatever's blocking out the light is not protecting you. The UV levels are still through the roof. We measured it yesterday with an old meter from the campus lab. It maxed out in under 10 seconds, even with the smoke cover. That means skin damage in less than 5 minutes. If you have mirrors or foil, use them to redirect heat away from doorways and windows. If you've got chalk or white paint, mark your outer walls. Reflective surfaces help more than you'd think. If you're trying to grow anything, keep it shaded. Everything exposed is burning. Even the moss. I've never seen moss burn. And if you're lucky enough to be near water, protect it. Cover your barrels. Bury your reserves. The evaporation rate is insane. We lost 3 gallons yesterday, just from a cracked lid. If you're in the South, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Houston, I don't know if you're still out there. I really don't. But if you are, and you can hear me, I need to know what it's like down there. If this is bad up here in the north, I can't imagine what it's doing to the southern belt. I'll keep broadcasting as long as I can. If you've got a working ham set, or even a CB with long-wave pickup, try scanning 101.3 FM. That's where I'm putting out most of these updates. If that's not working, try 740 AM. The signal's weaker there, but it's got better range after midnight. If you're listening from Canada, I've been hearing rumors. Rumors that some of the northern provinces have gone dark entirely. Saskatchewan, Alberta. Places that should have had snow this time of year are now hitting 90 degrees at midnight. People are saying the ice fields melted in under 48 hours. That's not just bad news for them. That's the kind of mass displacement that'll send the rest of us reeling. Anyway, I need to switch over power to recharge for the morning, but I'll be back. I'll be back every night I can. We're not gone yet. Not all of us. Keep cool. Keep breathing. Don't give up. This is the frozen world now. It's 3:22 a.m. I'm back on the air. Barely. Power came on late tonight. Wind died down earlier than usual. Vincent had to climb the northeast stairwell again to realign the rig after a gust spun the blade into the side rail. We were scared it had snapped, but it's still holding. If it goes, this whole setup goes with it. We've got maybe 1 or 2 more days of juice before the batteries degrade past usable. But it's quiet again. For now. And I need to talk. I need to get this down while it's still fresh. Maybe someone's listening. Around 1 a.m., the air outside dropped. Not in temperature, just in weight. That's the best way I can describe it. Like something heavy got lifted. For the first time in days, we cracked the emergency hatch in the janitor's crawl space. It's only 6 inches wide and covered with 3 layers of blackout cloth, but it let in a draft. And for once, it didn't feel like a furnace. We took turns breathing near it. Not sticking our heads out, just being near it. It's strange how air can taste like something. This tasted clean. No burning plastic. No electric tang. Just wind. I don't know what that means. I'm afraid to get hopeful. But then the scanner picked something up. We've had the military band running in the background for days. Static, mostly. And sometimes weird clipped signals. What we think might be burst transmissions or maybe just system errors. But tonight, we got a voice. Clear. Flat. Male. Said, Unit 9 confirmed lost. Repeat, Unit 9 confirmed lost. Evac route compromised. Denver Command falling back to Red Line 2. Repeat, fall back to Red Line 2. Civilians not cleared. Maintain visual suppression. Then static again. We played it back 3 times. It's real. It's not a glitch. That was less than an hour ago. If anyone's in Colorado, if anyone knows what Red Line 2 is, please call in. Please. Because that wasn't a rescue order. That was a retreat. I need to say this out loud now, because I don't think we've admitted it to ourselves. There's no one coming to save us. Not this time. That's what today taught me. Earlier this afternoon, we got a visitor. That's not normal. No one's been down here except us for 6 days. The surface is too dangerous. But just after sunset, someone knocked on the old maintenance door that leads into the western stairwell. We froze. I thought it might be heat stroke playing tricks on me. I didn't say anything. But then it came again. 3 knocks. Pause. Then 2 more. I grabbed the wrench. Vincent had the extinguisher. One of the kids, Kayla, had the old handheld scanner. We didn't speak. We just waited. Then we heard the voice. She said her name was Melissa. Said she'd been walking since Monday. Said she followed our signal. We opened the outer door, just a crack. She was there. Real. Human. Eyes puffy, lips cracked, skin raw from exposure. She had on 2 coats, wrapped in some kind of reflective windshield tarp. Said she'd been surviving off bottled water she stole from a disabled vending truck on the bypass. She hadn't eaten in 2 days. We let her in. She cried when she saw the light. Not because it was bright, because it was warm. She sat on the floor and held her hands up to the backup lantern and cried like a kid finding their way home. We fed her. Slowly. Just a bit of rehydrated soup to see how she'd handle it. She thanked us every few seconds. Couldn't stop. Then she told us what she saw out there. She said the roads were empty, but not clean, not cleared. She saw cars melted into pavement, door handles that had warped and sunk into the metal frames, asphalt bubbling under tire treads, skulls in passenger seats scorched white. She said the sun came down at angles that didn't feel normal, that the shadows weren't consistent, that they stretched like ribbons across the hills. She passed by a high school with windows that had burst inward from the heat and found a stash of water bottles near the lockers. Whoever put them there had written a note in marker on the floor. Come back after sundown. We're watching from the auditorium. But when she checked that side of the building later that night, it had burned out. She never saw anyone. She said she hasn't seen another living person in 3 days. But here's the part I can't stop thinking about. She said the sky is changing color. Not at sunrise or sunset. In the middle of the day. Like a pulse. Like the light flickers in different shades. Not blues. Not oranges. Colors she couldn't name. She said it made her feel sick when it happened. Dizzy. Like time skipped. She said it's only started in the last 48 hours. She thinks it's connected to the magnetic field. That's what she said. I didn't ask where she got that idea. But she said her ears ring when it happens. That her fillings hurt. That birds fell out of the sky in front of her, twitching, seizing. She used to be a vet tech. Said she recognized the symptoms from animals with neurological inflammation. I don't know if it's true, but it scares the hell out of me. We gave her the cot in the corner. She's asleep now, still twitching. Her hands clench sometimes, like she's reliving something. I hope we didn't bring death through that door. But it's hard to care right now. She's alive. That's enough. I want to talk about what happened with the radio tower tonight. For anyone listening in from northern Canada, you might have felt this too. Around 10:20 p.m., we lost signal completely. Not just our station, the entire band. Every frequency went dead. Just blank. No static, no hiss, no background hum. It was like someone turned off the concept of radio itself. Then, 30 seconds later, boom. The tower next to the old student union went up in flames, no explosion, just ignition, like it had reached a flashpoint all at once. Aluminum skeleton warped in seconds. The antenna melted down the side like wax. We watched from the stairwell hatch. You could feel the heat even underground. No lightning, no sparks, no human error. It just caught fire. That means something. I don't know what yet. But it wasn't natural. Towers don't just burn on their own like that, especially when they're not active. We salvaged what we could from the backup gear closet. That's how we're still broadcasting. But it's temporary. We can't replace anything that breaks now. This is going to sound crazy, but I need to get it out. I think something in the upper atmosphere is changing the way energy flows. Not just heat, not just light, but the behavior of electricity itself. We had a battery pack, brand new, never used, short out yesterday for no reason. Just fizzled. It wasn't even plugged in, and the scanner has started picking up pulses that don't match anything on the known spectrum. I wrote down one of them. It repeated 5 times over the span of an hour. 132/0.118/0.098/132/0.118. It doesn't match a signal ID, at least not from any guide I know, but the timing of it, it's regular, like a heartbeat or a countdown. I'll keep watching. I have to say this out loud. I think we passed the point of recovery days ago. I think the world we knew is gone, burned from the inside out. And the weird part is, it's not even fire that did it. It's pressure. That's what this feels like now. Like the earth itself is cracking under pressure. We got a shortwave message earlier tonight. Could barely make it out through the interference. It came in on a southern band, unusual for this time of year. The voice identified herself as Layla from Mobile, Alabama. Said she was speaking from a high school basement converted into a shelter. Said they were housing 19 people, mostly seniors and kids. No cooling system. Just ice blocks made from rainwater stored underground. She said they've lost 11 people in the last 2 days from organ failure. No visible injuries, no trauma, just systems shutting down from heat stress. She said one man's blood literally cooked in his veins. Their last thermometer broke yesterday when it read 123. Layla ended the message with this. It's like the sun stopped caring. That hit me harder than I thought it would. I keep wondering where everyone is, the real ones, the leaders, the scientists, the people who are supposed to show up when something like this happens. The truth is, I think they've gone underground, literally. Bunkers, government shelters, deep sites no one talks about. I wouldn't even blame them. This heat isn't survivable anymore, not for long. But what about the rest of us? What about the people who didn't get an invitation? I keep thinking about how many of us won't even be remembered. No gravestones, no names on a list, just gone. And yet, somehow, people are still holding on. Melissa did. Layla did. Danny from Wyoming. That guy who called in from Kansas City 2 nights ago and told us how he used duct tape to build a swamp cooler out of a toilet fan and a wet towel. We're still trying. Even now. So if you're hearing this, I want you to write this down. These are the names of people still alive, still fighting, still breathing. Melissa, Fairbanks, Alaska. Layla, Mobile, Alabama. Danny, Casper, Wyoming. Tommy, Kansas City, Missouri. Unknown voice. Sunset Hill. We don't know the city, but the voice said those words before cutting out. That's 5 people. And us. 4 in this room. We're not done yet. This is the new world. It's not cold. Not like they said it would be. But it's still an ice age in its own way. Cold in the sense that the systems we counted on are gone. Cold in the way people have gone silent. Cold in the way the sky looks back at you now, like it doesn't recognize you anymore. But you're still here. So am I. I'll be back on at 4:30 if we've got the charge. If not, then sometime tomorrow night. We'll make it work. Keep your mirrors up. Keep your air filtered. Watch the sky. And don't give up. This is still your world. This is the frozen world. It's 4:52 a.m., still no sunrise. We should be in full light by now. Even with the smoke, there's usually something, an orange glow, or at least a pale smudge across the clouds. But today, nothing. Just darkness stretching out like a tarp pulled over the whole sky. I don't know if it's cloud cover, ash, or something else, but it's like the sun gave up, like even it doesn't want to see what's left. We got a second wind charge from the rig, enough to come back on air for a short broadcast. Vincent says one of the fans is grinding now. Bearings probably melted a little in yesterday's spike. He's going to take it apart in the morning. We're rationing power now, 20 minutes at a time. I'm using tonight's slot because something happened, and I need to say it while I still have the words. I think someone nearby broke. I mean really broke. About an hour ago, Kayla, one of the students here, picked up something on the scanner. Weak signal, barely audible. But it repeated. 3 words. Too hot, sorry. It repeated 6 times, then cut out. We boosted the antenna and got a better lock. Transmission was coming from less than a mile away. North Campus housing, maybe. Then, maybe 20 minutes later, we saw the plume. A fire. Big one. Looked like someone poured fuel all over the second floor of one of the dorm buildings and lit a match. No movement. No sounds. Just the fire. Then it collapsed. We haven't gone out to check. We won't. There's nothing we could do now. But we know what that was. We don't need to ask. I don't even know her name. She must have had no more water, or food, or hope. And when the heat presses in like this, when the power's gone, when your body starts to shake from dehydration, and the air hurts to breathe, it makes sense. In some twisted way, it makes sense. But I still hate it. Because that should never feel like a reasonable choice. And it does now. That's the part that scares me most. I want to believe we're not animals, that we're more than just meat and reflexes. But in this new world, those ideas get blurry. I still remember when the power went off for good. It was day 3. We waited. We thought maybe it was just rolling outages. The usual summer thing, grid strain. But it didn't come back, and the emergency tones stopped, and the phone lines went quiet. Even the weather station, dead. There's no backup generator big enough to bring back a country, and nobody seems to be running the show anymore. You know what's funny? I used to think we'd see the end coming. Like meteors, nuclear fire, sirens and screaming. But this wasn't loud. It didn't come like that. It came quietly. Like someone turning down the volume on the world until all you could hear was your own breath. There's no war, no enemy, just heat and silence. We tried calling the last functioning local government line today, the number that used to be city services. Got a voicemail box still working. Guess it's hosted off-site. The message just said, You've reached the Department of Civic Response. If you are calling about heat-related emergency conditions, please contact your regional command station. For all other concerns, please remain indoors and await further instructions. There is no regional command station. There is no one coming. I want to tell you about a message we picked up last night. I didn't say anything earlier because I wanted to be sure it wasn't a prank or leftover test broadcast. It was short, pre-recorded, rough audio, probably made on a laptop mic. The speaker identified himself as Dr. Issam Karimi, said he was, or used to be, senior atmospheric scientist at NOAA, based out of the Boulder facility. He said what we're experiencing isn't a traditional atmospheric collapse. He said it's a cascade failure triggered by high-altitude cloud seeding gone wrong. His words, the supersaturation layer was supposed to form a cooling ceiling. Instead, it created a refractive barrier that bends long-wave infrared radiation back to the surface, amplifying heat retention by a factor of 1.8. I didn't catch the science at first, but Vincent explained it. Imagine you put a mirror dome over the planet. Now imagine the dome lets sunlight in but traps all the heat trying to bounce out. That's what they did. Or tried to do. A last-ditch effort to delay warming, to buy time. Instead, they built an oven. The broadcast cut off after that. No location given, no coordinates. But it's out there. Somebody tried to fix the planet, and now we're living in their mistake. We got a call about an hour ago. The kind that sticks with you. Woman, maybe mid-30s. Hard to tell over the static. Said her name was Harper. She's in Nova Scotia. Yes, Canada. She said the sea boiled. Her exact words. The sea boiled. She lives, or lived, less than half a mile from the coast. Said her whole village lost power the same day as us, but they were trying to make it work. Fishing, purifying salt water, using solar reflectors to cook. Then one day, they walked down to the bay to check the crab traps, and the whole shoreline was steaming. Real, thick white steam coming off the waves. Birds were dead. Fish floating. Beach sand warped like glass in some places. She said her skin blistered after 2 minutes. They moved inland that night. She lost her parents during the hike. Heat stroke. Collapsed and couldn't be moved. She buried them in a ditch with her bare hands. She said she hasn't cried since. She just talks. Keeps moving. Keeps transmitting. Said she's headed west. Doesn't know why. Just doesn't want to die by the ocean. She said something else I haven't stopped thinking about. I don't believe the planet's trying to kill us. I think it's trying to make sure we don't come back. She laughed when she said it. I didn't. I want to talk about what we're seeing with the sky now. There's a pattern. We're all noticing it. It's not just smoke. It's not just haze. It moves. Every night, around the same time, between 11:30 p.m. and 1 a.m., the sky pulses, like a dim flash, like something in the upper layers is reacting. Vincent says it looks like auroras, but wrong. Like the wrong color palette. Purples and greens you can't name. And it's silent. Totally silent. If you've seen this too, please call in. We need to understand it. I'm starting to think this isn't just climate failure. I think it's something more. We got a message scrawled in graphite on a sheet of packing paper. Someone slipped it under the locked courtyard gate 2 days ago. No name, no date. Just this sentence. They seeded the stratosphere. Now it's bleeding. What does that mean? I don't know. but it doesn't feel like metaphor. I'm losing my focus. My throat is dry again. Even with our filters and the damp cloths, it's like breathing sand some nights. I'm sorry if I sound worn out. I am. I've slept maybe 4 hours total in the last 2 days. Melissa's still not doing great. Her fever broke yesterday, but now she's coughing up blood. She says she's fine, but she's not. We don't know what's wrong. Could be heat lung. Could be something worse. We don't have antibiotics, just hope. Vincent made her a cooling vest using some aluminum foil and surgical tubing we found in the lab's supply closet. Rigged it with a water bag. Keeps her from overheating, for now. That man doesn't talk much, but he keeps all of us alive. He used to be a field medic. Iraq, I think. Or maybe Afghanistan. He doesn't say. But the way he moves, you can tell he's been through something like this before. Not this exactly. Nothing is like this. But something close enough to know what to do when the world goes wrong. Kayla's working on mapping survivor signals. She's been logging every call-in, every ping, every scrap of chatter we get. We've got dots now. Real places, real people. Even if we never see them, they're there. I want to end this transmission with something I heard in a dream. I think it was a dream. It was 2 nights ago. I was half asleep, lying near the battery bank, trying not to think about how loud my own heartbeat sounded. And then I heard a voice, whisper soft, like it was coming through the radio, but the radio was off. It said, "We don't freeze in this ice age. We burn." And then silence. I don't know what that means, but it feels true. I'll be back tomorrow night. If the turbine holds, if the batteries charge, if the world doesn't fold in on itself. Keep your water covered. Keep your lights dim. Keep your mind sharp. This is the frozen world. We are still here. It's 2:47 a.m. The battery's held. Barely. Vincent jury-rigged a bypass using copper wire stripped from the old lab microscope chargers. It bought us 20 more minutes of broadcast time. The wind's still dead outside. No turbines spinning tonight. The air feels thick again, like we're underwater. Like every inhale is being filtered through someone else's lungs. We had to move Melissa. She was seizing earlier, twice. No fever now, but her fingers are going numb, and the whites of her eyes are starting to turn gray. Not red, gray, like something's shutting down inside her. I keep hearing the same 2 words from survivors calling in. Boiling blood. That's what it feels like for most people now. Like the heat isn't just outside anymore. Like it's gotten under the skin. Vincent thinks it might be a kind of protein breakdown. He says once core body temperature hits 106, your blood can start to denature, literally cook you from inside. We've been laying her near the water tank, lining the floor with wet shirts. It's all we can do. She still talks sometimes, mostly gibberish, but earlier tonight, she said a name. Eli. I think it's her son, or her husband, or maybe just someone she lost. I didn't ask. We got a signal earlier, not a voice, just a ping, a digital echo on frequency 97.1, modulated, encrypted. Vincent says it matches military handshake patterns, not American, Canadian. But something's different. The return ping doesn't have the right timing. He thinks it's automated, or maybe worse, intercepted. We tried replying with the standard ID burst, got nothing back. Either the station's unmanned or whoever's on the other end doesn't want to talk. Kayla's been sketching the sky again. She says the aurora pulses are starting to form shapes. I told her that was probably just sleep deprivation. She didn't argue, just showed me her notebook. I didn't know what I was looking at until she pointed it out. It was the same pattern we picked up on the scanner 3 days ago. 132/0.118/0.098/132/0.118. She thinks the pulses match it. Light and radio, both following the same timing. She said, "I think someone's trying to say something." I don't know what scares me more, if she's right or if she's not. I want to read a message we got last night, handwritten, folded into a plastic sandwich bag, and taped to the old generator door outside the engineering wing. It says, "I heard your broadcast. You're not the only ones. There's a group of us near Chena Ridge. We've got food, some power, maybe a way out. If you're reading this, signal at 101.3 FM with Morse. 3 long, 2 short. We'll be listening." No name, no date. But the ink was fresh, and the bag wasn't sun-warped. That means someone else is close. Someone who heard us. We sent the Morse ping an hour ago. Still waiting on a reply. If anyone out there knows someone in Chena Ridge, if you're part of that group, please reply. We're not looking for a handout, just proof we're not insane for holding on. We had another call earlier. Man named Roshan said he was a systems tech at a geothermal plant in Iceland until last month. His accent was light, but the English was clear. Said he was listening to international shortwave. What's left of it anyway? He said something strange. He said the planet's rotation is changing. Not dramatically, not visibly, but enough that orbital measurements are starting to drift. Satellites aren't where they're supposed to be. Ground-to-space pings are lagging, and some amateur stations in Europe are losing track of the sun. He called it thermal tilt. Said the temperature gradient between hemispheres is off balance, and it's pulling the crust, just slightly, just enough to warp the axis. I asked him what that meant, what it leads to. He didn't answer, just said, "This is how planets die." Then he hung up. I keep wondering if this was a mistake, a miscalculation. Is there any way to reverse it? Or is it already locked in? We haven't seen a single official emergency broadcast in 5 days. I think we've reached the blackout phase. That's what FEMA calls it. The point in a level 1 failure, where coordinated information is deemed more dangerous than silence. Once the public can't be managed, the protocol shifts to operational preservation. In short, go quiet. Let the panic burn itself out. Let the people disappear on their own. I hate thinking like that, but the pattern fits. No updates, no orders, no relief. Just darkness and heat. I want to play a voice log we received. It's old, maybe recorded before everything fell apart, but it only came through tonight. The voice is male, mid-40s, calm, controlled. He says, "If this reaches anyone, my name is Dr. Farid Manas. I'm, or was, lead coordinator at the Atacama Monitoring Array in Chile. Our instruments began picking up refracted UV signatures consistent with solar lensing 3 weeks before the first stratospheric collapse. We believed it was a local phenomenon. We were wrong. The anomaly isn't just atmospheric, it's geomagnetic. Something is altering the upper atmospheric charge distribution, and it's changing how radiation behaves inside the magnetosphere. If this continues, The planet's thermal equilibrium will shatter, and we won't freeze. We'll cook. Slowly, quietly, from the inside out. Then the file ends. It's dated 18 days ago. I wonder if he's still alive. I need to say something. Earlier tonight, I almost gave up. I was sitting in the stairwell, listening to the concrete expand and crack from the heat. I could feel the sweat dripping from the back of my neck. My vision was blurring from dehydration. And for 1 second, just one, I thought, maybe I should just stop. Maybe I should lay down and let it happen. Because I'm tired. I'm so tired. But then I heard a sound I haven't heard in a week. Laughter. Melissa. She was laughing. Weak, raspy, but real. She was talking in her sleep, saying something about lemon snow cones and a dog named Jellybean. And I realized she's still dreaming. She still has something left. If she can laugh in a dream, maybe I can hold on one more night. So I came back down, and I turned the mic back on. Because someone might be listening. You might be listening, and I owe it to all of you. Every single voice we've heard, every person still breathing out there, to keep going. Even if it's just words in the dark, even if it's the last light we've got, we are not gone. Not yet. This is the frozen world, and we're still in it. I'll be back. It's 3:41 a.m. Still dark, still nothing from the ridge. We sent another signal burst just after midnight. 3 long, 2 short, same as they asked. No reply. It's been 16 hours. We're hoping the message was just delayed. Maybe they had to move. Maybe their equipment burned out. Maybe they're listening, just not ready to talk. But maybe not. The thing is, hope starts to feel like a luxury after a while, like something you shouldn't waste energy on. Melissa hasn't spoken since yesterday. Her breathing's gone shallow. Skin's gone almost waxy now, like it's losing moisture from the inside. I keep checking her pulse, even though I know it won't help. I think part of me just wants the confirmation that she's still in there. I keep thinking about how much we take for granted when the world works, like a doctor just being down the road, a grocery store across the street, a fan, a wet rag, just the idea that something could be fixed. Now it's all improvisation. We're all survivalists now, whether we wanted to be or not. Kayla's been sleeping 2 hours at a time at most. She stays up listening to static, logging every twitch of signal like it means something. Her eyes are bloodshot. She started tying her shirt sleeves around her wrists because she says the skin feels like it's buzzing. Vincent keeps patching the turbine. The noise it makes when it catches the wind now is like this low groan, like metal remembering pain. We got another call tonight, from a woman in Boston. Her name was Clara. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. She sounded like she used to be a teacher. You could hear it in the way she spoke. Slow, careful, like she was choosing each word like a puzzle piece. She said she was one of the last people left inside what used to be the Boston Public Library. Said she'd sealed off the West Wing with fire blankets and was keeping herself cool by sleeping under wet newspapers soaked in saline. She said it's quiet now. No more shouting, no more sirens, just the faint ticking of old pipes cooling unevenly in the heat. She said the Charles River is gone. Not dry, gone. Evaporated. She stayed on the line for 11 minutes. She recited poetry, told us about a story she used to read to her students when they were learning about the seasons. She said, "This isn't summer. This is something else." Then she stopped. I thought we lost the call. But she came back. Last thing she said was, "There's a light in the ceiling now, where the skylight used to be. But it doesn't behave like sunlight." Then she hung up. I keep thinking about that line. Doesn't behave like sunlight. We've been watching the light here too. It pulses now. It doesn't cast shadows the way it used to. It softens everything. Smears it. Like a filter. And it doesn't feel warm. It feels wrong. I want to say something I've been avoiding. I don't know what day it is anymore. We stopped counting after day 10. There's no more clocks that keep accurate time. The solar timers are useless now. The sun doesn't rise the same way. The sky's broken. So now we just count the hours between when the air feels breathable and when it doesn't. We sleep in shifts, eat when our hands stop shaking, and talk into this mic like someone out there still taking notes. But we don't know anymore. This might just be a whisper in a dead world. Still, I'm going to keep reading the names. The names of the people who called. The names we wrote on the board. Because names mean someone existed. Someone lived. Clara, Boston, Massachusetts. Roshan, North Atlantic Shortwave Relay. Harper, Nova Scotia. Layla, Mobile, Alabama. Melissa, Fairbanks, Alaska. Danny, Casper, Wyoming. Tommy, Kansas City. Eden, unknown location, but referenced Crater Road and a burned-out Jeep Cherokee. Hassan, outskirts of Las Vegas, last heard 3 nights ago. Nora, Cleveland. Signal too faint to verify. I'll keep reading them as long as I can. Every time I say a name, I feel a little more real. Like I'm not just narrating into the void. If you're out there, any of you, I want you to know we remember. We had a weird moment earlier tonight. Something I haven't been able to explain. At exactly 12:17 a.m., the signal meter jumped. Not a spike, not noise. A perfect tone, exactly 440 hertz. Middle A. It held for 10 seconds, then cut. I checked the logs. The timing wasn't random. It was exactly 1 hour after we sent the ridge signal. No metadata, no reply, just that single tone. I don't know what to make of it. We've been calling it the A note. We're going to try replying tomorrow. Kayla's building a response ping. Maybe someone's still trying to talk. Maybe it's automated. Maybe it's just a ghost. But we're going to try. Vincent said something earlier I can't stop thinking about. He was standing at the top of the stairwell, watching the moonlight, or whatever it is now, leak through the blackout curtains. And he said, "I think this isn't just heat. I think we cracked something open." I asked him what he meant. He just shook his head, said, "The planet had systems in place, safety valves, pressure regulators, and we broke all of them." Then he went back to work. He's not the kind of man who talks without reason. So now I'm wondering, what did we crack? What did we let out? I've been having dreams. I don't usually talk about them, not on air. But lately, they're getting louder, more vivid. The last one, I was walking down a hallway made of glass. Beneath me was earth, scorched and black. Above me was water, thick, endless water, and there were voices in it. Not speaking words, just vibrations, like whale song tuned too high. And then I saw people floating up there, like they'd drowned in the sky. I woke up gasping. My sheets were soaked. Not with sweat, condensation. Like something cold had passed through. We haven't had cool air in 10 days. I don't know what it means. Maybe nothing. Maybe this is just what happens when your body starts to decay from the inside out. Melissa's breathing just shifted. Lighter now. Like a whisper. I keep holding the mic close because I don't want to miss it if she says something else. I want you to know. I didn't used to believe in any of this. Not the end of days. Not the collapse. Not the fragility. I thought systems had backups. That people had fail-safes. That the worst-case scenario always came with a safety net. I don't believe that anymore. But I do believe in you. I believe in whoever is still listening. Because if you're still alive, if you're still breathing in this poisoned heat, you are not weak. You are not forgotten. You are the reason this mic is still on. You are the reason we keep spinning the turbine, changing the filters, watching the sky. You matter. You always did. This is the frozen world. But the voices haven't frozen. Not yet. I'll be back tomorrow. Or maybe it's already tomorrow. Time is strange now. But I'll be back. Stay underground. Stay shaded. Keep your signal tight. We are still here. It's 4:18 a.m., the ridge responded. They heard us. I don't know how long I've been holding my breath, waiting to say those words. We almost gave up. We almost stopped sending the signal. But just before 3 a.m., it came through. Short burst transmission. Garbled at first, but Kayla cleaned it up through the preamp. 3 words. Confirmed. Repeated twice. Signal received. Alive. Alive. God. Vincent didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes and sat down. Kayla cried. It's not a full conversation. It's not an invitation. But it's the first proof, real proof, that there are still people out there close enough to reach. We sent back a secondary ID, coordinates, basic vitals, power status, then silence. But silence feels different now. Before, it meant isolation. Now, it might mean preparation. We've started getting ready to move. I don't know what that even looks like yet. We can't carry much. We don't know how far it is. But we can't sit here forever either. The turbine's grinding louder. The battery housing smells like warm copper. And Melissa's not improving. If we're going to get her help, it has to be soon. And maybe, just maybe, we weren't supposed to survive this long. Maybe the fact that we're still here means something. I want to believe that. We're starting inventory tonight. Food, water, remaining coolant. Vincent thinks we'll need to rig a rolling sled if we want to move the radio. Kayla's been collecting map fragments and solar shade cloth from the physics lab. It feels like something's waking up in us. Movement again. Purpose. But I need to be honest. I'm scared. Leaving this place, this bunker, this sound booth. It feels like stepping off a ledge we can't see the bottom of. Out there is death. Worse than death. The kind of heat that takes the breath out of your lungs before you even know you're choking. But staying? Staying might mean something worse. Dying in place, without trying. I got a voice ping from someone new tonight. Shortwave. Female voice, calm but clipped. Identified herself only as Erin. Location: near St. Louis, Missouri. Said she's part of a group still sheltering in an underground flood tunnel system. something connected to an old brewery or distillery. Said they've got water, some light. But the air quality's worsening by the hour. Said the ceilings are starting to crack from thermal stress. Said something strange, too. She said, "The sky isn't just dark, it's listening." I asked her what that meant. She said when they tried transmitting an emergency burst at full wattage, the sky above their tunnel shimmered, like the clouds thinned, and for about 10 seconds, the heat surged to 127 degrees. Inside. She said it felt like punishment. I told her that wasn't possible. She said she didn't care. She said, "It hurt us." And it answered. Then she cut the line. I don't know what to make of that. But I keep thinking back to those pulses we saw. Those perfectly timed bands of color in the night sky. That steady middle A on the signal meter. Is it just atmospheric resonance? Or are we dealing with something new? I don't want to go down that road. Not yet. Not tonight. But I'm writing it down, saying it out loud. Because if something's changed in the way the Earth works, we have to be honest about it. Kayla brought up something I haven't thought about in days. She said, "Do you think the ridge has children?" I hadn't considered it. I hope they do. I hope there are still kids somewhere, still drawing on walls, still asking questions, still imagining things instead of surviving them. But then again, maybe they don't. Maybe they're like us, barely holding on, people hardened by the quiet. We found another signal tonight. Weak. Analog AM band. Scrambled, buried under 2 layers of static. But the voice, God, the voice. It sounded like someone reading a story. An old man, maybe 70s. Calm, clear, deliberate. He was reading something about the Arctic Circle, about a place that used to be permafrost and is now ocean. Said something about mammoths being found almost intact. Hair and tissue still soft. Eyelids still in place. He said, "What once froze to preserve now melts to erase." We traced the signal to somewhere in Alberta. No return contact. But it was there. Real. People are still talking, even if they think no one's listening. Vincent started assembling a portable power box tonight. Nothing fancy. Just a sealed lead-acid rig with 2 hand-crank backups. Enough to keep a handheld scanner running, maybe even the small transceiver. He's planning for travel. He hasn't said it, but I can see it. We're all thinking the same thing. The ridge is the last thread. If we don't reach them, I don't know what we do. We can't stay in the walls of a campus basement forever. They're sweating now. The walls. Concrete shouldn't sweat. But there's moisture forming at the edges. Steam condensation. The outside pressure is shifting. We heard a boom earlier. Distant. Could have been a transformer. Could have been a building collapse. But it echoed like a wave. The kind that moves through ground, not air. I want to read another name into the log. Aaron, St. Louis Underground. Clara, Boston. Melissa. Here, barely. Kayla. Here, still fighting. Vincent. Here, still fixing. Roshan, System Tech. Layla, Mobile, Alabama. Harper, Nova Scotia. Danny, Wyoming. Eden, unknown. Tommy, Kansas City. Nora, Cleveland. Old Reader, Alberta. AM Band. Every name is a light, even if we never see them again. I don't know what the ridge will say next. Maybe nothing. Maybe we're walking into an illusion, or a trap, or nothing at all. But I'd rather move toward a voice than die next to silence. We're leaving a note, just in case. A broadcast loop, battery-powered, on frequency 101.3 FM. Simple message. Tells where we went, what direction. Tells anyone else who finds this place what we tried to do. We'll trigger the loop once we know the batteries won't catch fire. I can't believe I just said that. That's the kind of thing you say now. Not, when is help coming? Not, what's the forecast? But, how hot can a battery get before it explodes? The new world. The frozen world? Except it's not frozen in temperature. It's frozen in motion. Time stopped. System stopped. People paused mid-life and never unpaused. And here we are. Still broadcasting. Still here. We'll be on air again before we leave. One more check-in. One more push. Then it's just dust, heat, and footsteps. I'll talk to you soon. Stay alive. Stay human. We still matter. It's 2:03 a.m. This will probably be my last broadcast from this room. I'm looking at the board now. The wall where we wrote down names, the schedule, the radio codes, a calendar that stopped making sense 2 weeks ago. We're packing what we can. Water, a map, 3 portable power bricks, one of them rigged with copper leads and heat shielding from the chemistry lab. Vincent welded a makeshift wagon using dorm furniture legs and bike tires he pulled off the outdoor rack. It squeaks like hell, but it rolls. That's what matters. Kayla's cataloging the food. What little's left. We've got maybe 3 days of high-calorie rations if we split them in half. We're going, the Ridge confirmed. They replied at 11:42 p.m. Exact coordinates. Entry protocol. Warning about surface exposure times. They said to approach during the lowest temperature window, between 3:30 and 5 a.m., and to use rooftop reflective cloth as signal confirmation. Said they'd light a beacon if they saw the confirmation flash. Said they'd wait exactly 1 hour. If we don't make it in that window, that's it. We're not bringing the full radio rig, just the field unit. This one right here. The mic you're hearing me through now. The studio's staying behind. It's too big, too heavy, too wired in. We'll leave the loop running, if we can trust the battery to hold a slow trickle. Simple message. We moved. We're still here. If you hear this, so are you. I thought I'd feel relief. I thought I'd be happy to leave. But right now, all I feel is sadness. This room kept us alive. These walls, the low hum of the inverter, the makeshift tarp we used to black out the stairwell window. It's ugly and small and hot, but it became a kind of home. Melissa's not awake. She hasn't been for most of the day. Her body temp is low now. Not high, low. We don't know what that means. Her hands are cold, her breath shallow. We tried mouth-wetting her every 2 hours with gauze soaked in electrolyte water. It helps. A little. Vincent made a carry sling using old bed sheets and an aluminum walker frame. We'll strap her to the top of the gear load. She'll ride with us. She's not dying here. We're not leaving her behind. Kayla found an old Polaroid in the comms room. It still had one picture left. She used it to take a photo of the names board. Taped the picture to Melissa's shirt. Said, just in case they ask who we are. She's 16. She's been keeping us all on track. When we first lost the grid, she was the one who scavenged the chemistry closet for anything that could make water cooler last longer. She was the one who mapped the stairwell to avoid hotspots. She found the soundproof blankets in the abandoned music room and turned this booth into something we could actually sleep in without baking alive. I keep forgetting she's just a kid. I keep forgetting any of us used to be someone else. We're going to start moving in less than 90 minutes. It'll take us about 45 to reach the edge of the ridge perimeter, assuming the path isn't blocked. Vincent says we'll be at risk for about 12 of those minutes, the final push up the exposed concrete hill where the shadows break. We'll soak our shirts in ice packs before then, the last two. We'll run it if we have to. The ridge said they've got shielding, cooling, power, underground air cycling, even a medical technician. I don't know if I believe all of it, but I believe they're real. And right now, that's more than enough. We got a final shortwave tonight. Faint, broken, but readable. Guy named Arjun. Said he's with a group in northern Utah, staying inside a decommissioned missile silo. Said they've been off-grid since before the collapse. Full prep team, agricultural engineers, 2 doctors, about 30 people. They're listening. They've been listening for days. He said, "Your voice reminds us we're not sealed in here alone." That got to me more than I want to admit. He didn't ask for help. He didn't offer it. He just wanted us to know that he heard us. Said they call it skyfall. That's their word for what happened. Said their meteorologist tracked a sudden drop in stratospheric particulate stability 3 days before the first temp spikes. Said the readings were impossible, like the upper atmosphere folded in on itself. That's the third person now to describe it that way. Folded, cracked, refracted. It wasn't supposed to happen, but it did. Kayla's packing the last of the radio equipment now. The old signal repeater, the notebook of frequencies, the last dry pen. We'll leave a trail behind, marks in chalk, not on the ground, on the walls, in places that don't catch light. That's something Vincent said. He said, "Never leave a mark where the sun can read it." We don't know what's up there anymore, but we know it watches. I want to say goodbye to this room, just for me, to the dust, the walls, the crack in the ceiling above the mic stand where condensation used to drip onto my shoulder at 4 a.m., to the signal that never gave out until we did. I'm not going to say this is the end, because it's not, but it's the end of this chapter. One more thing before we go. Kayla left a message in the battery repeater that'll play on loop after we're gone. It says, "If you find this place, you survived the first wave." That means something. You're still here. So were we. We left this signal for you, not to tell you where we went, but to tell you why. Because we believed there was still something out there worth walking toward. Don't stay still. Don't wait for rescue. It's not coming. Go find what's left. And when you do, write your name down. Read it aloud. That's how you make a signal. That's how you stay real. You're not alone. We'll be leaving in 57 minutes. I'll record the rest of the journey if I can. Short bursts, updates, keep the log alive. Maybe we'll hear new voices. Maybe we'll see a new sky. Maybe we'll find a place where the air doesn't boil, and the walls don't sweat, and the sun can be trusted again. Until then, stay alive. Keep moving. This was the frozen world. We're walking out of it now. The heat hit harder than we expected, even in the dark. The second we stepped out from the stairwell, it felt like we were stepping into a kiln. The wind had stopped completely. No movement in the trees, if you can even call them trees anymore. Just brittle outlines, Hollow trunks without leaves. Silent. We stayed low. Vincent took point, pushing the gear sled ahead with one arm, other hand holding the infrared scanner. I had Melissa strapped to my back. She's still unconscious. Pulse is weak, but steady. Kayla followed behind, hand on the tether, checking the reflective tarp draped over us. We looked like a walking piece of foil, hunched and dragging weight. We moved fast. No talking. Just footsteps. The crunch of debris. The creak of warped concrete. We passed 2 cars, melted to the pavement. One of them still had its airbag halfway deployed. The other had no windows, just a burned frame and a shadow outline of where someone used to be. We didn't stop. We couldn't. Vincent said we had a 14-minute surface window max. We'd been on foot for 8. Then the sky changed. I don't know how else to describe it. It didn't brighten. Not exactly. It thinned. The clouds peeled back in sections like wet tissue, revealing this bruised yellow light behind them, like a storm cell filled with gaslight. And with it came the noise. A low hum, constant, somewhere between pressure and sound. Kayla doubled over, said it felt like her ears were folding inward. Vincent grabbed her by the collar and pulled her forward, told her not to stop, told us to cover our eyes. I tried, but I looked, just for a second, and I saw movement in the clouds. Not shapes, not solid, just patterns, rhythms, like rotation. A spiral moving so slowly it almost wasn't moving at all. Then it was gone. A pulse. The hum stopped. The sky resealed itself. We ran. I don't remember how we made it the last stretch. My breath was shallow. My hands were burning where they touched the sling frame. Kayla collapsed at the base of the hill. Vincent grabbed her, dragged her up the incline, one foot slipping on melted asphalt. I waved the mirror tarp overhead. Once. Twice. 3 times. No answer. Then, there. A light. Weak at first. Then stronger. Blinking in a pattern. We followed it. They let us in. They pulled the entrance gate from inside, camouflaged with debris and steel plates. A tunnel, steep, angled, air rushing through from below. Cold air. Real cold air. It hit my face, and I almost sobbed. They didn't speak much at first. Just ushered us in, pulled the sled inside, took Melissa to a medical room. The space inside was bigger than I thought. Concrete and steel. Dim red lights overhead. A ceiling fan spinning slowly with no sound. Generators. I heard them humming through the floor. Filtered air. They had power. They had water. And they had people. 13 of them by Kayla's count. Old. Young. A couple who looked barely 20. 2 people in camouflage jackets. An older man who walked with a limp. 1 woman with oil-stained hands and a welding apron. They looked at us like we were ghosts. I guess we were. We've been down here for 5 hours. It's surreal. There's no music. No background noise. Just people whispering. The hum of the lights. The drip of condensation from the overhead ducts. They gave us water, crackers, a sealed protein bar. Real food, dry but solid. Melissa is being monitored now. They said her core temp was dangerously low, hypothermic even. The medic didn't understand it. Said it was like her body stopped trying to regulate. But she's stable. That's all that matters. They have a small radio room. It's more primitive than ours. Shortwave only, no FM band. But functional. They said we could use it for outbound logs. So I am. This voice, this mic, it's still here. This log is still real. We haven't broadcast it yet, but I'm recording because we made it. And I need to say what that means. It means the world isn't dead. Not completely. It means systems can still exist. Power can still flow. Food can still be stored. People can still reach out to strangers and say, "We'll wait for you." It means we weren't wrong to hope. I don't know what happens next. I don't know if the ridge will hold, or if this is just another stop before everything burns. But tonight, I'm not surrounded by sweat and decay. I'm surrounded by breath, by blinking lights, by quiet, steady energy. It's not paradise, but it's life. And right now, that's enough. I'll update again soon. If anyone's listening, if anyone out there made it to their own version of the ridge, know this. You were right to keep going. The world cracked, but it hasn't shattered. Not yet. This is still the frozen world, and tonight, it has a heartbeat. I'm sitting in a room with walls thicker than any safe I've ever seen. The kind of place that was probably built for continuity of government. Cement, steel, no exterior glass. The air's dry, but cool, filtered. They've got 2 backup generators, a wind intake shaft, and a hydro condenser that runs off a buried pipe they drilled down into the old reservoir. In short, they were ready. Or maybe not ready, but close enough to adapt fast. The ridge has been here since before things went public. That's what they told me. It wasn't built after the collapse. It wasn't even built for this. It used to be a weather station. Then it became something else. I've been talking to a woman named Geneva. She's not the leader here. There's no formal leader, but people defer to her when there's silence. Late 40s, tired eyes, wears the same canvas jacket every day. There's a patch on the arm with no label, just a color bar. White, gray, red. She used to work in emergency planning. Not the public kind. Not city council press briefings or FEMA field teams. The real kind. Backroom threat assessments. Black site continuity nodes. She said the heat spike wasn't just predicted, it was mapped. Not this exactly, but the parameters, the scenario. She said there were 5 versions of climate failure protocols on the table back in 2026. She helped draft 3. They had names like Cicada Blue, Hyperfield, Quiet Shell. Each one described a different flavor of breakdown: ecological, structural, electromagnetic, and thermal. She said the one closest to what we're living through now was a hybrid model. Not expected for another 50 years. They called it glassed Earth. Not because of nukes. Because of what happened to sand in extreme thermal shock. She said they ran the simulation a dozen times. In every version, the failure wasn't the heat. It was communication loss. She looked at me and said, if people had stayed connected, we might have kept civilization. Then she turned away. I haven't stopped thinking about that. Kayla's recovering. Her feet are bandaged from the walk. First-degree burns on her left shin from tarp reflection. But she's awake, talking. She asked me if we're staying. I didn't know how to answer. Vincent's helping in the machine room, rewiring an old battery array they salvaged from a telecom truck last month. He doesn't talk about the outside anymore. Doesn't say much at all, unless it's about systems. He sleeps sitting up against the wall, like he's afraid if he lies down, he won't get back up. Melissa's conscious. Weak, but conscious. She looked at me for a long time without speaking, then whispered, "Did it all melt?" I told her no. I told her some of it made it underground. That was the first time I've seen her smile. I've spent the last 2 hours reading the Ridge's archive logs. They have records, radio captures, satellite notes, intercepted emergency briefings from the early days. One stuck out. It was a transmission from a now silent station in Nebraska, dated 15 days before full collapse. The message was scrambled but clear. The upper atmosphere is reflecting microwave radiation back into the magnetosphere. It's acting like a lens. Temperatures will spike exponentially over 40 days. Repeat, exponential. Prepare for absorption cascade. Ice cores are destabilizing. Do not assume time. Do not assume normal. No official response was ever recorded. Geneva said the people who sent that message are probably dead. But they weren't wrong. She showed me a satellite image, one of the last. A thermal map of the planet 72 hours before the grid fell. Red, not just in the equator belt, but in rings. Concentric heat blooming out from the poles. A reversal. The heat wasn't spreading outward. It was moving inward. Inverted. She said the Earth's heartbeat flipped. I asked her what happens next. She said, "We adapt, or we go extinct." And then she turned back to the wiring diagram she was sketching. There's a child here. Her name is June. She's maybe 7, always barefoot. Draws on the wall with a chunk of black wax. Today, she drew a sun. Not the old sun, a new one, with lines that bend inward. She said it watches now. I asked her what that meant. She shrugged. Kids see things we miss. Kayla gave her a pen from the old bunker. It barely works. June smiled anyway. Geneva's team runs shortwave outreach every night. They send a single message. It says, "This is the Ridge. We are alive. If you are alive too, respond on band E3. We will wait. You are not alone." Sometimes they get replies, usually static. Once, a fragment from someone in Tijuana. Another from someone in Iceland. Impossible range, but it came through, once. They've been logging everyone. We added our names to the log today. It felt strange, like carving your initials into the wall of something older than you. I miss the air, not the heat, not the death-choked atmosphere out there. The idea of it. The idea that you could breathe without filters. That the world used to be open. That people didn't have to hide to survive. Tonight, for the first time in days, I feel something I don't know how to name. Not hope. Not exactly. But the beginning of it. A shape forming behind the numbness. Maybe we're still a signal. Maybe this broadcast still means something. If you're hearing this, if you found shelter, if you're hiding in a tunnel or buried in a storage locker, or lying on a roof waiting for the light to change, I need you to write this down. You are not the last. You are not forgotten. We are building something again. Slowly, quietly, inside the frozen world. And it still has a pulse. It's 1:39 a.m. I'm speaking from inside the Ridge's broadcast room. It's not much. A fold-out table, cracked leather chair, and a repurposed field comm unit wired through a signal booster Vincent soldered back to life. But the mic works, the radio works, and my voice, after everything, still works. So I'm back. I'm here. We've decided to restart outbound transmissions, one broadcast per night, low wattage, high priority. Range estimated at 20 to 30 miles on AM. If the sky cooperates, maybe farther. Geneva gave her approval, but she warned us. We're not alone on the band anymore. Something else is transmitting. We've been picking up irregular patterns, non-human pings on secondary frequencies, not random, not weather. Repeating, we're calling them ghost ladders, because they sound like someone climbing through static. One step, then silence. Another, then silence. No metadata, no ID tags. They're not ours, but we're not stopping. Tonight is the first official transmission out of the ridge. I'm calling it Signal Restoration 1. This signal is meant to say what we all stopped saying out loud. We are still alive. And we are listening. We're operating under a new call sign now, Echo 7. This is ECHO7, Ridge Station. Relay point for all frequencies still functioning within the continental zone. Broadcast operating on 101.3 AM and sweep scanning 645 through 720 on the longwave band. Signal times will vary, but will transmit daily, every time the Earth allows. Today, we received our first contact from someone we thought was lost. A man named Ellis, from Chicago. Yes, Chicago. We thought it was gone. The last word we had from the city was a distress broadcast 6 weeks ago. Half a minute of garbled voice screaming something about fire on the lakeshore. Then silence. But today, this morning actually, we got a weak return ping on a reflection bounce from the old municipal police frequency. It came through our listening station in corridor B7. Kayla was the one who caught it. She cleaned it up, filtered it through 5 layers of static, and under it all, a voice said, "This is Ellis, North End, subfloor, Lake Tunnel 14. Still here. Food left. Water low. Sun doesn't touch down here. If anyone hears me, I'm still here." We don't know how. We don't know why. But he's alive. Chicago is not gone. I think I sat with that thought for a whole hour, just letting it exist in my head. Because when the silence stretches this long, when the world screams itself quiet, you start to think the map is just a graveyard. Dots turned into memories, cities into ash. But now we know. There's a man, sitting underground, surrounded by darkness, probably half-starved, half losing his mind, and he had the strength to press the transmit button. That means something. We sent back a reply ping, slow burst, directed beam, told him we heard him, told him we'll keep listening, and I want to say this now, for the record. Ellis, if you hear this, I want you to know you saved something in us, in me. You reminded us that the dead city still breathes. We've started building the wall again. Not a literal wall, a signal wall, a chart of every confirmed living contact we've received since the heat began. It's up in Corridor C, near the vent shaft. Names, locations, timestamps. I walked past it tonight. I saw Geneva standing in front of it. She wasn't moving, just staring, like she was counting. She told me she used to believe survival would feel like a cold math problem. Rations, filtration systems, body counts. But now she knows it feels like paper, like names taped to a wall. Kayla asked if she could draw on the wall. No one told her no. She drew lines between the names, arcs, constellations. She said, "This way we can see who's holding who." I want to believe she's right. that there's still a shape to this, still some kind of map leading us back to each other. I don't know what happens next. The heat hasn't let up. The sun hasn't returned in any recognizable way. We get light, but not warmth. We get sky, but not weather. The earth feels paused, like it's waiting for us to decide if we're worth continuing. But tonight, I feel something I haven't felt since this began. Not comfort, not safety, but defiance. The kind that lets you raise your voice in the dark and say, I am not done. We're not done. To anyone out there, if you're hiding, if you're waiting, if you've stopped talking because you think no one is left to listen, try again. Say your name. Say where you are. Say anything. We'll hear it. This is Echo 7, Ridge Station, broadcasting live from what's left of the world. The heat may have taken the air, the sky, the surface, but it hasn't taken the signal. Not yet. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time. Same band. Stay covered. Stay cool. Stay human. This is still the frozen world, and it still remembers your name. Still alive? We received a long-wave signal tonight. Origin, unknown, but triangulation puts it somewhere south, very far south. Kayla thinks it came from the Gulf. That's impossible. The last satellite pass showed the entire coastline submerged in heat haze, water temperature approaching 110 degrees, coral flash-boiled, cargo ships stuck in liquefied steel. The Houston transmitter grid melted off the map, and yet, the signal came. Frequency 6.77, amplitude modulated, fading in and out like someone was walking in and out of a dream. The voice? Male. Steady. Older. Measured. This is what he said. Testing relay for remaining stations. This is the Ark. We are seaborne, mobile, on the move, limited capacity. Not safe to dock, not safe to anchor. Listening. Logging. Respond on 6.77. Then nothing. Vincent rerouted power from the hydrocoil to boost our outbound reply. We bounced a response 3 times over the next hour. No reply yet. But it's real. They're calling themselves the Ark. We don't know if that's a code, a ship name, a group name, or just poetry. But it changes everything, because it means the ocean still holds life, and that someone out there figured out how to stay above it all. Geneva's not convinced. She thinks it could be a ghost signal, one of the automated distress loops left running in some naval archive. But I heard it. It was too human to be a loop. He paused between words. That doesn't happen in code. There's something about a voice like that. Slow. Deliberate. Not panicked. Like someone who's already seen everything fall and decided to keep talking anyway. Vincent's been quieter than usual since we picked it up. He's writing something down in a notebook he keeps in his pocket. Won't let anyone read it. Kayla asked him if he thought it was a trap. He said, even if it is, we still answer. And then he went back to soldering a relay booster. I saw something tonight I can't stop thinking about. I was in Corridor D, just past the generator room, walking to check the filter readouts. And on the floor, near the wall, someone had written something in charcoal. 5 words, the heat will come again. I asked around. No one admitted to writing it. But I think everyone's seen it. No one wants to say it out loud, but we all feel it. This isn't over. We're in a pocket. A pause. A brief shelter in the eye of a second storm. Geneva confirmed what we feared. She called a meeting, first one since we arrived. She said the models show thermal bands are tightening. We're not getting cooler. The system is resetting, compressing. The atmosphere's stacking heat like a pressure cooker. She said there's a term for this, one they used in classified climate simulations. Heat walls. Not singular, plural. The first wave is never the end. It's the destabilizer, the test. It's the one that breaks systems. The second wave is the one that breaks people. She thinks we have days, not weeks. Days, before a second surge rips through the continent, stronger, faster, and less forgiving. She said if the ridge is going to survive, it has to become a node, not just a shelter, a hub. We need to find more people, more contacts, build a network, map what's left, and fast. That's why we're broadcasting tonight. Not just to talk, to connect, to locate, to hold together what's left of this shredded country before the next wave tears it further apart. We've marked the contact from the arc on the board. Location, unknown. Status, seaborne. Call sign, the arc. Response level, yellow. We've sent out 5 more hails. 2 to stations in Canada, 1 to an old NOAA buoy network, 1 to what's left of a ham radio chain in the Rockies, and 1, blindly, to Greenland. We don't know who will answer, but silence is a choice we're not making. Geneva pulled me aside after the meeting. She said she remembers hearing my voice before I got here. She said, "You didn't sound scared. You sounded like someone who was already dead, trying to stay useful." I didn't know what to say. Then she added, "That's exactly the voice we need right now." I've been thinking about that ever since. About what it means to talk like you've already died. Maybe it just means you're not afraid to lose what's left. Or maybe it means you've finally figured out what matters enough to say. Kayla wrote another note on the wall of names tonight. A single line under all the cities, all the survivors. Speak even when you don't know who's listening. That's the signal now. That's the message. Speak, because silence is extinction. This is ECH07. We are alive. We are listening. If you're out there, if you're hiding beneath salt mines, or drifting near the coast, or buried in a freezer truck turned into a shelter, find a way to speak. We'll find a way to hear you. Stay underground. Stay connected. The sky hasn't changed, but neither have we, and we still speak human. We heard from Ellis again. Chicago is still there. Barely. His message came through an hour ago. Stronger this time. Like he found a better place to transmit. No voice this time. Just a slow tone burst, followed by a low whisper. 10 words. They're burning the surface. Controlled collapse. All exits sealed. Vincent was the first to react. He dropped his toolkit and said, "They're torching zones." Geneva didn't argue. She just walked to the map board and moved Chicago from unknown yellow to contested red. That was the first time we've had to use that category. Contested. Not dead. Not safe. Somewhere in between. She said it's a term from old continuity plans. It means the region is active, but no longer under civil control. Could be rogue military, private security, or localized collapse. But Ellis is still alive, which means whoever's sealing the exits hasn't found him yet. We sent a reply, gave him a sequence of tunnel navigation codes, standard back in the old subway network days. Geneva thinks there might still be an emergency crawlway that leads east under the river. We told him to follow the pipes. Told him we'll boost signal strength between 2 and 4 a.m. each night. Told him not to stop transmitting. Even if it's only static. Even if it's only his heartbeat. Transmit. That's all that matters. And then, just as we were logging that, we got a second transmission. From the Ark, same voice. Clearer this time. This is what he said. This is the Ark. Repeat. Mobile base is active. Lat 27.76. Long negative 91.58. Southeast drift. 5 knots. No coastal contact. No approach advised. Resources finite. Survivors confirmed in Sector Delta 7. 182 days remaining on life support systems. We are alive, but we will not last. Listening. We ran the coordinates. Gulf of Mexico. Just south of Louisiana, near the decommissioned deep-sea oil rigs. Vincent looked up from the chart and said, "They're on a platform. A floating one. Maybe a former drilling barge, or a retrofitted Navy vessel. Whatever it is, it's not docked, and it's not coming ashore." Geneva leaned over and whispered, "They're trying to stay above the heat wall." Then she marked the spot in blue. Blue is new. Blue means mobile. Blue means unstable. It means the map's not static anymore. It's not enough to know where people are. Now we have to track where they're going. That changes everything. If survivors are moving, drifting even, then the world isn't just fractured. It's liquid. It's flowing. We have to adapt. The Ridge's council called an emergency session. They voted to extend the radius. We're going to open access to refugees again. 3-mile perimeter. Only during the safe hours, between 3 and 5 a.m., we'll leave a beacon active on 101.3 for that window. A simple loop. Ridge open. 3 miles. Bring light. Knock twice. Then we wait. Vincent's reinforcing the stairwell gates, welding steel beams to the outer walls. Geneva's requisitioning all remaining water filters. We're expecting 10, maybe 20, maybe none. But we're preparing anyway, because this is what you do when you remember what it means to be human. You make space, even when there isn't any left. Melissa's awake again. She listened to Ellis's transmission, sat quietly on the cot, eyes half closed. Then she said, "He shouldn't be alone in the dark." Kayla brought her a cup of broth. Melissa whispered, "Are we the signal now?" I told her yes. We are. We're the signal. And the only thing stronger than heat is a voice that won't stop. A voice that keeps echoing across broken skies and cracked towers. A voice that says over and over, "You're not alone. You're not forgotten. You are still here." To Ellis, if you're hearing this, we've marked your signal. We've mapped your location. And we're not giving up on you. To the Ark, keep drifting. Keep transmitting. You are proof that water still carries memory, that heat hasn't boiled the world clean. And to anyone else, anyone holding a battery, a transmitter, a scrap of copper, and a prayer, speak. We'll find you. This is ECHO 7. Still here. Still human. Still broadcasting from the frozen world. We opened the hatch tonight. They came. 6 of them. They didn't knock twice. They collapsed. We found them just outside the perimeter, on the ridge path, 200 yards from the blast doors. They were lying face down in the dust, skin cracked, eyes swollen shut, clothes melted to their backs. They had no gear, no water, no shade. Just a single canvas duffel bag duct-taped shut. Inside, a broken radio, a rusted revolver with no bullets, and a black and white photo of a church. The man in front, mid-30s, shaved head, burns on both arms. He was still conscious. He said, "We came from outside Silo Bend. We saw the light, thought it was heaven." Then he passed out. Kayla hasn't said a word since. Geneva's in triage with 2 others. Vincent's rerouting airflow to the lower corridor to slow the rise in humidity. One of the 6 died before we could get him inside. We wrapped him in foil and stored the body near the empty water tank in Corridor F. No one said his name. We don't know if he had one. The survivors, those still able to speak, told us something we can't ignore. They said the towns are burning at night. Ghost towns. Empty ones, lit up like someone's trying to erase the past. They said they passed 3 separate locations, places that were abandoned for weeks. Every one of them was burning. Controlled, even. Not wildfires. Not accidents. Someone's burning the dead. Or maybe not just the dead. They called them cleansings. One of the survivors, an older woman with a gash across her cheek, said she heard speakers. Automated ones. Repeating the same phrase every 2 minutes. Zone compromised. Termination authorized. Rebirth in heat. We don't know who's behind it. Could be rogue military. Could be some new authority we haven't made contact with. Could be madness. But one thing's clear. Someone out there is finishing what the sun started. Vincent believes the second heat wall is forcing someone's hand. That whoever is trying to contain this thinks fire is cleaner than collapse. And maybe it is. But it's not survival. And it's not human. We marked the location on the map. Silo Bend to South Kessler. 3 burn zones. Red arc, no safe passage. The man who brought them here, the one with the burns, he woke up again. Just for a second. Said, "Don't go west." Not anymore. They're wiping the silence. That was the last thing he said before they put him under. Wiping the silence. What does that mean? We don't know. But the ridge is tense. Kayla asked me, straight out, if we're next. If someone's going to find us and try to clean us too. I didn't answer, because I don't know. But I walked back through the eastern hallway after she asked. Past the water room, past the generator hum, down to Corridor H, where the old, locked door is. The one Geneva told us not to open. And it was open, cracked just slightly, enough to see light. I pushed it open. Inside, a room I hadn't seen before, cooled, sealed, soundproof. And in the middle of the room, standing upright, was a rack of old servers, still running, lights blinking, and a screen with one line of text. Last connection. Government main relay Alpha 3 terminated. Geneva was already there. She didn't try to stop me from seeing. She said, "This is where the ridge began." I asked her what she meant. She said this was part of an old data node, civilian-facing. It used to hold evacuation routes, civil defense messages, medical deployment protocols. But now it holds something else. A recording. One that was intercepted 2 days before the first heat surge. She played it for me. It was a voice, robotic, clean, reading off a directive. Initiate Protocol Eden. Abandon surface infrastructure. Secure underground nodes. Delete non-essential data. Begin atmospheric modulation. Atmospheric modulation. That's what it said. I asked her if that meant this was on purpose. She didn't answer. She just looked at the screen and said, "We're not supposed to be up there anymore." Then she walked out. I haven't told the others. Not yet. Because if it's true, if someone knew the Earth was going to flip like this and decided to force it through, then the fires aren't just desperation. They're policy. The surface isn't dying. It's being erased. But I'm still here. And so are you. So are the names on the wall. So is Ellis. So is the Ark. So is anyone still holding a frayed antenna and a heartbeat. We are still here. And no one's erasing us. Not while the signal holds. This is ECHO7. We've opened the door. We've seen the fire, and we are not running. To everyone listening, stay underground. Stay moving. Stay human. And remember, they may burn the silence, but they can't burn the voice. Not all of it. Not yet. Time, 3:46 a.m. We're losing outbound clarity. Not completely, not yet, but something is interfering with the transmitter. Kayla first noticed it 2 nights ago. She said the signal sounded tight, like it was being bent or pulled. Vincent ran diagnostics, checked the wiring, recalibrated the coils, even rebuilt the antenna base in the eastern corridor. Still the same. Every time we transmit for longer than 90 seconds, the tail end of the signal gets clipped. Fuzzy. Not natural static. Not weather. Something more intentional. Geneva thinks it could be atmospheric density, heat swell causing bounce distortion. But Vincent doesn't buy it. He thinks it's jamming. We don't have proof. But after what the new arrivals told us, no one's sleeping easy. The man with the burns, his name is Curtis, we found out. He woke again last night. Fevered. Eyes flickering like he was watching something behind his eyelids. He grabbed Geneva's hand and whispered, "They're building signal mirrors. Big ones. Up high. So the heat can talk." Then he passed out again. We checked the old military logs. Mirrors exist, not actual glass ones, plasma mirrors, atmospheric devices, capable of bouncing certain frequencies across the upper layers of sky. If you built them big enough, in enough places, and fed them just the right kind of current, they could reflect or scatter heat itself. Redirect energy, like an oven dome. If that's what this is, if someone's redirecting the sun or what's left of it, then this heat isn't just a natural disaster. It's a shaping force. And the ridge is in its path. We heard from the Ark again. They confirmed the second heat wall. They called it Phase Arc 2. Said the ocean temperature has risen 2 degrees in less than 10 days. That the air above their platform burns skin in under 3 minutes. That storms are no longer rotating. They're convulsing. The voice from the Ark didn't sound scared. It sounded resolved. Said, "We will not make it to September." And then, quietly, "Don't chase us. You won't survive the drift." We logged it, stamped the tape, marked the calendar. And then Kayla drew another line on the wall. This one was curved. Not a connection, but a wave. A warning. We don't know what happens when the second heat wall arrives. No one here's saying it out loud, but we all feel it. It's coming soon. The girl who arrived 2 nights ago, maybe 6 or 7 years old, no name given. She's been drawing, not walls, Not suns. Not people. Maps. Hand-drawn maps. Circles and lines. Not childlike. Precise. She doesn't speak much. Just hums. Today she brought one of the maps to Geneva. Geneva laid it on the table. None of us recognized the place. But Vincent did. He stared at it for a long time. Then said, "That's pre-grid. Old rail town. Got erased from satellite records back in the 30s. We looked it up in the Ridge Archive. Found it. A place called Arno, Nevada. Population 0. Erased after a mining collapse. No recent record. No signal. No broadcasts. Just gone. But the girl drew it like she'd been there yesterday. She even marked buildings. The railhead. A well. A church. How? No one knows. But she's drawn 5 more maps since. All different towns. None of them on any current chart. We're calling them ghost maps. Geneva thinks the child might be remembering things from her parents. Echoes. But I don't know. Something about the way she draws. It feels deliberate. Like a message, waiting to be read. And if these towns are real and not lost, then maybe someone is hiding there, or being kept there. We're going to scan the old records, match coordinates, plot them all. If we find a pattern, we'll send scouts. Yes, scouts. For the first time since we arrived, Geneva is talking about going out again. Not all of us, just a pair. She asked me if I'd go. I said yes, not because I want to, but because I have to see the world with my own eyes again. Even if it kills me, we need to know what's left. And we need to know who's burning the silence. Outbound beacon will still run, every night. Same message. We are here. We are alive. We are still listening. If you're near Arno, or what used to be Arno, or any of the ghost towns, speak, even if no one remembers you, even if no map shows your name. Speak. We'll try to reach you. This is ECH07. Our signal's breaking, but we're not. Not yet. Stay covered. Stay sharp. They're bending the heat now. We need to bend the voice harder. 4:22 a.m. 2 people are leaving tomorrow. First time since the hatch closed. Geneva signed off on it personally. A recon team. Small. Mobile. Daylight capable. Out and back in under 36 hours. I'm one of them. Vincent volunteered to be the other. He said he wants to see something before it's all gone. We're heading east-northeast toward the mountains. The plan is to trace one of the ghost map locations, Site 3. It doesn't have a name, just coordinates. But Vincent recognized it. Not the coordinates, those he had to look up. The layout, the lines. He said, "I remember that pattern. From a book I read when I was a kid. Military records. Not public." We sat in the machine room, just the 2 of us, while he told the story. Said his father used to work base security. Not police. Something deeper. Cleanup. Compartmentalization. He remembered overhearing conversations about buried Axis sites, places that had been stripped from public record, not nuked, not abandoned, hidden, on purpose. He said there were dozens of them across the U.S., none of them on any modern satellite index. But this one, Site 3, used to be called Arno East. It was a replication facility. Power, food, logistics, radio. A ghost infrastructure node. Designed to go live in the event of a global communications failure. I asked him how he knew that. He said, "My father disappeared there in 2033. No one spoke for a while after that. He looked at me like he was already gone. And maybe he is. We've packed what we can. Water rations, solar netting, a hand-cranked relay beacon, no firearms. Geneva said if someone's out there, they need to see us as voices, not weapons. We leave at 5 a.m. Kayla's not happy. She said I shouldn't go. Said my voice matters more here. I told her I'd come back with new names to add to the wall. She didn't answer, just handed me a piece of paper. Folded. Plain. Inside, a single line. If you die, you better haunt us. I laughed. Then I cried. And I didn't know which one was more honest. Before I wrap this up, there's one more thing. Something happened tonight. Right before we started the transmitter. A beacon. An automated one. Faint. Garbled. But steady. Repeating every 20 seconds. Vincent caught it first, tuned into the long band while calibrating the backup antenna. A single voice, synthesized, from somewhere near Seattle, the city we wrote off a month ago. The beacon said, "This is Unit 11B, loop active, civilian shelter open, supplies minimal, guidance offline, coordinates 47.60, negative 122.33. Do not approach without authorization. Do not bring fire. Do not bring fire." It repeated 6 times. Then the loop reset. We verified the coordinates. It's inside Seattle's old transit core, under the Federal Center. If this is real, there's still a node alive inside a city we thought was lost to flame. But who's running the beacon? And who are they warning? No fire. That implies someone tried. That implies someone burned them once before. We don't know if it's a trap or a cry for help. Geneva says we don't have the resources to go that far west, not yet, but we've logged it, marked it on the map in orange. Orange means unsure. Vincent thinks it might be connected to the atmospheric modulation systems. That maybe Seattle was part of the grid itself? I don't know. But we'll know more soon. Tomorrow, we walk. Vincent and I. Back into the heat, the silence, the ash. Back into the edge of what used to be. If we make it back, I'll tell you everything. Every detail. Every voice. Every ghost. But if we don't, if this is the last message you ever hear from me, let it carry one thing. We are not done. Not even close. You are not alone. You are not erased. This is ECH07. Still speaking. Still breathing. Still burning brighter than their fire. We're outside. We left Ridge Station 12 hours ago. The hatch sealed behind us with a sound I'll never forget, like a coffin snapping shut on something that might not come back. Me, or Vincent, or both. The heat was immediate, not like before. Worse. There's no air movement now. The atmosphere doesn't shift. It hangs, thick, dead, like walking through clear smoke. The surface temperature rose to 113 degrees by noon. No clouds, no birds, no sound. Just the long, vibrating hum of power lines that don't carry power anymore. Vincent said the heat was pressurized. Said it wasn't just hot. It was structured. Like someone had shaped the pressure zones like bowls, dipping in and out. I didn't understand. Then we climbed the ridge. And I saw it. The sky itself bent, Not curved like Earth's horizon, but twisted like a heat mirage you could walk into and never come out. We walked through that, straight into it. No choice. Our path followed the ghost map, what Kayla labeled Site 3. Took us across dried-out riverbeds, old forest trails that crumbled to ash underfoot, and the skeletal remains of a comms tower lying on its side like a dead insect. At one point, Vincent stopped and pulled out a strip of plastic, held it in the air. It curled instantly, melted halfway through before he dropped it. Said, "The sun's not sunlight anymore. It's memory, and it's angry." We didn't speak after that. Not until the town appeared. Site 3. We reached it just before sunset, or what passes for sunset now. The light doesn't fade. It just stops shining on things. We found the town. 4 buildings. A church. A post office. A diner. And something that might have been a school. All of it intact. Not burned. Not rotted. Preserved. Like something was holding the decay back. We stepped through the diner first. No dust, no insects. A table still had 2 empty cups and a sugar shaker, but no people. Then we heard it. A hum, very faint. Coming from under the church. Vincent found the hatch behind the altar, half buried under what looked like gravel, but turned out to be synthetic. We opened it. Steps led down. And at the bottom, a room. Literature, dim, flickering light, like a backup generator on its last breath. In the middle, a chair. Someone was sitting in it, not moving. We approached. Vincent kept one hand on his pocket blade. I raised the light. It was a man, late 60s, bald, wearing a torn medical gown. His eyes were open, but they didn't blink. Then he spoke. Just one word. Loop. We stepped back. He didn't move, didn't speak again. We checked his pulse. Faint, but present. Then I noticed the screen behind him. It was showing a waveform, a signal, repeating every 18 seconds. Just like the beacon from Seattle. The man was the transmitter, or maybe the loop was using him. Vincent looked at me and said, "We have to get this out." So I'm recording, sending this back to the ridge if we can boost through the static. The ghost town isn't empty. It's preserved, held, maintained by something or someone. And they're running loops, like Seattle, like whatever's coming next. We don't know who did this, or why, but there are names etched into the walls down here. Dozens, hundreds, written in small print, most of them crossed out. But 3 aren't. I saw mine, I saw Vincent's, and I saw Ellis. We're going to try and copy the signal. If we can trace the loop's origin, maybe we'll understand what's coordinating all this. If we can't, we'll destroy it. Because this is not a town. It's a lab, and someone's still collecting data. If we don't come back, if this transmission is the last thing you hear from us, don't look for us here. Don't trust preserved places. Don't trust the quiet, because the silence is not silence. It's storage. And someone is still listening. We'll try to reach the ridge by morning, if we're still alive. This is ECHO7. Recon team, somewhere near Site 3. Still human, still burning, still watching the sky try to remember what it used to be. We left the ghost town at first light. Vincent copied the loop signal to tape, an old reel-to-reel we found wired into the wall behind the false altar. The man in the chair never moved, still breathing, still muttering. When we climbed out of the hatch, the temperature had dropped, only by a few degrees, but enough to feel it. The air wasn't still anymore. It vibrated. We began the hike back across the dry ridgeline, following the same path, same markers. Then we heard it, a soft whine, not mechanical, not natural, like pressure slipping through an old airlock. Vincent turned and scanned the sky. That's when we saw it. Above the ridge, a glint, a slow-moving shape, low, no wings, no rotors. It didn't fly. It floated. Round, silent, drifting just above the thermals, reflective, like it was designed to mirror the sky itself. It was watching us. No lights, no movement, but tracking us. Vincent whispered, "It's not military." I asked him how he knew. He said, "Because we would have been dead already." We ducked behind a burned tree husk and watched it pass. It didn't scan, didn't pulse, just drifted. Then it stopped, midair, directly above the trail we'd walked. We didn't wait to find out what came next. We dropped into the southern draw, rerouted along the dry spillway, and moved fast. 2 hours of straight descent, no stops, no water. When we emerged, exhausted, shaking, dehydrated, the drone was gone. But there were footprints, not ours. Fresh ones, deep, staggered, like someone had been walking in a daze. We didn't follow, just marked them and moved. We reached the outer perimeter of the ridge by 10:31 a.m. Kayla was waiting at the hatch. She didn't smile, just helped us inside and sealed the bulkhead behind us. Said, "Something's happening. You need to hear this." We followed her into the comms room. Geneva was standing in front of the receiver array, pale. On the console, a line of data was scrolling, fast, unstable, like a broken download loop. The screen said, "Relay North, primary node, message follows." Then, begin sequence. Then, error. And then a burst of characters. Nonsense. At first. Then Kayla ran a parse against old UN encoding protocols. Language filter kicked in. And out came this. "They are mirroring memory. Your thoughts are not private. They are listening before you speak. Bury the radios. Revert to metal. Fire will betray location. Repeat. Relay North is falling. Do not trust reflections." No sender ID. No signature. No origin point traceable. But the system recognized the format. It matches the ARC's original message structure. That means someone else, possibly part of the same pre-collapse network, is out there, dying, or already gone, and still trying to warn us. Vincent's face was gray. He said, "Mirroring memory." That's what the man in the chair at Site 3 was doing. Not broadcasting thoughts, replaying them. We don't know what Relay North was, but it knew about the mirrors. The ones Curtis mentioned. The ones folding heat, bending signals, maybe even watching people. Kayla started disconnecting everything not on hardened cable. Said, "If it's inside the radio bands, we're done." Geneva didn't argue, just ordered a signal silence. First one since day one. Until we can ground our antennas and rebuild shielding, we're not transmitting outbound. Not unless it's emergency. I'm breaking that order by recording this. But this needs to be said. To you, to whoever's still listening. We went outside. We found a man who's not dead, but no longer himself. We found names written before we arrived. We found signals that think before you do. And now we've brought something back. I don't know if it followed us. I don't know if it needs to follow. Because maybe it was always here. Maybe it just needed us to notice. Maybe we're the mirrors now. This is ECH07. I'll send this when the signal's clean. And if you hear it, if you're still out there, write your name somewhere it won't echo. Because they are collecting sound, and soon they'll collect us too. The lights are flickering again. At first, we thought it was power draw, maybe too many backup systems running at once. Then Geneva shut off everything non-essential. Still flickering. It's not random. The pattern is wrong. It pulses. 3 short, 2 long, 1 long, then it stops. Then it starts again. We checked for electromagnetic bleed. No readings. Vincent ran diagnostics on the capacitors. All green. But the lights keep doing it. Same rhythm. 3, 2, 1. Kayla noticed something first. Said, "It's not a fault. It's a key." We didn't understand what she meant. Then she pointed to the girl. The one from the burned caravan. She's been quiet since the night they arrived. Hasn't spoken. But she hums. Over and over. The same melody. Until tonight, we thought it was just a child trying to soothe herself. Now we're not sure. Because the rhythm she hums matches the light pulses. 3 short, 2 long, 1 long. Geneva pulled out the Relay North packet again. Ran it through an old DoD compression tool. There, buried in the garbage string at the tail of the message. A waveform. We played it. The hum matched. Exactly. The girl has never heard the Relay North signal. Not unless it's inside her. Not unless it was always there. We don't know her name. She won't say it. But she drew another map today. Didn't give it to anyone. Just taped it to the inside wall of Corridor F. When we found it, Vincent stared for 10 minutes without speaking. Then he said, "That's not a town. That's the dam." He was right. The coordinates traced to Hoover Dam, or what's left of it. But the way she drew it, it's intact. Alive. She even wrote something across the top in block letters. They plugged the sun here. We don't know what that means. But the dam was a massive energy node. And if anyone was trying to mirror heat, or rewire light, or control atmospheric pressure, it would have started there. Geneva thinks the girl is tuned, not psychic, not supernatural. Just linked, hardwired into whatever system came before the fall. Kayla asked her, gently, "Where did you hear the humming?" The girl stared at her for a long time, then whispered, "I didn't hear it. I forgot it." That's when the lights stopped flickering. Just stopped. Full power, clean feed. We checked the meters. Nothing changed, except the hum was gone. Like it had passed through, or finished doing what it needed. We haven't told the others. Only a few of us know. Geneva wants to run cognition scans on the girl, but Kayla won't let her. Says she's not a test. Says she's a warning. I believe her. But that's not the only voice we heard tonight. Ellis came back. Signal was faint. Choppy. Vincent picked it up around 1:40 a.m., deep band skip on 42.35 megahertz. The voice barely came through. But it was him, Ellis. He's alive, still underground. But he's moved. We traced the transmission to somewhere near Lake Michigan. Under it. We're not sure how. But the signal scatter puts him just below the eastern shelf, probably in the old aquifer tunnels. That's 100 feet down. He said, "Still breathing. Found water. Not alone. The lake is warm. Too warm. Something is moving in it." Then static. No return since. But he made it. We don't know how. But he did. And his last words. Something is moving. Not someone. Something. It's been 71 days since the first burn wave. Every system should be dead by now. But they're not. They're changing. And maybe we are too. This is ECH07. Still here. Still listening. Still watching the dark try to remember what light used to mean. If you're near the lake. Or the dam. Or anything that hums when no one's near it. Don't run. Don't hide. Just write your name on the wall. So we know you existed, even if they forget. A new voice came through tonight. Not the Ark. Not Ellis. This was shorter, colder. Almost automatic. Came in at 3:12 a.m. on the long wave backup. Low gain, high frequency skip bouncing across half a continent. Vincent ran it through the filter 4 times before we could make anything out. All it said was, "Unit breached. Personnel 04 unresponsive. Omega exit compromised. Dam integrity unknown. Containment no longer viable. Repeating. Do not restore light. Do not restore light. Do not." And then it cut. Just like that. But we got the source. Somewhere near Hoover Dam. Maybe inside it. Geneva checked the timestamp against the girl's latest drawing. She'd sketched the dam again this morning, before the message. Only this time she drew a crack in the center. Big. Splitting the base. And in red marker, she circled it. Red circles. That's new. After the message came in, she walked straight to the wall in Corridor B, where we write names, and started drawing red circles again. Over some of the names. Not all. Just some. Some of them are survivors we know. People who are still here. Still alive. But others are names we haven't spoken aloud in weeks. People who died early. Geneva asked her, "What does the red mean?" She didn't answer. She just drew 3 more. Then she turned to Vincent, looked him in the eye, and said, "You don't have a circle. Yet." She walked away after that. Didn't speak again. Kayla found her curled up near the emergency generator, humming softly. Same rhythm. 3 short, 2 long, 1 long. Vincent hasn't spoken since. Just keeps looking at the name wall. Watching. Waiting. I don't think he's afraid. I think he's preparing. The air's getting heavier. Not hotter, heavier. We feel it in the hallways. The way it hangs behind your ears. How you have to take longer to breathe. We checked CO2 levels. They're unchanged. Oxygen's still above safe minimum. But something's wrong. Geneva thinks the outer shell is losing insulation. That heat is crawling in through the rock, atom by atom. But I think it's more than that. I think the air is remembering. Like the sky did. Like the heat. Like the hum. There's a pressure now that feels like a thought you can't finish. A weight behind your ribs that says, "Don't speak too loud. Don't think too far ahead." Kayla started wearing a mask again. She says it's just a precaution, but I saw her shaking when she put it on. We've stopped running full lights in the corridors. Low beams only, just enough to see, because of what the message said. Do not restore light. What happens if we do? What happens if someone wants it dark? The ridge was designed for a low-power operation, but even now, we're using more than we should. We're draining the backup cells faster than Geneva expected, and the hum is back. In the walls this time. Not electrical. Resonant. Software deep. Like breath. I've tried to trace it. No source. It just is. Like the hum came with the heat. And now it's inside us. I asked Kayla what she thinks the circles mean. She said, they're not death marks. They're resonance marks. I asked what that meant. She said, they're who the world is remembering. Not the world before. The one after. The one we're walking into now. We can't stop it. Not anymore. But we can record it. We can write down every sound, every circle, every name. We can remember ourselves before whatever's next. The girl started drawing again just before this recording. This time, not a place, not a name, a mirror. And inside it, she drew a room that looks exactly like Ridge Station, except it's upside down. This is ECH07. Still here, still trying to breathe, still hoping the walls hold one more night. If you hear me, if you feel the air press in and the lights start to hum, don't run, don't panic, just remember who you are. Because the world is choosing now who it keeps and who it forgets. This is Jace Renner, reporting live from what's left of the North Coast Relay Station near Newport, Oregon. It's 4:43 in the morning. The power's out across most of Lincoln County. I've got the generator running on diesel fumes, and the backup battery says I've got maybe 12 hours left, give or take, unless I can find another canister in the wreckage. Drop a comment. Tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's cold. Not winter cold, but the kind of wet chill that seeps in through your clothes and just hangs in your lungs. I keep having to wipe the condensation off the inside of the studio window, but there's not much point. There's nothing to see but a wall of black. The power lines outside are gone. The warning sirens haven't sounded in hours. I'm not sure if that means the threat passed, or if there's just no one left to flip the switch. If you can still hear this, if you've still got a working shortwave, I'm broadcasting on 760 kilohertz AM, emergency band. I'm not rotating frequencies yet. Too risky. If I lose this signal, I don't think I'll get it back. I don't know how much you've heard or seen, but something hit the coast. Not a wave, a wall. That's what it looked like from here. I was watching through the station tower when it came in, around 11:15 p.m. last night. No warning, just stillness. The tide went out so far I could see the old shipwreck on Crescent Beach, and then the wind died, and then the sky turned that weird shade of green, like a bruise. Then the wave hit. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself. I keep telling myself this is just a flood. Just a really, really bad one. But that's not true, is it? Because this isn't just water. It's everything that was underneath it. I haven't been able to reach Portland, Eugene, Salem. Nothing on the repeaters. And it's not just the coast. Some of you calling in last night said it's not just Oregon either. I've got scratchy signals coming in from Northern California. pieces of voices. Something about Crescent City being underwater. I think someone said Reading was burning. That doesn't even make sense. And someone in Vancouver, Washington, not BC, said they saw the Willamette River reverse direction. I don't even know how that's possible. If you're hearing this, I need you to write in. Use the band. Repeat the message every 10 minutes. Say where you are, how many with you, what you're seeing. Keep it short. I'll read as many as I can before the battery gives out. I'll try to back up and explain what I know. I was on the air last night when the no-A feeds cut out. I thought it was a glitch. Happens all the time when the storm season picks up. Then the internet dropped. Then my cell. Then the power flickered twice, just long enough for the UPS to kick on. And then boom. Everything went black. I've got a guy named Will who helps out here sometimes, night shifts mostly. He was driving in from Waldport when the first rumble hit. He called me, screaming into the phone, saying the bridge was swaying like it was made of paper. Then the line cut. I haven't heard from him since. I waited 30 minutes, checked every emergency channel. NOAA, Cal OES, FEMA. Nothing. Static. Then the alarms kicked in, delayed, all at once, like they'd been held back. Tsunami sirens, evacuation signals. But by the time they went off, it was already too late. The water came in fast. Not like the movies. Not one big crash, and then silence. This was slower, taller. It swallowed the shore and just kept going. I watched it pick up trucks on Highway 101 and float them like bath toys. I saw entire rows of houses in Agate Beach lift off their foundations and drift backward, roofs twisting like they were peeling away from the earth. I think the scariest part wasn't the wave. It was what came after. No birds, no frogs, no traffic, just the sound of water everywhere. Filling basements, backyards, supermarkets, and then fire. I don't know what caused it. Maybe a substation, maybe gas lines. But down by the harbor, something exploded. And then the glow just kept spreading. I've seen a few people come up the hill since then, some on foot. One guy pushing a shopping cart full of batteries and dog food. A woman in a life vest holding a soaked photo album like it was a baby. They didn't stop, just kept walking north. I don't know where they think they're going. I don't blame them. I don't want to sound like I've got it all figured out. I don't. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what this actually is. But last week, 3 days ago actually, a friend of mine, Maddie, sent me a weird message. She's a geologist at Oregon State. Used to do research on deep-sea fault lines. She said the sensors off the Juan de Fuca Ridge were acting weird. Real weird. Pressure fluctuations that didn't make sense, like the crust was breathing. Her words, not mine. Then she said they'd lost 2 probes. Gone. As in, vanished. No signals. No wreckage. Just gone. She thought maybe a collapse, or a vent opening. She was supposed to call me again Monday night. Never did. There's a theory floating around. I've picked it up twice now on relay from a ham operator near Roseburg, that this wasn't just an earthquake-triggered wave, that something else destabilized the seabed. I'm not saying I buy it, but there's chatter. Something about a slippage event. Maybe a partial collapse of the Cascadia subduction zone. Not the usual jolt. Something different. Something deep. They say the water got sucked downward before the surge, not pushed. And there was no quake on the USGS feed. No seismic alert. Just pressure. Then nothing. Then a wave. I've been watching the ridgeline to the east. There's a red glow there now. I don't know if it's from fires or something else. I keep thinking it looks like dawn, but it's too early for that, and it doesn't move. Hold on. Okay, just saw a flare. Someone's out on the bluff behind the water tower. I'll try to hail them after this segment. I want to read something I caught on the emergency band about 20 minutes ago. Came in garbled, but I replayed it a few times. Voice said, "This is Captain Eliza Chen, U.S. Coast Guard, out of Station Humboldt Bay. If anyone is receiving this, the surge has overrun Northern California. Shoreline is gone. Repeating, shoreline is gone. We attempted aerial survey. No response from Crescent City, Arcata, or Trinidad. Coastal highway is submerged. Inland damage suggests secondary collapse zones. We're falling back to Mount Shasta with whoever's left. God help us." That was it. I tried to respond. Nothing came back. I don't even know if she was still alive when it aired. If any of you out there are still above sea level, keep your radios dry. Use aluminum foil if you have to. Wrap your batteries. Signal skips are getting worse the longer the grid stays down. I'll stay on this frequency as long as I can. I'm going to conserve fuel after this hour. Maybe power down for a bit. Charge the handheld. If you're near Newport and can reach this station, it's the old No AA relay just east of Yaquina Head. I've got heat, water, and a shortwave array. For now. I'm Jace Renner, and I'll keep talking as long as there's someone to listen. More soon. I'm back. It's 5:42 a.m. The generator's coughing, but still going. I ran a line through the broken window and tried to shield the intake with tarp and stones. The wind keeps shifting. It smells like salt and engine oil. That rotten, heavy stink is worse now. Floodwater rot, mixed with burning plastic and wet insulation. I keep trying to breathe through my sleeve, but it doesn't help much. I haven't eaten since yesterday. Doesn't matter. Food doesn't taste like anything right now. I walked behind the station to dump a can of rainwater into the filter barrel. Saw movement by the ridge again. Something stumbling. Might have been a deer or a person. Too far to tell. I called out, but didn't chase it. I don't chase anything anymore. Not since I saw what came out of the highway tunnel yesterday. Some of you called it in too. Said the same thing. People walking funny. Like their bones didn't remember how to move. Covered in mud, dragging backpacks that weren't theirs. One woman said she saw a man chewing on a seatbelt like it was beef jerky. And the really weird part? No shoes. Like the waves stripped everything human off them but left just enough to walk. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Maybe they're in shock. Maybe I'm in shock. Maybe we all are. There's something else. Something I've been holding off saying because I thought it was just me. But too many others have mentioned it now. People are disappearing. Not dying. Not drowning. Just gone. A guy from Lincoln City said his neighbor's whole family vanished. No wreckage. No sign of them leaving. Their trucks still parked in the driveway. House untouched. But the crib was empty. Front door unlocked. Dinner on the table. Just no one home. A woman in Otis said she heard a knock on her door at midnight. Said it sounded normal, rhythmic, like someone wanted to be let in. She opened it. Nobody there. But the sound kept going. Kept knocking. On the walls. On the ceiling. Then the radio cut out. She didn't call back. I'm not trying to scare anyone, but we need to start writing this down. We need to keep track. If something's happening beyond the water, beyond what we understand, we need to be honest about it. All we have now is information. Whatever this is, whatever it becomes, people need to know what we saw. Okay? Let me read out some signals I've been picking up. shortwave burst from Burns, Oregon. Someone calling themselves East Tower Charlie. Said they're sheltering inside a grain elevator with 4 others. They've got dry food and water, but no heat. One kid has a cough, trying to reach the high school radio club in Redmond for help. If you're in that region, relay the message. East Tower Charlie. Grain elevator northeast of town, near the abandoned train junction. They've got a flare gun. I repeat, flare gun only, no firearm. If you go looking, don't shoot. Another weak signal came from a woman named Jules, maybe late 20s, judging by the voice. Said she was transmitting from a sailboat off the coast, somewhere near Astoria, but farther out. Maybe 12 miles. Said the land's gone, but the sea is calm now. Flat like a mirror. No fish, no birds, just still. She said something strange before the line broke. She said, "It's too quiet out here, like something's holding its breath." And then static. Jules, if you hear this, ping the frequency again at the top of the hour. I'll stay tuned. If your boat's solar, you might have longer range than the rest of us. One more. A recorded loop from someone in Olympia. Male voice, maybe 30s. Says, "We are okay. We are okay. We are at the school. Please bring batteries. Please bring inhaler. We are okay." Repeats every 60 seconds. I've heard it maybe 10 times now. Each time the signal's weaker. If you're north of Portland, keep an ear out. That message is someone's entire world right now. As for here, I'm still alone. The road down the hill is flooded and choked with debris. I saw part of a boat sticking through a car dealership sign. A mailbox jammed into a tree trunk like a bullet. Saw a raccoon sitting on the roof of an old diner like it was waiting for someone to bring it pie. It's funny what you notice when everything else is stripped away. I've been thinking about something Maddie said to me once, a long time ago, before all this. We were drinking burnt coffee on the steps outside her office, and she said, "You know what scares me the most about the ocean? It doesn't care. It doesn't even know we're here." I think she was right. This wave didn't hit us because it was angry. It hit us because it could. And we were just in the way. But we're still here. Still breathing. Still putting one word after another. I want you to do something if you can. If you've got a notebook, a marker, even just charcoal and a piece of wood, write your name. Write the names of everyone who's still with you. Tape it to the door. Hang it from a tree. Leave it by the side of the road. Let the world know you're still here. Even if the power never comes back. Even if no one ever finds it. Even if the wave comes again. We've got to leave something behind. I'll be back in 10. Need to check the fuel line again. Sounds like it's spitting. You're not alone. Not as long as this voice still carries. It's 6:24 a.m. I don't know how many people are still tuned in. Maybe none. Maybe 100. Could be just one voice floating out into an empty world. Doesn't really matter, does it? Talking into the dark is still better than silence. It means I'm still here. Means you might be too. I think I've stopped expecting answers. The signal repeaters are shot. The broadband's been gone since the first surge hit. I haven't heard a single verified broadcast from FEMA. Not one. That's not just a delay. That's abandonment. I tried flipping through the weather bands again just now. One of them, 162.475 megahertz, keeps repeating the same phrase over and over. No voice. Just digital noise, like a printer screaming, and then a mechanical voice. This message will repeat every 15 minutes. Take immediate vertical refuge. Then it clicks off. No origin listed. No agency stamp. Just that same voice on loop. Vertical refuge. What does that even mean? It's not a real term. It's not in the FEMA codes, not in NOAA protocols. It sounds like something made up in a panic. But that's what this is now. Panic with structure. The wave is still moving. That's the part I keep forgetting to mention. This wasn't a one-time hit. It wasn't a crash, then calm. It's been hours, and water's still pouring inland. Like a dam broke under the continent, and the Pacific's trying to eat its way east. One caller from Springfield said the Willamette overflowed its banks around 2 a.m. Another guy near Medford said the Rogue River reversed. Upstream. Said there's salt in the farmland now, and someone in Albany said it's raining fish. Not a joke. Little silver things slapping onto the roofs and windshields, still twitching. Saltwater fish, where there shouldn't be any. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a guy with a mic, some batteries, and a map of Oregon taped to the wall. But I can tell you this. Whatever's happening, it isn't done yet. I haven't slept. Probably obvious by now. My voice is starting to get that edge to it. I sound like I've been chewing gravel. My fingers are cold and my wrists ache from turning the crank radio every 15 minutes. But I can't stop. Every time I hear a voice, it's like breathing fresh air. Even if it's a child crying, even if it's someone calling for help with no reply. It means there's still life out there, and that matters more than anything. A few more updates from the feed. Message scratched out from someone named Rico in Klamath Falls. Said he's holed up in the basement of a high school with 10 others. Has a working solar rig and an antenna kit they salvaged from the science lab. They've got food for 3 days and a hand-pumped well, but the water's turning brackish. Said they saw a flash in the sky around 3 a.m. Red, not white. Said it didn't streak like a meteor. It just blinked on, held, then vanished. Another one, handwritten and read aloud by someone's kid, maybe 9 or 10, came in from a hilltop shelter outside Eugene. Girl said, "My name is Kira. My mom says the phones don't work, but the sky does. We have goats. We still have cheese. Daddy went into the water and didn't come back. We love you, Daddy." I had to stop the recording. Couldn't listen to it again. I wish I could answer all of them. Wish I could just give a direction, a safe zone, a place to go. But I can't. I don't even know how far this has reached. Some of you are still asking if this is just the Pacific Northwest. I don't think so. I picked up a weather buoy relay from off the Baja coast about an hour ago. It was spitting out GPS coordinates that make no sense. Something about a trench uplift, like the seafloor rose 80 meters in under 20 minutes. If that's true, it's not just us. It's the whole plate, maybe farther. I got a call just before the signal dropped from someone who said they were in Anchorage. Said the inlet's dry. I asked him to repeat it. He said, "All the water's gone." Like it got sucked into the bay and never came back. He said the boats are sitting in mud like dead birds. And then he said, "But I think I can still hear the tide. I think it's underneath me." And then silence. I don't know what that means. I don't want to guess. I keep thinking about my sister. She lived in San Francisco. Haven't heard from her since Tuesday. She sent me a voice message that morning. Said she was heading to work, traffic was bad, someone was yelling on the bridge again. The usual. I never responded. Figured I'd call her back later. Now, I don't know if there's a bridge left, or a city, or her. Sorry. I didn't mean to lose it there. Some of you understand. Some of you know what it's like to carry 100 little regrets at once. and wonder if you'll ever get the chance to set one down. If you've got a moment, if you're somewhere dry, if you've still got a pencil, write a letter, not to me, to them, to whoever you lost. Say the things you never got to say. Put it in a jar, bury it, burn it, doesn't matter. Just say it, get it out of your chest. You'll breathe better afterward. And if you're lucky enough to still have them near you, hold them. Don't waste a second. The sky's getting lighter now. Not much. Just a bleed at the edge of the ridge. I think it's safe to say it's dawn. Or something like it. The light's pale and wrong. Like it came through smoke. And it smells different. There's a sweetness to it. Rotten flowers and iron. I've never smelled the ocean like this. I'll check in again in 15. Gonna use what daylight I can to try and climb the relay tower. If I can see the shoreline, maybe I can give a more accurate report. Maybe even spot someone coming in from the road. I keep hoping for a rescue team. A jeep. Even a horse. Still nothing. If you're out there, turn your dial slowly. Listen for breaks in the static. I'll be here. I'm Jace Renner. I haven't left. Not yet. It's 7:12 a.m. I made it halfway up the relay tower before the wind almost knocked me off the ladder. I should have waited, but I needed to see. I needed proof that the ocean wasn't just a sound in my head. I needed to lay eyes on it. The top 2 rungs are bent, like something tried to twist the whole tower sideways. I got high enough to see past the tree line, just enough to get a glimpse of where the town used to be. It's gone. Not in pieces. Gone like it was dragged backward into the sea. Buildings, trees, streetlights. Just a flat, shining plane of water reflecting a gray sky. And floating on top, here and there, are patches of roofs. Mailboxes, car doors, a single power pole still standing, wires dangling into nothing. I thought I saw someone standing on a raft, just a shadow really, but then it turned and vanished. The water isn't still. It looks like it's breathing, pulling in and out, and every so often, something big moves beneath the surface, too big to guess at. Too slow to be a boat. I climbed back down. My hands were shaking. Not from fear. Okay, maybe a little from fear, but mostly from the wind. It's warmer now, but wrong. The kind of warm that makes your skin crawl, like the air was heated underground before reaching the surface. I can't shake the feeling that the ocean isn't done with us. There's a heaviness in the air now. Like pressure. Like being 6 feet underwater and waiting for your lungs to give up. I want to read you something. It's a transcript I copied from a shortwave loop I caught just after 6. The message was coming from a station near Boise, I think. A young woman, clear voice, calm like she'd been rehearsing it. She said, "This is not a singular event. We are experiencing an ongoing, continental-scale hydrodynamic collapse, likely triggered by deep plate destabilization. The pressure under the Pacific Shelf is not equalizing. Instead, it's moving laterally. Inland flooding will continue for the next 48 hours. If you are on low ground, evacuate now. If you are on high ground, stay. Do not return for supplies. Secondary waves are possible. Structural failure is imminent across major transit corridors. Do not attempt to drive. Stay put. Stay quiet. Stay human." I replayed that part. Stay human. I don't know why that hit me the hardest. Maybe because it means more now than it did yesterday. Maybe because not all of us are going to come through this the same. Here's something else. A signal from a guy named Marcus outside Bend. Said his dog won't stop barking at the well pump. Every time he gets near it, the dog growls like something's down there. He tried lowering a flashlight on a rope and said it came back covered in something oily. Not mud. Something darker. He said the water smells like blood. Another signal, this one from an old man who didn't leave a name. Said he was a retired Navy sonar tech from San Diego. Said he's been tracking the underwater acoustics since midnight. His last message said, "There's a signal pulsing every 5 minutes from the deep trench. Not man-made, not weather. Organic pattern. Repeating in 4-note sequences. It's getting louder." He hasn't called back. You might be wondering why I'm repeating all these strange reports. Why I'm giving airtime to things that don't quite add up. Because the world doesn't make sense right now, and I think pretending it still does is dangerous. We've got to talk about it. All of it. The water, the people missing, the glow, the sounds. Even if it's frightening. Especially because it's frightening. Because if we don't face it, it'll eat us in silence. And I don't want to die quiet. Here's what I know for sure. The coast is broken. The water hasn't receded. The inland towns are seeing pressure waves. The air is warmer than it should be. The animals are behaving like they know something we don't. The officials, if they're still alive, aren't saying anything. And people, good people, are trying to hold on to each other with what little they have. You want a moment of hope? I've got one. It's small, but it's real. A mother called in, her name's Elena, from the outskirts of Corvallis. Said she used an old camping filter to purify the runoff from her gutters. Used that water to cook rice and boil potatoes. Said her neighbor came over with a bag of dried lentils. Together, they made enough food for 5 families on their block. She ended the call by saying, "We don't know what we're doing, but we're doing it together." That's what matters. Even now, especially now. I'm going to rest my voice. I'll be back on the hour. If you're listening, write, call, tap your antenna against a pole. Do something to remind yourself that you're real. Because you are. I'm still Jace Renner. Still here. Still broadcasting. It's 8:03 a.m. Sky's pale now. Not blue. More like bruised gray, stretched too thin. The light makes everything look worse. You can see the water for what it is now. Not waves, not tide. Just a slow, creeping mass of brown and silver that's poured itself into every crack and ditch, like the ocean melted and found a new shape to wear. I walked out past the front fence just now. The road's still underwater, maybe 4 feet deep. I watched a garbage bin float by. It was full. That's the part that got me. Full. Like someone packed it before this happened. Like someone thought they'd have time to put it out, then come back in and make coffee. Like life was still normal for one more morning. There are gulls circling above. First time I've seen any since the wave hit. But they're not acting right. They're circling, yeah, but they won't land. They're just hovering, crying out now and then, like they're warning something, or waiting for something to die. The power's still out, not just here. I haven't seen a single light on the horizon, not a porch light, not a car headlamp. I think the grid's fried for good. The generator's holding for now, but if the fuel gets wet, I'm cooked. I siphoned what I could from a half-submerged truck behind the station. Got maybe another 2 gallons out of it. Should buy me a few more hours. After that, I've got solar. But it's weak. Better than nothing. I want to read some updates. These came in through patchy bursts. I'm writing them down on scrap printer paper and taping them to the wall. 1 page per voice. I don't want to forget them. This one's from a guy named Nolan in Yakats. Says he's got a family of 4, sheltering on the roof of a hardware store. They've got food, canned beans mostly, and a propane burner. Says the floodwaters came up fast around 1 a.m. and didn't stop until they were almost chest deep in the stairwell. He said something weird too. Said they've seen the same red canoe float by 3 times. Empty. No paddle. Always drifting from the same direction. Like it's on a loop. Another call came from someone named Denise, north of Florence. Said she woke up to her dog growling, then noticed the fridge had moved 3 feet across the kitchen floor. Not slid. Moved. Like it had been picked up and set down again. Her backyard is now part of a bay. She said the water hasn't moved for 2 hours. Not up, not down. Just still. Glass surface still. She said she started hearing things at night. Like wind, but deeper. Below hearing almost. More like a feeling in her teeth. Said it comes from the water. From under the water. I don't know how to respond to that. I really don't. A shortwave relay picked up a man broadcasting from a church bell tower in Salem. Says the cathedral's the highest point left downtown. They've taken in 27 people, families mostly. No heat, no food. But they've got dry hymnals for fire and old pews for beds. He said there's a woman in the group who used to be a nurse. She's rationing aspirin and whispering prayers in Spanish over the injured. He asked if there was a doctor listening. Said his name was Avery. His voice cracked at the end of the message. Just said, "Please don't forget us." We haven't, Avery. Not here. I've got your name on the wall. We keep adding names. I've stopped trying to fix the tower antenna. It's too risky, too many gusts. The last time I went up, I nearly fell. I can broadcast on this frequency, barely, but I can't guarantee I'll reach farther than 40 miles. Maybe less if the air keeps thickening like it is now. You can feel the water in the air, not mist. Heavier than that. It's like breathing through a wet towel. I keep wiping my glasses off and they fog again in seconds. If the temperature climbs any higher, we're going to start seeing steam. That's not good. That's not normal. There's something else. A signal. I didn't want to say anything until I heard it twice. Around 7:40, I picked up a repeating phrase on the marine band. Channel 16. Someone's broadcasting this. Base plate active. Sample integrity compromised. All deep locks sealed. Repeat. Locks sealed. Do not approach trench coordinates. Then coordinates follow. I won't read them here. No point. But the voice didn't sound human, not robotic either. Just wrong. Like someone trying to imitate human speech but missing the rhythm. Flat. No breath. No pause. I know that sounds crazy. I know. But I'm not the only one who heard it. Another ham operator and sisters confirmed the same message. Same cadence. Same signal loop. If anyone out there works with deep sea research, if you recognize those words, base plate, sample integrity, deep locks, call in. I'll prioritize your message. We need someone who understands what this is, because I think we passed the point of natural disaster 3 hours ago. This feels like a curtain pulled back, and there's something behind it. I'll be here. I'll stay on air as long as the power holds, or the water reaches the door, or my voice gives out. Whichever comes first. If you're alive, say something. Anything. Bang on a pipe. Hold up a mirror. Talk into a dead phone. Let the world know you're still part of it. This is Jace Renner. Still here, still listening. It's 9:06 a.m. I just had to shut the front door again. I left it cracked earlier. Thought I'd let some air in while I boiled water on the propane stove. Didn't realize how fast the smell would come back. It's worse now. The air smells like rot, but not just garbage. Like something much older is surfacing. Like deep earth turned inside out. Wet iron, mold, seaweed, and something else I can't put a name to. It hits the back of your throat and makes your teeth ache. There's no wind anymore. Just that thick, still air that feels like it's waiting. The water hasn't moved in 2 hours. I'm starting to think it's not going to. Outside the station, the flooded road looks like a parking lot for boats that never existed. Things drift and spin slowly in place. A cooler, a plastic chair, a headlamp. Someone's front door just floating there like a raft with no rider. I saw a shape earlier, maybe 200 yards out. Too small for a person, too big for a raccoon. It moved across the water without making ripples. That's what struck me. Like it was floating on top of the air, not in the water. And then it disappeared behind a pile of debris and didn't come back. I'm not going out there to check. We got a relay from someone in the Cascade foothills. Called himself Jonah. Said they've been monitoring shortwave bursts from across the west. Said the pattern matches a slow unfold collapse event. That's his term, not mine. He says what we're experiencing isn't just geological. It's magnetic. Said the readings on his compass have been drifting 2 degrees every hour since midnight. Said his GPS reads upside down. He doesn't think it's a glitch. He thinks the poles are shifting under us. I don't know enough to say if that's true, but I do know I've seen the sun in the wrong place this morning. It came up farther north than it should have, a little to the left of where it usually breaks over the tree line. It's not just the land that's changing. It's the sky, too. Okay. Here's what I've got from the last hour's transmissions. Some of these came in broken. I'm piecing them together the best I can. A woman named Deb in Astoria, or what's left of it, said she climbed to the top floor of an old cannery building and found a handful of strangers already there. Said they were silent, just standing at the windows, watching the water. One man was writing names in chalk on the wall. Names of ships. Deb said she asked if he was okay. He said, "I'm just writing down the ones that won't come back." Then he sat down and didn't speak again. Another voice came from inland, just outside Redmond. A young man, maybe college-aged, said his name was Eli. He's holed up in a fire watch tower with 3 friends. They've got food and radio, but one of them cut her leg on barbed wire yesterday and it's starting to swell. He asked if anyone had antibiotics, said he doesn't care if they're expired, just something to stop the infection. Eli, if you're listening, boil what you can. Clean the wound with salt if there's nothing else. Don't let it close up too fast. Infection will trap underneath. Keep her warm. Keep her calm. And if you've got garlic, mash it into a paste and cover the wound. It's not perfect, but it's something. I'm not a medic, but I've seen things. Field injuries. Infection takes people faster than hunger does. One more. This came through weak but clear, from a woman named Trina. She said she's in a lighthouse. Didn't say which one. Could be Yaquina Head, but maybe farther south. She said the light is still working, solar-powered, and she's been signaling with it every 30 seconds. Here's the part that matters. She said, I started seeing responses. Blinks, short bursts, not from boats, from hills. And then she said, I don't think it's Morse. Then she stopped. I called back out on her frequency. Nothing came through. If anyone knows Trina, or if you're near a lighthouse and see the beam pulsing, count the flashes. Write them down. Send them here. I'll try to interpret anything you find. You'd be surprised what people can say without ever speaking. The power levels are holding. For now. The solar charger finally caught enough light to give me a boost, so I've rerouted the feed through the main console. It's weak, but better than nothing. I've also started rationing my broadcast time. 10 minutes on, 20 minutes off. Just enough to preserve what little juice I've got. Some of you asked earlier if I've had contact with anyone face-to-face since the wave hit. Short answer, no. Long answer, I've seen people. 2, maybe 3. The first was a man walking along the ridge behind the station. He didn't wave, didn't stop, just walked, holding something wrapped in a towel. The second was a woman in a soaked hoodie, dragging a garden hose behind her like a leash. I tried calling out to her. She turned once, looked at me, then kept going. Her face was blank, not scared, not angry, just hollow. The third might have been a child, or a mannequin. It stood in the middle of the road and never moved. When I came back out with my binoculars, it was gone. I don't trust what I see anymore. But I trust the radio. I trust your voices, they're real. You're real. You've got to keep talking. Keep writing. Even if no one answers. Even if the sky turns upside down and the ground starts whispering your name. Keep talking. Because silence is what comes after we give up. And we're not there yet. I'll be back in 20. Need to check the battery rig and heat a little water. My hands are starting to cramp. This is Jace Renner. Still alive, still here, still waiting. It's 9:51 a.m. I just boiled a little rainwater and poured it into an old enamel mug. It tastes like smoke. The filter's barely holding on. I'm going to have to clean the sediment out of the barrel soon or the whole thing will clog. The top layer's gone brown, probably pine needles and soot from the fire 2 ridges over. I've been watching that smoke trail for an hour now, wondering if it's moving toward me or away. It's hard to tell when the air itself feels like it's pressing in from every side. There's no traffic, no planes, no engine noise. The birds are quiet again. It's like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something worse. I don't want to scare anyone. I really don't. But I think the wave was just the beginning. I think something bigger is underneath all this. I've been going through old messages again, cross-referencing dates and times from other stations, trying to find a pattern. I can't be sure, but here's what it looks like. The initial water displacement was recorded simultaneously in 3 places, off the Oregon coast, the Aleutian Trench, and somewhere near Tonga. Same time, down to the minute. That's not normal. That's not tectonic. Earthquakes ripple. They don't sink. Something triggered all 3 points at once, and then came the surge. You don't have to believe me. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. Here's what I do know. Water doesn't stop like this unless something's holding it. Something strong. Something heavy. Maybe there's a break in the seabed that collapsed inward, and now the whole Pacific Basin's slowly being reshaped from the bottom up. Maybe the wave we saw wasn't even the full release. Maybe it was a warning shot. I don't have the language to explain this. I'm not a geologist. I'm not a climatologist. I'm just a voice on a dying frequency. But I know how to read people. And every single voice I've picked up in the last 12 hours has something in it. Something between panic and wonder. Like they're seeing the edge of a map for the first time and realizing there's no more land beyond it. Okay, here are some voices I want to get to before they disappear off the tape. First, from a man named Peter outside Lapine. Said his cabin's intact, mostly dry. He's got a well, a wood stove, and a dog named Elvis. He's using a ham kit powered by a hand crank. Said he's been broadcasting hourly and hasn't heard anyone else in his region yet. Asked if the roads north are passable. Peter, if you're hearing this, northbound 97 is washed out past Sun River. You'll need to cut east toward the Forest Service roads and try for higher ground near Crescent. If you've got supplies, stay where you are for now. Avoid the valleys. Next, a woman named Mara in Talent. She says she's stuck in a farmhouse with her father. He's been bedridden since before the flood and can't be moved. She's rationing dry cereal and powdered milk. Says they've got 2 candles left. She's asking for help, not for herself, but for him. She didn't cry during the message. She didn't beg. She just said, "Please, if anyone passes through, bring heat. Bring something warm for him. I don't have anyone in that region I can send, but if you're near Talent, Oregon, and you've got a truck or a bike or just your own 2 feet, find her. Look for a 2-story farmhouse with green shutters and a red tractor out front." That's all she gave. That's all she had. Another. A static burst from Mount Angel Abbey. Voice said they've turned the monastery into a safe zone. Old stone walls, solar power, deep cellars. They're taking in as many people as they can. Said they've got a brother who used to work as a paramedic. Said they've repurposed the chapel into an infirmary. They ended the message with a hymn. I don't know if they were singing for the living or the dead. I've been watching the horizon through the binoculars. Every once in a while, I catch a flicker, like something reflecting sunlight. But it's not metal, not glass. Something dull, like wet stone. And it's not in the same place each time. It moves. I've marked down its position 3 times in the last hour. It shifted 20 degrees west and 20 meters higher on the ridgeline. I know how that sounds. I know. But I swear, it's not a trick of the light. Something's moving out there. Something big. I haven't seen any rescue aircraft, no helicopters, no drones, no signs of organized response. That tells me one of 2 things. Either we're completely cut off, or the rest of the world is dealing with their own collapse. If anyone outside the affected region is hearing this, if you've got power, communication, supplies, please relay updates. What's happening in the Midwest? East Coast? Are the satellites down? Are the rivers reversing there too? Are your skies the wrong color? Tell us. We're starving for real information. Even lies would be better than this silence. The sun is almost directly overhead now, but it's not giving off much heat. Shadows are long and pale, like the lights coming through a filter. There's no real warmth, just brightness, sharp edges on every surface. I can't shake the thought that the sun's changed, that it's watching. Okay, I'm rambling. I need to slow down. Here's the last signal before I rest my voice. A kid, no older than 15, broadcast from somewhere north of Eugene. Said his name was Caleb. Said his parents didn't make it. He's got a dirt bike, a backpack, and a map. He's been using the gas station emergency generator to power his walkie. He said, "I don't know if anyone's out there, but if you are, I'm heading east. I'm gonna find higher ground. I'm gonna find someone still breathing. I'm not scared. I'm not gonna stop." Caleb, if you're listening, don't stop. You are not alone. There's more of us out here than you think. We're broken. We're scattered. We're tired. But we're listening. I'm listening. This is Jace Renner. And I'll be here until my voice breaks, or the sky falls. 10:37 a.m. The air changed again. I don't know how to explain it. One minute I was refilling the water pot, and the next, everything just stopped. The birds, the buzzing in the wire, even the breeze. It's dead quiet now. Not peaceful. Dead. Like sound itself left the building. I walked out to the porch and stood there listening. I could hear my own heartbeat. That's how quiet it was. My own breath felt too loud. And then, this is going to sound crazy. I swear I heard the ground humming. Not from below, from through. Like it was using my boots as speakers. A low, steady vibration, too deep to be sound. More like memory. Like something you feel before you even realize it's there. And I saw something in the water. A ripple that didn't come from wind. A bulge that moved without pushing anything else around it. Like something huge was under the surface and didn't care if we saw it anymore. It passed, slow as a dream, headed north. I'm not sure if I blinked for a full minute. I just stood there. And then it was gone. The stillness came back. There's no more hiding from this. No pretending this is just a natural disaster. Something woke up, and now it's moving. Okay, I'm going to try to focus. I've got messages, real people, real stories. You. You're the reason I'm still sitting in this chair with my boots soaked and my hands shaking. I heard from a man named Dominic near Crater Lake. Said he drove as far up the rim as his car would take him, then hiked the rest. He's been camping in an old ranger station, using a hand wound emergency radio and a car battery to transmit. Said the lake's been rising steadily. Said the water's gone a weird color. Something between ink and oil. He said it's glowing at night. He also said he hasn't heard any birds in 2 days. Another message, this one from a woman named Ava in Walla Walla, said she took in 5 strangers last night. Total strangers. One had a broken leg, another didn't speak. But they shared food, dried off together, and now they're building a signal fire on the hillside. She said, I was alone yesterday. Now I'm not. We're still figuring out the rules, but for now, kindness comes first. God, that hit me. Kindness comes first. I needed to hear that. Maybe you did too. A kid outside Salem broadcast just 2 words on loop for 10 straight minutes. Still breathing. Then static. Sometimes that's all you need to say. I want to tell you something personal. Something I haven't said out loud since this started. My dad used to tell me stories about the old days, about the Cold War, about fallout drills and canned peaches, and how the air used to smell different before everyone stopped trusting each other. He said when he was a kid, he thought the world would end with a flash, not a wave. He said when it finally came, he hoped it'd be quick. And I remember laughing. Not because it was funny, but because it felt so far away. So impossible. I wonder what he'd say now. I wonder if he'd tell me to keep broadcasting, or if he'd tell me to run. But I don't think running matters anymore. Not when the water can follow you into the hills. Not when the roads are folding in on themselves. Not when the sky feels like it's listening. So I stay here. I stay on the air. Because somewhere out there, someone is alone. And if they turn that dial and hear nothing but static, that silence will break something in them. But if they hear me, maybe it holds. Maybe just a little. I need to tell you about a place. A signal I've picked up 3 times now. They call it the Orchard. That's all they say. The messages are short. This is the orchard. We have food. We have water. We have a wall. Respond with location and condition. No map. No coordinates. No voice. Just a tone. Like a chime through fog. If it's real, they're organized. They're strong enough to hold a perimeter. That's rare now. If you're the orchard, if you're hearing this, people are looking for you. They need you. Please share more. Even a landmark. A clue. We're not asking for salvation, just direction. Even a false hope is still something to walk toward. I've been watching the light shift on the trees. The angle's wrong again. Shadows bend to the east now, even though the sun's behind me. I'm not sure if that means the ground's moved, or the sun. Or maybe we did something we can't undo. Someone named May sent in a drawing. Not a voice, a drawing. I don't know how, but it came through encoded as a visual burst on one of the ham channels. A SCI, I think. She turned it into lines. It's of a figure standing in water up to its knees. Long arms, no eyes. Dozens of thin lines hanging off its shoulders, like kelp or hair. It's facing away. The caption just says, "It walked past me and didn't stop." I don't know how she did it. I don't know what it means. But it's burned into my brain now. And somehow, I don't think she made it up. One more message before I rest. A boy named Jonah, maybe 12, called from a camper on a hill near Lincoln City. Said his dad told him to stay inside. Said the radio would keep him safe. He said, "I can hear the water talking sometimes, like it's remembering us." Jonah, if you're listening, your voice mattered. Your words reached someone. You're not forgotten. None of you are. This is Jace Renner, still here, still talking, still listening. And no matter what the water brings, I'll keep this signal alive as long as I can. It's 11:25 a.m. The shadows are bending again. I keep watching the same stretch of ground outside the station window. It's just dirt and half-flooded weeds, a bent "no trespassing" sign lodged in a bush. But around this time, twice now, I've seen the shadows shift away from the light. Not stretch, not fade. They just redirect. Like they've decided the sun isn't where it used to be. Like the rules aren't rules anymore. I tried drawing it. Doesn't look right on paper. Doesn't feel right either. The air pressure dropped fast about 30 minutes ago. My ears popped and haven't cleared. It's like being on a plane that's diving slowly, but you're not moving at all. If you're in the Western Cascades, brace for weather. This kind of pressure drop usually means lightning or hail, maybe worse. The radio's been buzzing again. Not static, buzzing. High-pitched, like a wire about to snap. It comes in waves every 12 minutes or so with this strange pulse underneath it. I tried filtering it through the old equalizer to isolate the pattern, and when I slowed it down, it wasn't a tone. It was breathing. Shallow, rhythmic, not mechanical, not digital, organic. Like someone, or something, is exhaling across the bandwidth. I can't explain it better than that, but I saved the file. I'll play it if I lose contact. Let the world hear it in case I'm not around tomorrow. All right. Some updates. A man named Will called in from a former ranger outpost on Mary's Peak. Said they've got 10 people, a working stove, and enough freeze-dried supplies to last 3 weeks. He said they're building signal flags from old tents and rope, trying to send messages downhill to the valley. He also said something strange. The moss has started growing up the trees instead of down. Said it looks like it's reaching for the sun in the wrong direction. Another signal, this one faint, maybe bouncing off the mountains, came from a guy named Hugo in Springfield. He said the Willamette is still flowing backward. Said his neighbor tried to drive across a shallow flood zone and the car lifted straight up, like it had no weight at all. Said the water didn't move around it, just lifted it and held it like a hand. He said the car's still floating, hours later. And then he said something that made my skin crawl. He said, the reflections in the water don't match. When I asked him to explain, he said, my wife stood beside me and waved. Her reflection didn't. It just watched me. Then the signal dropped. If you're near Springfield, look for Hugo. He's scared. He's not making this up. One more. Came from a group of teachers sheltering inside a middle school gym in Albany. They've turned the bleachers into bunks, using old textbooks to insulate the windows. One of them, a woman named Sharon, said, we never thought we'd go back to books, but now we're grateful they don't need power to be useful. She said they've got 50 kids, ages 6 to 14, most of them quiet. A few still asking when the school bus is coming. One little girl keeps drawing lighthouses on the backs of worksheets. Sharon, if you hear this, those kids are lucky to have you. And you're not alone. There are people listening who care that you're still standing. Even if we're not there yet, we will be. We're going to find each other again. We're going to rebuild something out of this. Piece by piece. If you're out there, write down every name you hear, every place, every signal. That's how we make our map. Not the one that shows roads and cities. That's gone now. I mean the real map. The one that shows where life is still flickering. I keep a notebook open beside the mic. Names, coordinates, stories. When this is all over, if anyone finds this place, I want them to know we didn't go quiet. We didn't vanish without a trace. We told the truth. We reached for each other, even when the sky turned cold, even when the water kept rising. The light's fading again. Too early for that, but I can feel it in my bones. This day's almost over, even if the clock disagrees. I'll try to keep broadcasting into the afternoon. Still have solar backup and half a gallon of siphoned fuel left. The battery's charging, slow but steady. And as long as there's breath in me, this mic stays hot. If the shadows move again, I'll describe it. If the water shifts, I'll warn you. If the sky opens, I'll name it, because you deserve to know. This is Jace Renner, still watching, still waiting, still listening. It's 12:07 p.m. Sky's not gray anymore. It's white. Flat, blank white. No clouds. No depth. Just a stretched sheet of brightness hanging over everything like it doesn't belong to us anymore. Like someone replaced the top half of the world and hoped no one would notice. It doesn't feel like noon. It feels like time snapped in half this morning, and now everything's just guessing. I stepped out a few minutes ago to try and get a better look at the horizon. My boots made these little suction sounds in the mud. I got to the edge of the porch, leaned on the rail, and stared. I thought I'd gotten used to the water, but I hadn't. It's still there. Not higher, not lower. Still. It's covering the main road now. The stop sign down at the intersection, just the top corner of it's poking out, and there's a dresser floating past. A full one, still upright. One drawer open, a scarf hanging out, swaying just under the surface. I watched it go, slow as anything, like the world is bleeding out in reverse. And there's something else. The silence is starting to make a noise. That probably doesn't make sense, but I swear to you, when everything's this quiet for this long, your brain starts filling in the gaps. You start hearing things that might not be there. You start believing they are. I heard a radio playing faint music earlier. Just a few notes. A piano. It was coming from somewhere across the water. I thought maybe someone was trying to send a message, so I shouted. No answer. Then the music stopped, and I realized I don't own a piano, and there's no one near enough to play one. Not now. Not here. Still. I swear I heard it. Sometimes the mind holds on to what it used to know, just to stay upright. Okay. Messages. A woman named Della sent a shortwave signal from what used to be Junction City. She said she's been collecting survivors at a shipping depot. Wide doors, metal roof, elevated loading bays that stayed dry during the flood. She says they're running out of antibiotics and clean socks. But they've got rice. And they've got fire. She's been organizing watch shifts through the night and taught 3 kids how to use a CB radio in case she can't keep broadcasting. Della, if you're listening, your voice came through clear. You're doing everything right. Keep the fires going. If you've got charcoal, dig trenches. Start drawing maps in the dirt. Turn that depot into a signal post. Another update, short and desperate, from a man named Greg near the Umpqua River. Said the ground keeps rumbling under his trailer. Not like an earthquake, but like footsteps. Slow, deep ones. He said the trees shake one by one. Not all at once. I don't know what to say to that. But you're not the only one, Greg. A voice in Astoria said the same thing. So did someone up near Longview. Whatever's out there, it's not just water anymore. Next, a nurse named Kendra outside Sisters said she's repurposed an old camp lodge into a triage zone. Says they've got generators, propane, 2 pallets of powdered soup mix, and enough gauze to wrap a city block. She's treating crush injuries, dehydration, and one man who hasn't spoken in 3 days just keeps drawing circles in the dirt. Same pattern over and over. When she asks what it means, he just says, "It's the signal." Then goes quiet again. If anyone in Central Oregon hears this, Kendra needs backup. Not supplies, people. She's got the will to lead. Now she needs a second set of hands. Another voice, this one young, called in from Coquille. Boy said he was with his older brother in a hardware store. They've boarded up the doors and built a raft out of oil drums. Said they're waiting for the water to rise high enough to float out the front. I asked where they'd go. He said, "Away from here." And then he asked me something. "Jace, if we float far enough, does that mean the flood stops?" I didn't have an answer. I still don't. You want the truth? I don't think this flood is just water anymore. I think it's memory. I think the ocean is giving us back everything we tried to forget. Every piece of plastic, every scrap of bone, every buried thing we told ourselves was gone. And it's crawling back to the surface, and it's staring at us, and it's not done. Okay. Deep breath. Solar's still trickling charge. Generator's out for now, but I've got 1 battery pack left in reserve. I'll switch to low power mode after this segment. Still hearing that signal from the orchard. No reply yet, just the tone. Regular intervals. 4 seconds apart. Could be a beacon. Could be bait. No way to know until someone finds it. If you're heading east, look for high towers with repeat flashes. Count the pattern. 4 long, 2 short. It might lead somewhere safe, or it might lead somewhere we're not supposed to go. Either way, someone put it there for a reason. One last message before I rest my voice. A girl named Naya called from somewhere near Hood River. She said she's been writing down everything she sees, drawing pictures in the margins. Said she used to want to be a journalist. Now she just wants to be remembered. She said, if no one finds us, at least they'll know what we saw. Nia, your story matters. Every scratch of ink you leave behind matters, and I promise I'll read it if I make it through. This is Jace Renner. Still breathing, still signal bound, still with you. It's 1:02 p.m. If I didn't have a watch, I wouldn't believe the day's only half over. Time's stretched thin. There's no rhythm anymore. No trucks, no planes, no birds marking the hours. Just light and quiet. And even the light doesn't look the same. I stood outside again a few minutes ago. The wind's finally picked up, but it's wrong. Coming from the coast, warm and salty, but underneath there's this sting to it, like metal dust. You can feel it on your skin. A kind of grit that isn't sand. It coats your teeth. And the trees aren't moving like they should. They're swaying, yeah, but not all in the same direction. Some bend north, others west. A few don't move at all. It's like they're reacting to something we can't see. The clouds are still gone. Not burned off. Just missing. Like whatever came through the sky earlier pushed them out and forgot to put them back. I tried climbing the tower again. Got 3 rungs up before I heard something out in the floodwater. Not splashing, not footsteps. More like breathing. Slow and steady. Coming from everywhere at once. I climbed back down, closed the door, locked it. Even though I know a lock doesn't matter anymore. There's something alive out there, and it's not trying to hide. I keep getting flashes of something in my head, not memories, more like impressions, places I've never seen, shapes moving through a valley flooded in red light, a long hallway under the sea, people walking in slow circles, eyes shut, mouths moving with no sound. I don't know what it means. Maybe I'm tired, maybe I'm dreaming while awake, but something about this place, about the silence and the water and the humming in the walls. It's crawling into my thoughts like roots in soft soil. Okay, let's get back to the voices, the real ones, the ones that matter. I heard from a woman named Kara in a fire lookout tower outside Glide. She's been alone for 3 days, living off old canned peaches and crackers from the ranger stash. She's got a propane stove and a working radio panel. She's writing down every frequency she hears in charcoal on the back of an old trail map. She said, "I'm not afraid of dying. I'm afraid no one will hear me if I do." Kara, we hear you. And we're writing your name down too. Next, a voice from Crescent City. A man named Julio. He said he survived by crawling through a hotel laundry chute while the wave tore the building apart. Said he came out in a parking lot covered in shattered glass and seaweed. He hasn't seen another person since midnight. He ended his message by asking, "Was it just us?" No, Julio, it wasn't. But I get the feeling. Sometimes it feels like I'm the only person left making noise. But then the signals come in, one by one, and the quiet breaks just long enough to remind me this isn't over. Another call, quiet, scared, came from someone hiding in a basement in McMinnville. Said their name was Sal. Said they've got 2 cats, a flashlight, and a wind-up radio. Said they're hearing tapping sounds on the pipes beneath the house, like someone's knocking from below. I asked them to knock back. They did. The sound stopped, and then came again, louder. "Sal, if you're still there, try to get out. Try to move toward higher ground. I don't know what's under the water, but I don't think it's safe to be in basements anymore. We've had more reports now of voices coming from places they shouldn't. Not radios, not phones. From behind walls, from under bridges. One woman swore her bathtub whispered her name. I don't know what to do with that. I really don't. But I promised you I'd keep telling the truth. So there it is. If you're still getting signal, here's what I suggest. Keep your radio close, even when you sleep. Keep dry clothes in a sealed bag. Don't drink from the tap if you're still getting flow. That's not fresh water anymore. Avoid low places. Anything below the waterline might not be loyal to gravity anymore. And if you hear knocking, don't answer. Not until you're sure it's human. I've started keeping a little notebook for things that don't make sense. Not the usual stuff. Not the flooding or the power loss. But the other things. The moments that feel wrong in the bones. Page 1 says, breathing in the static. Trees bending the wrong way. Reflections that don't match. Sunlight without heat. Voices behind walls. Familiar smells in unfamiliar places. The shape in the water that didn't float. The tapping that didn't want to stop. If you've got your own list, send it. We're piecing this together, one strange line at a time, and if there's a pattern, maybe we'll see it before it's too late. This is Jace Renner, still at the mic, still counting the breaths between transmissions, still with you. It's 1:48 p.m., the wind's back, stronger this time, the kind that rattles window frames and makes you think someone's walking on the roof. There's no rain, but the sky looks soaked. Everything outside has that silver glaze, like it's been dipped in melted glass. Shadows have doubled. Not darker, doubled. I counted 2 of my own on the wall earlier. Same angle, same posture. But one was just a half-second off, like it moved slower than me. I blinked, and it vanished. That's new. I took the batteries out of the hand crank radio, cleaned the contacts, and slapped them back in. It's holding a charge now. I've got maybe 2 or 3 more full broadcasts left at this rate, unless I find more fuel. The solar backup's doing its best, but there's barely enough light to juice the panels. I've tilted them toward where the sun should be, but nothing's biting. Feels like the sun's hiding behind its own reflection. I want to read something that came in about 30 minutes ago. Longest message I've gotten today. From someone named Henry. He said, we were driving up from Chico. Me, my wife, our 2 boys. We heard the warnings on a scanner someone left behind in a gas station. Said the flood was moving faster than the models predicted. So we kept moving, even after the car started pulling right because of the mud. By the time we reached Redding, the road was covered. We slept in the car for a few hours. When we woke up, we saw something in the distance. Not water, just steam. A low line of it crawling across the road like a fog bank that didn't want to rise. It smelled like copper. We turned around. Now we're in a church basement, no windows, 1 lantern, no idea where we are. My wife's keeping the boys calm by telling them it's a long camping trip. But the walls are sweating, Jace. And there's a sound that comes every few minutes, like something dragging across tile. Then his voice changed. Whatever this is, it's not just nature. We did something, or uncovered something, or called something up. Maybe it's always been here, waiting. Maybe the water's not rising at all. Maybe we're sinking. Henry. If you're listening, you're not crazy. You said what I haven't had the guts to say out loud yet. This doesn't feel like survival anymore. This feels like descent. Okay. Here's what I'm hearing from other locations. Baker City. Signal from a woman named Rima. Says she's been watching a line of birds hover in place for over an hour. Not flying, just flapping against nothing. Like they're stuck on an invisible wall. She says it started after she lost contact with her cousin in Boise. Said the last message he sent was, "Don't trust the sky." I don't know what that means. A ham relay from Coos Bay said the coastline has turned to mirror. No waves, no ripples, just reflection. A few boats are sitting in place, engines off, not drifting. One man tried to paddle. Said he couldn't get more than a few feet before the water started to resist. Not push, resist. Like it didn't want him going anywhere. Someone else in Gold Beach reported something similar. This isn't a normal flood. The water's behaving like it remembers something, like it's following rules that don't belong to us. A short note from a guy outside Burns says he's got a CB rig, 2 jugs of kerosene, and an old rifle. He's alone, but not scared. Said he hears voices on the wind at night, sometimes laughing, sometimes whispering his name. He said, "I used to think silence was safe. Now I think silence is watching." That's the kind of thing you write down even if it doesn't make sense. Because it feels true. More news from the Orchard signal. Still transmitting. Still no voice. But now there's a change in the tone. A slight modulation. Like someone's tweaking the signal slowly over time. I ran a frequency analysis just now, and there's a repeating dip, 3 seconds long, every 2 minutes. Could be a countdown. Could be a location marker. Or could be someone trying to tune us in. If you're the Orchard, send something real. A phrase. A voice. Let us know you're not just an echo. We need you to be real. Because people are starting to wonder if you ever were. Before I wrap this segment, I want to share something personal. Last night, just before dawn, I sat on the floor in the hallway and pulled out an old tape recorder. It's been dead for years, but I turned it over and found 2 AAs left inside. Still good. I hit play. The tape was blank. No music, no voice. But after 10 seconds, a faint thump came through, a heartbeat, then breathing, then my own voice. I don't remember recording it. But it said my name, and it said the words, "You were always going to stay behind." I don't know what that means. Maybe nothing, but I've started to wonder if we're hearing each other across more than distance now. Maybe this flood didn't just tear up the land. Maybe it tore the line between now and then, between here and whatever's beneath it all. I'll be back after I switch out the power cell and check the perimeter. If you're out there, write, call, breathe into the mic. You are not the only one still standing. This is Jace Renner, holding the frequency. It's 2:29 p.m. I don't know how else to say this, but the sunlight stopped casting shadows. I stepped outside to reposition the solar array, and that's when I noticed it. I was standing with the sun at my back, and there was nothing on the ground. No outline of my body, no distortion across the dirt, just light, flat, unmoving, like it forgot how to behave. I waved my hand in front of the door, back and forth. Nothing. No reaction from the world around me. It's like the sun's shining without choosing a direction. Then I heard the trees again. They're still swaying out of sync, but now it's more than that. The sound they're making. It's not wind. It's deeper, hollow, like breath in a pipe. A groaning, dragging inhale that's too slow to be natural. And beneath it, I heard something moving in the water. A kind of roll. Like something coiling and uncoiling under the surface. That's new too. It's harder and harder to tell what's real. But I know the voices are. I know you are. So I'm going to keep reading what you send. First, update from a guy named Mal in Sweet Home. Said he's living in a tool shed at the back of an old logging camp. Been boiling rainwater on a metal plate and using lantern oil to signal aircraft. Except, there haven't been any aircraft. So now he signals the mountain. That's what he said. I flash the light at the mountain. I think it's flashing back. He didn't elaborate. Mal, if you're still out there, keep the signals going. Whatever you saw, someone else probably saw it too. Next message, quick but clear, from someone near Medford. Woman named Corinne says she and her sister are safe in a 2-story library. The water only made it to the 2nd step. They've got canned soup, paper towels, and 2 cats that won't stop staring at the elevator shaft. Corinne said, the elevator hasn't moved since the power died, but the doors keep opening at night. No sound, just open. She started sleeping on the roof. If anyone's near Medford, head for the main library on Central. Knock twice, pause, then knock again. That's their code. If you're Corinne, stay sharp. Cats know things we don't. One more, from a couple near Lake Oswego. They've converted their attic into a radio room, broadcasting off an old ham rig powered by car batteries. Said they saw something last night. Not a person, not an animal, just a shape, standing on the neighbor's roof. They said it wasn't wet. That detail stuck with me. Everything else is soaked. But this figure, whatever it was bone dry. Then, around 3 a.m., it stepped backward into the dark. Not down, not off the roof, just into the shadow. I don't have a category for that. I don't think anyone does. Maybe the wave didn't just bring water. Maybe it brought the things that live beneath it. Maybe we were never supposed to drain the ocean as deep as we did. Okay, change of topic. I've been watching the old fuel gauge. Still half a gallon in reserve. I'll switch to minimal draw after this. Conserve until the next daylight cycle. Assuming we get one. The temperature's holding at 63 degrees Fahrenheit, but it feels colder. Maybe because the light's got no warmth behind it. Maybe because the wind sounds like it's thinking. I want to read a list. Names people sent me in the last few hours. People they lost. People they're hoping to find. Maybe someone out there will recognize them. Lena, from Waldport. Theo, last seen near Roseburg. Mrs. Epstein, librarian from Seaside. Eli and Marco, age 7, wearing yellow rain jackets. Mason, older man, beard, used to walk with a cane and hum, "Take me home, country roads." Danica, 17, braided hair, last seen near the Safeway in Eugene. Carmen, Roger, a baby with a sock monkey named Boo. If you know any of them, if you've seen them, call in. Let us connect you. Even if they're gone, sometimes just hearing their name again helps people stay upright. One woman from Vancouver said, "Every day I don't hear my sister's name. It's like she never existed. Please just say it." So I said it. Her name was Tara. Tara, if you're out there, your sister misses you. I'm going to start keeping a wall of names. I'll read them out when I can. No need for backstory. No explanation. Just names. That's enough now. A man named Saul left this message, and I can't stop thinking about it. He said, "The world's not ending. It's being rewritten, but the new version forgot we were here." That's it. Just that. And I think he's right. I'll stay on this frequency. I'll keep checking in every hour, even when the shadows stop working, even when the water talks back. This is Jace Renner. Still holding, still writing it down, still waiting to hear you. It's 3:11 p.m. There's ash in the wind now. Not heavy, not falling like snow, but floating in spirals just above the roofline. I caught one on my sleeve. Looked like part of a feather until it touched the window and vanished. Left no mark, no soot, just gone. The wind's carrying something from the east. Maybe fires, maybe dust, maybe pieces of things that don't burn right anymore. The water hasn't moved, still high, still flat, but the reflection's wrong again. A minute ago, I leaned over the porch rail and looked down, and I swear I saw movement in the water that wasn't mine, like a second version of me, moving out of sync, staring up with a look I didn't recognize. I didn't wait to see if it blinked. I stepped back inside, locked the door. I keep doing that, even though I know a lock doesn't matter anymore. Not with what's out there. A few minutes ago, I caught a new signal. First real voice I've heard in hours. It was a kid, maybe 12 or 13. Said his name was Luca, broadcasting from the roof of a high school gym in Tillamook. Said the school's half underwater, but the gym floated. That's how he put it. Floated. Like the whole building lifted just enough to stay above the flood. He's got 2 other kids with him. Doesn't know where the adults went. Said the parking lot was empty when they came out of the locker room after the alarm stopped. He's rationing water with plastic cups and rain collection bins. One of them found a lighter and keeps it in a sock to keep it dry. Luca ended his call with this. "I don't think this is a storm. I think it's a test. Luca, you passed. You made it this far. You're not alone." Another signal, scattered, fuzzy, came in from a woman who only gave the name Ruth. She's somewhere near Florence, maybe in a lighthouse or a ranger cabin. She didn't say much, just a few words over and over. They came out of the tide. They walked up like they remembered the shore. They were wearing clothes we buried years ago. Then her voice cut off. I waited, then called back on her frequency. No response. If you're near Florence, if you see movement near the water, approach with caution. If you don't recognize someone, wait to see if they blink. If their clothes look too dry, walk the other way. This isn't just a flood anymore. You know that. I know that. The sea didn't just rise. It opened. And something stepped through. More signals coming in from inland. People in places like Pendleton and LeGrand saying they're feeling tremors every hour now. Short, like a heartbeat under the dirt. One guy said the floorboards of his barn are rising and falling in time with the ground, like something breathing just below the surface. A woman named Jolene said she found a tree uprooted in her yard that hadn't fallen, just lifted. Like the roots came up from underneath on purpose, like something pushed it out. She said the dirt under it was warm. I want to go back to the orchard. That signal's still coming in. Stronger now, repeating tone with a modulation every 90 seconds. It's too clean to be accidental. Somebody out there is maintaining it. Here's what I've managed to pull from the signal when slowed down. 4 tones, a pause, then a 5th that's slightly distorted. I've played it through a few filters, and the distortion sounds almost like a voice, but it's buried in noise, like someone whispering underwater. If you're the orchard, whoever you are, we hear you, but we need more. We need words, names, a message, something real. People are looking for you. We need somewhere to go. All right? A few more names for the wall before I rest the transmitter. Kellen, last seen outside Eugene, age 9. Mrs. Halverson, math teacher from Astoria, wearing a red scarf. Andre, hospital orderly from Salem, carrying a red and white first aid pack. Rosa and Denny, couple last seen kayaking near Coos Bay. Uncle Nicky, reportedly leading a group of 10 on foot near the Cascades. And from a message scratched into the side of a cereal box left outside a shelter in Bend. If you find this, we went east. No names. Just that. Sometimes that's all you can leave. If you've got a name, send it. I'll say it. I'll remember it. Because we still deserve to be remembered. Even now. Especially now. Before I sign off this hour, something odd. About 20 minutes ago, the air inside the station shifted. No wind, no window open, but I could feel it. The way your ears pop when something heavy passes by, even when you don't hear it. And all the dials on the receiver spun once. Just once. No signal spike. No surge. Just one slow turn. Like something brushed against the world and moved on. I don't know what's coming, but I can feel it getting closer. This is Jace Renner. Still here. Still signal bound. Still holding on. It's 4:02 p.m. I don't know if you can hear it on your end. Maybe the mic's not sensitive enough, but there's this sound coming through the trees right now. It's low, distant, and steady, like a long chord being played under the soil. Not mechanical, not thunder. It just keeps humming under everything. You don't notice it right away, but once you do, it's all you can hear. It's been growing louder since the last hour. And the water? It started to pulse. Not waves, just small, vertical rises in place like something underneath is pushing upward and letting go over and over, like breathing or flexing. It's been exactly 11 seconds between each pulse. I timed it. I don't know what that means, but the rhythm's holding. Still no aircraft in the sky. No helicopters. No drones. I'm starting to think we're not being ignored. We're being cut off. Sealed behind whatever this is. Like the ocean didn't just flood the land. It rewrote it. Pushed us into a pocket of world that isn't finished loading. I tried flipping the frequency again, just to see if the East Coast was still alive. Silence. Except one channel that keeps repeating the same phrase in broken bursts. Signal breach. Origin compromised. Do not engage reflections. Then it loops. Do not engage reflections. I know it sounds insane. I'm not saying I believe everything I hear, but you try staring at your own shape on water that doesn't ripple, after hearing stories from survivors about shadows blinking the wrong way, and then tell me it's not possible. There's no rule book anymore. There's just the next breath, the next signal, the next voice you manage to catch before the battery dies. Speaking of which, I've got just under 30% charge left in the reserve pack, enough for one more full-length segment after this. Then I'm down to solar and hand crank, and it's getting harder to pull a charge off either. The air's thickening again. I can feel it pressing against the windows. The trees stopped moving about 10 minutes ago. Just froze, every branch, every leaf. They're still frozen now, like the world hit pause. Okay, some voices. Some truth to cut through the dread. I got a strong transmission from someone in Corbett, woman named Dana. She's managed to convert an old hunting lodge into a makeshift shelter. 2 floors, firewood, a rainwater system that still works. She's taking in anyone who can walk, carry, or hold a radio. Her message was clear. We still have room. We still have time. Come east. Dana, if you're hearing this, I'm marking you down on the safe zones list. Corbett Lodge, east of Portland. I'll repeat it every half hour. Another message, quiet, fractured, came from someone trapped in a grocery store just off Highway 22. No name, just this. I broke into the pharmacy to grab inhalers. For a kid, I've never stolen anything before. I think I'd do it again. You don't need to justify it. Not here. Not anymore. Survival isn't theft. It's memory and blood and cold fingers trying to find warmth. One more signal, from the north. Sounded like someone riding a bike with a generator rigged to it. His name's Lucas. He's been traveling the back roads from Rainier, towing a wagon full of food packets and batteries. He said, I'm not staying in one place. I'm a moving signal. If you see a blinking red light at night, that's me. Honk twice if you're friendly. Lucas, keep blinking. Keep riding. Keep being a lighthouse on wheels. The world needs more of those right now. And there's this. A woman called in about 15 minutes ago. Name was Michelle. Older voice. Said she hadn't heard her husband's voice since the wave hit. Said their house was swallowed in silence. But last night, she turned on their old ham set, just for comfort. And she heard him. For 5 seconds. He said, Don't look for me near the water. I'm already dry. Then gone. Michelle, I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was real. But if it brought you peace, even for a second, then maybe that's enough. You're not crazy. You're just someone still listening. Same as me. I've started seeing shapes again. Not people, just motion. Peripheral. Like something behind a curtain that isn't there anymore. If you see something that shouldn't be moving, trust your instinct. You're not imagining it. One more before I go rest the line. There's a message scratched into the side of an empty propane tank someone left on my porch last night. I didn't see who dropped it off, but the words were clear. We are underneath now. The water only told us. I don't know what that means, but I wrote it down. Because when the ground breathes, when the light lies, and the ocean remembers your name, writing things down is how you stay human. This is Jace Renner. I'm not turning the mic off. Not yet. It's 4:57 p.m. There's something circling the station. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it. Slow. Crunching the gravel outside like it's thinking about coming in, like it's remembering how doors work. It doesn't knock. It doesn't call out. It just walks. Always one step behind wherever I'm not looking. I turned off the lights inside, covered the window with the emergency blanket, the kind that shimmers when you move it. Now the whole room looks like the inside of a survival manual. I'm sitting on the floor now, mic in my lap, back against the wall where I can see both the door and the console. If anything tries to come in, I'll hear it. The power's steady. Solar panels still feeding enough to keep the mic hot. But it's starting to feel like whatever's outside isn't in a rush. Like it knows I'm not going anywhere. Still, I'm here. Still broadcasting. Still listening. Let's get to the voices. That's what this is for. A woman named Sonia called from Eugene, still hanging on. Said she and her neighbors turned their apartment complex into a communal space. They've got 23 people spread between 6 second-story units, sharing food, water, and blankets. She said, "We were strangers before. Now we know who snores, who sings in the dark, who can still make kids laugh." She said one of the older residents, Mr. Liu, brought out a hand-carved chess set from 1985 and started teaching strategy to 3 teenagers who'd never played before. Sonia said, "We're not rebuilding. We're surviving with style." I smiled at that, for the first time in a while. Next signal came in from north of Bend. A man named Travis said he built a makeshift tower out of aluminum siding and scrap wood, wrapped wire around the frame until he got reception. He's broadcasting short bursts, Morse code only, and leaving dry supplies in a plastic tub at the trailhead down the hill. He calls the whole thing the nest. Said, "If the sky stops talking, maybe the ground will listen. Keep broadcasting, Travis. Keep planting beacons." One more update, brief and strange. Woman from near Brookings. Didn't give her name. Just said, "I saw the wave come back. It didn't crash this time. It climbed." She repeated that twice. "It climbed." I asked her to explain. The signal cut off. I think about the coast a lot. The way it just stopped existing. One moment, sand, docks, cliffs. Then the next, just open water with pieces of life bobbing in it. And now we're hearing reports that it's not done, that it's trying to reclaim more. I don't know if this is rising sea level or something else. Something older than the ocean itself. Something that never wanted to be seen. Okay, back to the names. These came in from a relay station near Ashland. Marcus, age 11, last seen wearing a red and black hoodie. Claire, former nurse, carrying a blue backpack with a white cross. Dev and Alia, twins, walking with a man who may be mute. Dog named Brisket, answers to harmonica music. Someone named Asa, writing down everything in a brown spiral notebook. If you've seen them, if you've heard their names, let me know. Let someone know. We're building memory now, not just maps. There was a signal, quiet, staticky, but consistent, that came in from a man calling himself the last cartographer. Said he's drawing a map of the new coastline from the back of a flatbed truck that still runs on gravity, coasting from high ground to high ground. He doesn't speak on air, just sends coordinates. Short bursts, a strange tone in between. I looked up one of his coordinates. It points to where Newport used to be. Except the satellite image, last updated before the crash, shows something different. Shows a spiral, not a road, not a shoreline, just a spiral, etched deep into the soil, bigger than a stadium. That wasn't there before. I don't know what that means, but I've started sketching it on my wall. 3 people in different cities said they've seen it too. Something about it feels deliberate, not a symbol, a signal, a way to say, we're still here, in a language we haven't learned yet. Back inside the station, I've been boiling rainwater and rationing canned peaches. The peaches taste like metal. I eat them anyway. I'm still upright, still warm. That's enough. I haven't seen another living person in 3 days. Not since that man walked along the ridge with the thing wrapped in his arms. He never came back. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined him, if I'm talking to ghosts, if the voices I hear are echoes of people already gone. But then someone like Sonia calls, or Luca, or Travis. And I know, this world may be folding, but we're still writing notes in the margins, still drawing breath, still broadcasting. I'm gonna keep the signal open another hour before the next power shift. If you're out there, talk to me. Tell me what you see, what you smell, what you remember. I'm Jace Renner, still real, still recording, still not answering the door. It's 4:57 p.m. There's something circling the station. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it. Slow, crunching the gravel outside like it's thinking about coming in, like it's remembering how doors work. It doesn't knock, it doesn't call out, it just walks, always one step behind wherever I'm not looking. I turned off the lights inside, covered the window with the emergency blanket, the kind that shimmers when you move it. Now the whole room looks like the inside of a survival manual. I'm sitting on the floor now, mic in my lap, back against the wall where I can see both the door and the console. If anything tries to come in, I'll hear it. The power's steady, solar panels still feeding enough to keep the mic hot, but it's starting to feel like whatever's outside isn't in a rush, like it knows I'm not going anywhere. Still, I'm here, still broadcasting, still listening. Let's get to the voices. That's what this is for. A woman named Sonia called from Eugene, still hanging on. Said she and her neighbors turned their apartment complex into a communal space. They've got 23 people spread between 6 second-story units, sharing food, water, and blankets. She said, "We were strangers before. Now we know who snores, who sings in the dark, who can still make kids laugh." She said one of the older residents, Mr. Liu, brought out a hand-carved chess set from 1985 and started teaching strategy to 3 teenagers who'd never played before. Sonia said, "We're not rebuilding. We're surviving with style." I smiled at that, for the first time in a while. Next signal came in from north of Bend. A man named Travis said he built a makeshift tower out of aluminum siding and scrap wood, wrapped wire around the frame until he got reception. He's broadcasting short bursts, Morse code only, and leaving dry supplies in a plastic tub at the trailhead down the hill. He calls the whole thing the nest. Said, "If the sky stops talking, maybe the ground will listen. Keep broadcasting, Travis. Keep planting beacons." One more update. Brief and strange. Woman from near Brookings. Didn't give her name. Just said, "I saw the wave come back. It didn't crash this time. It climbed." She repeated that twice. It climbed. I asked her to explain. The signal cut off. I think about the coast a lot. The way it just stopped existing. One moment, sand, docks, cliffs. Then the next, just open water with pieces of life bobbing in it. And now we're hearing reports that it's not done, that it's trying to reclaim more. I don't know if this is rising sea level or something else. Something older than the ocean itself. Something that never wanted to be seen. Okay, back to the names. These came in from a relay station near Ashland. Marcus, age 11, last seen wearing a red and black hoodie. Claire, former nurse, carrying a blue backpack with a white cross. Dev and Alia, twins, walking with a man who may be mute. Dog named Brisket, answers to harmonica music. Someone named Asa, writing down everything in a brown spiral notebook. If you've seen them, if you've heard their names, let me know. Let someone know. We're building memory now, not just maps. There was a signal, quiet, staticky, but consistent, that came in from a man calling himself the last cartographer. Said he's drawing a map of the new coastline from the back of a flatbed truck that still runs on gravity, coasting from high ground to high ground. He doesn't speak on air, just sends coordinates. Short bursts, a strange tone in between. I looked up one of his coordinates. It points to where Newport used to be, except the satellite image, last updated before the crash, shows something different. Shows a spiral, not a road, not a shoreline, just a spiral, etched deep into the soil, bigger than a stadium. That wasn't there before. I don't know what that means, but I've started sketching it on my wall. 3 people in different cities said they've seen it too. Something about it feels deliberate. Not a symbol, a signal. A way to say, we're still here, in a language we haven't learned yet. Back inside the station, I've been boiling rainwater and rationing canned peaches. The peaches taste like metal. I eat them anyway. I'm still upright, still warm. That's enough. I haven't seen another living person in 3 days. Not since that man walked along the ridge with the thing wrapped in his arms. He never came back. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined him, if I'm talking to ghosts, if the voices I hear are echoes of people already gone. But then someone like Sonia calls, or Luca, or Travis. And I know. This world may be folding, but we're still writing notes in the margins, still drawing breath, still broadcasting. I'm going to keep the signal open another hour before the next power shift. If you're out there, talk to me. Tell me what you see, what you smell, what you remember. I'm Jace Renner, still real, still recording, still not answering the door. It's 6:29 p.m. The light's dying early again. I keep checking the clock like it'll fix the sky, but it's only just past 6, and outside it looks like midnight pressed up against a screen door. Black, dense, not night. Something heavier than that. Like the dark isn't falling, it's rising. I lit 2 candles. Not because I need them to see. I've got the console lamp for that. But because silence looks bigger when it doesn't have anything to bounce off. The water's still out there. Still breathing. Still pulsing every 11 seconds. Still remembering. I heard a splash earlier. A loud one. Like something fell in or climbed out. Didn't go outside to check. If it wanted me to see it, it would have knocked. I don't say that lightly. Let's talk about what I've been hearing. Signal from a woman in the hills near Reedsport. Her name's Maya. She said she's been sleeping in a treehouse for the last 3 nights. Built it with her grandfather years ago, back when they thought the worst thing a summer could bring was mosquitoes and wildfire smoke. She's alone now, but the tree held. She said, "The roots are wet, but they remember being strong." Maya, if you're still up there, tie a flag to the railing. Wrap your signal in foil. We'll find you. Another voice, rougher, older, a man called Eugene, came in from somewhere around Philomath. Said he's been hearing whispers through his old analog TV. No picture, just audio. He keeps the antenna propped against a metal baking sheet. He said, "They talk like they forgot how to use words. It's more rhythm than language, like praying, but backwards." I didn't know what to do with that. Still don't. But I believe him, because I've started hearing things too. There's a noise that creeps into the corners of the station now. Not the hum of electronics, not wind, just this tone, like breath being held right at the edge of exhale. Every time I speak, it backs off. Every time I go quiet, it returns. Like it's listening for silence. Okay, next transmission. This one came from a girl named Saffron. She didn't say where she was, just that it was cold, that she was inside a hardware store with a dog named Beans and a backpack full of instant coffee. She said she draws things she hears at night, hums she can't place, rattles in the floor. Last night she drew a shape she'd never seen before. Then, this morning, she said, she looked down the aisle where the light bulbs used to be, and someone had carved that same shape into a cabinet. No one else there. No footprints. Just the mark. I asked her to describe it. She said, "It's a circle made of smaller circles, like ripples inside ripples. But they're flat. They don't go anywhere." She drew it again while she talked. Then she paused and said, "I think something left it for me." Saffron, if you hear this, I believe you. And I'm drawing it too. Right now, on the wall. We keep records here. That's the whole point. I've got another list of names. Came through from a signal boost in Salem. Relayed by someone using the call sign Glassbell. Here they are. Evelyn Tran, age 6. Last seen in a red raincoat near Garden Way. Jamal and Ren, adults, traveling with a golden retriever named Banjo. Auntie D, cooking soup for strangers on the roof of a nail salon. Micah, former delivery driver, seen hauling boxes of baby formula on a makeshift sled. The Johnson family, 5 people, known for singing together during blackouts. If you've seen them, if you are them, write in. Ping the band. Send a pulse. Tell me you're still breathing. You don't have to say much. "I'm here" is enough. There was one more message, didn't say where from. Just this. The sky has lines now. Straight lines. They don't move, even when the clouds try to. And then, I think the world's being gridded. I don't even know what to make of that. But it reminded me of something I saw last night. There were 4 stars in a row, perfectly spaced. At first, I thought they were satellites. But they didn't drift. They just sat there, holding still, watching, like someone was redrawing the ceiling of the world and hadn't blended the seams yet. There's a name I want to say before I shut off the mic for now. She didn't ask me to. She didn't even leave a message. But I found her name scratched into the wall of the relay station's old emergency locker, covered in dust, almost lost. It just said, "Leah was here. The water didn't win." Leah, if that was you, I see you. You won. Even if the wave swallowed everything else, your name made it through. I'm Jace Renner, and I'll be here until the sky forgets what a voice sounds like. It's 7:16 p.m. I just stepped out onto the porch again, if you can still call it that, and the air has gone glassy. Not cold, not warm, just flat, like the atmosphere itself has decided to freeze in place. Everything feels paused. The trees are motionless, not like the wind stopped, but like the branches are waiting for permission to move again. I waved my hand in front of one of the pines. Not a single needle shifted. Even the floodwater is still. No more pulsing, no more breathing. Just a flat sheet of silver that reflects everything except the truth. That's the part that got me. When I looked down, I didn't see myself. Just a blurry smear where my head should have been. Like the water remembered I was human, but forgot what my face looked like. I backed away slowly, closed the door, lit another candle, and sat back down here where I'm supposed to be. Still here. Still broadcasting. Still trying to make sense of a world that's folding in strange directions. Let's talk about what I'm hearing. The orchard signal just changed again. New tone. Shorter pulses. Different intervals. I ran it through my filter. Cleaned the layers. And underneath the usual hum, there's now a second voice. It's a child. It says, "We built a place where the light can't find us." Then a pause. "We planted quiet in the ground." Then it loops. I don't know what that means. I don't think I'm supposed to yet. But someone is trying to tell us something. Not about survival, but about memory. Like they're archiving a dream before it slips into nightmare. Here's a new message. It came in from a ranger cabin near Detroit Lake. Woman named April. She's holed up with 3 people. A nurse, a mechanic, and someone who doesn't speak. They've got heat. They've got food. But last night, they lost time. She said they were talking, playing cards, keeping watch. Then the sun rose and none of them remembered the last 6 hours. No dreams. No sound. Just a jump. April said, "I think something's editing the night." You're not alone, April. 2 other callers reported similar gaps. One near Eugene. One out in the plains by Pendleton. I've started marking my own time on the wall, just in case. Here's another message. Quiet, but clear. A man named Caleb, different Caleb than before, says he's traveling west on foot with a wagon strapped to his shoulders. He calls it the anchor. Says he drags it wherever he goes because it makes him harder to forget. His words, "If the land shifts, if the stars change, this wagon means I was real. It leaves a mark." That hit me. I wrote it down. What's your anchor? What are you dragging behind you to prove you're still part of the world? Maybe it's a child's drawing. Maybe it's a photograph sealed in a bag. Maybe it's your voice on this frequency. Mine's this mic, this console, these stories. That's all I have left. Another name came through. Not a message, just a name, repeated 6 times in a row, then silence. It said, Cassidy. I've written it on the wall. Cassidy, if you're out there, someone is still saying your name. We haven't forgotten. Next signal came from a group near Hillsboro. They've turned an abandoned movie theater into a shelter. Projector still works. They run old reels at night to keep the kids calm. Last night they played something they didn't recognize. Black and white. No title. They said the movie showed people staring at the ocean. Not moving. Just watching. No dialogue. No music. And in the final frame, every person in the shot turned toward the camera at once. Then the reel ran out. They can't find it now. They said the film canister's empty. They call it the last movie, and they say the kids won't stop drawing the faces from it. All right, deep breath. I'm going to share something I've been keeping to myself. Last night, I heard my own voice on another frequency. Not a recording. It was saying something I hadn't said yet. Talking to someone I didn't know. Saying names I haven't read on air. And then it laughed. Not my laugh, but close. Like something trying to remember what I sound like. I turned it off, but the voice is still in my head. If you ever hear me say something that doesn't feel like me, write it down. Tell someone. Compare it to this, to what I sound like right now, because I don't think I'm the only Jace out here anymore. and I want this version to be the one you trust. One more story before I power down for the hour. A girl named Penny in Roseburg said she and her sister were playing with a battery-powered keyboard when the flood started. They didn't know what to do, so they played music. Little melodies, little patterns. And the neighbors heard, and the neighbors came. Now they've got 23 people living in an old school gym, and every night Penny plays one key at a time, and people know that means they made it another day. That's it. That's the whole story. And that's enough. I'm going to sign off for a bit, let the battery build, conserve what I can. But if you're out there, if you've got a voice, or a notebook, or a whisper left in you, send it. I'll catch it. I'll read it. I'll say it back. This is Jace Renner. Still the same voice. Still chasing the signal. Still waiting. It's 8:04 p.m. The candles are burning low. I lit a third one an hour ago, not because I needed more light. This little room only has one window and the console glows enough, but because the shadows are starting to get restless. They're not moving. Not yet. But they're longer than they should be. Even with this soft flame, even with no wind, they stretch wrong. Pull at the corners of the room like they're listening for something that isn't being said out loud. I haven't looked at my reflection since sunset. Not in the window, not in the water outside, not in anything. Every time I get close, I feel like I'm going to see something I won't be able to forget. So I'm staying where the light is, where the sound of my own voice still drowns out whatever the dark is trying to say. Let's talk signals. First one's from a woman named Janelle out in Hood River. She's living inside a small-town post office, surrounded by bags of undelivered mail. She says she reads the letters out loud every night, one by one, to an empty room. Says she's not opening them, just reading the names on the outside. I figure someone should, she said. Feels like all these people were waiting to be remembered. Janelle, I'm writing that down, and I'll say one of those names here tonight, just to keep the thread going. Derek Mueller, P.O. Box 1192, Gresham. If you're out there, someone still knows your name was meant to be said. Next voice. Young, maybe high school age. Didn't give a name. Said he's staying in a train car stuck on a hillside track above Corvallis. He said it's tilted, like it's about to tip, but it hasn't yet. He doesn't leave it much. Not since the thing in the sky passed over him. Said it looked like a bird at first, then a plane, then neither. Just a long black shape that cast a shadow, but made no sound. He said he's been sleeping in shifts ever since. I think it's still looking for me, he said. If you're listening, lock the doors. Stack something against the windows. Not because it'll stop anything, but because it gives you something to believe in. Another message came through from a couple out in Drain. They didn't say much, just that they've got a fireplace, 3 blankets, and a shortwave rig that can only broadcast for 30 seconds every hour. They said the river changed color, went from silver to green, then to something like dark tea. They said it smells like vinegar now. No fish, no birds, just the smell. They're calling it the new tide. If you're near the Umpqua, don't drink from it, not even after boiling. I've been getting more reports of water that doesn't behave like water. One woman said she scooped a handful out of a flooded crawl space and it held its shape in her palm for 5 seconds before evaporating. Another said she poured rainwater into a plastic cup and it bent the cup like heat would, except it was cold. The ocean is still here, but I don't think it's only water anymore. I think it's memory. I think it's memory with teeth. New report from someone named Riley near Newport. First time I've heard a voice from this close in 2 days. He said he walked along the edge of the flood, looking for anyone still breathing. Said he saw a dog, then a backpack, then a road sign that was bent in the middle, like something grabbed it and squeezed. He said, I looked up and saw the moon was gone, just a blank sky where it should have been. I waited 10 minutes, then it blinked back on. He wasn't the only one. 2 other calls, one from Washington, one from Idaho, said the moon vanished for a moment around the same time, like it ducked out, like it didn't want to watch what was happening down here. Okay, deep breath. I want to tell you something personal. Last night, during one of my off-air moments, I walked the length of the hallway behind the studio and found a note I'd written 2 days ago. Only I don't remember writing it. It's in my handwriting. It's on my notepad, but it says, when the stars rearrange, go quiet. Let the tide pass through you. I don't know what it means, but I've torn the page out and pinned it to the wall, just in case. All right. Last message of the hour. A woman named Natalie radioed in from the rooftop of a courthouse near Coos Bay. Said she's alone now. Her group split up 2 nights ago after hearing something underwater. She didn't describe it, just said it sang. Now she lights a flare every hour on the hour. Not because she expects anyone to see it, but because she wants something to know she saw it first. She said, if we're going to go down, I want the sky to remember that someone looked back. Natalie, I'm looking back. And I see you. To everyone else still out there, still sending signals, still fighting the pull. Hold tight to the voice you recognize. Even if it's shaking, even if it's tired, even if it's mine. Because it means we're still here. I'm Jace Renner, still in the room with the candles. Still counting the pulses between silences. Still you. It's 9:12 p.m. The signal's thinner tonight, like it's struggling to crawl across the water, like it's dragging its stomach through a broken world just to make it to this station. I don't think we realize how much noise we used to live inside. Constant hum of things that were working. Refrigerators, streetlights, distant cars, the little click from the smart meter, planes far overhead, phones in pockets, traffic even in the distance. Stuff we never noticed until it all stopped. Now, the silence feels personal. It follows you. It listens. And sometimes, it whispers. Tonight, I'm broadcasting under a thin power arc. Backup batteries feeding from a solar bank I patched together with aluminum foil and parts from a busted microwave. It buzzes if I talk too loud, so I'm keeping my voice even. Still here, still with you. Here's what I've heard in the last hour. A man named Noah sent out a coded transmission from somewhere near Eugene. The kind of encryption you'd see in amateur ham radio hobbyist circles. Except it wasn't any cipher I recognized. Took me 20 minutes just to isolate the patterns. I finally decoded one chunk, and all it said was, "Water is history." Another part read, "If you see yourself in the sky, turn away." I don't know if that's a warning or poetry, but I've written both down. Sometimes we don't get to know the difference until it's too late. Next, voice came through from a church-turned shelter near Creswell. A woman named Lucia is broadcasting on a loop using a shortwave rig and a hacked karaoke machine. Her message, "We are not dead. We are rebuilding. Bring what you have. We share everything." She ends it with a single chime from an old grandfather clock and starts over. Lucia, I hear you, and I'm boosting your signal for the next 30 minutes. If anyone's near Creswell and you're walking alone, look for a building with a steeple and the smell of wood smoke. That's home now. Another call came in from someone named Owen. He said he's stuck in a stalled ambulance somewhere west of Sweet Home. Power's out. Doors won't unlock. His partner's gone. He doesn't say where. He's rationing oxygen and talking into a handheld mic like it's prayer. His last words before the signal dropped were, "I think I'm beneath the wave line now." I don't know what that means. But I'm leaving the mic open tonight, Owen, in case you find a way back. Still with you. One more name. This one carved into the concrete barrier of a washed-out overpass south of Springfield. Found by someone calling himself Skid. Said he walks the new roads barefoot to stay alert. He wrote, "Emily Raymond made it to the other side. She said the sky smells different there." No other message. Just that. Emily, if you hear this, we believe you. All right, let's talk about the moon again. I've had 4 separate messages tonight say it flickered. Not vanished, not hidden. Flickered. Like an image trying to hold focus. Like someone's adjusting the settings on the dome above us. One caller, no name, voice full of static, said she looked straight at it during the blink and saw something behind it. A shape. Bigger than the moon. Just quieter, she said. Like it's always been there. I want to laugh. I want to say we're all just tired and scared and hungry for answers. But I didn't look at the moon tonight. Because part of me believes her. Part of me doesn't want to know what's behind it. Now, a small update from the station. The backup system is holding. I scavenged a lithium pack from an electric scooter I found tipped over near the edge of the rise. I don't know the make, but the battery still had some juice. It bought me another 2 hours. That's how time works now. In batteries, in canned food, in the sound of one person still saying things out loud. I don't even know what day it is. I lost count after the second sunless stretch, but I mark each broadcast with a chalk scratch on the wall, and this is number 21. 21 times I've sat in this chair and pressed my mouth to a dying mic and said, "We're still here." And we are. Even if the world forgets what it looked like before the wave. Even if maps lie and phones rot and the government forgets how to answer. We're here. You're here. I'm still Jace Renner, still watching the candles, still turning knobs, still speaking into the dark. This broadcast is entirely fictional. All names, characters, locations, and events are products of imagination, created only for storytelling and dramatic effect. Any similarities to real people, places, or situations are purely coincidental. The content is not meant to harm, insult, or single out any person, group, community, or belief. Listener discretion is advised. Drop a comment. Tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. I don't know why it's so satisfying to read where people are watching from at 4:33 a.m., but it is. My name doesn't really matter anymore. Maybe it never did. What matters is that you're hearing this, that something inside the wires still carries a voice through the dark. You're tuned to what's left of the radio, broadcasting from a place that barely stands, in a world that barely moves. I don't know how far this signal reaches. I don't know who's out there. But if you're listening, then we're not completely alone. Not yet. It's 3:27 in the afternoon. The outside temperature is 112 degrees and rising. I'm sitting in a windowless room beneath an old postal station just outside what used to be Phoenix. The air is thick, stale, buzzing with heat even this deep underground. Above me, the city is dead quiet. Not silent. Quiet in the way a place gets after the power's been gone too long and people stop bothering to talk. I've hooked this transmitter into a backup diesel generator that I found in the storage cage down here. It's running off siphoned fuel from a school bus that never made it to its last pickup. There's enough power for maybe a few more hours of broadcast, if the engine doesn't overheat first. I'll try to keep this short, but there's no such thing as short anymore. Not when the clocks are lying. Not when satellites aren't watching. Not when your phone is just dead glass in your hand and all the towers are dark skeletons. I don't know if you saw it happen, if you were out there on the road when the light came, or inside, watching your TV go gray like smoke on the screen. I was in line at a gas station south of the city, just trying to cool off with a bottle of water. The radio behind the counter crackled once, then nothing. The cashier tapped at her screen and said the card reader froze. We all laughed, just heat, or some glitch, but it kept going. The coolers started beeping, then the power cut, then the air changed. That was 5 days ago. 5 days since the sky ripped open and the sun gave us too much. No one knew what it was at first. The flash didn't blind us, it fried us. Not our skin, not our bodies, our world. The grid, the satellites, the lines strung between cities, the servers humming under floors we never saw. It all cracked. They say it was a solar flare, not just a flare. A CME, coronal mass ejection. A wave of charged plasma ejected from the sun's surface, hurled straight at Earth. They said it was the biggest one since Carrington, maybe bigger. I had to dig that up in an old science textbook I found at a busted high school. Most people never even heard of Carrington. That was 1859. Telegraph wires melted in the streets. Operators shocked unconscious through their keys. That was before power grids, before microchips. Now, we built everything out of silicon and signal, and now all that's gone. I don't know how bad it is in the East. I haven't heard anything past the Rockies. I don't know if New York is still there, or if anyone's still holding on in the underground networks in Chicago. I tried spinning the dial on the emergency bands all night, but all I got was static, and this weird low hum that I swear isn't just interference. Something's pulsing out there. Maybe a broken military repeater stuck on loop. Maybe worse. Anyway, let me tell you what I've seen. What I know. What others have told me since the lights went out. The first day was confusion. Phones dead. Cars stalled. Planes grounded. People said it was a cyber attack. EMP. Some thought it was the Chinese, or AI, or aliens. Doesn't matter. Whatever did this came from the sun, came from above and melted our world from the inside out. Traffic choked every off-ramp in the city. People stood outside their cars, holding their phones up like lighters at a dead concert, hoping for signal. You could feel the fear starting to crack behind their eyes. I saw a man punch the dashboard of his Mercedes until his knuckles bled. I saw a woman dragging her mother in a wheelchair along a 6-lane highway because the van battery was fried and there was nowhere else to go. By nightfall, the city was already a different place. The heat didn't drop. If anything, it got worse. The buildings held onto it, sweating it back into the streets. The air conditioners were gone. The fans were silent. No one had running water. Faucets hissed and died. Toilets backed up. Grocery stores were stripped by morning. On the second day, someone shot up a gas station. I saw the smoke from 2 blocks away. No police, no fire department, just a ring of people watching it burn, all of them holding empty jugs and warm bottles. I met a guy that night. Travis. Ex-National Guard, or so he said. He had a busted two-way radio and a cooler full of medical supplies he looted from a clinic before it was cleared out. He told me the flare had taken out more than just communications. It cooked the grid, the transformers, the substations, the whole interstate relay. He said even if we had power plants working, and that's a big if, they couldn't move the juice. The control systems were all fried. Smart systems, he said. That's the joke. Everything was smart until it wasn't. He also said the feds were trying to mobilize, but that was 3 days ago. I haven't seen a single federal vehicle. No DHS, no FEMA, not even a chopper. Just silence. And smoke. This morning, someone left a baby on the church steps down the road. Just left it there. No note, no supplies, just the child, wrapped in a shirt, sweating and crying under the morning sun. Someone carried it inside. I don't know what they'll do. Formula's long gone. So is the ice. The power died, but the sun didn't. It keeps burning, hotter than ever. The roads are soft by noon, the asphalt turning to sludge. You can't touch metal without gloves. Dogs have started dropping in the streets. I saw a man digging through a car trunk with one hand while fanning himself with the other, his lips cracked and white. When I called out to him, he looked up like he didn't recognize language. We're breaking down faster than I thought possible. If you're listening, if this signal is reaching you, I need to know where you are, what it looks like, what's still working if anything. I've got a backup repeater tied to this line. I'll scan the band again at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. If you've got a handheld or anything that still transmits, try to reach me then. Use band 145.23 if you can. Old ham channel. Low interference. I'll stay on for as long as the generator lasts. There's a woman in town, Gloria. She's been boiling rainwater on a wood stove for people who bring her cans. She's got a backyard full of salvaged batteries and old solar panels. Says she used to be a prepper. The crazy kind. Now she's just the reason the kids on her block are still alive. The things that used to make us weird, that's what's keeping people breathing. I'll be back with more if this thing holds. I'm gonna play back a clip from Travis if I can get the cassette hooked up. He recorded it when the military tried to call in a warning the night before the flare. There's something in the signal, something I think was cut from the official feeds. You tell me what you hear. Hold on, stay in the shade, and keep your radios on low. More soon. I'm back. Still here. The generator's running hot and loud, but I've rerouted some of the exhaust through a busted vent shaft. Smells like diesel and burned rubber in here now. I've tied a wet shirt around my face just to keep breathing. If you're just tuning in, this is what's left of a broadcast, a signal hanging by a thread. I'm speaking into an analog rig spliced together with old parts from an AM tower that collapsed back in '43. I don't know how far I reach. Maybe it's just bouncing around the desert. But if it gets to someone, anyone, then I'll keep talking. I'll keep saying the names. Travis is gone. He left yesterday morning to check out a transmission tower up near South Mountain. Said he thought he could reroute some of the residual grid. I tried to talk him out of it. Told him the heat would kill him before he even climbed the hill. But he just smiled and said, if the flare didn't kill us, maybe it's our turn to fix what's left. That was 30 hours ago. No sign of him since. If you're out there, Travis, if you're hearing this, send anything. Morse, clicks, even a mirror. I replayed that cassette he gave me, only once. I don't like how it ends. I'll describe it, since I don't have a good way to rig the line in right now. It's a recording of a military frequency from the night before the flare hit. The timestamp's clear, June 18th, 2069, 2:16 hours. You can hear a male voice, steady, clipped. Sounds like someone who's done this too many times. All units, code Solar Echo. Repeat, Solar Echo. CME trajectory confirmed. Full spectrum interference estimated in 18 hours. Priority reroute of satellites initiated. Civil protocols under review. Blackout models in effect. Then silence. 10 seconds. And then, just barely, you hear someone else, faint, like another line crossed into the channel. It's bigger than Carrington. That's it. No panic. No instructions for the public. No press release. They knew. And they didn't say a damn word. I'm not mad. Not really. Just tired. It's day 6 now. The sky is a bleached yellow-white during the day. No clouds, no birds, not even smoke anymore. It all got burned out. The air is too dry to carry anything but heat. This afternoon, I tried walking up the block to check on the food co-op someone set up near a collapsed bus terminal. There used to be about 30 people there. Now it's closer to 12. 2 of them had to be carried into the shade. Heat stroke. One of them was shaking so bad she bit through her own tongue. No water. No clean ice. We used to think apocalypse meant fire, flood, maybe war. No one talks about what happens when it's just the sun. Just the thing we thought we understood best. Here's what we're learning. Hour by hour. The smart fridges? Dead weight. The Teslas and hybrids? Paperweights with wheels. Anything that depended on the cloud? Gone. All the data, too. Bank servers, school records, medical histories. It's like someone took a blade to memory itself. I met a man yesterday who was walking east with nothing but a shopping cart full of books. Real paper books. Notebooks, mostly. He told me he was a teacher once. History. Said he figured he might still be useful if he carried the past with him. He didn't want to forget. I didn't ask his name, but I wrote down one of his lines on the back of a fuel receipt. Sunlight's the oldest thing we know, but it's still the only thing strong enough to erase everything we've built. If that teacher's listening, I still remember. Earlier today, I managed to tune into something strange. A faint carrier signal. No voice, no ID. Just pulses. 4 short, 2 long, 1 short. Then a pause. Then it repeats. I don't know if it's automated or if someone's trying to reach out. If you've heard this, or if you're sending it, I'm logging it as Signal Echo 1. Please send again on 105.7. That's the clearest frequency on this rig. I'll be monitoring between midnight and 2 a.m. Let me tell you about a place I passed through on day 3. Sun Valley, just west of Mesa. Used to be retirement communities, golf carts, palm trees lined up like soldiers. Now, the solar panels are warped, burnt black. Most of the houses look like convection ovens, but some of the old residents didn't leave. I met an old woman named Ruth. 87, hearing aid gone, couldn't walk without a cane. She was sitting under a garden umbrella, fanning herself with a church bulletin. I asked why she stayed. She looked at me and said, I was born in the heat. I'll die in the heat, but I'll be damned if I go dying in traffic. She had 2 gallons of water stored in an ice chest lined with foil and paper. Claimed it was something her father taught her back in the 50s. She offered me a cup and told me not to take more than I needed. It was the best water I've had in 6 days. That night, I stayed on her porch and listened as the crickets didn't come out. It's so quiet now. Even the insects seem to know something's wrong. I want to say something for the people who are still trying, who haven't turned to looting or running. There are makeshift medical camps popping up in shade tunnels and freeway underpasses. There's a family by the Roosevelt Dam who set up a windmill rig and started giving out clean water to anyone who walks there. It's a 2-day trip on foot from the city edge, but people are making it. Some crawl, some carry others. There's still good. There's still kindness. It's just quieter now. Before I go off air for this cycle, I want to share a call I got yesterday on the old CB line. The man didn't give a name, but he said he was calling from outside El Paso. He said, "The sky burned pink this morning, brighter than usual, and the fields didn't move, not even the dust. I saw people walking along Interstate 10 barefoot. Their shoes melted off. One woman carried a dead dog in a towel, said it was her son's and she didn't want to leave it behind. That's what's left out here. Grief in motion." I don't know who you are, friend, but your words are still traveling. That's what this signal is for. We're still traveling. I'll be back on tomorrow if the generator holds and the heat doesn't cook my lungs. Look for the signal at 145.23 and 105.7. You'll know it's me, because I'll start every cycle the same way. I'll remind you that we're still here. This is the blackout, and this is what survival sounds like. The generator failed around 2 a.m. last night. I sat in the dark for almost an hour, just listening to it cough and sputter, and then die altogether. There's a silence that comes with it, the kind that wraps around your chest like a belt and doesn't let you breathe right. The absence of noise in a world that used to hum. I spent most of the early morning pulling the backup solar trickle charger out from the crawl space. It's a beat-up array from a scrapyard in Buckeye, cracked in one panel and barely enough juice to run this transmitter for a couple hours each day. But it worked. I'm back. I'm still here. The thermometer inside the studio hit 118 at noon. There's no insulation down here, just concrete and sweat and 100 tiny echoes that bounce off the walls when I move. The water I collected last night from a rigged condensation trap tasted like metal and dust. But it was water. If you're hearing this, that means something out there is still catching signal. That means I'm not just whispering into a dead sky. Maybe someone's sitting under a stairwell in Denver with an old battery-powered radio. Maybe someone's rigged an antenna to a clothesline outside San Diego. I don't care where you are. I just care that you're there. I've started logging the small things now, little routines that help me keep track. Every morning, I walk up the emergency stairs to what's left of the street. I count the broken windows. I listen for movement. Yesterday, I saw a pickup truck rolled over and stripped to the frame. The day before, a kid's bicycle propped up against a burned-out bus, like someone planned to come back for it. No one has. The air out there smells like hot wire and melted paint, the kind of heat that cooks from above and below. You feel it rising from the asphalt like it's angry. There's no wind, no clouds. The world is holding its breath, and I don't know when it'll let go. Someone left a note near the bus station. It was scrawled on cardboard, stuck to a fence with melted tape. It read, "Closed due to sun. Pray for rain." I stood there and stared at it until my knees went weak. Then I walked back down here and turned the radio back on. A few updates for those still mapping out what's happening. Power grids remain completely offline across the Southwest. Reports from old trucker bands say parts of Utah, Colorado, and northern Texas are experiencing the same. Full infrastructure failure. No electricity, no refrigeration, no running water. Temperatures remain above 100 across most of the interior. There are rumors of functioning government outposts in Flagstaff and Santa Fe, but I haven't been able to confirm. The emergency broadcast system is still silent across every band I scan. No FEMA, no DHS, no NOAA alerts. Just blank airwaves and the occasional ghost signal repeating nonsense. I've received 3 confirmed calls through the analog line in the past 24 hours. One came from someone outside Lubbock. He was holed up in a grain silo with 2 generators, a rain catch system, and what he called a library of apocalypse guides. His voice cracked when he mentioned his wife. She'd gone out looking for insulin 4 days ago and hadn't come back. Said she left a note on the floor, said, "Don't wait for me. Just stay cool. Stay alive." I wrote that one down too. It's good advice, even when it's full of pain. Another call came from Las Cruces, a woman with a broken voice and a car battery powering her CB. She said her neighborhood had turned into a heat camp, old neighbors piling into a high school gym with no lights and one working garden hose. She said her son was learning to make shade nets out of plastic wrap and window screens. Said the boy hadn't spoken since the blackout, but he still sang to himself in the dark. You hold on to what you can. A song, a name, a habit. The last call came from a man in Bakersfield. No name, just coordinates and a warning. Said the sun isn't done yet. Said he used to work at a solar observatory before it all went dark. Told me something about the patterns, how the sunspot cycles weren't matching historical norms, how the energy surge might have been the first of several. Said the flare we saw on the 19th might have been the front edge. I asked what that meant. He went quiet. Then he said, "It means this was a warning shot." I'm not a scientist. I don't know how much to trust from someone whose voice shakes with every word, but I believe him. If you're out there and you know something, if you're a physicist or a retired engineer, or even someone who worked at a substation, call in. Leave a message on frequency 92.5 or 105.7. I don't care if you have to tap it in Morse code. Just tell us what you know. Anything is better than silence. People are starting to form survival bands, not militias, not yet, but collectives. Skill-based. If you can purify water or build shade rigs or maintain generators, you're gold. If you've got seeds that don't need cold storage, you're a hero. If you remember how to fix an old windmill or distill alcohol for fuel, you're family now. Digital's dead. Mechanical is king again. A woman I met near Tempe was trading broken hand tools for batteries. She said her grandfather used to repair clocks before smartwatches took over. Now she's the only one in 3 blocks who can build a crank lantern from scratch. People used to laugh at her garage full of junk. Now they wait in line for her to fix a fan. Everything old is new again. That's the lesson in this, I think. We leaned too hard on things that were too thin. Data, streams, invisible threads holding everything up. Now we need the things we can hold. Metal, water, paper, skills. The things that last. This broadcast will cut out in about 20 minutes. That's how long I can run the solar bank today. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, depending on how clear the skies are. Look for the tone I always use. 3 short bursts, 1 long tone. That's me. If you're hearing this, remember these 3 things. Stay in the shade. Drink slowly and often. Don't wait for the old world to come back. It's not. But that doesn't mean we can't build something better when this all shakes out. Something slower. Something stronger. Until then, I'm still here. And if you are too, good. Because the sun hasn't killed us yet. It's 6:41 p.m. right now. Or at least that's what the old wind-up says. The one I found in a shoe store display, stuck between a melted pair of sneakers and a mannequin half fused to the floor. It ticks loud, reminds me I'm still moving through time, even if everything else has stopped. Temperature in the shelter hit 121 this afternoon. I've stopped checking the outside reading. It doesn't matter anymore. Too hot is too hot. I stick to the shadows when I go out. Short bursts only, long sleeves, 2 bandanas, one for the sun, one for the dust. I carry water in a jar, duct taped to an old military canteen because the rubber seal split. Nothing stays sealed in this heat. I rigged a second solar panel today. Found it near an abandoned contractor's office. It was bent, mostly useless, but after 2 hours with some foil and wire from a broken wall lamp, it trickles enough current to keep the backup battery from fully draining. It might buy me another hour of air each night. Another 30 minutes of voice. The city is emptying out. I hear fewer voices now, see fewer shadows. Maybe people are heading north or underground, or just not heading anywhere at all anymore. Some of the buildings have started to collapse, not from earthquakes or storms, just from heat. Metal expands, concrete cracks, and old joints fail. I passed a 6-story parking garage with the top level slumped like a bad tooth. A vending machine fell from the 4th floor, shattered on impact, spilling melted plastic and scorched snack bars. No one took them. They looked like poison. I got a shortwave message today, scrawled and raspy, barely audible through the static. A woman calling from outside Reno. Said her name was Jolene. Said she'd been a trucker for 27 years before everything went dark. She's living out of the cab now, parked under an overpass, sharing food with a group of 9. 2 of them are kids. One's a man who used to run a tow yard. He carries a photo of his dogs in his shirt pocket and still tries to feed them from memory. Jolene said they heard a voice on a military band last night, repeating coordinates near the old Hawthorne depot. Might have been a supply drop. Or bait. No one knows what's real anymore. I asked if she was afraid. She said, "Only when the heat stops hurting. That's when I know I've cooked too deep to feel it anymore." I think about that a lot. About what we stop feeling before we go. There was another message today. This one came from a payphone relay. Yes, those still exist, if you know where to find the battery hubs. A man in Kansas City said his name was David, 58 years old, former HVAC tech. Said he's been spending his nights in the basement of a department store with 15 other people, most of them strangers. They run a crank fan, take turns boiling rainwater, and sleep in shifts. He said his daughter lives in San Antonio, but he hasn't heard from her since the blackout. The last message she sent was a voice clip. "Love you, Dad. Tell the sun to chill out." He plays it every night until the battery dies. David asked me to repeat her name on the air. So here it is. Her name is Wren. If you're listening, Wren, your father's still looking, still holding on. Sometimes it helps just to hear a name, just to say one. This heat, this unrelenting, dry, skin-tightening heat, it's more than weather. It's a kind of silence that eats sound. No birds, no planes, no sirens. Even the dogs are quiet now. You hear footsteps more clearly than ever, and it doesn't always feel good. I've been writing down every person I talk to, every name, every location, every pattern they mention. There's something I need to share. It's not confirmed, but I've heard it from 5 different sources in the last 2 days. They're saying that some government bunkers were sealed before the flare hit, not just sealed, closed off to any incoming communication. Protocol Lockdown 7 Full isolation. That means if there's a command center still operating, they might not even know how bad it's gotten. They might be sitting underground, thinking this is just a regional disturbance, thinking help is coming, thinking power's about to be restored. It's not. Not soon, anyway. If you know someone with federal access, military history, clearance codes, try to reach them. Find out what's active. I don't care if it's a weather station in Alaska or a NORAD bunker buried in some mountain. If someone's still keeping time, we need to know where the clock is ticking. I'm hearing whispers of a relay tower still active somewhere in Idaho. Unconfirmed. Might be nothing. But if you've got range, point your antennas north. Look for pulses around 31.63 megahertz. That's where the last piggyback call came from. Static's thick, but you can still feel the rhythm if you close your eyes. It's strange. I talk so much now, but I haven't heard my own name spoken in over a week. I think that's why I keep broadcasting. Not for identity, not for ego, just for presence. You lose track of your own sound in this silence. I've started dreaming again. Bad dreams. Fast dreams. Last night I saw a skyline melt like plastic, streetlights sagging, children playing in puddles of glass, and above it all, the sun, huge, watching, redder than I've ever seen it, flickering like it was alive. I woke up with heat rash on my ribs and a nosebleed. Couldn't tell what was real for a minute. Sat there, shaking, until the generator kicked. It's happening to other people too. Heat hallucinations, night panic, people hearing voices through fans, people seeing shadows move wrong in the light. This isn't just about systems breaking down, it's about people breaking open. I'll end this transmission with a list of supplies that are still trading strong out here. Salt, rice, coffee grounds, alcohol, drinking or medical, duct tape, cotton rope, blank paper, batteries of any kind, books on gardening, mechanics, first aid, seeds that grow fast and don't need cold. If you're setting up a trade post, use markers. Red flag for water, white for food, black for medical. Leave notes in foil-wrapped containers. They hold up best in the sun. Tomorrow, I'll share a map of known shade routes through southern Arizona. I've walked half of them myself. The rest came from people I trust. You can survive if you plan, if you ration, if you stay smart. This is the part where I say goodbye. But not forever. Just for now. Check back tomorrow, same hour, same burst code. If I'm gone, someone else may be here. And if you're not hearing this, maybe someone else is reading it out loud in the dark. Maybe that's enough. Stay cool. Stay awake. Stay human. It's 5:03 p.m. The solar battery gave me just enough juice to get the transmitter online early tonight. I've been watching the light change outside. It's not getting softer. It's just getting slower. Like the sun is hanging longer in the sky, stretching out its punishment. The air smells like burnt metal again. Today's been harder than the others. I think I'm running low on words. I tried walking to the bridge just north of town earlier. Used to be a shortcut over the dry canal, but half of it has buckled from the heat. The rebar snapped and curled like someone twisted it by hand. There's a car hanging off the edge. I didn't look inside. On the way back, I passed a kid, 12, maybe 13, sitting on the curb holding a sign that said, "Not dead." That's all it said. Just 2 words, marker bleeding through the cardboard. I gave him one of my last water packs. He didn't say anything, just nodded and kept staring at the road like someone was still coming. I hope he's still there tomorrow, but I don't think he will be. The silence has started to change. It's not just quiet anymore. It's listening. I can't explain it better than that. Maybe it's just in my head. Maybe it's the heat playing tricks. But it feels like something's out there, just beyond the buildings, waiting, not moving, not speaking, just watching us run out of breath. I've heard from 7 different places since yesterday's broadcast. I want to share some of them before the battery cuts. First, a woman named Sophia in Albuquerque said her brother's been running a shortwave check-in circle with a group of old ham operators who call themselves The Loop. They rotate transmissions every night, pinging back and forth between 80 and 160 meters. Most of them are over 60 years old. Retired engineers, pilots, teachers. They're keeping records, logs, temperature spikes, outage maps. She says they think the CME wasn't a single pulse, but a series. That means we might not have seen the worst one yet. Second, a man in Amarillo named Curtis says his sister was part of a FEMA convoy heading west when the blackout hit. She radioed in on a private band. He thinks it was military, saying they were rerouting to a location called Point Meridian. I've never heard of it. Doesn't show on any of the old maps. He thinks it's a continuity of government site. Says they were moving sensitive materials, possibly tech backups, medical data, satellite keys. Then she stopped responding. That was 4 days ago. If anyone out there knows about Point Meridian, what it is, where it is, call in. You could be sitting on a real piece of the puzzle. Third, a teenager named Jacob in Sacramento sent me a voice packet through a jerry-rigged laptop running off car batteries. Says his parents were doctors. Clinic went down day 1. They've been setting up triage under a freeway overpass with whatever gear they could salvage. He says they've got a slow trickle of people coming in every day now. Burns, heat stroke, dehydration, delirium. They've been rehydrating people with salt and sugar water, using IV needles soaked in boiled bleach. He asked me if it was enough. I told him it was better than silence. Jacob, if you're listening, you're doing more good than anyone still sitting on an air-conditioned bunker. You're saving lives. I heard a rumor I can't prove yet. Multiple callers have mentioned it, though. They're saying the flare knocked out more than just the surface systems. They're saying something's happening underground. A woman from Ogden said she saw the mountains shimmer the night after the blast, like the land itself hiccuped. A guy from Las Vegas said the tunnels under the strip collapsed in places where the ground shouldn't move. Someone in Flagstaff said the mines are shaking, even though there haven't been any tremors recorded. I don't know if it's geological, or if it's connected to whatever power the flare released, but it's worth watching. We've spent too long building over fault lines and forgotten machines. The past might be shifting under us now. Let me read out a list of working frequencies again, in case anyone needs to check for signs of life. 92.5 FM, occasional weather loop from Texas Panhandle. 145.23 MHz, intermittent traffic from Arizona border zones. 31.63 MHz, static pulses every 17 seconds, likely a relay station in Idaho. 118.7 MHz, aircraft band, one confirmed message yesterday repeating, no tower, visual only. 457.8 kHz, unknown source, repeating tone pattern, possibly coded. If you're broadcasting, use the burst pattern. 3 short, 1 long. That's our handshake now. Every day I've been walking past the same alley on my way to the water drum I buried in the dirt. There's a message written on the wall there. In soot, not paint. Says, heat takes faster than fire. I think that might be true. Fire destroys. Heat erases. People don't burn up out here. They vanish. They slow down. They sit still too long and don't get back up. I watched a man drink rainwater from the bend of a gutter today. I didn't stop him. I didn't have anything cleaner to offer. He looked at me like he was proud of himself, like he'd figured out something I hadn't. Maybe he had. Maybe we're all learning how to lower the bar for what counts as survival. Tomorrow, I'll read from an old manual I found. Civil Defense Survival Procedures, printed in 1978. Most of it's outdated, but some of it still makes sense. Building shade shelters, using mirrors to signal aircraft, crude refrigeration tricks. We forgot a lot. We forgot how to live without comfort. Now we're relearning pain. I'm going to end this cycle with a name list. People who've called in, people who are still here. Jolene, Reno. David, Kansas City. Sophia, Albuquerque. Jacob, Sacramento. Curtis, Amarillo. Mira, Los Angeles. Message received, unconfirmed location. Lena, unknown location. Last seen near Las Cruces. Tom, Salt Lake City, electrical engineer. Last heard on 457.8. These names matter. They're the new map. If you know them, if you've seen them, pass it on. Say it out loud. Keep their names moving. That's what this broadcast is. A record. A rope. And maybe, someday, a way home. I couldn't sleep last night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept hearing the hum. Not the one from the mine shaft story. A different kind. It came through the wires, soft, like breathing from the other side of the signal. I pulled the plug, sat in the dark with a flashlight pressed to my chest, just listening to the silence. It's quieter than ever now. The solar rig only gave me 40% charge this morning. Cloud cover for once, not thick, just thin streaks across the sky like someone scratched the blue with a dirty fingernail. But it made the heat worse, somehow. Kept it from escaping. It was already 98 before sunrise. I'm running the transmitter off stored power. No generator today. I siphoned the last of the diesel into a sealed jug, saving it for a move, if I have to make one. Something's wrong with the street outside. The shadows aren't falling right. I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean the actual shadows. They're longer, twisted, not lined up with the angle of the sun. I walked out this morning to check the food cache in the alley and saw the shadow of a signpost leaning the wrong way. There wasn't any wind. I'm not the only one who's seeing it. I got 2 calls today mentioning the same thing. One from a man in Wichita who said his neighbor's flagpole cast a double shadow. The other from a nurse in Fresno who said the tree outside her window is bent one way, but the shadow bends the other. She said she's afraid to sleep during the day now, afraid she'll wake up and the shadow will be inside. I told her it's just the light playing tricks, but I don't know anymore. I don't know what this heat is doing to us. People are cracking. I passed a man this morning who was crouched in a pothole, trying to bury himself in road dust. His lips were moving, but there wasn't any sound. I reached for him and he screamed like I was fire. Ran without his shoes. Left a trail of blood. He wasn't the first. This is more than a blackout now. This is pressure. I heard from Jolene again. The trucker from Reno. She's made it south, somewhere near the Sierra foothills. She says it's even hotter there, but there's a river that hasn't dried yet. Cold enough to shock your bones if you step in without warning. She set up camp with 4 others, 2 teenagers, a retired electrician, and a man who used to drive long-haul medical deliveries. They've built a wind-powered filtration system out of salvaged bike parts. She called in just to say, "We're not giving up." She said they play cards by flashlight at night, said they take turns telling stories of the world before the flare, said they each keep one thing from the past, just one, and that's the deal. One thing each. Hers is a trucker's map, laminated, covered in her handwriting. One of the teenagers carries a broken tablet with photos still on it. The battery's dead, but he says he remembers every face. That's the thing that's keeping us alive now. Memory. Not machines. Just what we carry in our heads. I had a call from a man named Eli, north of Durango. Said his town has formed a circle. Literally. They've cleared an open area, arranged their tents and tarps in a wide ring, and built a communal fire pit in the center. No leaders, no votes. Everyone shares what they can. He said they treat knowledge like water, something to pour out for others. He also said they lost 2 people yesterday. Not to the heat, but to something else. Said the pair wandered off toward a flashing light and never came back. When others went looking, all they found was a burned patch of grass and 2 empty shoes. I asked if he thought it was a flare, a new one. He said no. He said, it was too local, too quiet. It didn't fry the air. It whispered. I'm recording everything now, even the weird stuff, especially the weird stuff. Because if this is how the world ends, I want the record to be messy, true, not clean, not edited. You deserve to know how strange it's gotten. I had to leave the shelter for a while today. The walls are holding heat like a thermos. I walked up to the freeway ramp. Used to be a bad idea, too exposed. But now, no one's there. It's just a graveyard of melted cars and rubber puddles. The road signs are bending. One of them peeled halfway off its pole. The words are blistered. I think it said, "Caution, road work ahead." Not anymore. From up there, I saw something in the distance, east of the city, maybe 20 miles. A plume of dark smoke. Not fire smoke, thicker, greasy, like rubber or plastic burning in a pit. It rose straight up, even with the dead air. Then it vanished. If anyone's out that way, east of Phoenix, near the Gila River, past the old industrial park, let me know what that was. Could be a camp, could be a signal, could be worse. I keep thinking about time. We always thought the clock would save us. Technology, schedules, recovery plans. But the clock's died too, and time doesn't feel right anymore. Everything stretches. Every hour feels like 3. Every day is just a shade of the last. I mark time by water now. When I fill the pot, when I drink, when I boil, when I listen to the drip in the back room from the condensation net. That's my new calendar. I'll end this cycle with one last call. A woman named Ray from Spokane. She spoke soft, like she hadn't used her voice in days. Said her daughter is deaf. They've been using a flashlight to blink messages in Morse. They sit on the roof every night and signal into the dark. She said they haven't gotten a blink back yet, but they still try. She said, we'll keep blinking until someone sees us, even if no one ever does. That's what this is. A blink into the dark. Keep blinking, Ray. Someone's watching, even if they don't blink back. I've been awake for almost 2 days now. I don't know if it's the heat or the fear or both, but I just can't sleep anymore. Every time I close my eyes, I hear things I shouldn't. Wires vibrating when there's no wind. A knock on the steel hatch upstairs that never comes again. The sound of someone breathing behind me, even though the room is empty. I'm still here. That's all I can say. It's just after 4 p.m. The light outside is a sick yellow color. Everything's dry and swollen and cracking. The parking lot near the canal looks like it's trying to peel itself up from the earth. Someone scrawled a message in the dirt wall yesterday. Don't drink the shadow water. I don't know what it means. I don't think I want to. I've been listening to the frequencies all day, picking up bits and pieces, half-broken voices, static that almost sounds like speech if you lean in close enough. The thing is, they're not all in English anymore. I caught what might have been Spanish, and maybe Russian, then something that sounded like it was being sung, long and slow and mechanical, like a record warped in the sun. One line stuck out in English, barely audible, but I wrote it down. If they're not watching the sky anymore, it means the sky started watching them. I don't know who said it, or why, but I haven't stopped thinking about it. I went outside early this morning, just before the sun crested the hills. It's the only time the air doesn't feel like it's scraping the inside of your throat. I saw a man dragging a sled down the center of the highway. It was made of sheet metal, tied to a backpack. On the sled was a car battery, a cooking pot, and what looked like a photograph in a frame. He didn't look at me, just kept walking east. It was completely silent, except for his boots and the metal scraping the ground. That's the part that breaks me sometimes. Not the pain, not the loss, but how quiet we've become. The absence of voice, the vanishing of music. But I heard something today. Music, real music, a piano. It came from 98.3 on the FM dial, somewhere around midday, just for a moment. No voice, no signal ID, just a melody, broken, slow, maybe 5 notes, then silence. It played again 4 hours later. Same notes, same station. I'm going to keep listening. If someone's playing music, that means someone remembers. That means somewhere out there, a hand still presses keys. Not just to survive, but to feel. A name came in today. Ren. You've heard it before. Her father called in last week, said he hadn't heard from her since the flare. Today, I got a signal from the outskirts of San Antonio. Someone using a hand-cranked rig said they saw a girl fitting her description working with a recovery crew near the water treatment plant ruins. They were setting up a barrel filtration system using storm drains. No one was talking, just working, like ants rebuilding after rain. The caller didn't get close enough to ask a name, but he said she was humming. Said it was a song about birds. If that's you, Ren, your father's still waiting, still hoping. He saved your voice. I'm saving your name. Another voice reached me last night, not through radio, but in person. Someone knocked on the shelter door, the hatch, the heavy one with the bar across it. I almost didn't believe it. First sound I'd heard from above in days. I waited 10 minutes, then opened it slowly. She was sitting cross-legged in the alley, middle-aged, sweat-soaked, burned across the nose, holding a plastic bag with 7 oranges and a dead phone. She didn't speak at first, just stared. Then she said, "I thought this was a church. I heard a voice." I didn't correct her. I brought her inside. gave her half a water pouch and the last of the salted rice. She said her name was Hallie. Yes, like the comet. She'd walked here from Yuma. She told me things I didn't want to know. She said the desert is turning on people. Said the nights are hotter now, not cooler. Said people are disappearing, not from sickness or heat stroke, but just disappearing. Said she saw a group of 6 walk behind a sand dune and only 5 came back. No one noticed until later. Said they all heard a sound, low and constant, like a broken engine idling underground. I asked if she was hallucinating. She said maybe, but she looked too clear-eyed for that. Hallie left just before sunrise. Wouldn't stay. Said she doesn't like roofs anymore. Said she feels closer to the truth when she's under the sky. She left one of the oranges on the table by the mic. It's the first color I've seen in days that wasn't rust or dust or skin. If anyone out there sees her, Hallie, desert walker, with the soft voice and the comet name, tell her I still have the orange. I'm saving it for a better day. That's the thing, isn't it? We're all saving something now. A song, a fruit, a map, a photograph. We're not hoarding anymore. We're choosing. We're choosing what gets to live with us. I'm going to keep this transmission short tonight. The batteries are unstable. One of them smells wrong. Sulfur almost. I think it's starting to bulge. I've wrapped it in cloth and moved it to the far wall. But before I sign off, I want to read something I found in a torn-up notebook near an old shelter entry. It just said, "There's no rescue coming, only memory, and maybe that's enough." Maybe it is. I'll try to be back tomorrow. Look for the blinking code. 3 short, 1 long. That's still me. Stay cool. Stay human. Don't follow strange lights. Don't trust the shadows if they move faster than you do. Good night. It's 3:11 p.m. The sky is white again. Not blue, not gray. White, like paper held too close to a flame. The heat outside isn't rising anymore. It's just staying, like it's settled in for good. Like it's decided this is its home now. I went out this morning. Needed to check on the solar wiring. Make sure the foil wrap hadn't torn again. The wind picked up last night. Just enough to knock some loose roofing down onto the panels. I didn't hear it fall. I don't sleep deeply anymore. When I stepped outside, everything felt slower, like the air had turned to syrup. There were no sounds, no engines, no birds. Not even my own footsteps sounded right. Just the buzz of heat, low and constant, like a headache behind your eyes. I walked past a strip mall I hadn't checked in days. Used to be a barber shop, a pawn store, and one of those vape lounges that always smelled like burnt candy. Now it's just glass and dust and a stack of chairs someone tried to use as barricade. Inside, I found an empty room with a message scratched into the counter. We tried to stay. It got inside. I don't know what they meant by it, but I didn't stay long. Something's changing. It's not just the sun anymore. I picked up a signal this morning, stronger than usual, originating from somewhere east of Flagstaff. The voice was male, calm, too calm. It repeated the same message twice, then cut to static. Emergency Protocol Echo 9 has been activated. If you are receiving this transmission, you are inside the radius. Shelter in place. Do not attempt to evacuate. Further instructions will follow. I've heard that phrase before. Inside the radius. But it's military. Usually tied to containment. Whatever Echo 9 is, it means someone somewhere still thinks there's something to contain. After the message, I picked up nothing. No follow-up, no coordinates. Just a faint, rhythmic ticking. Not Morse, just ticks. I don't know if it's automated or if someone's out there pushing a button over and over because they don't know what else to do. If you're the one sending that signal, repeat the message with timestamps. Give us your location. If this is real, people need more than warnings. I got a shortwave call this afternoon. A man named Raul said he's stationed with a small group near an old radio observatory, possibly VLA Station D, though he wasn't certain. Said the facility was decommissioned, but they've managed to bring some systems online using car batteries and copper plate arrays. Raul said they've been monitoring frequencies above 300 megahertz and have noticed something strange. Something that doesn't match solar interference. He called it non-natural band noise. A frequency spike repeating every 46 minutes, sharp and clean, like a chirp through empty space. He didn't speculate, but his voice cracked when he said, "Whatever it is, it's not ours." I asked if they were safe. He paused, then said, "Safer than most. But it's getting harder to sleep." Same here, Raul. I want to share something that shook me. Not a call. Not a signal. Just a moment. This morning, I saw a boy sitting on top of a shipping container 3 blocks from the shelter. He had a mirror. Just a small one. Pocket size. He was using it to flash light toward the west, slow and deliberate, like he was trying to talk to someone far away. I watched him for almost 10 minutes. He never stopped. Never turned. Never blinked. I finally called out to him. He looked down at me, nodded once, and said, "She's still out there." "I know she is." Then he went back to flashing the mirror. I didn't ask who she was. We're all waiting for someone. Let me read a few updates from listener messages. A couple from Boulder have rigged a shaded greenhouse using salvaged billboard vinyl. They're growing beans and carrots from stored seeds using hand-pumped well water. They're inviting others to trade skills for food. If you're nearby, look for the giant red Q painted on the roof of a stone building. A survivor in West Texas says her group has converted a school bus into a mobile clinic. They drive it 10 miles each day, collecting the sick and dropping off water where they can. She said the tires are starting to melt. Said the only thing that keeps her going is the face of a girl who kissed her hand when she brought aspirin. A woman in northern Nevada says her father has started carving instructions into old furniture. How to start fires without matches. How to read the sky for weather. How to purify water using nothing but sun and sand. She calls it the Wood Library. She's leaving them at crossroads, hoping someone finds them. That's what hope looks like now. It's not flashy. It doesn't make noise. It's quiet, practical, kind. I want to say something about grief, because we're carrying so much of it now. Not just the people we lost, but the lives we had, the routines, the noise, the machines, the illusion of control. We've been stripped down to the bone, and what's left, what's underneath, is fragile. But it's real. I heard someone say once that grief is just love with nowhere to go. Maybe that's why I'm still broadcasting, giving it somewhere to go, somewhere to land. If you're listening right now, you're the reason I haven't stopped. Not yet. I'll end this transmission with a list of places that have confirmed safe shelter in the last 48 hours. Old fairgrounds outside Helena, Montana. Shade structures, well water, rotating watch shifts. Abandoned water treatment facility outside Shreveport, Louisiana. Low elevation, but cool interior. North-facing tunnel systems beneath old Seattle light rail. Small communities. Look for blue tarp markings. If you're near these, try to reach them. Approach during daylight. Carry something reflective, foil, mirror, glass, to signal peace. And if you're alone, know this. The signal's still going. The names are still being spoken. You are not forgotten. I'll be back tomorrow. This is the blackout, but not the end. Not yet. It's 4:58 p.m. now. I waited until the light started to bend. That's when the air thins just enough to breathe, without feeling like your lungs are being slow roasted from the inside. The sun's been up since before I opened my eyes, and it doesn't set anymore. Not really. It just lowers itself to the edge of the earth and lingers, long enough to remind you it's not done with us. Today marks 2 weeks since the flare. 14 days since the world went silent. 14 days since every battery that wasn't hidden in foil turned into a useless brick. I've started tracking the days by the way the sky smells. Some mornings it smells like wire, some like ash. Today it smelled like cooked plastic and concrete dust. I don't know if that's a weather system or just what it smells like when a whole world forgets how to function. The shelter's still holding. Solar's been good today. No cloud cover, just full burn. I'm sitting here with my shirt soaked from the condensation catch, and my hands still shaking a little from what I saw outside. I was on the roof of the old convenience store 2 blocks north. I go up there to scout sometimes. It's quiet. No line of sight to the freeway. From there, I can see down toward the edge of the canal, the one with the cracked sidewalk and that busted green trash can tipped over. And I saw a line of people, at least 15, maybe more. They were walking in single file, slow, not stumbling, not frantic, just methodical. Heads down, arms to their sides, every single one of them wearing a mask, not medical, not cloth, something else. Shiny, looked like welding shields or metal cutouts, and they didn't talk, not once. I watched them move from the canal to the south road, past the dead gas station, and then out of view. I didn't follow. I've seen a lot of strange things since the flare, but that felt different. I've been picking up whispers across frequencies, people describing similar groups. Silent walkers, masked, sometimes in pairs, sometimes alone. One report from a man outside Bakersfield said he saw a woman standing motionless for 12 hours in front of a broken power station, just staring at the transformer. He said she didn't move until nightfall, and when she did, she walked west. I'm not drawing conclusions, not yet, but the behavior's spreading, whatever it is. Whoever they are. If you've seen the masked walkers, don't engage, don't approach, note the direction, watch from distance, use mirrors, not light. They don't seem to respond to reflection. Other updates. I got a call today from a woman named Tanya, near Stillwater. She says they've managed to salvage a crank-powered air filtration rig from an old emergency response center. They've installed it in a community shelter dug beneath a high school. 12 people inside, 1 child. They rotate cranking in shifts, 30 minutes on, 90 off. She said they've named the shelter The Lung. She also said one of the teenagers there found a cat yesterday. It was hiding inside a vending machine, alive. Thin, scared, but alive. First animal I've heard of surviving the flare. They've named it Mercury. If a cat can make it, So can we. Another message came in from a man named Silas, northwest of Denver. He says he's been documenting the deterioration of urban infrastructure for 10 days straight. Says buildings are coming apart faster than expected. Concrete spalling from thermal stress, metal beams twisting, pavement buckling in parking lots. Said he saw a power tower lean 30 degrees without any seismic activity. He said something that stuck with me. It's like the cities are shedding themselves, like they know they weren't made for this. I don't think he's wrong. I want to share a story from someone who didn't leave their name. A written note left in the mailbox of this shelter. No envelope. Just folded paper with grease smudges and a single line scrawled across the top. When the signal ends, the story has to survive in someone else's voice. The rest of the page was full of tiny writing. A memory, I think. A woman talking about her father, how he used to sit her on his lap in front of a shortwave radio and scan stations at night, listening for voices from places we'll never go. She said he'd close his eyes and smile and say, "This is proof the world's still turning." I read that 4 times. Then I folded it and placed it with the others in the sealed tin. I've started saving things now. Not food, not gear, words, voices, paper, cassettes, notes, receipts, anything that tells the truth. Because even if this all comes back, if the grid rises from the grave and the lights flicker back on, there's no guarantee anyone will believe what happened. They'll call it chaos, temporary. They'll build clean timelines and talk about the response and the recovery like it was all coordinated. But it wasn't. We know that. We lived it. This is what it looked like. Silence, heat, desperation, kindness, shadows. I want to end tonight with a request. If you're listening, write something down. Anything. Your name, your story, a recipe, a song, a prayer. Then hide it somewhere the sun can't get to. We're not just surviving. We're archiving. We're documenting the fall in case the next people need to understand the cost of forgetting. If you've got stories, send them, even if it's just a few words, even if you think no one will read them. I will. I promise. Signal returns at 4 p.m. tomorrow if solar holds. This is the blackout, but stories still glow in the dark, and I'm still here to carry them. It's just past 4:30 p.m. now. Another day still breathing. I woke up to the sound of static, not silence. Static. That matters. Something crackled through the frequency band around 3:52 a.m. I had the receiver tuned to low volume, just enough to trigger the motion alert I rigged from an old cassette tape motor. It was short. 12 seconds, maybe 13. A burst of low clicks, a pause, then 4 beeps, evenly spaced, and then a voice. No name, no code. Just one sentence. The blackout has entered phase 2. I tried to trace it, couldn't. I don't have the equipment. Closest estimate puts the origin somewhere near Salt Lake. Could be military. Could be someone pretending to be. But it didn't sound automated. It sounded tired. Like me. Like you. I've been up since then. Couldn't go back to sleep. Not that I really do anymore. Just short drops into something like dreaming, but not restful. No one dreams right now. Not the way we used to. You close your eyes and the heat follows you in. If phase 2 means anything, I don't think it's good. Let me tell you what I've seen today. The canal dried up completely last night. No more puddles, Just cracked mud and some salt deposits around the curve where the water used to drag. I walked down into it this morning and left footprints so deep I had to dig my boots out with a stick. That used to be a source. Not clean, but cool enough to condense. Now it's dead. I moved some gear into the back of the shelter, repositioned the batteries, trying to manage the last good cell, wrapped it in a towel soaked in brine, like the old battery conditioning trick. Don't know if it'll work. Don't care. You try what you can. I'm thinking about heading north. Not far, just high. The hills above the valley used to be covered in radio towers and solar farms. Maybe something up there still works. Maybe one of those towers wasn't hit as hard. Or maybe it's a graveyard like everything else. But elevation means cooler nights. That's worth something. I haven't seen Hallie since she left. The woman with the oranges. She said she didn't like roofs, remember? I still think about that. I hope she's somewhere without one. Hope she's got sky, or at least a breeze. Another call came through this afternoon, from someone named Carter. Deep voice. Said he was running a relay station out of a grain elevator near Lincoln, Nebraska. Said they've been keeping survivors alive by melting plastic and remolding it into water canisters. Said they use corn stalks as insulation to cool storage drums underground. Said it smells awful, but no one complains. He asked me if I'd heard anything about the satellites. I told him no. He said one of the people in his group used to work for a ground control center, retired military contract. That person said the flare may have knocked out more than just surface systems. Said orbital decay was already a problem before this. Said we might start seeing pieces come down. Not the big ones, the little things. Comms junk, debris, glass and antenna fragments with nowhere to go but down. He said, if they fall hard enough, they'll look like sparks. So if you're out there and you see streaks in the sky, short and fast and silent, it might not be shooting stars. It might be us. Burning back in. I haven't seen the boy with the mirror since yesterday. I passed the shipping container again. Empty now. Just a pile of cloth and a cracked water jug. No footprints leading away. If he left, he covered his tracks. Or someone else did. I'm hearing more about that. Missing people. Not just from heat stroke or wandering too far. Vanishings. One woman called in from Santa Rosa said her daughter walked out to the garden to check the moisture trap and never came back. No struggle, no trail. Just gone. She said the plants were still moving, like she brushed them. I didn't know what to say. You reach a point where language just stops working. I've been thinking about when this started. Not the moment the flare hit, but the warnings. The ones we ignored. There were solar alerts for weeks, interference reports, shortwave disruptions. They called them anomalies. Minor, manageable. They always do. We were too busy, too comfortable. And then the sky cracked open, and every promise we built on circuits and convenience crumbled in the light. But I still think we can come back from this. Not the same way. Not with apps and grids and instant everything. But with hands. With skill. With trust. With voices. You're hearing mine now. Let me tell you whose else is out there. Ellie from Birmingham. Still running a campfire-based steam distillery, trading clean water for shelter. Micah from Boise. Built a sundial network to keep time across 5 blocks. Sends runners with updates written on bottle caps. Lena from outside Lubbock. Runs a single flashlight off a bike wheel generator. Says it's the best way to keep the kids calm at night. Just spinning the pedal, watching light hold back the dark. These aren't big things, but they're everything. I'll be off the air for a few hours while I charge the bank. Solar's dropping faster now, and the batteries aren't what they used to be. If you're listening, remember the pulse. 3 short, 1 long. I'll return on that beat. Until then, be careful with silence. Trust your senses. Write down your name and where you are. Tape it to a wall. Say it out loud if no one's near. We're still here, and sometimes just saying it is enough to hold the sky in place. It's 5:06 p.m. The air's thick again. It clings to your skin like syrup. Not sweet, just heavy, like breathing through a wet blanket. I haven't left the shelter today, not even once. I sat near the back wall most of the morning, next to the last working panel. It buzzes when the voltage rises, barely audible, like a whisper under the floorboards. I keep a small chunk of metal on top of it, just to feel the warmth. It's not much, but it's alive. Still conducting. Still pulling something from the sky that didn't kill us. I'm rationing the broadcast gear more aggressively now. This transmission will be shorter. Fewer calls. No background scan. Just voice. I'll keep using the charge for this mic as long as I can. The rain didn't come. There was a moment, maybe 20 minutes just after 2 p.m., where the light shifted and it felt like clouds were trying to form. The air cooled by maybe 2 degrees. Then nothing. No wind. No scent of ozone. Just stillness. And then the temperature bounced back like a whip. I haven't seen any birds in 6 days. Used to be a few sparrows on the wire out back. One crow that used to hop around the utility pole every morning like it had a job to do. Gone. I found a feather by the grate near the sidewalk. Still black, still smooth, but it was warm. Too warm, like it had been microwaved from the inside. I didn't keep it. I'm starting to hear things in the static again. Not voices, not exactly. It's like echoes, like someone speaking but through a glass wall, backwards or too fast. One burst sounded like metal scraping against water, another like a dial-up modem loop, slow and stretched. None of it feels right, and none of it logs properly. When I play the recording back, it's just hiss. But in the moment, I hear it. I know I do. There was a transmission early this morning. Very weak. Broken. Someone said, "The sky is speaking again," but the words don't land. I wrote it down. I've started doing that more, just collecting phrases like fossils, little pieces of meaning left behind. Got a message from someone in what used to be Las Cruces. Said they're part of a camp with rotating shifts underground. Basement of a county building that never got fully demolished. They've divided the space by silence. People who need to talk stay near the front. People who can't anymore go toward the back. They call that rear section the hush. Said they've found a way to cook using magnified glass heat. Put food in a box lined with foil, prop it open, angle it toward a mirror they mounted on a stop sign. It takes 4 hours to boil a cup of rice, but it works. Got another update from Ellie, the one from Birmingham with the steam distillery. She started writing instructions on the side of discarded doors. She calls them field manuals, leaves them leaning upright near roadways so travelers can read without stopping. One said, Day 19. Found a woman with heat sickness. Rubbed vinegar on her arms. She made it through the night. Another just read, If you take water, leave a name. She's documenting a new kind of order. One not enforced with laws or power, but stories. Consequence through memory. I think that's stronger than fear. I haven't heard anything from the East Coast in 3 days. No pings, no pulses, nothing above 90 megahertz. The bands are dead. If you're out there, Newark, Baltimore, Charlotte, Savannah, anyone near the coast, check your rig. Even a spark is enough. Even one ping. We need to know if the ocean is still speaking. The western mountain groups are still holding. Just barely. I've heard from an outpost near Coeur d'Alene that's using cold water runoff from a hydro station to cool a greenhouse they've built out of broken windshields. Said the algae's growing faster than expected. Said it smells like moss and gasoline. Said it's beautiful. That's the first time someone's used that word in weeks. Beautiful. I needed that. A few names to mention before I go dark again. Remy, outside Amarillo. Found a working transistor radio buried in an RV. Sent me a Morse message just to say thank you. Zara, from somewhere near the Olympic Peninsula, said she still sings at night. Said her voice keeps the coyotes away. Jonas, in a shelter west of Albuquerque, said he's teaching kids how to draw again, on the inside of cardboard with charcoal. One of them drew the sun wearing a bandage. I want you to remember those names. They're proof that we're not just fading. We're adapting. The heat's not beating us, it's shaping us. The sky may be broken, the grid may be gone, but you're still here, still tuning in, still listening. That's everything. One last thing before I power down. Someone asked me yesterday why I still talk when there's no guarantee anyone hears it, when there's no response, when the silence comes back stronger than the signal. I told them, because someone's got to keep the story alive until it finds its listener, even if it takes days, or weeks, or longer. This is that story. You're the listener. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, if I can. Signal pulse is still 3 short, 1 long. Stay cool, stay kind. And if the shadows feel too long tonight, light something, even a match, even just a thought. It's 6:17 p.m. Later than I planned to speak, but the solar was weak today. Had to scrape the dust off the panel twice. Took half an hour just to get enough charge for 1 broadcast cycle. It's strange, after all the brightness, the sun's starting to feel distant, still hot, still deadly, but somehow more hollow, like it's radiating without reason, like it doesn't care anymore if we live or die. Not that it ever did. I almost didn't turn the mic on today. My throat's raw, and I'm running low on saline. Been talking less to conserve what I have. You wouldn't believe how much you miss salt until it's gone. I've been drinking boiled water mixed with a little charcoal dust and trace minerals from a steel pot. It keeps the headache away, barely. But that taste, burnt metal and dust, it sticks, doesn't go away. I think that's what the world tastes like now. Metal and memory. I've been logging temperatures each hour, just scratching them into the doorframe with a screw. Highest point today was 116. Lowest was 97. That was around 4:15 a.m. The shelter's walls creaked from the change. I counted 5 expansion pops in the western corner. I know eventually they'll split. Everything will. I picked up a new voice last night. South band, 33.6 megahertz. Weak but constant. A man, middle-aged by the sound, accent hard to place. He said, "You're not supposed to see it. The light is thinking now. It's looking back." Then the signal cut. He never identified himself, never repeated. I scanned for the next hour. Nothing. Just that same hollow whine we've all learned to live with. I think it's in my ears now, even when the radio's off. Sometimes I wonder if what we're hearing is real at all, or just the world's dying memory trying to speak through whatever's left of us. There's a group moving west along the I-40 corridor. They've been mentioned in 3 separate call-ins. About 12 people traveling at night. No lights, no sound. Wearing dark wraps soaked in vinegar to block the heat. They call themselves the Sleepwalkers. They leave chalk marks near broken signs. Shapes. Mostly moons, crescents, spirals, stars. One traveler described them as moving in waves like fish, never breaking formation. When asked what they wanted, he said, "They don't want anything. They're just going somewhere they think is colder. I don't know if that place exists. If it does, I hope they find it." I got a call from someone named Emery. They're holed up in a bus depot just outside Spokane. 4 people with a crank radio, a map, and a cooler of spoiled meat they're using to lure rats. Said they've built a rat trap from aluminum gutters and coffee cans. They're eating protein again. Said the first bite was the hardest. Then, they stopped noticing. I told them to keep boiling twice. Triple if they can. They said, "Doesn't matter much. We've already changed." That's what's happening to us, isn't it? It's not just survival anymore. It's metamorphosis. The slow kind. Not beautiful. Not romantic. Just real. I walked 2 blocks today to salvage a mirror off a broken sedan. Needed something reflective to flash if the signal goes down. It cracked in my hand when I pulled it loose. Still works, but now the reflection is broken into 8 pieces. When I looked at my face through it, I didn't recognize what I saw. Burned skin, red eyes, cheekbones too sharp. A man who hasn't slept properly in a month. A ghost still pretending to be a broadcaster. But I'm still here. And so are you. Let me give you the last few names on my list before power drops. Lennox, Baton Rouge. Running a bartered battery swap program using windmill-powered recharge. Mai, from outside Salt Lake City. Said she found an old harmonica and plays it every morning facing east. Tova, Oregon border. Built a water still out of an aquarium and a black trash bag. Saving the cleanest drops for children only. Every single one of these people is doing something that keeps someone else alive. That's the only real measure of worth we've got left now. Not money, not status, just action. Are you helping someone? Are you carrying a name for someone who can't speak anymore? Then you're doing enough. I'm going to try and get some rest. I know I say that every night, and most nights I lie here staring at the ceiling, waiting for the hum of something, anything, that reminds me we're not alone. But tonight I'll try. I'm holding on to a memory. It's small. When I was a kid, maybe 8 or 9, my mother used to keep a frozen bottle of water in the fridge. Not for drinking, just to hold. She'd press it to the back of her neck on hot days and sigh like it was magic. That's what I think of now. Not the disasters, not the tech, but that sound she made. Relief. Real and brief. If you've got something that feels like that, hold on to it. We don't know what's coming next, but we've got the present, and we've still got signal. I'll be back tomorrow. Same pulse. Same hour. Stay cool. If you can't stay cool, stay kind. If you can't stay kind, stay human. That's enough. It's 4:42 p.m. The shelter walls feel softer today. That's not the right word, I know. but they're not solid like before. Heat's warped the metal, and the insulation's begun to fall apart in the corners. I can see where the glue's let go. Everything's sagging. Even the air feels like it's folding in on itself. I lost the secondary transmitter last night. It had been on its last leg anyway. Old circuit board from a car stereo, jerry-rigged through a converter bank I got off a busted treadmill. I could smell it burning before it failed. The kind of smell that makes you wonder if you're breathing in your last working connection. I've still got the primary. Barely. I'm keeping the cooling fan running with a hand pump. 5 minutes of crank for 10 minutes of air. Everything's a trade now. I didn't speak this morning. Couldn't. The heat hit a high around 119 by noon, and I spent an hour lying on the floor with a wet rag over my mouth, just trying not to black out. You can't sweat anymore, not when you've got nothing left to give. Your body just kind of stops negotiating. And yet here I am, talking again, because someone might still be listening. I got a strange signal today. Faint, buried under band noise. It sounded like whistling. A melody. 4 notes, maybe 5, played slowly. Then silence. Then again. Always the same pattern. I don't know if it's music or code or just someone losing their mind in a basement with a flute. But it made me cry. Not because it was sad, but because it was deliberate. In this world, deliberate matters. It means there's still intention. Still a person behind the sound. If that's you, wherever you are, keep playing. Even if no one answers, I heard it. And it helped. A voice came through on 19.7 this morning. Low, raspy, older man. Might have been from Manitoba, judging by the cadence. He said, "What if we're not survivors? What if we're just echoes walking backward through a story that already ended?" He didn't sign off. Just let the transmission fade. I haven't stopped thinking about that. Some days it does feel like we're stuck inside the aftermath of something that already decided our fate. But if we are echoes, then this is what we sound like. Desperate, kind, persistent, tired. Still trying. That's not the worst legacy. I've started writing things down more often. Not just logs, thoughts, dreams. Whatever pieces of memory come loose when I'm too hot to sleep. Last night, I dreamed about my old apartment. Nothing important happened. I was just sitting on the floor eating a cold peach out of a tin. It was quiet. The window was cracked open. You could hear birds, distant traffic, somebody coughing in the hallway, real life. And then the lights flickered once. Just once. And I knew, even in the dream, that it meant the end was coming. But I kept eating the peach anyway. I think that's the whole story, isn't it? The world ends in pieces, and you just keep doing the next thing. I want to read some names before the battery cuts out. Solomon, Kansas City. Still running a bicycle generator that powers a light for 30 seconds every 3 hours. Says those 30 seconds keep him sane. Elise, near Sedona. Found an underground storage bunker with canned goods still sealed, sharing rations with 2 elderly neighbors who haven't left their home since the blackout. Jamie, Fresno outskirts, using old ceramic roof tiles to reflect sunlight onto black barrels, slow boiling water system. She calls it sun soup. Says it's not tasty, but it's clean. You see what I mean? People are still trying. Still showing up for each other. Still figuring out how to be human even when the world forgets what that looks like. I got a letter yesterday. A real one. Folded in half. Pressed through the side of the door. written in blue ink on the back of a cereal box. Cornflakes. It said simply, "I thought I was alone. Then I heard you. I still don't know your name. Doesn't matter. Thank you." I sat with that letter for a long time. I don't need to be remembered. I just need to be real to someone else. That's all we're doing here. Not making history, just being real to each other. And if I can give you anything tonight, it's this. You matter. Your pain, your memory, your sweat, your breath, all of it. It matters. I don't know how long this system will keep running, but until it fails, I'll keep coming back. One voice, one pulse, one story at a time. Same time tomorrow, same broken frequency, and if the sky falls in on us before then, remember, you were here, and you heard me. It's 5:11 p.m. I just came down from the roof. The sky's the color of old blood, kind of rusted at the edges, orange and bruised near the middle. The clouds aren't really clouds anymore. They don't move like them. They hang there, like whatever's behind them is too heavy to lift. It's quiet again, not empty, just quiet in that way where even sound feels nervous to move. There were no walkers today, no birds, no planes, no shimmer from far-off roads. I stood for an hour with the mic receiver open just waiting for a ping. Nothing, not even static. And that's what scares me the most. Because even in death, radios usually hiss. But today, it was like the frequency forgot how to exist. Something's wrong out there. More wrong than before. I think we're nearing a kind of threshold, like whatever held us together before is giving out. Gravity feels thin. The air feels wrong. I can't explain it. I'm not a scientist. I'm just trying to describe what it feels like when your gut starts whispering louder than the radio. I got one signal this morning. Barely a whisper. Someone with a busted CB loop out of Prescott. They were yelling, really yelling, into the mic. Most of it was garbled, but 2 words came through, clear as glass. No sky. I don't know what that means. I want to believe it's just metaphor, a poetic way to say things feel hopeless. But I've heard it 3 times now, from 3 different places. No sky. Sky gone. Sky wrong. I keep thinking about that, because the sun's still there. The heat's still killing us. But something above us has changed. If you're out there, if you're seeing anything strange overhead, write it down, sketch it, burn it into memory. We might not be able to trust our gear anymore, but we still have eyes. I want to talk about the dreams again. I haven't slept properly in 3 days, but I doze. And every time I do, the same image keeps coming back. A long hallway flooded with ankle-deep water. And above me, lights hanging from strings, not wires, not cords, just strings, like puppets, all slowly swinging. And there's a sound behind me. Not footsteps. More like breathing. Deep. Measured. But not mine. I wake up gasping every time. It's not the kind of fear that screams. It's the kind that creeps. The kind that wraps around your bones. I've asked others, on the few channels still open. They're dreaming too. Same imagery, same themes, strings, lights, water, and something watching, something quiet and patient, something waiting. I don't know what it means. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe we're all losing our minds in the same exact way. But what are the odds of that? Got a message scratched into the wall outside my shelter. I didn't hear anyone come, which means they moved quiet. Maybe while I was sleeping. It just said, "There are voices in the heat. Don't listen too long." I don't know if it's a warning or a joke. I read it anyway. Then I left a note of my own beneath it. Still here. Still listening. I don't think they'll reply. But sometimes, just saying it matters. I haven't forgotten your names. The ones who checked in last week, the ones who haven't spoken since. Ethan, outside Flagstaff, you said you were fixing an old projector to play cartoons for the kids in your shelter. I hope it still works. Samira, near the burned-out edge of Portland, you said you were writing lullabies from memory, trying to hum them back into the air. I still hum one of them sometimes, when the radio cuts out. Marlon, from the edge of Tampa, you built a fishing trap out of old fan blades, sent me a sketch in pencil on the back of a food label, said you caught 3 minnows, enough to call it a victory. I haven't forgotten. And if this really is the threshold, if something bigger is happening, then let me say this clearly before the power fails again. You mattered. Your breath, your story, your presence in this world, even if no one else ever heard you. I heard you. This mic, this frequency, this ragged little signal. I swear to whatever's still awake above us, I'll hold this line as long as I can. If you're listening right now, I want you to do one thing. Stand up, just for a second. Stretch your legs. Breathe deep. Say your name out loud. Even if you're alone. Especially if you're alone. Say it like you mean it, because you're still here. And until we're not, we're still worth fighting for. Same pulse tomorrow. If the sky holds, 3 short, 1 long. This is not the end. It's 4:25 p.m. The panel's been slow to charge today. I think the cells are blistering from the inside. The light's strong, too strong really, but it's not translating into power like it used to. I had to unspool one of the copper coils to reroute the intake current and keep the inverter from frying itself. Probably bought myself 1 or 2 more days of juice. After that, I don't know. I'm not the only one. A woman named Rana called in from somewhere east of Phoenix. She's been broadcasting from inside a refrigerated shipping crate, powered by a makeshift wind turbine tied to the top of a tipped-over streetlight. She said the wind's been still for 2 days now. Said the birds that used to ride it stopped flying the week the sun started bleeding through the walls. Said the fan blades haven't spun since Sunday. She asked me what to do when the wind dies. I told her what I tell myself. Wait for it. Even the stillness can't last forever. But I'm not sure I believe that anymore. I took a walk this morning, right before the sun hit the eastern wall and turned everything into a mirror. Only made it 4 blocks. The asphalt cracked under my feet, popped like blistered skin. The air stank of plastic and baking paint. I found 3 old license plates scattered in a driveway. Someone had been using them as signal flashers. All bent now. One was blackened at the corner like it caught fire from inside. That's been happening more often. Metal just combusting. Not from fuel, from heat trapped in closed spaces. You hear little pops all day now. Nothing explosive, just sharp and final. Like the world trying to shake something loose. I checked the mirror outside the shelter. The one I mounted last week to watch the road. It's cracked again. But this time, not from pressure or heat. This crack's shaped like a spider web, round, intentional looking, like something hit it, hard. There's nothing else broken. No footprints in the dust, just that crack, dead center. I've started keeping the back door barred at night, and I'm not lighting the candle anymore. I don't want to be seen. I got a call late last night, low band, voice barely coming through. A kid, maybe 15. Said his name was Callum. Said he was holed up in a tunnel in Detroit with 2 other teens and a dog named Patches. Said they'd been surviving off melted snow for weeks, but now the snow's gone and the walls are leaking chemicals. He asked me what to do if someone in the group starts talking to people who aren't there. I didn't have a good answer. I told him sometimes, the only way to survive a collapse like this is to make room for voices. Even the invisible ones, especially the invisible ones. He said, "Okay," and went quiet. If you're still out there, Callum, keep the dog close. Don't run unless you have to. Trust your gut over your ears. You're not crazy. You're adjusting. We all are. I want to mention something I haven't said out loud yet. I've started hearing something beneath the normal radio noise. Not words, not patterns. A rhythm, like breathing. Mechanical, but not regular. Sometimes it sounds like an old fan winding up. Sometimes like someone exhaling through grit. I thought it was just my rig. But then I heard it again while the gear was off. I pressed my ear to the panel. Nothing. But when I stepped outside, there it was again. Faint, low, beneath everything. It's not tinnitus. I know what that sounds like. This is lower, colder. It comes at night, mostly. When the air cools just enough to make you think the worst has passed. It hasn't. We've had reports from Tennessee of something strange on the ridgelines. People moving in pairs, walking slowly along high ground, always in twos, never speaking. One person holds a small silver disc. The other has a cloth bag. Nobody's gotten close. Someone from Nashville said they tried to wave. Got no response. Just a slow turn of the head. She said their faces looked wrong, stretched. She didn't elaborate. If you're in high terrain, stay low at dusk. Block your windows. Don't answer the silence with your own voice. Sometimes the silence is bait. I want to read a few more names before the signal gives out. Desi, south end of Chicago, using mirrors to direct light through basement windows, growing mushrooms under wet cardboard. Says the harvest is tiny, but the smell is clean. Lauren, near Albuquerque, walking from shelter to shelter with a wagon full of batteries, offers to charge 2 radios a day with a rigged pedal generator. Says he's been doing it because it feels like the right thing. Adira, from near the Everglades, lives in a stilt house with her grandparents, swears she saw lightning in the distance, real lightning, just after dawn. Said it looked like the sky remembering how to feel. I like that. The sky remembering. If it can do that, maybe we can too. I'll be here tomorrow. I hope. Power's weak, solar's uncooperative, but I've got 1 more coil I can sacrifice, and a backup battery I haven't touched since week 1. If I crack the seal, it'll be my last. But I'd rather burn the last of it keeping this line open than sit in the dark wondering if you're still out there. 3 short, 1 long. Same pulse, same voice. I'm still here. Say your name into the dark, and I'll try to echo it back. It's 5:39 p.m. I didn't think I'd make it on tonight. The inverter blew a fuse an hour ago. No warning, just a pop and the smell of burnt plastic. I had a moment, sitting in the dark, holding a dead switch in my hand, where I thought, maybe that was it. Maybe that's the moment the line goes dark for good. But I remembered something. Years ago, I gutted an old camping lantern to scavenge the LEDs. It had a backup circuit, nothing fancy, just a low-voltage relay loop. I found it buried behind the desk drawer, wrapped in a strip of tin foil. Took me 30 minutes to wire it in with an old AA pack and a cracked solar converter. It's not strong, but it's enough. So here I am. Here we are. Still breathing. Still sending. I've been thinking about time. The old kind. Seconds. Hours. Days. All of it used to make sense when you had clocks and deadlines and routines. But now, it's all heat and darkness and the sound of things failing. You start to tell time by how long the water stays cool, or how far the sun shifts across the roof tiles. Someone called in from Spokane yesterday. Said they measure time in drips now. Condensation from their makeshift water collector. 1 drip every 7 seconds in the morning. 1 every 12 by nightfall. That's how they know when it's time to sleep. Not by a number, by the sound of survival slowing down. I get it. There's something honest about that. We got a signal bounce last night. First in days. Came off the edge of a weather balloon still afloat over what used to be Topeka. Somebody launched it from a field, handwritten coordinates strapped to the base with a flag made from a torn t-shirt. Signal was weak but clean. The message said, "We are making a new calendar. Day 1 is not the blackout. Day 1 is today. You are not too late." I read that 3 times. I think it might be the most hopeful thing I've heard since the lights went out. Because it means we're not just surviving anymore. We're marking time again. Creating meaning. That matters. I haven't left the shelter in 2 days. The last walk took too much out of me. I've been rationing water more tightly. 2 sips per hour, then nothing between 1 and 4 when the heat turns thick enough to chew. I've been wrapping my head in a wet cloth during the worst of it. Cuts the pain behind the eyes. Makes you feel like you're underwater, which is a strange kind of comfort when the world above feels like an oven with no door. I miss cold. Not just water. The idea of it. The sharp feeling of stepping into a shaded hallway. The sound ice makes when it cracks in a glass. The shiver that runs down your spine when you walk barefoot across tile in the morning. I haven't felt that in over a month. I don't know if I ever will again, but I remember it, and maybe that's enough. I want to share a few names before the line fades. Garrison, outskirts of Dallas. Boiled leather scraps to soften them into something chewable. Said it tastes like shoes, but it gives his body something to do. Min, Sacramento Basin. Built a heat siphon from car parts and trash bags. Channels hot air out of her shelter through a chimney of foil-wrapped tubing. Says it lowered the inside temp by 4 degrees. 4 degrees can save a life. Talia, Vermont, Highlands. Said she climbed a tower with a broken phone just to feel elevation again. Said the wind up there didn't burn. Said it reminded her that the world is still bigger than our ruins. They're still holding on. We're still holding on. Even if it's by cracked fingernails and frayed cords and the ghost of a dial tone. I found something strange yesterday. A small stone near the shelter's door. Smooth. Black. Warm, even after hours in the shade. Someone left it there. I don't know who, or why, but it wasn't natural. Not in that spot. There were no footsteps, no scratch marks, just the stone, placed gently, like a message. I don't know what it means. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. But it felt deliberate. And deliberate still means human. Or something like it. I'll leave it outside again tonight. Maybe whoever left it will come back. Maybe they'll leave another. Maybe we're learning how to talk without words. I'll be back tomorrow. If the panel holds. If the inverter doesn't catch fire. If the air doesn't get so thick it collapses my lungs. I'll be back. 3 short, 1 long. Same pulse. If you're still out there, say your name. Even if you think no one's listening. Say it to the dark. Say it to the heat. Say it for yourself. Because you are here. And you matter. It's 6:08 p.m. The sun finally dipped behind the ridge, just enough for the wall to cool to something under boiling. I've been watching the light